Yes! Good morning, everybody that is watching online. Thank you so much for joining us. We are live here at Paternoster Square. We are going to be here for 12 whole hours with Andy's Man Club, and we have got some incredible guests with some truly inspirational stories. So please, please make sure you stick around and join us for those. And we've only got Mr. Motivator. I am so excited for that. My name's Emma Jones. I'm going to be your host right the way through until 2 o'clock when I will hand over to the wonderful Sunny J. Now, before we crack on, I'd like you all, please, to give a very warm welcome to the co-founder of Andy's Man Club, Luke Ambler. Woo-woo! The legend himself. Luke, first up, how long did it take you to put all of this together? Because I've come down this morning, and this is so impressive.
I'm not even going to lie and say I've had anything to do with it at all. The team have been absolutely fantastic. I think it's not just taken a few hours to get the set up, it's the hours and days and weeks and months of planning, from the guests to getting yourself and the staging crew and this wonderful location with St. Paul's Cathedral in the backdrop. So I think a massive round of applause has got to go first and foremost to the staff who put this all together.
Louder for yourselves, guys. Come on. Yes. It genuinely is so impressive. And look, we are here for a full 12 hours, Luke. Why is it that we're doing 12 hours here?
Tragically, in this country, one man every 2 hours dies of suicide. That's 12 men every single day die of suicide in this country, and we wanted to really shine a light on it. We've been doing that for nearly 10 years now, shining a light on how important this cause is, suicide prevention, and we want to bring it here to the heart of London and really bang this drum of the power of talking, the power of conversation. But also today isn't just going to be about deep, dark, sad stories. You've got, as you said, you've got Mr. Motivator here, Paul Smith's coming down. There's going to be some really unbelievable guests bringing a lot of entertainment, a lot of light, some special guests along the way as well. I'm sure we'll have people up on their feet, two-stepping and the rest of it.
You included?
Me included. So I think it should be a phenomenal day, and there's lots packed in there. So hope for those who are tuned in all day will be continually entertained, but with the understanding of the why of this, which is to really encourage people to get out, have a conversation, talk about what's going on, and hopefully give people a bit of hope to stick around. Absolutely.
And for anyone watching online, please do say hello, send us your comments or questions. We'll do our very best to give you a shout out throughout the day. Look, Luke, Andy's Man Club wouldn't be here without you. So I'd like you to take a seat in our Andy's Man Club living room. You're going to be our first interview. I want to start, Luke, by asking you how you are in general, aside from Andy's Man Club, because obviously what you've done here is amazing. But how are you?
Yeah, not a lot of people actually ask that question, which is interesting. So yeah, I'm really good. Lots going on, very, very busy. I respond a lot better to chaos and carnage anyway. When things are a little bit quieter, probably not my best of times, but yeah, things are chaotic at the minute, which we'll go into with the Ironman events and work, my own personal work, Andy's Man Club. So yeah, life's chaotic, but I'm good, I'm enjoying that. And yeah, that's where I thrive and I'm at my best.
Take us right back to the start, Luke, the very beginning. How did Andy's Man Club come about?
So if you go right back to the beginning, Andy were actually, my brother-in-law Andrew Roberts were actually at my house on the weekend before he tragically took his life, and laughing and joking, we were talking like we usually would, and he would on about wanting to buy an house and all sorts of really normal stuff. He'd gone and watched his old football team play football that weekend. They'd managed to come in to get his boots on because they were a man down. He ended up playing. We had Sunday dinner that night at my mother-in-law Elaine's house, and it was completely a pretty normal standard weekend. And then tragically, Andrew took his life. It left the family completely devastated, like nothing I've ever seen before. And I've told this before, but Alfie, who's here today, who's now 15, who people will hear from today, was 6-year-old at the time. And having to explain to him that one of his favourite people in the whole world had died, and the screech in which he let out as a 6-year-old boy will live with me forever. That'll be my constant why. And hearing that and seeing the devastation it caused for the family and never really understanding suicide, and then sort of diving deep into the fact that Andy didn't talk about it, or we that we could see, just thought if there were a space where men could meet up, have a bit of a chat. And at the time I was a professional rugby player. I thought a masculine job in a masculine position as a prop forward, if I could maybe say to people it's okay to talk and have a chat, maybe they'd feel comfortable to do that also. So approached my mother-in-law at a family wedding. I actually had the idea 3-4 days after Andy died, and I approached my partner Lisa and just says, I don't want Andy to die in vain. And she just said, listen, it's amazing what you want to do, but it's still really raw for everyone. So 3 months after Andy died, I'd sort of sat on this idea. I approached my mother-in-law at a family wedding and asked her for permission if we could start what would have then been Andy Roberts Coffee Club. She sort of turned around and said, I want it to be more than just about Andy Roberts, my son. I want it to be about everyone because it's too big of a problem. And together we'd gone away and she'd thought of this acronym ANDYS so that when guys went to a club, it wasn't just, I'm going to so-and-so mental health services. Not that there's all wrong with that, but it just felt a little bit more warming. And I'd gone away and thought of this idea, Man Club, because me and a couple of mates, like Keith Senior, you probably know, we used to have this thing called Man Club on a Saturday morning where we'd just sit, we'd have a brew, we'd have a chat, but not mental health based, or maybe it was actually on reflection, but it was just a group of guys getting together, and together we came up with the idea, Andy's Man Club. And on that first night, really nervous, would anyone turn up? And 9 guys turned up. Wow. And I guess the rest is in the history books now.
Absolutely. And at what point did you see, Luke, just how important this space was for men?
The very first post I'd put out on Facebook before the group, and I had no idea, and it's really interesting now as I'm thinking about it, when I was sat in a coffee shop in Halifax and I'm like, how do we let people know about this? And I'd put this Facebook post together to try advertise it about this tragedy that we were facing as a society. Didn't know how we could get this going, but I wanted to create a space where men could talk. But I knew we might have to, at the time I had a business where it had sport facilities up at this unit, so like we'll use that, we'll play touch rugby or we'll play football or basketball, and as that were part of the post. If I could find it now, I'd say it, we'll get together, we'll play some sports, we'll do something activity wise, and then after, if hopefully as guys we'll have a chat. And first night we get there and there's a scruffy foam ball, very different to this ball we're holding today. But this is why this ball's so iconic. Right, there was a scruffy foam ball that was just on the floor, and I picked it up, I was nervously picking at it, and some chap there, I remember his name, Terry Bratley, who was an Halifax fan at the time, who just said, chuck us that ball in, old cock. So I chucked him the ball and he just opened up.
Wow.
Passed it on to the next person, and suddenly it was in that moment when everyone left that I realised just that something special was born. So that would be the most important moment of Andy's Man Club's history, that night when 9 blokes all spoke for the very first time in front of a group of strangers and all left better, all left feeling better for doing so. And it was that moment then it was like, we're onto something.
And you have dedicated your life to this, Luke. It's grown exponentially. There's now over 300 groups nationwide. What do you think the key has been to the success?
I think constantly keeping the why at the forefront. I don't think no matter how big it's got, we've forever stayed grounded. I do think sometimes when you're a professional sports person, and I sometimes think this is sometimes probably a discredit to Andy's Man Club, from my perspective, in the early days especially, he's maybe not celebrating enough. Taking enough time, and I appreciate what every single person in our team does, but I think when you're a professional rugby player or a sports person, you play your game on a Sunday and then you get ripped to bits on a Tuesday, even if you had a good win about what you could do better. And I think I've always, even with Andy's Man Club, it's like, this is great what's happened now, and tomorrow it'll be how could we have done it better. And that's not in a perfectionist way. It's just like, let's make it bigger. Let's reach more people. Let's have that why at the forefront because we want to reach more men. We want to stop people taking their lives. So I think never forgetting us why and forever staying grounded. And that's not just through myself. Elaine's a great person for that, keeping us grounded. Family. Lisa's a great silent voice in the organisation that most people won't know. I run most things by my partner Lisa, but most people in the organisation wouldn't know that, because she's a very grounding figure, and she'll give me the brutal honesty whether it's good, bad, indifferent. So I think keeping that ground, and I think the true success is the people. I think the people that have bought into this, and the thing I'm most proud about at AMC, and I'd said this on a podcast last night, don't get spoke about enough, is that of our now just over 40 staff, just under 30 of them are guys who use the group.
Wow.
So not only did they use the group, they then became facilitators of the group in a voluntary capacity to help other guys, and then went beyond and above to do more than that facilitator role. And then when we grew into that area more, we needed someone. They then became a staff member. So cut them in half. They bleed black and white. They love everything that Mission stands for. They just ooze that, and you're going to see a lot of them today. But then aside to that, we also have 2,500 unbelievable volunteers that we call facilitators that run our clubs every Monday night in the Andy's Man Club way. They turn up every Monday night, they open that door, they get them teas and coffees on, they're a sweeper outside, they're welcoming that guy in, and they're the real heroes of this movement. And often people who do this type of stuff get the sort of credit and praise, but those guys who open those doors every night. And another side shout out is the women, because behind every good man is a great woman, and behind every good facilitator usually is a great woman, and behind every good man club we've got a series of great women, from our office angels, which we now call mission support, right through to, as I said, Elaine and as trustees and everyone involved. You know, most guys who go to a group go because their wife or mum or sister or daughter has told them to go. So I think the people is what makes Andy's Man Club so special, and we'll be forever indebted to anyone who's ever done anything for Andy's Man Club.
Look, I know you said, Luke, that you're always looking ahead to the next thing, but have you learned over the years to almost take a step back and go, look what we've done here?
I'd be lying if I said I do, and I would genuinely be lying. No.
Okay, well, credit to
Yeah.
you. I'm going to tell you,
Yeah.
everyone will tell you what you have done has changed thousands of men's lives and women's lives and children's lives, because the knock-on effects are there, aren't they? You'll know that. You'll see that firsthand.
Yeah, I think when we've got a tagline, that one man, and that one man doesn't really represent one man. It represents thousands of one men. But the problem with what the mission we've started is that there's never really an end in sight. So what I mean by that is it's amazing what we've done, but we're nowhere near where we need to be. So if you sit and take too long to praise what you've done, there's too many men out there struggling, too many families out there who are going to lose a loved one. So it's not about drive it mission so hard that no one ever takes a moment to pat himself on the back. There's lots of time for that. But I think you can end up getting complacent. And what we never want to do at Andy's Man Club is, as I said a minute ago, forget that why, forget what's driving us. And we'll have meetings and we'll talk about this. But it is a continuation of pushing forward, because no one really knows this actually publicly, but the only way we ever got a point to, you've got to have a marker of where you're going. So how many clubs do we need to get to for it to be not a success, but to really make a dent? And we sort of looked at that. Something I came up with years ago, it was a random thing on an interview, was it what's within 30-minute drive of any man, 30-minute travel. But the only thing that's within 30-minute travel of anyone is a McDonald's, right? If you actually think about this logically. So then we had to look at how many McDonald's there was, and if you take away the service station ones and two or three in each town, it's around 1,500. Wow. So if you did that and knocked a few off and got to 1,200, we're all at 25% of where we need to be. And what's beautiful about that is it once took us 5 years to open 50 clubs, and now it takes us 3 months to open 50 clubs. So, but we've still got to do that in a sustainable, quality way where guys get the same experience, whether they're visiting a club in Aberdeen or you're down far south in Plymouth. And then, there's Ireland to still get into. There's lots of other countries that are English speaking to start with, where suicide is such a big problem. So there's so much to do. So the short version is I'm extremely proud of what everyone who's ever been associated with Andy's Man Club has done, past or present and future. But the job is still so big at hand that we can't take too long to celebrate, because we've still got so much to do.
How does it feel, Luke, when people reach out and they want to volunteer or they want to help?
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Because to give your time up when there's no cost involved, there's nothing involved that is of any magnitude other than the feeling of helping another human being, there's no better gift, is there? And to see someone, what's more beautiful about his Man Club is there's different types of volunteers. There's the guy who walks through the door and it's helped him at the depths of his despair and now wants to give back, whether that be as a facilitator, a sweeper, or wants to go and do a challenge for us and raise some vital funds or awareness. Or whether it is a wife, a mum, a dad, a brother, an uncle, a colleague at work who's seen the impact that the group has had maybe on someone they know or in the wider community, and they want to give back and they volunteer in their way, whether it's doing the Yorkshire Free Peaks with us, turning up today. So I think it's a phenomenal movement, and it wouldn't be anything without these people. So for me, we owe everything to them, because it wouldn't be anything. You're not anything without your people, are you? And I think, we will be forever indebted to them. And I think when someone wants to reach out and help us, how can we not be truly grateful and thankful for those people? Absolutely.
Have there been any standout moments for you that have really stuck with you, Luke, over the last few years?
Loads. 2 minute, we could have a 12-hour conversation about that.
We're here for 12.
Yeah, some really highs and some really lows. I think when you put your head above the parapet, and you start a charity, there's often lots of negative feedback that comes with that. You put your head above the parapet, you're going to get shot at, aren't you? And I think for all the good we've had, there's been a lot of hardships as well. You get that in any walk of life, don't you? I got that having thick skin as a rugby player. You get people commenting. Sometimes you can't understand starting a movement like this, getting nasty stuff said, but it was difficult at times. But some of the biggest things are the things that people would think about. It's not the big Essence errands, meeting the Royals or getting awards. It's never been that. For me, one that really stands out is a dad in my kids' school playground who just dropped his daughter off, and he just said, "Are you the Andy's Man Club guy?" And I sort of said no at first because I didn't know whether you're coming to have a do or something, right? And I was like, no. He's like, no, I know it's you. I just want to say thank you, because I wouldn't have been able to drop my daughter off at school if it weren't for your group. And I said, what do you mean? He said, she wouldn't have a dad. And that's one that's always stuck with me, no matter what, to this day. And we've heard loads of stories about, I think it's the fact that I just dropped my daughter off. This is another man who's dropping his daughter off, and he's still able to do that because he used that group at that school, because we used to have a group at that school on an evening. And the other one would be, recently we had a big staff event where we got all staff together as new trustees, and everyone stood up and made like pledges and spoke about what it meant to them. And within the same hour of everyone like talking about what it truly meant, there was laughter, there was tears, and it was probably one of the most powerful, because when you start getting to a certain size and you've got 40, 50 people in a room, you can start to lose that culture. But what we really try to do is maintain that, and that's going to pass on. And they're too, to most people, they'll be like, what? You've done Longest Conversation, or even Yorkshire Free Peaks, you've done, you know, Mission Impossible, all these things that should be really big. But actually, I always find that it's the small interactions with people, the conversation you have. Today, there'll be something that'll happen where we'll give someone a wristband, or someone who's never heard about us will hear about it, and they're the butterfly effect moments. They're that little flap of a butterfly wings that have wide effects elsewhere.
Well, I guess that's because they're the real life-changing moments. You changed that man's life. He chose to stay here because of Andy's Man Club. He saw a future. How would you describe the ethos of It's Okay to Talk to anyone who hasn't stepped into the room before, into an Andy's Man Club group? Because it can be, that first step can be really daunting, can't it?
Yeah, the first step for any change is hard, isn't it? You know, if you've got an alcohol problem, a drug problem, you want to leave your relationship, you want to leave your job, that first step to do that is always hard. And there's no difference with admitting you've got a problem with your mental health, right? And some guys will drive past our group or sit outside a group for 3 weeks. And it's not until maybe a sweeper, that we call it, or maybe knock on car window. Are you looking for Andy's Man Club? Yeah. Come on, mate, let's go have a brew. I've been sat in that car just like you. But when you walk through that door, I think the idea of what's behind the door is more scary than what's behind the door. And that's often with anything in life, right? When a guy walks through that door, what he'll be welcomed with is by a guy who's been through exactly what he's been through, if not similar. And he'll walk in, they'll get a brew, they'll have a coffee, they'll be offered some biscuits, then they'll sit down in a circle, and there'll be a facilitator there, again, who was a user of that group and still is, and a co-facilitator will give you a few little rules about to keep the group running smoothly. And then how the group runs, in essence, and I don't know if you know this, Emma, it's 6 simple questions. We often say 5, but it's 6, because we ask for a name and positive reason you're being there. And you can lie about your name. You don't have to tell anyone who you are. It's for strangers, but it's just a way that someone can address you. But the positive reason is if you've been at the depths of despair and you've got no hope, and what is hope? Hope is that tomorrow can be better than today. If you've lost all that, by telling the group one positive reason you're there, which is for that just being there, you know, some guys might say, you know, name positive reason for being here. You know, some people really struggle with that. The facilitator might say, your positive is that you've come here tonight, and everyone might give you a bit of a clap, bit of appreciation. That guy might never had that before. Then the next 3 questions always stay the same. How's your week been? What's a positive from your week? And anything to get off your chest. And the reason these are structured like that is out to get off anything. How's your week been? Is because if a guy's coming to a group and he's never going to talk, I'm not going there, I'm not talking. But he sits in a room and someone says, how's your week been? Well, my week's been crap. You know, he won't mind telling you that, because it's going to be a lot more factual than emotional. It's been crap. I've had an argument with my partner. Work's doing me head in, etc., etc. Right, now, what's a positive from your week? Because what we want to do now is plant 2 positives in someone's mind. Well, positive from my week is that my daughter smiled at me before I left today, or, you know, my wife said I need to get help, and here I am. Third one is the bit that's the Pandora's box. That's like get anything off your chest. That's where it can go. Something that's small to some or massive to others. That's where guys really open up. And this next 2 are always a little bit of fun. You know, it might be even something a little bit future focused. Who's someone you appreciate in your life and why? Give them something to hold on to. And 5th one might be, what's your favourite crisp sandwich? Or something just silly. You know, if you could be a superpower for a day, what would it be?
What would yours be?
A superpower?
Yeah.
Flying.
Why?
But just mint, wouldn't it, just to be up there flying and
go where you want, can't you?
Yeah, we're going to get Iron Man up there, and I'm not very fast at swim, bike, or run, so maybe a bit of a faster flyer. Yeah, I could fly around it, couldn't I?
So when you ask those questions, do you see bonds and connections sort of develop in the group?
Yeah, I think a really good marker of that is what people, I don't know the reference I have for it, but if a guy comes to a group, usually they'll be looking at your shoes. And it's not because they're admiring your shoes, it's because they don't make eye contact, right? So then it might go from shoes to knees to chest, over weeks of time, this, to eventually looking in your eyes, right? And that's because of that bond that they've built with that group. Because if you've had something you've struggled with, and let's just say it was a relationship problem, right? And I start telling you now all about my relationship problem, suddenly you feel okay.
Safe. Safe to talk.
Because he gets me. Well, you imagine there's 20 lads in a room all speaking about 20 different problems that might all be of a similar theme, and now it comes to your turn to talk. That bond can't not be created because you sat with a load of the guys who you maybe thought at one point you were a weirdo, you were different to everyone else. Because the one thing that most people do when they are going through a mental health struggle is push everyone away, which then makes them feel like they're on their own, so they're like on a desert island. But suddenly now you're in a room full of 20 other guys who've all, sailed to that desert island to you, and now you're all in this space where you're going to help get through this together.
Well, I guess because sort of loneliness and isolation can feed depression a lot, can't they? So you're right, as soon as you're in a room surrounded by people, shared common ground, and you realise you're not alone, that just encourages you to come out of your shell, and you realise, actually, I'm a normal human being.
Yeah, and I think that probably is what needs speaking more about, the fact that everyone in life is going to go through some shit. That's inevitable. We all go through hard times. We all go through tragedies. We're all going to lose as parents, which is horrible. We're all going to have problems with as relationships and as careers. But, without going into too much salted, but because we do naturally, if I went to my little Irish nana's house back in the day, she didn't have any photos of her and my granddad arguing. She didn't have any photos of funerals or horrible stuff. She would have all the highlights. But the only difference now, instead of putting a photo album, we'll put them online, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but it's just your perception of that. And if you're always judging how you're feeling versus against everyone's best bits, it's going to make you feel a little bit worse. Where if we all could understand that everyone around us, whether it's the lady in the coffee shop, the man selling the flowers over here, is everyone has got something going on. Financial, physical, mental, and the more you understand that, the kinder you're probably going to be, the more empathetic you're going to be, and as a result, the probably more better you're going to feel about your life, because you understand that whatever you're going through, you're not on your own in that problem.
Absolutely. Luke, how has it changed you as a person, as a dad, as a leader, as a human being? How has Andy's Man Club changed you over the years?
It's reinforced an emphasis of the ability or the love for life. So I try and soak every single bit out. So last night, me and my son were out on the line bikes till late, and we're up this morning running, and probably do too much stuff at times. And my wife probably doesn't always like that side, that it's always full on with me. But I think it is because when you're surrounded by people that don't want to be here, people that want to die, and you having a real appreciation for life, and you try to teach that. Like, I genuinely think that when you have near-death experiences or you have people that die close to you, you always have that saying, don't you? Like, you got to live for today. And I think that's been so ingrained in me now about living for today that's the biggest lesson, number one. Two, as a leader, is about maturing. And a video popped up the other day where, for a bit of fun, I asked some staff at the end of a podcast, and none of them knew what each other were going to answer. And I just asked them, what's it like working with me? And it was a common theme of chaos, tornado, and I never want to lose that. I never want to lose that ability to challenge the norm, challenge the status quo, come up with stuff fast, act fast. But there's also got to be a level of maturity that not everyone thinks and acts like, works like you. So slowing that down sometimes, putting stuff in place. So it's definitely developed me as a leader. As a parent, again, you're definitely challenging yourself to be a better dad, and that comes through the stuff that you see and hear all the time, and try to make them better. But I just think it's definitely given me an appreciation of others. Definitely, I've been part of a great rugby team. One part of a great leader called Kevin Sinfield, who a lot of people will know, and he was always a big about the team. And I think a lot of Andy's Man Clubs that people won't know is a lot of our culture is built on that same Leeds Rhinos foundations. The way that we are as a family, the way that we are with each other, where we challenge each other, and that's how that team was, and that's why they were so successful. And I think sometimes a lot of our main pillars of culture is from that sort of environment, from the leaders like Kevin Sinfield. So Andy's Man Club's definitely changed me, and it'll continue to change me, both positively, and it'll challenge me in other ways to be a better man. And I certainly don't get everything right. There's been periods where I believe I'm always right, and I have, and I'll admit that. I started this when I was a 26-year-old. Wow. Some people would call that a kid. So to start a movement like as a 26-year-old, and then by 28 have full-time staff, and then by 30 having 20-30 staff, you're still very young, right? And I think even now I'm still relatively young to be the voluntary CEO of this organisation and chair. And I've still got a lot of learning to do. I don't think I'm anywhere near finished. There's lots of work to do. And as this now gets into the next phase of growing to the 500 clubs and 1,000 clubs and 50 staff, 100 staff, 10,000 volunteers, helping 20,000 men a week, it's going to definitely take some learning and development for me. So I think the biggest lesson there is to be humble enough to know that you're not always right, and that you're not always going to get it right, and admit that when you're wrong at times.
I think as well that there's beauty in vulnerability, because just going back to what you were saying earlier about how, your gran had photos in frames and now everything's online. we so often feel that we have to put on a front and give the impression that we've got our shit together, basically. Yeah. But actually, you'll have seen firsthand that when you can allow yourself to be vulnerable and open up and show the true inner self, and you are accepted for that, it changes your outlook, doesn't it?
100%. I think once you get to that level of understanding of it's self-awareness in it, and it's that self-awareness is like an onion. It's layer after layer after layer. Every time you think you've cracked it and you've got your shit together, something else pops up. Yeah. And I think you just constantly unearthing that at you. And I think, but once you do get an appreciation of that life ain't perfect, and I often think of my Irish nana, and I'll give her another reference, because my Irish nana, I would say, was perfectly imperfect. And what I mean by that is she had 16 grandkids who all looked at her as a queen. And when I look back now, she was technically an Irish immigrant. She smoked 400 a day, as something daft. She drank loads. But you know what? So really, on the surface, looking back now, she probably would flawed in many ways. But she was an unbelievable human being in terms of being selfless, caring, compassionate, kind, and probably didn't really care what other people thought. And I often think of her as a great lesson for life, of that the goal isn't to be perfect, it's to be perfectly imperfect. And what I mean by that when I think of that is to accept you've got flaws, physically, mentally, spiritually, but as long as you understand that you've got them and you're working towards to be better and accept them and continue to be the best version of yourself, no matter what your limitations are, you're going to get somewhere in life in terms of contentment and happiness higher. And all we all really want to be is happy and healthy, innit? That's all we all really want to be, deep down. You know, everything else is just icing on the cake. If you can have nice things like this, or you can do all right in life and go on an extra holiday now and again, or that type of stuff. But really, ultimately, it's about connection and love and happiness and health.
Yeah, like you say, everything else is a bonus, essentially. Yes. Why do you think, Luke, men for so long, understandably, have struggled to open up about their feelings?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stereotypical answers to this that people go to, but we're not, you know, walking around London and you see all the war memorabilia and history and all this stuff. We're talking less than 90 years ago that most young men had to go to war. Right, so you can't go into war with complete vulnerability, can you? So I think we forget this. When sometimes we say, "Oh, it's about a stiff upper lip," and it's sort of stuff that someone heard once and they thought it sounded good, so they tell everyone else. Which is, but 90 years ago, you couldn't have had a problem because you're about to go to Normandy and go to war and try to protect this country. So you have to be strong.
You're in survival mode.
Yeah, and strong. I'm doing that on purpose because there's lots of different ways to be strong. But I think you have to have a mask on, just like when you play rugby. You know, I couldn't go to rugby and say, "Oh God, you've great hit there, mate. You've really hurt me." You have to run into someone and they eat the shit out of you, and you have to stand up and pretend you're okay. And the only thing is now, I think what's happened is there's been a knock-on effect in the general life. So some of them, what might have, you know, we're not in a war era anymore. And what's happened is as the world's got better and safer, I think some of those ingrained mentalities are stuck with us. You know, and then if you look at what the actual underlying causes often are, it's burden, weakness, embarrassment. Where I often think that each one has got its counteraction because, you know, Andy not talking about his problems far more burdened his family than him talking about his problems. And anyone who'd understand or who'd lost someone would say that the burden that was left on them was far greater than what the loved one would have been going through. And I think if people can understand that even on a lower level of not taking your life, if you're not the best version of yourself, if you're not the best partner or trying to be, you're burdening the loved ones around you anyway. So bottling it up because you're scared of burdening people is BS anyway. Weakness, you'll know yourself. It actually takes more strength to actually open up and admit your problem, to be vulnerable. And Brené Brown says a great thing about vulnerability, that vulnerability ultimately is doing the act without knowing what's going to happen, about not knowing the outcome. So coming out as you're, you know, being gay, or coming out about your mental health, or jumping into the unknown and getting a new job, or leaving your relationship, or whatever it may be, something that you're going to do and not understanding. It takes real strength to do that. So actually it's not weakness, is it? It's actually true strength to be vulnerable and to open up. And the last one in the world we're living now with ego and perfectionism is embarrassment, right? Which I think is the underlying one, because no one wants to give anything away because maybe we're scared of what everyone will think about us, when in reality no one's really thinking about you anyway. Yeah. Not in a bad way. We've all got our own shit going on. We're not living in Truman Show, are we? Where everyone's eyes are on you. I know they might be today in some capacities, but they're not. No one's really bothered if your hair's out of place a little bit or your life's gone to shit. So the minute you can open up, you're probably going to have better relationships and friendships anyway, because people know that you're a real person.
And I think also when you do realise that, look, no one's looking at you apart from yourself, and that other people are actually rooting for you. Most people in the world are good people and they want the best for you. And when you open up, particularly at these groups, you'll see that firsthand. You see that is well received and people genuinely want to help.
100%. And I think what's interesting there, and something that I really would love to share that's just come to what you're saying is that The moment we're born, we're his own worst critic. We just are, and that's just natural, right? Because everyone wants to be successful, whatever that is to people, whether it's to be a better parent, whether it's to be a better partner, whether it's to be better at your job. And in order to get better at something, you have to be critical. It's in a sporting environment. If you want to be a better runner of a ball, you want to be a better Ironman, you want to look at what could you have done better. But what enough people are for themselves is their own biggest encourager as well. And I think we expect that the world's going to clap for us all the time, where actually we should clap for ourselves more. And I'm not on about walking around arrogant, bravado. I'm talking about just actually sitting at times, as what you said earlier, and I do this, and I do this, but not necessarily maybe about Andy's Man Club in a big esoteric sense, is that actually, where am I now versus where I once was? You know, whether that be in a physical capacity, a mental capacity, as a leader, as a parent, and just taking that moment to say, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I still want to get better, but actually I'm doing all right, and having those moments. And, you know, when I mentioned about Andy's Man Club earlier, I do often think about how well it's done. But there's also differences, as I've just said, is we sit and go, we've done well tonight, we'll sit round after, we'll go back to the hotel, we'll all say how good we're that.
What next?
Tomorrow, what's next?
Yeah. Look, what is next? For the next 5 to 10 years, where do you see Andy's Man Club growing?
I don't ever answer these questions because I don't know. And that sounds really bad to answer that, and I'd just rather be honest. I just think a year ago, who would have thought that we'd be sat just outside St Paul's Cathedral doing longest conversation? What I do know is that we'll stay true for the next 5 to 10 years and beyond, is that we'll never forget why. Andy's face will always be on that wall, and we'll never forget why. And Andy is a representation now of the thousands of people that we lose every single year. That's who Andy is. You know, Andy's personal to our family, but he's also a representation of all of us. So what Andy's Man Club won't ever forget is why, so we'll always have that why. How we'll get there, we'll stay true to his values and we'll stay real and raw. What will come in 5 to 10 years, I don't know. I know that we will open more groups, we'll help more men, and we'll continue to put lots of different innovative, challenging stuff that challenges the status quo and continues to push the boundaries of what's possible. But where we will be in terms of a number of clubs or how many people, I have no idea, because life changes fast. It comes at you fast, positively and negatively. You never know what's around the corner, do you? And I think as long as, even after me, because that's got to come at some point, you know, after me, that the people who continue this mission forward, the torchbearers, as I'll call them, never forget why and continue to pass that torch in that same values that I hopefully I'm going to instill in those around us. Andy's Man Club will be in a very good place.
Absolutely. And look, I know you sort of described what it's like when you come to a group and how you're welcomed, but for anyone watching or walking past now who thinks, I really want to go, but I'm just not sure that I can make that first step, what would you say to them?
You've got to wait till you're ready, haven't you? You know, you can't force an horse to water. Someone's got to have a moment of acceptance that something's not right. But I also aren't going to sit here and say that Andy's Man Club's for everyone. It's for everyone, but not going to be for everyone, if that makes sense. For some people, getting help with your mental health might be seeing a psychologist, might be going to your GP, it might be speaking to a friend. For a lot of people out there, it's Andy's Man Club. It's all the same principle. It's wherever you feel comfortable. It's finding your tribe. For some people, it might be going to a local running club. I saw that this morning when we went out for a run, loads of people on the Thames, and I think whatever your thing is go give it a go. But don't leave this earth until you've given everything a go. That'd be my main message. Because I think too many people maybe try one thing and then they shut shop because it's not for them, rather than trying an Andy's Man Club, trying all these other resources. And we do live in a time where we've got more human resources than ever before in human history. And I think it's utilising every resource at your disposal to try and get yourself through this dark time. Because even if you've been in this dark path for 10 years, everything eventually does end. It does end. And it's just having an understanding that it will pass. You know, and there's nothing worse than someone says that to you in a moment when you are struggling, it'll pass, you're like, you don't understand. But it does, doesn't it?
It's true.
It just does. And until you've been through it and then come through it, can you then truly understand that whatever you're going through does pass?
So now, Luke, on your dark days, because we all have them, like you were saying earlier, it's inevitable. Do you feel that Andy's Man Club has helped you be better equipped to deal with your own emotions and to be gentle with yourself?
1,000,000%, and how could it not? Because it's a constant thing we're preaching at people, and you know, my way might not be going to Andy's Man Club. It'd probably be a bit more difficult for me to do so, to go there at times, and maybe open about something truly personal. But I'd probably, you know, I've got a great group of friends who it would act as a Andy's Man Club, so same principles, and we would go to a sauna and we would just talk, and we might not even be about the problems, but you know, we often are quite good at that if we're struggling with something with our own businesses, or we're struggling with relationships or family health scares or something that's going on. We will open up about that, and I think it's the same principle. We sit round, might have a coffee, or we're in a sauna, we'll open up about how we feel, we'll talk, and yeah, I think how can it not?
Luke, I hope this question is taken in the right way, but if Andy was here now, What do you think he'd say about all this?
Now, again, I'm not being awkward here, but this is where it's really an hard one, isn't it? Because if Andy were here now, this wouldn't be. And that's the conundrum in it. So it's often hard to think about that because a bit of him and they were like that, Alfie and Andy. I hope he's proud of Alfie and everything Alfie's become, and he's becoming. And
well, Luke, one thing's for sure, everybody here is so proud of you and so grateful for what you do. Please give a huge fan club co-founder Luke Ambler. Can I give you a hug? Thank you so much, Luke. Now, I don't want you to go anywhere. I want you to stay right here, and I want you all, please, to give another huge round of applause to the Ironman Europe team, Alfie Roberts, who is Andy's nephew that you mentioned there, and Johnny Mason. They're going to join us on stage to talk all things Mission Possible.
The forefront of our thoughts, and I had plenty of time off with my career, so I thought I could use that time constructively. Decided to start planning a road trip. Obviously Andy's Man Club is a club for men around the country, so I used that around the country as my sort of ethos to start the planning, and thought, well, I'll go literally around the country. I figured, you know, I love biking, I love touring, so what better way to do it than on a bike and touring, and with Andy's Man Club all over the bike, and start conversations. If you're thinking about going to an Andy's Man Club, just go, see what it's about, walk through the door. It's not an easy thing for some people to do, but once you've done it, the guys are so supportive, no judgment whatsoever, and that was the main thing that struck me when I was there, is no one judges you, everyone's there to help each other. So yeah. Visit Andy's Man Club and talk to someone, talk to anyone, and that's it really.
Super excited for him. Is like, he loves being out on the bike, and to make it something that he's really passionate about and putting it together, yeah, it's just phenomenal. The amount of people who have come up to him at like bike meets as well, taken interest in his bike, and then started that conversation flowing, that is what this is about. It isn't just about the donations, it's about getting people talking, and that's his passion, he loves it.
So I planned a route just short of 5,000 miles, which covered every coastal town I could possibly reach without using the same road in or the same road out, so it had to be a loop. Started approaching companies asking for some support and some help, and got some fantastic support from quite a few companies offering tyres and clothing and what have you. So I put the idea out on Facebook and said, listen, this is what I'm thinking about doing, on a few motorbike groups. I said, if you saw me on the side of the road without fuel or food, would you help us out? And I'd had something like, was it 5,000 or 9,000 people had seen and or commented on the post, saying, you know, absolutely, if you pass my doorstep and you're hungry, pop in for a meal, or I'd meet you at a garage and I'd fill the tank with fuel. So I thought, this is doable. So I set up a Facebook page, set up an Instagram and a Just Giving, and I think within the first month, something like 90,000 people had visited the Facebook page, and I realised that it was definitely doable. There was days where I would speak to numerous people and they'd tell me their stories, and whilst I couldn't directly relate, you know, I'd never experienced what they were experiencing, I wanted them to experience what I'm experiencing. And if I can help shed some of their weight for half an hour, 20 minutes, even if 5 minutes, you know, if I can help them talk, then, you know, it's no harm for me. I can afford a half an hour delay in my schedule around the country, you know. So yeah, it was just humbling, really humbling. I'd met so many people, heard so many stories, and between sort of the community, my employer, and various other people, we'd raised just shy of £38,000 for Andy's Man Club, which is phenomenal. Just an incredible effort by everyone. I was happy to see my wife and kids, obviously, and everyone. It was great. It was ace. But at the same time, I was going to miss what I'd just done. I was going to miss the encounters of the people that I'd been speaking to, and just the general experience. It was a really torn sort of feelings, you know, like desperate to give my wife and kids a hug, but I was also desperate to go and do it all over again. It's definitely changed me. Definitely. Definitely more conscious of the people around me. And more conscious that not everyone is living the life I'm living, and be aware of that. And saying good morning doesn't hurt, or hi. Just little gestures, I guess, to people. It's not going to hurt me, but it might just cheer them up. So I'm becoming a lot more conscious of just the little things.
I think you'll all agree, extremely powerful video. And I think back to when Emma were talking about different people doing different things, whether it's riding around the country on your bike, rowing the Atlantic, that I've seen people do stuff, to now why we're sat here with Ironman. I'm going to start with something completely controversial, saying this in front of Ironman. I hated Ironman 2 years ago. We'll call it triathlon just for purposes. I'd just finished Ironman Bolton, and it were an horrendous day. I wasn't in best of shape in general. Don't get me wrong, I loved it, but I hated it. And anyone who's done Ironman will know exactly what I'm on about. The minute you finish an Ironman, you cross over a red line, it's the best feeling you could probably ever in your life, apart from having kids. Maybe it was actually better than that. But you get over that line, it's this feeling, they say, you are an Ironman. And then instantly you regret ever doing it, because it's a horrendous feeling, nothing works. And then I remember sat there and thought, I said to my wife and my dad, and that's it, I'm never doing one again. Fast forward 2 years, right? There's now a love for Ironman because of this man, Johnny, who I'm going to introduce, because me and him sat in a Costa Coffee, and at this point I'm going to pass him to tell you how we sat here with yourselves right now.
Yeah, so that story comes about because I think I'd just completed Barcelona at the time, and then it was kind of like, what's next? So I just sat scrolling like you do, Instagram, come across a post from Ironman UK, and it was kind of like the release dates for all 5 UK Ironmans. And I just looked, and for some reason I just thought, let's go, let's do all 5, let's give it a shot. So then we rolled to a coffee shop, and I rocked up and I like to Luke, listen, I'm going to give all 5 Ironmans a go here, and I'm going to do it for ANDYSMANCLUB. And then, typical Luke, because we've done everything together before, he was like, well, I can't not do that now, can I? So fast forward, and 3 deep and 2 more to go.
And I think there were a little bit, Johnny missed a little bit out there where I was like, shit. And he was like, what's wrong? I went, that means I've got to do it, doesn't it? And I just told you all that. 2 years ago, I did Bolton, and I would debate never doing one again. Although I did secretly have Mallorca 70.3 booked that no one really knew about. So then, fast forward 24 hours in typical me fashion. I'd read Ironman's Anything Is Possible. I then rang Johnny. Well, I sent you about 400 messages. 400 messages with this idea of this thing called Mission Possible, and actually let's make it more about than Ironman. We'll do all ANDYSMANCLUB events, and we'll invite everyone else to find their possible. And then we got in touch, didn't we? Cheryl, I think that'd be a good point to bring you in.
You did. So I was familiar with ANDYSMANCLUB from a previous organisation, and I got a call from Dan Rowe, member of your leadership team, who said, Cheryl, you're now working at Ironman. We've got this amazing story about Mission Possible. Is there any way you can help us tell the story and amplify the work that we're doing? So despite the fact that I'm now living in the States, I'd followed your journey and I watched you on socials and stuff and loosely kept in touch with Dan. And I said, let me have a think about it. I'm new to the organisation, but I'm incredibly inspired and you're doing amazing things, so let me have some conversations. So probably about a month or so later, I was with Marika, my colleague, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but I said to her, we've got this situation, I've got this story that I'd love you to get involved in with the team, and one of Marika's strengths of her team and the talent we've got in the organisation is inspirational storytelling. So I said, I think there might be a nice collaboration here. So I started telling Marika about ANDYSMANCLUB, and Marika got really quite emotional and told me about a member of the team that they'd lost under tragic circumstances, and beloved friend, beloved colleague, somebody who's really missed in the organisation. And Marika said, I think this would be actually a really deep, meaningful connection with the team here in London and the work that you're doing at Andy's Man Club. And then we got involved, and Olivia, who's sat in the audience right now, she has been with her team and the wider team following all the work that you're doing. I'm going to pass on to Marika, who's going to share a little bit more about how we're helping Andy's Man Club with the Ironman Group.
Yeah, thanks guys for having us here. So that story actually really resonates. I don't know if you know the origin story of Ironman, right? With how it all started in Hawaii. But there's a little bit of a legend that goes that Ironman actually started as a bar bet between a bunch of guys who sort of said, like, let's see who's going to be the fittest. And it ended up being something just like that, where if you do it, then I have to do it. So it actually really resonates. But yeah, when Cheryl was chatting to me about Andy's Man Club and really what it's all about, it obviously really hit home for us. We lost an incredible friend and colleague in our London office in 2023. So it really meant a lot to us, and felt like it was really a perfect fit. And obviously Mission Possible, you know, Ironman's mantra is anything is possible. So for us to get involved with you guys and be able to watch you go on this incredible journey. I know that you mentioned earlier you doing all Ironman UK races and Ironman 70.3 UK races. Now you're going to upgrade it a little bit as well. And the process is just incredible. And yeah, I'm so excited about it, and I would love to know really about how did you even get into Ironman in the first place? I mean, where did it really get going?
So I think for me it was, did we do a marathon first? Yeah, I think we did 75 harder challenge, where we did basically 4 miles every 4 hours and continuously through the night, which then went on to do a marathon, and then it was like, what's next? And then we're 70.3, and then obviously after you've done a 70.3, it's kind of like, well, what do we do now? And then it were Ironman, and that's, yeah, for me that's where it was really.
And that probably starts the Mission Possible unofficially, because it were, I remember looking down in lockdown, and I were bigger than I am now. A lot bigger than I am now, about 125 kilograms. I look like a beanbag that you could have sat on. I think my daughter were actually sat on my beanbag stomach, and I'm like, something's got to change. And then we did this 75 hard challenge where you look after yourself, then into 4:40, then into a marathon, then into 70.3, and it just kept pushing the boundary of, okay, what can we do next? Then you go and do Ironman Bolton, you know, which is a legend in itself. I think probably don't get enough credit for how tough that course is. And then we did that, and then we've been on to do lots of different things, from Lanzarote to, you know, you've done Barcelona and a lot of iconic stuff in that sense. And I think what Ironman's really good at, it represents a lot of things to a lot of different people. Like, you can't cross an Ironman line just by turning up. Like, and that's like walking through a door of an Andy's Man Club, right? You've got to put a lot of work in yourself to get better. And I think the interesting thing about Ironman is you can't be 100% sane, no offense to anyone who does it, to do an Ironman, because you've got to be a little bit out there to sit on a bike and a turbo trainer and you garage for 5 hours, to run all that time, to spend all that time in your own head. You've got to spend a lot of time with yourself. So you have to learn to like yourself, which is such an interesting thing that no one talks about in Ironman. Like, when you get up at 6 a.m, there's all the nice Instagram stuff about how cool it looks with some people in the train, but actually you have to learn to love yourself and accept all your flaws, don't you? Because, you know, I could only breaststroke when I first started doing this, and I did my first 30.3 in breaststroke, and it's always a continual evolution in Ironman. And I think you alluded to something a minute ago that some people might not know about, an elevation of the challenge, and I'd like you to explain this, because an opportunity came that we now go somewhere in 2 weeks, don't we?
Yeah, you've got somewhere special to go in 2 weeks. So as part of our whole partnership, every year, right, Ironman and the team at Ironman Live and the team, we all look for these inspirational stories, the stories that really matter, the stories that resonate with anything is possible, and how we really inspire people through Ironman. Ironman is something that people do for all sorts of reasons. And my favorite part is always watching people cross the finish line, and you can actually see it happen. You can see it in their face when they cross the finish line. It's that moment that they realize, I just did this, and if I can do this, what else can I do? And we were looking at stories, chatting to Cheryl in Park City, Utah, about Andy's Man Club, and we just absolutely agreed there is just no one better to represent what Ironman is about, to represent the journey, And we are super excited to invite you guys to the Ironman World Championship in Nice, which is the biggest show you will experience in all things Ironman. It is the world's top athletes that go and participate at this race, and that is coming up in 2 weeks. So we cannot wait, and we have a special something as well for you, which we would love to invite Alfie onto the stage for. So that's a little special something for you guys.
This is amazing. Thank you. This is awesome.
So that is your vanity bib, right? So this is the amazing bib that Liv had made for you guys. You're going to be wearing the real one in 2 weeks, so I hope you're ready. I hope you've done a little bit of hill training because there's a bit of climbing involved. But luckily, you're all ready to go for the UK races, which is pretty hilly in and of itself. So, what are you guys looking forward to for Nice?
I think I'll pass this one to Johnny, but for anyone who doesn't know what an Ironman is, I think that's an interesting thing. Ironman is a 2.4 mile swim, a 112 mile bike, and as you've just said, often very hilly bike rides into a marathon, just for the fun of it. Let's run a marathon at the end. But what makes this one so much more interesting is not only are we going to fly to Nice, race Nice, come back home, 4 days later, then we're going to drive to Wales and take on what most arguably is the hardest Ironman course on the circuit, one of the best as well. So in 7 days, we're going to do 2 full Ironmans. So what I'm looking forward to most is probably when it's all done. But on a serious note, I'm looking forward to a concept I like, just soaking it all up. Soaking up before the event, soaking up during the swim, sort of bike, run, and really just enjoying all that. And what about you, Johnny?
I think I'm looking forward to, I mean, ultimately, when we set out, it was to find as possible. It was to find what's possible. And from what's gone to a 70.3, it's now turned into a full in Nice, which is a hard course, and then travel back, and then we travel to Tembet, and we go again to complete it. So for me, I think I'm looking forward to seeing what is our possible and trying to find that, as well as obviously racing with some of the best athletes in the world at Ironman that I watch week in, week out. So it'll be a great experience just to be there in amongst that, really.
Yeah, it's such an epic journey, and I'm curious to know, of the people that you've met during your journey for Ironman, because that's one of the things that people love about it, right? You get to meet all these people, you get to hear their stories, you get to hear where they come from. Has there been anybody that you've met during your journey of training, during your journey of racing, that you've been able to chat about Andy's Man Club and potentially help someone realize that it's okay to talk?
I think, and I referenced this term earlier, more about a butterfly effect. So, for example, this evening, a guy called Ironman Daniel's coming on, Daniel Lanigan, who's a bundle of energy, right? And the amount of people that he's knocked on to help. So what I've actually found is that loads of people out on course, it might be against rules this, but as you're right, they'll talk to you about it because we've got the logos on. What's that? You know, what is it? I've seen this all over. I think this is amazing. I'm going to go to a group. And I think you've had loads of conversations, but I think it's a knock-on effect of like it now becoming part of, like, for example, Tri Central. They're now putting the logo on the tops. TP Coach, they're putting logos on the tops. And it's becoming such a movement within connected to triathlon and Ironman, the connection of that and people associating with that. I think for me, it's the wide effects of it. It's the continuous conversation, which is, for me, just phenomenal.
Yeah, I think the personal stories get me. So you spend a lot of time training on bike. We've met a lot of people and gone out on bikes and to hear their stories, to really, you know, people from all different walks of life, and they'll just open up and tell you. And I find it really fascinating, you know, and that's what really hits home for me on them long rides, and they'll really open up, and yeah.
And you've done a number of them so far. What was your most impactful moment that you've had on an Ironman course so far? Because, you know, there's finish line and then there's that swim start moment. Which one stands out the most for you so far?
That we've done so far.
You've done so far, yeah.
So I think it has to be Leeds for me. I think the support, the people that showed up out in Leeds, I think we spoke about it earlier when there were a section on the course where Tri Central had put theirs up, Andy's Man Club had put their gazebo up, and everybody just running past. It was just a surreal moment when you realise that this is really helping people, and, you know, how many people come out in support. And there were a hill just before it, and you know, on this hill you're running, you're thinking, as soon as I turn this corner now, there's no stopping, because all these people are out here to support Andy's Man Club, to support everything, support triathlon in the whole, and, you know, it's really good to see that. Yeah, that for me.
Mine's a bit of a weird one. Mine were mid having a wee at one of aid stations, we're having a wee. And a bloke starts talking to me. Right, good-looking lad in great condition. I've seen him at Ironmans before, and he's a phenomenal athlete. But I just don't know where he was at then. He's like, "Min, what are you doing, Luke?" And I'm like, "I'm still waiting. You what, mate?" And he's like, "I followed what you're doing. It's absolutely inspiring." And it was like that knock-on effect. And it's in middle of Leeds, our home city, in essence, with all that atmosphere going on. It were honestly like a festival. Anyone who's not done an Ironman, if you ever want to do one, Leeds, and I'm not just trying to sell that to people, but wow, the electric feeling of up in round there with people shouting your name, my kids there and everyone there, and it was just phenomenal.
Amazing. So we're being given signals to wrap. So we'll wrap by saying we can't wait to have you in Nice, followed by Wales closely afterwards. Thank you for having us, and good luck with the rest of the day and the 12 hours or maybe now 11 hours conversation.
And I think from both of us and everyone at Andy's Club, thank you for Ironman's backing, and I hope that this is a continuation of a long-term partnership, because Andy's representation of everyone and your amazing colleague, to us represents what we try to do as well. So let's keep banging that drum for him and his loved ones and all yous as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Huge round of applause for Luke Ambler, Ironman Europe, Alfie and Johnny. Where have Alfie and Johnny gone? Where are they? Are you up? You're all right. You okay? Are you up, lads? Thank you so much, everybody who has joined us here in person and online for the longest conversation. We are here for a full 12 hours. We have got some incredible guests coming up with some very inspirational stories. Like I said earlier, if you've got any questions, if you're watching online at home, do feel free to put them in the comments. And if we can, we will ask our guests your questions. And just a reminder as well, for anybody walking by who might not have heard of Andy's Man Club or hasn't attended a group, it is a free-to-attend peer-to-peer support group for men aged 18 plus across the UK. Just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk to find your nearest group. Okay, it is time to introduce our first official guest of the day, a psychotherapist, best-selling author, and popular mental health content creator known for his warm, relatable approach to talking about mental health. Please give a very warm welcome to Joshua Fletcher, aka Anxiety Josh. Woo woo!
Hello.
Josh, it is an absolute joy to have you on the Andy's Man Club sofa. Thank you for joining us here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a lot of northern voices.
Oh, we love it. We love it. Shout out, any northerners? Yes.
We slept here last night.
Yeah. I also think this is the only time that southerners have been outnumbered here. It's very impressive. Look, we're starting the day asking everyone the important question. How are you, Josh?
I'm all right. I'm a bit anxious. It's a bit weird sitting in the public square and talking about sensitive subjects, but that's the whole point. I'm an anxiety therapist, and one of the things I often tell people is learn how to be anxious. Be okay with being anxious. We're in the age of self-optimization now, aren't we? Where if you're anxious or depressed or something, it's because you've done something wrong. You've not sorted out your gut biome, or you've not done this certain thing. And I'm of the approach of, if you're anxious, that's all right. You're not doing anything wrong. Let the intrusive thoughts be there. If you're on the verge of a panic attack, that's okay. I'll join you. And if you have self-doubt, that's okay. It's part of the rationalization process. It stops you from being a knob. So, yeah, there we go. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. How do you sit with that anxiety in a situation like this, Josh? Because I think a lot of us would be guilty for perceiving you as actually quite confident. You're on stage, you're talking, you're funny. How do you sit with that anxiety and do it anyway?
A lot of it's practice. So people, to get confident, it's like applying and repetition. You're supposed to be scared. I'm scared now. I'm having intrusive thoughts that I'm going to say something mad or just do something out of control and weird. But it's fine. I'll let it be there. I have OCD as well, so I often get intrusive thoughts about just doing something outrageous. That's just an uncertainty I have to live with. Yeah, it just comes with practice. There's a difference between performing. I'm confident at like talking in front of people, but it doesn't mean I'm like this all the time. I think someone's broke into your car.
Yeah, that's an alarm, not an intrusive thought.
Okay.
But Josh, just take us right back, you know, to young Josh, because you yourself, we spoke earlier with Luke about grief and the impact that it can have on people. That's something that you experienced greatly when you were younger. Can you just take us right back to young Josh and where this all started?
Yeah, so grief has a big role in what I do today. I became a psychotherapist, actually, and prance around on social media and things like that, and an author and stuff. That all started when I had a nervous breakdown in my young 20s. I was looking after my little brother. He was 14 at the time, and he had terminal cancer, and I was his primary carer, along with my mum. And I was working in a pupil referral unit, which is a school for kids who can't access mainstream. So I had a very stressful job in the day, and then looking after my brother who was effectively dying at night. And I kept doing that for months, and then lo and behold, one morning, I was having a cup of tea at work, and I looked up, and I experienced something called dissociation, or DPDR. If anyone's ever felt dissociated, it's where, you know, or derealization, that's what happened. I had no idea what was going on. I thought I'd lost my mind. And that was followed by panic attacks, agoraphobia, constant rumination, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep for months, couldn't leave the house for a while. I went to get help for it, and I felt like the help wasn't great. What I'd realized is I developed an anxiety disorder. And so I went to learn about it. I finally found the right help. My hero, Dr. Claire Weeks, some really good books out there on it, and some proper education. And then therapy, so like good therapy, a mixture of grief therapy and CBT. Then I got better again, and I managed to look after my brother again. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore, but it's part of what I do today. Then after that stopped, I thought, well, what do I want to do in my life? Life is short, life is finite, you know. So I went back to uni, started to be a therapist, and here I am now, sat in a stiff breeze in the middle of yeah, grief was a big part of that. It still is now. If you're grieving, it's okay. You don't get rid of it. It just stays with you. Don't try and get rid of it. Don't try and drink it away like I did many years ago. Just let it be there. It's okay. It's beautiful in some contexts as well.
It's such an admirable and honest message that you put out there about grief and about anxiety, about the sitting with it, Josh. But that must have taken you a long time and a lot of help and self-realization to get to that point.
Yeah, I think it's the best thing you can offer someone with anxiety, particularly chronic anxiety, is being seen and feeling hopeful. The most powerful emotion I had, and I'm sure this happens in a lot of meetings, like Andy's Man Club meetings and therapy rooms around the country and stuff like that. Feeling seen is incredibly powerful. So when you feel really isolated and you're the one with your unsavory thoughts and feelings and frustrations, and someone kind of sees that, it's a really powerful feeling. I had that first feeling when I was reading like Dr. Claire Weeks' books and stuff like that, and I try to replicate it in the stuff that I do. Feeling seen is so powerful. It's not fixing, it's not taking stuff away, it's just existing in a space with someone. I think that's so powerful. That's why I love stuff like this. And I try and incorporate it in everything I do, whether it's, you know, chatting to friends, being in the practice, or, you know, sat on stage like this, or prancing around on social media. I do it to help people feel seen.
I want to talk about your social media shortly, but just on that, you know, if there is a friend, a family member, colleague that has recognized that somebody has anxiety, how would you recommend they work with them? How do they make them feel seen and safe?
But first of all, I just listen. You know, everyone wants to fix, don't they? You know, I remember telling my dad once when I was anxious, and he kind of approached that like he was trying to fix his XR2. He's like, oh, what do we do? And it's like, well, just stop. You don't have to fix. A lot of people think that when someone opens up, that's then your responsibility to fix. No, it's not. You know, just listen. You know, that's why I'm a therapist. 95% of it is listening. which is great because I'm lazy as hell. What, do I have to just sit there and listen? You know, I don't have to do anything. So that's really good. And then do it with them. Empower them to get to somewhere. If you're around people that are supportive and compassionate, that's great, and you're lucky. But not everyone is surrounded by people that are supportive and compassionate. You know, your partner might be a knob. Your parents might be not compassionate. You might be lonely. That's okay. We're in the real world, you know. But know that at some point there's got to be compassion. If you can get that from other people and have that respect, that's great. But even if you're on your own, you can still do it. It's just a bit trickier.
Through your own work, how much of an impact have you seen that make on the people that you work with, Josh? That ability to just sit with them and listen?
Yeah, and I see it a lot, and I love it. My favorite part of working with anxious people is seeing. This is going to sound cheesy. This is like it's like the Christmas movie channel, but it's when seeing on the eyes of someone who never believed they could do something because of they're anxious, and the moment that they do it, or suddenly believe that they can do it, it's really good. It's a feeling that never gets old, and you work with that person to make them believe that they can do it. Not like, I'm not coaching them like, you know, like you go do this and 10 more. It's seeing them unpick all the pieces to realize that they, one, were the coping mechanism the whole time. They've always coped with anxiety the whole time, or life's tribulations. That's another thing I do like to remind people too as well. A lot of people who think that they're not very good at coping with stuff, just for a moment this morning, just take a second to reflect on the fact that, you know, you've coped with literally everything you've been through up until this moment of listening to this Muppet. It's really quite profound, and yet a lot of us have this internal critic saying, oh, you're not good enough, you haven't done that right. You know, it's like, nah, just start with that. And yeah, just seeing people be kinder to themselves, not always just default to them being in the wrong. Don't get me wrong, have accountability if you've messed up, you know, that's fine. But like in general, just seeing that balance, and that's so essential, particularly for the anxious people out there. It's so essential as a base to getting better.
Is that something that you do yourself?
Do as I say, not as I do. I still have a raging internal critic. It's a lot quieter now. I actually sat and I did a bit of journaling last night. I don't journal every night. I don't do pigeon pose every morning. I don't eat thrice fermented kimchi to look after myself. I'm a very normal person, in air quotes. But last night I did journal because there was a lot of chatter in my head. And I journaled till about 2 a.m., even though I read that Matt Walker book about how sleep's important. I was like, this is more important. And it was really nice. And I was like, just be kind to yourself. And I was like, okay. And it worked, and actually got a better quality 4 hours sleep than I would have done forcing 9 hours sleep, because that's better for me.
I mean, writing is something that you do and have done a lot for a long time now. When was it that you first put pen to paper and thought, I need to get this down and I believe this can help other people?
It was not long after I lost my brother, actually. Yeah, I only got like a C. No, I got a B in GCSE English. So don't assume I've been to creative writing school and all that. No, I'm good at telling stories, or as my friends like to say, he's good at talking shit and embellishing the truth. But I like telling stories. I like plot, and I like engaging with things like that. And so I just started to write like I was talking. Minus the ums, and one things like that. And yeah, it came together. And I thought, hold on, there's something I really want to say here. And that's what my process was, yeah.
Well, look, Josh, I've read one of your books and found it hugely beneficial. But for anybody sat here or watching online who hasn't, tell us more about what the books are and how they can help people.
Yeah, so my latest book is called And How Does That Make You Feel? I've never actually said that as a therapist, by the way. I used it to say it to Rick, and I never say it in the book. If you're a fan of Inside Out, the Disney Pixar movie, it's just the adult version of that.
Oh, that made me cry.
Yeah, and hopefully this. I'm a bit of a sadist. I want to make you laugh and cry, and that's sort of. And it just basically tells you what your therapist is thinking. They're human too. I work with all different anxiety disorders in it. I show you how I work with anxiety, and I open up a lot about my personal life as well. Because therapists do a lot of that, don't they? They're like, divulge your traumas within 50 minutes. And I was like, I don't do this obviously in the therapy room, but I wanted to show people I'm willing to do it too, and not just dress like a geography teacher and, you know, psychoanalyze you all day. And so, yeah, that's what it's about. It's just a mixture of all that. If you like laughing, crying, or most importantly, if you're nosy, give it a go.
But have you found that sharing your story and putting pen to paper and talking about your feelings and being really vulnerable has helped you feel stronger?
Yeah, I don't really care about... Don't get me wrong, I'm selective with my vulnerabilities. We're all entitled to having personal things to us, but like I once live streamed a panic attack years ago to show you what it's actually like, and I don't mind showing that. I have no shame around that. I didn't feel any less of a man. I was like, whoa, I'm showing you me going through what is probably 2 weeks worth of adrenaline in 5 minutes in the middle of Asda, and it was really quite an experience. Just to show you, look, you know, it's not as bad as what your brain thinks it's going to be. Yeah, I do. I selected with the vulnerability. Obviously, I've got private things that just stay with me, but like I show. We often say, you know, we need to talk more about mental health, and that's what we're doing today, all day today. But in general, it's more like how. So I just show people, well, if you're willing to be vulnerable, it's easier to speak and communicate.
Absolutely. And that was a theme as well when we were chatting to Luke Ambler, the co-founder of Andy's Man Club earlier, that vulnerability can create very safe spaces for everybody. And actually, it's true strength. And you've taken that vulnerability and become a psychotherapist, an author, and also a podcast host, Josh. Which role do you feel most at home in?
All of them. I really enjoy doing the podcasting because my other podcast is a previous sufferer of anxiety, and so we bring a light approach to that. I don't know. I think I'm elements of myself in them all, and I'm really lucky to have a job that I could do where I can do that. And a lot of people don't. Yeah, I just feel comfortable doing that. That's all right in all of them.
And you said, you know, you can be selective in your vulnerability. How do you sort of balance that? How do you balance, you know, being open and showing those really deep parts of yourself, but also preserving parts of you that you feel you want to keep private?
That's a really good question. Using your intuition sometimes. I think I just want some things kept to me for me. That's just me. So conversations, reflections on grief and myself, not out of shame, just that's mine. I'm entitled to having stuff inside, that's all right. But for other things like vulnerabilities, I talk about grief because everyone goes through grief. I mean, you're lucky if you never go through grief. I don't even know how that works. But yeah, in general, there's that. And so I talk about that. 1 in 5 people will get an anxiety disorder, so I'll happily talk about that. That's like 1/5 of this square, you know, whether it's someone walking to work, the guy who just gave me side eye, or just that group over there. I talk about that because it's so common, but then there's just other things that are just subjective to me, and I will either save it from my therapist or a trusted loved one. And that's, yeah, I just use my intuition for that, and that's okay, that's your right.
You know, your books have been hugely popular, Josh. What is the best bit of feedback or something that someone said that made you think, yeah, I've made a difference here? Yeah,
so there's a lad called Barry on Goodreads, and he gave it 1 star. He said I wouldn't use this to balance my coffee table. Really affected his life.
Shout out, Barry.
Yeah, get up, Barry. It's okay to talk, Barry. No need, mate. Really annoyed me. Started going after my haircut and everything. It's just a book.
How rude. But what has been the genuine, because I've told you, your book has benefited me and people that I know. My brother's sat there and it's benefited him as well. But you must have had so much feedback from people who've said, this has been life-changing.
Yeah, some of the best feedback I get from fellow therapists because it's allowed them to feel human. I think a lot of therapists themselves, and this is what people don't get about talking about mental health, don't assume your therapist has got everything worked out. They've not. They wouldn't be therapists otherwise. And that's okay, and they're just as vulnerable, and they're just as human. And a lot of people read like, the latest book, and they're like, that gave me permission to be a human therapist. I was like, yeah, if people don't want a human therapist, they'll become compulsively addicted to ChatGPT and feed all of their deepest vulnerabilities to it at 2 a.m. Be wary if you do that, because it saves all your data. But in general, you can speak to a human being. It's all right. Some of the best conversations you'll have is with two human, vulnerable people sometimes. And don't forget that. It's really important. Yeah.
You've got a book coming out. Is it next year, I believe?
Yeah, it's a follow-up. Yeah.
What's that going to be about? Tell us.
So that's going to be called Same Time Next Week. And it's going to be a celebration of what happens in between the gaps of things. Why you must have gaps in between therapy, and the death of delayed gratification where everything is instant. And I go on a really long rant about missing going to Blockbuster and renting games because that whole process was so lovely. Everything's instant now. Yeah, yeah. And everyone's brain's being fried. We're having dopamine burnout, smartphone burnout, content burnout, and our brains can't handle it. And we just constantly want everything instant, and we don't get that delayed dopamine rush of things. It's a real problem, and it's a commentary on that, and then some nonsense about what's happening in my life. So yeah,
it sounds fascinating. I'll be reading it. Josh, if you could go back in time to that young Josh who's pottering around Blockbuster, what would you say to him?
You're not allowed to rent that one. It's 18. It's not appropriate. I'd say, the one in Blockbuster, I'd say, just keep going, you're doing all right. Don't be ashamed. I grew up really poor. So it was only when my grandma came we could go to Blockbuster. I was dead ashamed of like my family being poor. Like we didn't have wallpaper and stuff. And I'd say, don't do that. If anything, you can use it when you're older as an advantage when you're pitching your book. But that's it. No, I'd say, don't be ashamed. It's okay. And also, you'll keep your hair and all your bullies will lose it at 25.
Yes, that's a win in itself. And what would you say to anybody who is maybe sat here now or watching online, who's feeling overwhelming anxiety and they don't know what to do with it?
Okay, that's a good question. If you're anxious now, even online, just know that, okay, your brain's in threat mode. You've got adrenaline and cortisol on board. You don't need to know why. Maybe you're stressed. Maybe it happens every morning. Maybe it's on because you're afraid of the threat mode itself. Anyone get anxious about being anxious? That was me for years. So you don't need to know why. You don't need the quick fixes. You don't need some inspirational speech from Mel Robbins telling you it's something to do with your childhood. Just be in the moment. That's adrenaline and cortisol. So my brain is going to race. I am going to feel a bit odd. I am going to have some strange physical symptoms. That's all right. But now this thrives on my attention. What would non-anxious me be doing? And it's a compassionate response to teach my brain that this anxiety isn't needed, and then it will start to come down. If you go inwards and start ruminating, trying to problem solve, in that anxious state, you just thank the threat response for being on. And that's one of the most important things I say to people with anxiety. We're in this instant fix culture. Here's 5 things to regulate your nervous system and all this stuff that has no empirical evidence, by the way. It's just, it will pass. Your body cannot maintain that level of adrenaline and cortisol. You're just going to have to, the word that I use is willful tolerance. If there was a way to get rid of anxiety with a click of a finger, we'd all be doing it. But also, if that was possible, we wouldn't have evolved to where we are now. I could rant about that all day, but I'd say that. Let it be there. It's okay. The racing thoughts are normal. You're normal. The symptoms are completely normal. And when it passes, give yourself a pat on the back, because that's your tolerance skills, and you've rewired the brain.
That's incredible advice. Thank you, Josh. Look, we've got 2 more questions, and these are Andy's Man Club questions. First up, who is someone that you've always looked up to?
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, we've put you on the spot there, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, my hero is, he's not here anymore. My hero is Alan Turing. But who's someone around now? Who do I look up to now? No one specific. I don't really put people on the individuals because I like to, I don't know. Can I do a cop-out and say everyone here today? Because
Yes.
I do love this.
Everyone here today, yes.
In fact, I had a lovely conversation with the team up there in the green room, and it's really nice just to be in a room full of blokes, just all together talking about that and feeling like they are, and I love that because I'm not used to it. Yeah, I don't know, just stuff like this. I look up to it. There's no individual. I also look up to Bruno Guimaraes from Newcastle because I'm a Newcastle fan.
Oh, I'm a Leeds fan. We're playing you at the weekend.
Well, there's some things worse than anxiety disorders and depression.
Look, final question, Josh. A bit of a rogue one, this one. But this is because Andy's Man Club are inundated with Kit Kats. So if you ever do attend one of their meets, you are guaranteed to get a Kit Kat. How do you eat yours?
I take a bite out of it and then return it to the child I stole it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anxiety Josh!
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you absolute hero. Honestly, I could tell everyone enjoyed that just as much as me. Thank you so much to Josh Fletcher. Just a reminder to everybody here in Paternoster Square and online, we are here for 12 hours for the longest conversation with Andy's Man Club. We have got some incredible guests coming up, so please do stick with us. And like I said earlier, any questions, any comments, if you are watching live, feel free to put them in, and if we can, we'll do our best to answer them. A reminder as well for anyone walking past who might not have heard about Andy's Man Club, it is a free-to-attend peer-to-peer support group for men aged 18 plus. Just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk to find out more. Now then, we have a very exciting performance for you next. She is a world-renowned saxophonist, celebrated for her exciting performances and unique blend of live saxophone. She's entertained audiences across Europe, from the Monaco Grand Prix to Glastonbury Festival. And today she joins us here at The Longest Conversation. So please, a very warm welcome, the amazing Ellie Sachs! Woohoo!
Boys don't cry. Boys keep it all inside. I tried to hide it underneath. Still my heart starts to beat. My human heart only got a human heart. I wish it didn't run away. I wish it didn't fall apart. Oh, my human heart. Night and day, light and dawn. Anything could be torn in half. Only got a human heart.
Heart breaks
get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't see. Stuck in river. And the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love something it goes to waste. Could it be lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Lights will guide you home.
The incredible Ellie Stacks! Give her another one, she deserves it. Woo! You are amazing. Thank you so much, Ellie. I don't think I have ever danced to the saxophone with a cup of coffee in my hand. That was a first, and it was fantastic. And I tell you what, you certainly got everybody going here at Paternoster Square, so thank you so much. Shout out to everybody online as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we have a very special guest coming up next, the founder of the Jordan Legacy, CIC. It was created in memory of his son Jordan, who he tragically lost to suicide in 2019. Please give a very warm welcome to Steve Phillip. Steve, it is an absolute pleasure to have you with us. You look very smart, by the way.
I thought I'd make it. It was either going to be a hoodie or it was going to be smart. And someone told me the sun was going to shine today.
It is. We're holding out hope. It will come, Steve.
Yeah,
but also,
should have worn the hoodie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're showing us all up. You look lovely. We're starting each conversation with just asking our guests how they are personally. How are you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm really good, really excited to be here today. I'm just literally 48 hours having returned from holiday. And on the
Where'd you
plane-
go? Anywhere nice?
Yeah, I'm fortunate I have a really beautiful French wife, and she has two sisters. One who lives in Paris, and the other one lives in the south of France. So we've just
The
done the south
dream.
of France.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so
And you're feeling refreshed?
yeah, I think ready.
Well, I apologise that you've come back home to this British weather. But let's talk about the Jordan legacy. What is it and where did it all start, Steve?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, just for a bit of context, I worked in consultancy, I ran my own consultancy practice, coaching and speaking on the subject of social media. And on December the 4th of 2019, I was delivering a Facebook workshop to an organisation in the West Midlands, and just about to get in my car to come back home and received a call that essentially changed my life. And it came from Jordan's girlfriend, Charlotte, and she told me she'd come home to his house in Horsforth, just outside Leeds, and discovered Jordan had taken his own life. And as I say, everything in my world as I knew it changed at that moment, really.
What was that moment like? I'm sorry to take you back there, Steve, but look, it's a relatable story, unfortunately, as you know from your work through the Jordan legacy. What was that moment like, that earth-shattering moment when everything changed?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about it a lot. It's what I do now through the Jordan legacy. And I think when initially you received that news, I remember the call was logged at 2 minutes. With Charlotte, I remember about the first 20 seconds, those opening words, and that was about it. So there are no words to describe it, really. You're just stunned. You know, you're faced with a 3-hour drive back home. The company took me into a medical room to look after me. They even offered to have a driver come back with me and take me back home. But my reaction was, how can I have some poor sod sit next to me for the next 3 hours where I've got to make the calls and deal with it however I'm going to deal with it on hands-free. So I drove back and just remember coming off the A1 at Wetherby to head back home towards Harrogate and just wondering whether I should just carry on driving, really, and just keep going. But anyway, we came back and here we are now, really.
How did you change and how have you changed since then?
It's been really interesting. I had quite a period of time, some months really, of definitely suffering with some experience of PTSD and trauma. Within weeks, were in COVID, so I had to take a step back from kind of life as it was, as we all did at that time. And that was interesting because it gave me that time to kind of reflect and say, what do I want to do now? And very quickly, I came to a conclusion that I wasn't going to go back to consultancy or business or do anything like that. And I needed to make some sense as to what had happened. My knowledge of mental health, I have to say, despite Jordan being diagnosed with clinical anxiety and depression 4.5 years before his death, my understanding of these subjects was minimal, really very, very poor. So I was on a quest over the next few months to read, to speak to people. And as I started to reach out to my network and talk about it, it was very clear that this was a subject that hadn't just affected me, it had affected a lot of people. And I think within the following weeks, a decision was formed in my mind that I was going to do something very different.
And tell us what that was.
And that was to form the Jordan Legacy. We formed the Jordan Legacy in August 2020, so literally 8 months later. I believe that I had that idea about the Jordan Legacy around that time, but when I look back at my journals, in fact, the name the Jordan Legacy was being written down in my journal in January of 2020. So I'd obviously made a decision fairly soon that I was going to do something. And as I say, in August the 1st of 2020, we founded the Jordan Legacy. And our mission is really to collaborate and partner and work with others to look at how we can move towards what we would call a zero suicide society, which doesn't mean we can prevent all suicides, because we can't. But by our definition, it's a society that's willing and able to do all it can to prevent all preventable suicides.
And for anyone watching and listening now, Steve, what is it that you do to encourage and to spread that message and to try and help people?
Yeah, my days are pretty busy, really, from delivering talks, coming to events like this, delivering talks to organisations and schools. I know we're going to talk a little bit about this. Back in 2021, was one of the original co-founders of the Baton of Hope, which I then passed the baton to Mike McCarthy, my good friend, who's done an amazing job with it since. And we've run our own radio show called Jordan Space for a couple of years, and now a podcast called Happier Me. We've published reports on suicide prevention, met with government. What haven't we kind of done during the last 5 years? It's just been a whirlwind, and we're now looking at a really big initiative, a collaborative initiative, where we're looking to pull really everyone together in this space to allow those voices that are typically not heard to be heard, and we're calling that initiative One Voice, One Hope.
Can you tell us more about that, how that's going to work?
Yeah, again, it's another one of these wild ideas that you have. But I think it was last year when I was having more and more conversations with people that have been bereaved by suicide or impacted by suicide, who were trying their best to make a difference out of their own experience, but on their own. Most were struggling to raise funds. Most were struggling just generally. And I thought, why aren't we collaborating more? Why aren't we pulling all these people together in one room?
There's power in numbers.
Yeah, and work together. So One Voice, One Hope is a national network, a framework, based on a report we published called Moving Towards a Zero Suicide Society, and all the different pieces of the puzzle, from education to online safety to workplace suicide prevention to getting the government involved, getting all those pieces of the puzzle, and anyone who's involved with any of those pieces to come together and work collaboratively to look at real practical solutions to getting the numbers down. Emma, you'll know these stats. We lose 7,000 plus men, women and children every single year to suicide. Those numbers have not moved downward significantly in over 17 years now. So whatever we've been doing so far has stemmed the tide. So we are saving lives, everybody, but what we're not doing is reversing the trend, and we need to do that.
Steve, since that life-changing and heartbreaking day back in 2019, what kind of change have you seen from an individual perspective when you've met with people that you've helped?
I kind of go right back to that first day when I thought this was only happening to me, naively, and then suddenly there was this world of other people that were being impacted by suicide. You know, for each death by suicide, it impacts on average 135 other people. So if you take the 7,000 plus deaths, that's 945,000 people every single year impacted by suicide. It's costing the UK economy some £10 billion. What have I seen? I've just seen an ever-growing, sadly, amazing group of people out there who want to make a difference, who want to work collaboratively. I think we've seen some progress with government. We've seen the Online Harms Act come into place, but I know people like Ian Russell really well who are just saying it's still not good enough. The government are still not doing enough. They're not investing enough. If it is costing our economy £10 billion, why aren't we using a good chunk of that money to invest in real proper national strategic campaigns to get suicide numbers?
We have to talk about the reality of that, Steve, and what that looks like. And from you, who is so experienced in that space, tell us what that looks like practically. What if somebody said to you, you know, we can slash the numbers by half in 5 years? How do we do that?
I think firstly, it's having a real activated suicide prevention public, an educated and activated public, so that everyone gets educated about the risks. It's not going to happen to everybody, but it can happen to anyone. So first of all, we all have a duty to look after each other and get educated about this. I think we need a national suicide prevention office in place. We've had token ministers. The last time we had a real suicide prevention minister was in Theresa May's government. We've had a few prime ministers since then, obviously, but that was the last time we had a dedicated suicide prevention minister. But we need a national suicide prevention office that filters into local partnerships at government level and a real strategy with practical actions. I mean, it's now almost 3 years since the last 5-year plan was announced by the government. I've yet to see any practical actions come out of that, which certainly not been shared with us. So, yeah, we need Everyone is doing the work now to continue and to collaborate, and we need the government to really come on board and recognise, if we're losing 200 school kids to suicide, and that's just the recorded numbers of age 10 and above. I know children as young as 6 taking their own lives. We've got to do better, really got to do better.
If Jordan was here now, what do you think he'd say about all the hard work that you've done, Steve?
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw that question in the lineup to today, and I thought it'd be really interesting.
I think he'd be very proud of you.
Yeah, I was trying to get those words out, actually. I hope he'd be proud, and I'm sure he would be proud. From my point of view, I just kind of wish I'd known more. I wish I wasn't sitting here, really. And, I wish I'd known more before. And I could have had the kind of conversations that the likes of Andy's Man Club are having, and what Luke's established here is just phenomenal. I wish I'd known more about that.
Yeah, it echoes the importance of these groups, doesn't it? That can help when men can sit together, talk honestly with each other. It's amazing what can happen, isn't it? You'll have seen that in your work.
Oh, definitely. The conversation is so important. And I was chatting with a couple of guys. Chris, who's over there, he's just moved back from Dubai to London, having lived out there for 12 years. Chris was a guest on our radio show. I know you won't mind me saying he's a suicide survivor. He shouldn't be here, but for interventions, he is. And one of the great things about the conversation with Andy's Man Club is the hashtag It's Okay to Talk. But I've taken an extra step with that and said, what if you don't feel like you can talk? Is there another hashtag we could use? And I just went online and looked at the hashtag It's Okay to Ask. Yeah. For us to reach in and ask, are you thinking of ending your own life? And you will not plant the seed in someone's mind. That's a complete myth. Nobody was using that hashtag. Anyway, I couldn't believe it. So we've nicked it. I don't think I can copyright it, but we've nicked it. And we're going to use it for now. But yeah, it's okay to talk, but it's okay to ask as well and reach in.
And have you seen firsthand the benefits of asking? Have you employed that yourself?
Oh, without question. I don't record all these. Sometimes I think maybe I should have a little note of the conversations that I've had online. But it's every so often those LinkedIn messages or an email that I'll get, say, you don't know me, but your story either saved my life or saved a family member's life, or somebody. And that's the measure for me, that we are making a difference. You don't always hear about it, but when you do, it's really, really special.
I want to end on a very pertinent question, Steve. What is your favourite memory that you have of Jordan?
Oh, gosh. I think he was a really good basketball player. Really good basketball player as a teenager. We lived in Canada for several years. And when we came back to the UK, we used to play a lot of one-on-one hoops together at the local leisure centre there. And I think, I really enjoyed that time together. Probably there are many, many special moments. One final one in Leeds was only a matter of a couple of months before he died that we both went to watch our favourite band at Leeds Academy, which was Hootie and the Blowfish. Any Hootie and the Blowfish fans? You go, who? Okay.
I thought we had one over there.
I thought we did for a moment, yeah. And that was pretty special because they came over to the UK and, we had a really great evening in that October. Yeah.
Steve, thank you so much for all of your hard work and your dedication. Yeah. Steve Phillip of the Jordan Legacy CIC, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Can I give you a hug? Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you. And thank you, everybody who is joining us here today live at Paternoster Square, and also everybody watching online. We are here for 12 hours. We started at 9 a.m. this morning. We'll be going right the way through to 9 p.m. We have so many inspirational guests joining us. So if you can, duck in and out, come back whenever you want. We have got so much going on, and we truly want you to feel like you are a part of it. For anyone walking by who hasn't heard of Andy's Man Club, it is a peer-to-peer group that is free to attend for anybody aged 18 plus. Just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk and you can find out more. Okay then. Farming is at the heart of our country, but the mental health of farmers is under huge pressure, with rates of poor mental health nearly 50% higher than in other jobs. We Are Farming Minds aims to change that, and they want to make sure that nobody in farming suffers in silence. So please give a very warm welcome to Martin Williams from We Are Farming Minds. Hi, Martin. Can I give you a hug? Lovely to meet you. Take a seat.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to ask you the same question you might have heard us ask our other guest, Martin. How are you?
Yeah, well, as good as I can be, I suppose, talking to a Leeds fan, but yeah, no, I'm all good, thank you.
Not the first time I've heard that today.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably hear it a bit more as well, yeah. So, yeah, no, the sun's come out, so yeah, it's nice to be here, and yeah, I'm feeling okay, actually. So, a bit nervous, but...
You'll be fine. You'll be well looked after, I promise. We've got a good crowd, haven't we, everyone? Everybody is on your side here.
Good job.
Just tell us, what is We Are Farming Minds, Mark?
So, We Are Farming Minds is a registered charity. We're based in Herefordshire. It was set up by Sam and Emily Stables, who are a Herefordshire farming couple, and it was set up after Sam's own personal struggles with poor mental health. Yeah, so we run a lot of different services. We have a 24/7 support line, which is fully run by a team of dedicated, specially trained volunteers. And then we also offer fully funded private counselling sessions for anyone in requirement of them. And we actually did 96 counselling referrals in 2024 alone. So, yeah, that's quite a big thing for us. We're also running a lot of social events, and we actually do dedicated farming mental health training workshops as well, which we managed to get 138 people through last year. So that's another good thing we're doing at the moment. And we also run a lot of social events. So we do one project which we call 1 Foot in the Grain, which is for veteran and retired farmers. And it's basically, we sort of take them out for an afternoon, whether it be a farm tour, open garden. They're actually going to the Morgan Car Factory this month. And it's just to get the older generation out and mixing with like-minded, similar age people. And we put some tea and coffee on for them, a bit of food, and just get them out to have a chat together. We also run the Women Witch Farm project, which is for the ladies and wives of the farming community, and we take them out for a free afternoon. They recently did a clay pigeon shoot, or they might have a pampering afternoon, and it's just to get the ladies off the farm as well, because they're under a lot of pressure. And then we have our Men in Agriculture project, which is sort of something I'm quite involved in, and that's we run 4 evenings through the winter months, because the winter's notoriously hard for farmers. It's dark nights, like wet days, and there's a lot going on. They're under a lot of pressure to get the animals fed and looked after. So we just put on 4 nights, whether it be a comedy night, guest speakers. We always provide them with a hot meal, and it's just an excuse to get them out and mixing with other farmers and having a chat. And then my main thing at the moment, so I sort of deal with the young farmers for the charity mainly. We've teamed up with the City of Hereford Boxing Academy, who we actually teamed up with earlier in the year. And a group of us, we actually trained. I've never boxed before, didn't have a clue anything about it. We trained for 3 months and actually put on a boxing show. So we had 12 bouts, and yeah, we had 500 tickets, which sold out in 4 hours. And we ended up raising about £44,000 for the charity through that. So that was pretty amazing, really, and good thing to be part of. I'd like to say that I knocked the other guy out in 30 seconds, but I ended up dislocating my shoulder.
Oh, no. Are you okay now?
Yeah, I'm all good now, yeah. So, yeah, that didn't quite go to plan. But, yeah, we've teamed up with them again, and we're taking them around the Young Farmers Clubs, which is sort of basically like a social club for young farmers aged 10 to 30. And we've got 15 young farmers clubs in Herefordshire alone, and we're just taking the coaches out to them, doing some boxing sessions with them, just getting them up and active and getting them opening up conversations about mental health in agriculture. And if we can break into them at that younger age, I think that's a very positive thing.
Martin, you are doing so much to benefit all your fellow farmers. The common theme here is that it involves socialising, mixing with each other. And I know that in farming, isolation is such a huge issue and such a cause for the depression.
Yeah, isolation is a massive thing. So I think if we can get the farmers socialising, get them out and about, that's a good thing. And yeah, so a recent survey showed that 36% of farmers in the UK are either possibly or probably depressed, with on average 1 farmer a week taking their own life currently. So, when you consider how many people work in farming across the whole population, these are absolutely massive numbers, which we need to all work together to try and bring down. which is where we're hopefully coming in and we can open up conversations, get farmers talking, and just break down the stigma and raise awareness around the mental health, and just try and break into them and get them talking, really. So
we've spoken in a few conversations, Martin, about the fact that for a long time there's been this attitude of stiff upper lip. We just carry on, we keep going, and we know that can be deeply unhealthy, not talking. How difficult has it been to try and encourage a lot of the farmers to come out of their shell and be honest about how they feel?
It is difficult. It's been relatively positive, I'd like to say, on the whole, but it is difficult. I think farming as well is quite a generational thing. Sort of, you've quite often got a family environment where you've got fathers, sons, or even grandchildren, all working on the same farm together. And I think, I don't want to criticise, but sometimes that older generation do find it slightly more of a difficult thing to talk about, and then it can be harder then for the younger generations coming through. If they want to open up, they might not want to open up to a parent or a grandparent, but I think it's good where we are. We've got our support line, we've got our different things, hopefully they can come to us and they've got somebody to turn to, that if they need to talk, they've got somebody to come to. And it's having like-minded people as well, all of our volunteers and everyone on our support line is fully trained, and they understand the concerns in the farming community, so they can sort of point you in the right direction and get you the help you need, hopefully.
And what has the feedback been like? Have people come to you and said how much this has benefited them?
It's definitely been very positive. We attend a lot of agricultural shows, and a big thing we do, farming is quite isolated, they live in small villages and towns and things. We try and attend, they obviously haven't all got access to social media. We are prevalent on social media, but like I say, not everyone in the farming community has access to that. So we try and attend the weekly livestock markets and just give them a friendly face and somebody to come up to and have a chat with. And and we also attend a lot of agricultural shows, which are all around the country, and all farmers and general public and everyone sort of attends those. And to be honest, I've attended quite a lot of those the last year, and I haven't really had too much negative feedback. It's normally quite a lot of positivity about the good work we're doing and people commending our work. That sort of reflects then on people around the county of Herefordshire. They're always willing to raise money for us. They put on a lot of events for us, you sort of name it. We've had quiz nights, curry nights, tractor runs, soapbox derbies, literally sort of around Herefordshire, you name it. Somebody's raised a bit of money for us doing it, and the generosity of those people is absolutely amazing, and we've got to take our hats off to them, because that's how the charity runs. We couldn't do it without their donations and things, really. So yeah.
Martin, you are doing so much to help the farming community, but if there was one thing that you would introduce nationally that you think would really help, what would it be?
That's actually quite a tough question to ask, because I think farmers are under a massive amount of pressure at the moment. I don't think there's sort of one thing that we could sort of do to change it on the whole, but there's a lot going on with farming at the moment. Large amounts of the country are currently actually in a drought. So there literally hasn't been enough rain for the crops to grow. So the harvest yields are way down, and there's no grass to feed the animals. So this is a massive pressure on farmers. And also I don't want to get too political, but changes in the inheritance tax laws, the increase to 40%, and changing the benefits structure system that farmers receive is putting people under pressure to to raise money and keep food on the table for their families. But I think, obviously we're here in London today. I think one thing the whole country could possibly do, especially the general public, is obviously we've got Sainsbury's across the road. It's just if people had a slightly better awareness of perhaps where their food comes from and the hard work that goes into it. Sort of you take a joint of meat, sometimes people don't realise the work that's gone into raising that animal, the farmers out there at sort of all day and night in the weather, caring and tending for that animal. And then even a loaf of bread, you don't think about the farmer could be out in the field with his combine harvester at 2:30 in the morning trying to harvest those crops to make the bread. And I think whatever your beliefs are and everything, everyone needs a farmer 3 times a day to put food on their table. And farmers in this country are working to some of the highest welfare standards in the world, and we have got some of the best farmers in the world, and I think as a population on a whole, we need to do all we can to try and look after them.
Yeah, that acknowledgement and awareness of where our food comes from, how hard they work, and just recognising that and making sure that they are recognised for that and rewarded accordingly. Just finally, Martin, this is one of the Andy's Man Club questions. Where is your happy place?
So I am actually very lucky where I live, to be fair. I live in a small village called Kings Capel in South Herefordshire, and yeah, I'm like a stone's throw away from the River Wye, so I like to just get home from work, take my dogs out down there, and just have a bit of time to myself, switch off from the world, and look after myself. That's kind of my happy place. I think like with my own struggles and things, and like one thing I've taken from all of those is like, I think if everyone just takes some time during the day to look after themselves and take time for themselves, whether it be 10 minutes, an hour, like anything is fine. You just need to, every day, just take a bit of time and look after yourself, and yeah.
I think that's incredible advice to end on. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Williams of We Are Farming Minds. Can I give you another hug? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me, and yeah, lovely to meet everyone.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. We have had so many incredible guests so far on the longest conversation here at Paternoster Square, and we have got so many more for you. We are going right the way through till 9 o'clock tonight. And for anybody walking past, because there's lots of new people walking past, we are here with Andy's Man Club. It is a free-to-attend peer-to-peer support group for men aged 18 plus. Any information that you want on it, andysmanclub.co.uk. Okay. It is my pleasure to introduce you to a professional basketball player, founder and mental health advocate, and someone who has experienced firsthand the intense highs and lows of a high-performance lifestyle. As he navigated his own challenges, he realized the need for a supportive community that speaks openly about mental health and offers real tools for inspiration, aspiration, and mental health education, leading him to create his company, Why Not I? So please give a very warm welcome to Kofi Joseph. Kofi, thank you so much for joining us. Can I give you a hug? Thank you. Take a seat in our living room. It's quite nice, isn't it? Our gaff, our settle for the day.
Yeah, especially because it stopped raining now.
Yes.
These guys can't complain.
Yeah, the sun's come back out just in time for you, Kofi. Look, we're going to start with asking you how you are.
I'm doing all right. It's running a company is a lot different to like the YouTube videos of life of a like CEO or entrepreneur. So I'm really in the thick of it, but I think understanding and enjoying hard things, and that's where the growth is, has obviously kind of changed my perspective on a lot of things. So I'd say I'm good. I'm growing. I'm learning one way or the other. So yeah, it's quite positive right now.
That's what life is about, isn't it? Growth and learning. Talk to us then about the reality then from a mental health perspective, I guess, of running a company.
There's a lot of pressure because when you don't have the type of background and support system that have done it before, you're kind of just walking in the dark, bumping into things. And depending on the mindset you've got, it can hurt a lot. And it feels like you're not moving at a good pace. And obviously with social media and everything that's going on now, it seems like everyone's just progressing so fast. But then it feels like it's just you who's taking 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. But when you like take a step back and you actually realize where you was like a month ago, 2 months ago, even in terms of what you didn't know that you didn't know that you do know, they're the kind of things where it's like, okay, I'm improving and just running your own race. And I think I know that from playing my own sport, but it's a little bit different when you're in the thick of being an entrepreneur.
And, you know, as so many of us know, comparison is the thief of joy, isn't it? So if you do look online and see everybody seemingly jumping to the highest heights very, very quickly, it can make you feel not great. What is your view on social media, both the good and bad, Kofi?
I'm not sure. Like, my algorithms are tailored to what I need. So a lot of it is like every morning, as soon as I go on YouTube, it's a motivational mindset video because it knows that's what I need. And I think tailoring social media to help you and having the type of mindset where you understand that it's a snippet of someone's life, it's not the whole thing. And I think that is something that could really help people. It's helped me because on dark days, as soon as I go on social media, I'm looking at other entrepreneurs and I'm seeing how well they're doing, but understanding that that is my goal rather than that's the competition. And I think that's the kind of thing that just keeps me in the race because you got to be in it to win it, do you know what I mean? And it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And I think with social media, depending on your mindset and the lens that you look through things when you're on it, can either inspire you or it can deflate you. And I just choose for it to inspire me rather than the other.
Amazing. Well, look, Kofi, you have represented Great Britain and Team England on some huge stages. Do you feel as though that almost prepared you for where you're at now, being an elite athlete?
Yeah, absolutely, because my journey wasn't necessarily the easiest journey, because a lot of people might look at me and see the end of my career or the later stages in my career and see, oh, he played for Great Britain, so he must have been the best player on every single team that he was on, and he just made it. It was the complete opposite for me. I didn't make most teams. I haven't played for West Midlands. The first time I was even introduced to the England setup, I was like under 13s. Then the next time I represented England at the Commonwealth Games, the very first time I was like 26, 27 in Australia. So for like 12, 13 years, there was nothing, no West Midlands, no England, no Great Britain, and I was on the big stage. But for me, the wolf at the bottom of the hill is more dangerous than the one at the top. So I was just chasing, and I think that built up the resilience in me to be able to handle anything really, not just in sports, but in life as well.
I think we're all guilty as well, aren't we, of seeing you on the top stage and we just assume it's been linear to get there. Look, like, wow, look how well they're doing.
Yeah.
But you're right to point out the challenges, and it's dips and troughs, isn't it? It's peaks and troughs. You've spoken about your injuries, Kofi. How did you deal with those mentally, and how did they affect you throughout your playing career?
I didn't deal with them great, to be honest, because I'm human. And a lot of people in society, they seem to separate elite athletes from regular people. And I broke my hip when I was like 21. I got forced by my coach to play on it for like 7 months, had surgery, did 10, 11 months of rehab, played for 6 weeks, broke the same hip again, 11 months of rehab. So everyone's so big on having this elite athlete mindset, but at the end of the day, I'm Kofi and I'm a person, and it felt like my dreams and everything that I wanted to achieve had literally been snatched away from me. I'm 3,000 miles away, at the other side of the world, I'm alone. I didn't handle it great. I was very isolated, and the thing is that a lot of people don't realize is, especially when you're an elite athlete for a long time, a lot of your friends, your whole life ecosystem is revolved around your sport. All my closest friends were my teammates. So when they were going away to games and trips and practice, I'm isolated. I'm 7 a.m., 6 in the morning by myself in the pool with the trainers, isolated. No practices for me, isolated. It was a really hard time, but that's when I started really honing in on changing my mindset, because it was so negative, like really negative. Like, you know, when you're just like on a sliding scale and you just can't get any grip, I was just sliding. So that's when I started listening to motivational videos on YouTube. And because I wanted to kind of drown out the noise of my own thoughts, and I was like, okay, if I want to think about anything at all, then I want it to just be the last thing I've listened to. And if the last thing I've listened to is motivational, inspirational, the right mindset, I'll just hang on to that as long as I can until I can take over in a positive way. And I had to like relinquish control, to be honest, because I was being very self-destructive.
That aligns quite well with what we heard Josh Fletcher say earlier about, you know, repetition, and you have to sit with those uncomfortable feelings and just go with them, just be there. At what point, how long did it take of you absorbing those messages until you felt that turning point?
It's an ebb and flow, isn't it? Because you have some good days and then some bad days. For me, I was listening to them. I didn't listen to music at all, because I was like, if I am going to listen to music, it's just going to be the background music of the motivational videos, because I can't trust myself. And it took a really long time, because at that time, I'm also doing rehab. Because I've never broken my hip before, I don't know if it's good pain, bad pain, scar tissue, or anything like that. So I might have 3 really good days, then we bump up my exercises. Now I'm feeling pain. My training staff are saying that that's the right pain, but I'm like, I don't know if I trust you or not, because I also did all this 10 months ago, broke my hip when you said everything was fine. So it was a good like 2-year span where I was just listening to motivational videos. But even still now, because I know it works for me, it wasn't the type of thing that, okay, I'm going to do it when I'm in a bad space till I get really healthy mentally, then I'm going to stop. You don't do that when you go to the gym. If you're out of shape, you work out to get in shape, and then you keep going to stay in shape. And I thought that was something that I could really do mentally for myself, so I even do it now. And they're the same things that I pass on to other people as well.
I think that's great advice. Just going back to that, Kofi, do you feel as though because your job essentially was, it's considered glamorous, you know, we look at people like you, we put you on pedestals. Do you feel that you got less sympathy or maybe less people asking you how you were because they just assume, well, look at his life, he will be fine?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of high performers don't get the support, and it's a shame, but if you looked at two people, one person's really acting bad, they've got very clear signs of the bad things that are going on in their life. You've got another person who's not self-destructive and still performing at a high level. It's very like easy to decide on who needs the support rather than they both need support. Social media doesn't help because obviously we post the best parts of our lives, and even with social media now, when you look at someone who posts the negative sides of their life, people just say that they're very attention seeking and stuff like that. So you actually can't win. It's best to just be yourself. It is quite tough, and I think a lot of elite athletes as well, we've got that ego and we want that perception that we are superhuman, because most of the things that we've had to endure to be able to get to this level, we feel like we are superhuman because you're in the top 0.0 whatever % in the world anyway. The last thing you want is people to think that they're just like you, but that causes mental health issues in these athletes as well. I want people to think I'm just like them because it's easier for them to support me, because if they haven't played a sport or been around the world, done all of this over 2 decades, they're not going to really know how to help you. But when they're like, oh, you like to go pret-a-manger too. Oh, you like to watch ice hockey.
Yeah.
Me too. Then you can have a conversation and break down that barrier, and then it's a lot easier to get the support that you need.
How much of a role do you think pride plays in preventing people from making that first step and getting the help they need? With that in mind, with what you've just said.
It's a huge factor because it's a very judgmental world that we live in, and we want to put our best foot forward. That's natural for a lot of humans. And you also don't know how you're going to be judged because you see on a day-to-day when people are vulnerable, put their vulnerable self out there, there's a lot of times that it doesn't go very well. Yeah. So low-key, your pride and ego, sometimes you're not sure if it's there to protect you, and it's hard to decipher that. But I think that for me anyway, personally, I try not to care because I care more about the result than I do the method and the journey within that. So I know that if I'm going through a bad space and I need to get healthy because I've got these goals that I need to get to, then whatever method I've got to go through, it's more important than whatever's happening. It's hard for a lot of people to understand that, but it's just about supporting each other and building that confidence and seeing your role models living like that. The reason why I'm very open to ask questions if I don't know something is because one of my role models, Kobe Bryant, who's a mega star, rest in peace, he was like, if I don't know something, I'll just pick up the phone and ask. I was like, what? I don't want to do that, but if you can do that, then who am I to not do that? Do you know what I mean? So I drop my pride in certain situations and I'll just talk to anybody.
And I think there's real liberation in living authentically like that, in asking the questions, in asking for help, in saying, you know what, I can't do this on my own. I think that's a great message, Kofi. Talk to us about Why Not I, because this is a real movement, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to say so. It's small, it's building. I just try and live it. I try and live it every single day. It's not just a brand name. It's not a cool, catchy title. It's living by example. It's actually being connected to the people. And I think being that example and that role model is the biggest thing that I can do, because they're the same people that changed my life, and I just try and pass it on going forward.
For anybody that isn't aware of Why Not I, in real terms, tell us what it is and what you're doing.
So there's 2 sides to it. Why Not I is a community-based organization that provides mental health education through inspiration and aspiration, because in society we love talking about motivation, and it's like a buzzword, it's a keyword, it's kind of like mental health. But if you want to go run at 5 in the morning tomorrow right now you're motivated because it's the middle of the day, the weather's nice, you're chilling. As soon as the alarm goes off at 4 in the morning, that motivation's gone. Do you know what I mean? But
So
when you're
true.
inspired, you wake up before your alarm because you want to go get it. And I think that's the internal driver that actually helps people change their lives, not just mentally. You might want to be the first person in your family to go to university. You might want to be the first wife or husband or be a present father. When you're inspired, you're the one driving rather than being dragged. And I think everything revolves around mental health because that's where everything starts in the mind.
And have you received feedback about how inspired people have been?
Yeah, it's a crazy feeling because I never used to be like this. I was just chasing what I was going after, which was for the levels that I was trying to get to from the community that I come through from, the support that I didn't have. I had to be ruthless. Nothing else had to matter for me to be able to bulldoze buildings this big for me to get through. Do you know what I mean? So I was very, like the horses that have got blinders. I had to be like that. But then life kind of chewed me up and spat me out and kind of changed my mindset to be able to help people. And it didn't start as me going out wanting to help people. It was like just giving advice. But because, as you said before, about being open and authentic, I would just talk about my experience. I don't care what you think. What happened, happened. And if you want to talk about it, you talk about it. If you don't, my truth's my truth. And then from there, people started resonating. And I was like, oh, more people are going through this. And then I'm seeing friends who I've played with, who I know quite well, and they're messaging me privately like, bro, the same. And I'm like, I've known you 8 years. I had no clue. So that's when it started like snowballing, and then it just kept going. And from then I started helping younger people, people older than me, different environments, seeing all the crossovers and everything. And it was just something that I really enjoyed. And then it got to the point where I felt more enjoyment and more of my purpose from supporting someone's mental health than like hitting a game-winning shot. And that's when I knew that I found something that I could do probably for the rest of my life, and that was really my purpose rather than it being like elite sports.
And I guess you found your purpose in helping others, which is amazing. And you've already done so much to help others. Where do you see the Why Not I movement progressing going forward?
World domination, but in a good way. So the other side of Why Not I, I've got a mental health tech platform driven by data and AI to provide preventative mental health solutions for elite athletes. So I see Why Not I innovating and taking over the whole elite sports world, because obviously that is a world that's very close to my heart. It's a world that literally defines who you are. If you look at a lot of elite athletes, they start as children. You go through puberty, who your friends are, what you eat, what you wear, where you go. It defines you. And a lot of elite sports, it's cutthroat, as it should be, because the best are the best. But how they deal with the athletes within, I just don't like. And right now, elite sports is very focused on getting the best firefighters. But I'm focused on how about there isn't a fire. And for me, that preventative measure is huge. So really taking over and innovating the elite sports world and then transferring that over to the corporate space, education, and just making sure that people have the right tools to be able to prevent and self-serve themselves, because we can't rely on everyone else. You go to the NHS and you've got an issue. It might have taken you 4 months to even get to that doctor's meeting. Then they say to you, here's medication, or an 18-month wait list. You're not solving anything. You're not even putting out the fire at that point. But for me, the most important thing is, how do we not get you to even need to go to the doctors? And if we can prevent that, then I feel like I'm doing God's work.
Yeah, and I think that's why movements like Why Not I and why Andy's Man Club is so important, because it gets there. It gets there very quickly. Look, if people can take one message from your story, being an elite athlete and then going on to what you've done, what would that one message be, Kofi?
Do hard things. I'm currently in that space right now of doing hard things and not being scared of it. I'd say it doesn't have to be climbing this building. It could just be messaging a friend, even though you know that's not what you want to do. In the elite sports world, people have this misconception that we love to practice, we love to do everything. My body feels amazing on the first 2 days of the week. The next 5, my body is dead. I don't want to go to practice, I don't want to stretch, I don't want to do so many things. But because I'm dedicated and I'm disciplined, I do what needs to be done for the outcome. They're all very hard things for me, but I build up that consistency and I do it. So I think for people, if you just lean into doing hard things, 1, you'll get more comfortable. 2, it will feel okay. 3, you'll challenge yourself. And 4, you'll realize that you're more capable than you was before. And that's where the growth starts. And I think that as humans is something that's pivotal to our growth and being the people that we want to be.
Yeah, it's about choosing your hard, essentially, isn't it? Look, we've got an Andy's Man Club question for you next. What is one new skill that you'd love to learn and why, Kofi?
I would say I'm currently on an ice hockey journey right now.
Right.
For people who have seen that. I'm a decent ice skater, but I'm learning ice hockey. And the reason why I've decided to bump it up is because I'm not very good at it. So I'm choosing my hard because I also know I'm not good at it. I'm used to being good at things. How do I respond? How do I grow in just a new environment? So I'd say probably improving my ice hockey skills.
But that also, you know, hearing that, and I'm sure everybody here will agree, you're a human, and we then feel that you're relatable. You know, even admitting that for 2 days of the week you're motivated and you feel good, but for the other 5 you feel dead. I mean, then we go, oh, he's not superhuman. He is just like us, but you're working through that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all humans at the end of the day. Some people might be more talented at certain things than others, but we're regular people. Do you know what I mean? It's funny, like, when you have a big game on the weekend and then, like, 2 days later, you go to, like, an Asda just to, like, get some hula hoops. I like hula hoops. And fans see you and they're like, oh, my God. And I'm like, hi, how you doing? You okay? They're like, you talking to me? Yeah, I talk to people. I don't just talk to, like, elite people. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm a human.
yeah, like I'm a normal person.
What flavour hula hoops, Kofi?
Originals or
Oh no, it's barbecue all day long.
crazy.
That leads me into my final question, which is another Andy's Man Club question. How do you eat a Kit Kat?
I break it. I literally had one of them last night as well.
Did you actually?
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
it a
yeah.
4-1?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you eat it? Because I go chocolate on the outside. You get the ends first because they're the densest, thickest chocolate. You know the ends of it. Nibble,
Yeah.
right? Break it into, then bite around the outside, then go for the wafer at the end.
That's wild. I'm an elite athlete. We're going straight to it. Snap in. I need the calories because I'm usually half dead, so I need to replenish quick.
Making the most of it while you've got it. I love that. Look, Kofi, before we let you go, what message would you give? Because there's quite a crowd actually here gathering now at Paternoster Square, and there's loads of people watching online as well. What is the message? Oh, we've got some waves there. Hello. What is the one message that you would send to everybody sitting here and watching at home?
I would say be your authentic self, whatever that is. You will be accepted. There will be your tribe out there, and it's okay to be lonely because we're all lonely at certain times. One of the amazing things about Andy's Man Club is there's non-judgmental people out there that will welcome you, whatever you come with. I didn't have that. This is actually made, and I think that's just a beautiful thing. So be your authentic self and look for your tribe if you can, because it's hard to do life alone, and if you don't have to, you don't need to. So lean into the sources, lean into the support that's out there, and talk. Men don't like to talk. Being one myself, I journal, but if it kind of gets me rolling to be able to get my thoughts out of my head and have a conversation, then that's the best thing to do. So lean into the resources that you have. You won't be judged. Talk to the right people and get the support that you need.
Amazing. Kofi, thank you so, so much for joining us. You are so inspirational. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kofi Joseph. Thank you so, so much. I'll give you another hug. Thank you. Thank you. Look, do not go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with another incredible guest. Thank you, everybody.
So I first went along to Andy's Man Club in September 2020. struggling but probably not admitting it, and just always says I was a grumpy one. I think that's one of the words I used to use, is always the grumpy one in the group or in the family. My daughter was born in 2014 and kind of changed my life. I was only 23 at the time, so kind of life-changing and a shock to the system as well. Kind of just kept going and pushing on as you do, and it wasn't until probably around about 18 months later, when she was 18 months old, that I realised that I was properly struggling and suicidal. I talk about coming home from work one night with pictures on my face of stickers that she was having a time of her life and jumping all over me as kids do, and that's when I realised that that was a point I had to do something, as I was miserable and my daughter was happy, and realistically I should have been happy at the time. It wasn't until 2018 that life changed for me again. I was made redundant from the oil and gas industry, and I went self-employed, and I think a lot of the struggles I was struggling with but were coping with kind of come to head. Really took its toll on me, and for me at the time, coping mechanism was alcohol. So I used to start reaching out to alcohol, and coming home from work and having a few bottles of beer. Basically, hit a brick wall in 2021 and kind of had a meltdown and couldn't do anything else. Nearly lost my marriage because of it. So I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at the point. My doctors had actually recommended Andy's Man Club to me, and for me it was never going to work. Sitting in a group full of men was never going to happen, but at the same time I needed something. So yeah, I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at that point and decided to go along and try it. I was very fortunate that when the Kirkcaldy Andy's Man Club opened, when the Facebook post went up, I actually put a comment on the post just saying, oh, there's one opening in my local town, I'll get along to it. And one of the facilitators actually reached out. There were 16 of us that night, so 15 other boys, listening to their stories, some of them opening up slightly. It really helped me massively. And again, kind of open-minded, went back the following week and just kept going back. But at the same time, says to myself that as much as I'm going to Andy's Man Club, I'm going to stop the drink. And for the first few weeks, your positive of your week was, I've not had a drink, I've not had a drink. And then that led to 50 days, then it led to 100 days. And the next thing knew I was 200 days, 300 days, and I just kept pushing on. And over the time of starting Andy's Man Club, I've realised all these issues. I've realised that the anxiety of feeling tight and the numbness in my head as I talk about is putting that on as anxiety, and by talking and learning at the clubs has also brought that into my relationship. So speaking to my wife about this, understanding it has helped me massively as a husband, but as a father as well. I feel I'm a better dad. I asked my two girls, how does your dad go to Andy's Man Club compared to the dad before, and you're less grumpy? So I think that's a good thing. And yeah, just to see the development of them as well has been the biggest bit for me. For me, sitting in a group with an 18-year-old and a 60, 70-year-old has learnt a lot about myself and how people are acting, and I can relate to a lot of them. I can relate to people younger and older, and it's gained me a lot of knowledge in myself, and bringing that into my day-to-day life, as I say, with my kids is the biggest bit. And to see other dads and adults like getting their kids back and getting new jobs, and a lot of the time these people come in and they're in well-paid jobs or they're in good jobs, but then they're wanting to better themselves and also get onto better jobs as well. I think that's the biggest bit for me, is seeing the difference in them. And it could be that you've never seen them for 6 months, but they're in a better place because they attended Andy's Man Club.
Thank you once again, everybody, for joining us for the longest conversation here with Andy's Man Club. We are live in Paternoster Square. Everybody give us a wave, sat here. Because everybody watching online, I want them to see you all having a great time. I am so excited about our next guest. He's a breakout Gen Z talent who rose to national attention as the youngest ever winner of the Survivor franchise globally, having won BBC One's Survivor UK in 2023. He has since built a highly engaged TikTok audience through joyful, adventurous content that celebrates the outdoors, personal growth, and everyday challenges. So please give a very warm welcome to Matthew Haywood. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
What do you think of our living room?
It looks really good. Honestly, I'm so happy. It's so well supported as well. And yeah, I love a trip down to London, so...
Do you know what I love even more? Getting a cuppa brought to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is exactly what you get at the Andy's Man Club meets, by the way. You get a Kit Kat and a cuppa. Thank you. Okay, look, I'm going to start, Matthew, by asking you what we've asked all of our guests today. How are you, personally?
I'm actually really good, thank you. I'm in like a really good place in my life, I think. I've spent maybe the last 2 years just discovering myself, discovering what I love, what I don't like, and just really empowering what I love into my everyday life.
And what is that you love?
I love entertaining. I've really realised that. And I think I spent so long maybe suppressing that within me. Like I went away to uni when I left school and I ended up dropping out of uni to go on Survivor, which is quite, I don't think many people know that about me, but it was a risk that I took. But yeah, I suppressed all that maybe to be somebody I'm not, but now I'm 100% myself. And yeah, I'm loving life at the minute.
What was it that made you take on Survivor?
I took on Survivor because I was in a bit of a crossroads in my life. Like I wasn't doing very well at uni because I wasn't enjoying it. And I put 110% into things that I enjoy. So the opportunity come around for Survivor, I applied, went through a big process. And yeah, I just loved the idea of being in an uncomfortable situation, like not knowing what was going to happen, the excitement of it all. And I think it just shows as well, you don't know what's around the corner. 1 minute I was in my uni flat, kind of at the bottom, just thinking what am I ever going to do? And then this come along and my life's kind of changed. I'm loving everything.
For anybody who hasn't watched Survivor, just tell them what it's all about and what you did.
Yeah, so I was on a desert island and I was out in the Dominican Republic for 2 months and I was like on a beach for 35 days and I had no food, no toothpaste, no deodorant, I couldn't wash. And you have to like vote people out one by one and then everyone you voted out then vote for a winner. So it's like a real head scramble. It's like, it's a real marathon, Survivor.
Were there moments where you doubted yourself or whether you could get through it?
Yeah, absolutely. And because it was such a long process, I thought it was very overwhelming to think of the whole experience. It would really it was really hard to think of the full 34 days. So I tried to take it day by day. And what I realised on the show is there was 18 of us contestants. And once I kind of opened up to the other contestants about maybe a struggle I had, you'd realise they're going through the exact same experience. So just by talking, you're really making each other feel the ease of the experience, and then we all connected through that. And then people got me through the experience because we were at rock bottom and the only way was up. So, yeah.
We've spoken, Matthew, so much all morning about the importance of authenticity. And I guess you opening up and being vulnerable and that helping and encouraging other people to do the same is a real example of why that is so beneficial for your mental health, isn't it?
Absolutely, and with kind of the content I make on TikTok, I do lots of like adventure content and lighthearted entertainment. Like I built a pink boat recently and like sailed it, slept in it. So it's all really fun and exciting. But I think if I don't speak about how I feel, everyone texts me on TikTok and they say, "Why are you so happy? How are you happy all the time?" And I want people to know they only see like a small bit of my life. Like there is days where you're sad, there is days that you're struggling, but it's just about being able to talk and having a good connection of friends and family around me that really get me through that. And everything looks good from the outside, but I want people to know everyone struggles with things.
That has been another message as well, that particularly with social media, we can make things look as polished as we like. Mm-hmm. And look, we are all guilty of showing the best parts of our lives because there is something quite scary about putting ourselves out there. How did you overcome that feeling?
Yeah, I think at first, I've always wanted to like put content out there in one way or another, even before Survivor. But so after Survivor, I started posting some content on TikTok, and I just think people, it's a highlight reel on social media, but I'm trying to, and what I hope to do more in the future of is have more raw conversations on TikTok about not just the good times where everything looks amazing, but also the times where maybe I'm struggling. I want people to be able to relate to like everyone struggling, even the people you see that are the most happy.
And what's the response to that been like?
it's been really good. I get so many like lovely, lovely messages of just people saying, you make me feel so happy. Like I watch your videos and it takes me away from whatever I'm going through. And if I can do that for someone, I will never stop posting content. If that is making one person happy, I will always do this.
Do you know what? I've got to be honest, you are pure joy. Joy just radiates out of you, Matthew. It's so infectious. Going back to Survivor, if you could relive just one day on Survivor, what would it be?
Wow. There were so many good days. There was one like challenge where, so we went and every day we'd do a challenge. And one of them was I was locked in a box underwater, in a cage, and the tide was rising, but the box was like sinking. So I seen that and my first thought was like, no way, I can't do this. I was white as a sheet. I was in a bad way. And then we got in the water and I ended up doing it. I took it step by step, slowly, and I ended up coming second in the challenge to a professional surfer, which you can accept. You can hold his breath for like 5 minutes. So after that, I just felt like a real good sense of achievement. And looking back, that's the episode that I probably watched back the most, to be fair.
Yeah, I think I would too. You won't
it.
find me in it. What lessons that you learned in Survivor, Matthew, do you carry with you today that help you?
Definitely that even the most tough times, they will pass. Like in Survivor, every day I'd wake up and I'd think, God, this suffering's never going to end, but it did. And I'm on the other side. And looking back, I'd love to do it all again. So you can be very like tunnel vision when you're in a tough time and going through things. And you think, I'm never getting out of this, I'm never getting out of this. But just take it calm, take it day by day, and it'll end eventually and you'll come out the other side.
And I think that feeds into the importance of the message of hope. Where there is hope, there is light, and you can continue.
Absolutely, because I was struggling on this beach and I had nothing, no food or anything, but the hope of like, one day I will be out of this and I'll be eating some amazing food, I'll be back with my friends and family, like even the most mundane things, I was finding joy in them mundane things. So I think if you are struggling, you're having a bad time, try and find little wins and little things to be excited for. It's not always it's very hard to plan out your whole life, so just try and enjoy the little beautiful things that life has to offer.
What was the first thing that you ate when you got out?
Oh wow, well we went to a hotel and the three of us that were in the final, we ordered like, I had like chicken strips, I had nachos, and then we had like a beer, I had Diet Coke. It was like a cocktail of everything really.
Yes, and did you manage to eat it all?
Well, my stomach had like shrunk.
I was going to ask that.
So, like, it was just really weird. Like the next morning I woke up for breakfast and I like had a donut, I took one bite and then it was just weird. Like I actually, and I haven't really spoke about this, I really struggled with eating after Survivor. Like seriously, I lost maybe like 3 stone in weight. And you come back from an experience like that and everyone tells you how good you look. And I think as a man, I want to speak about this because you see like people maybe on certain TV shows and stuff where it's the perfect body, the perfect people, and that is men and women that you compare yourself to these people. And I'd come off Survivor and I was really skinny. Everyone was saying how good I looked. So I kind of wanted to maintain that. So I done lots of fasting. I was fasting for some weeks, maybe like 100-hour fast. Like honestly, it was like heavy fasting. And I think I'm over that now. I'm getting through that and I'm like better at eating. I was binging a lot and then fasting. It wasn't just complete starvation. I was eating a lot. But yeah, and I think now I'm trying to love myself a bit more. And I think this is something I haven't spoke about in my TikTok content, but something that maybe will help people. So looking forward, it's something that I would definitely maybe speak about.
100%, because I think it's so much more common than we realise because people struggle to talk about it. But also I think there's something in that, you know, people might have thought they were paying you a compliment and they're being genuinely nice, but it can damage the way your association with food, can't it?
Absolutely, and I think I definitely ended up with a really unhealthy relationship with food. So I would go out and because I'd already eaten in the day, I would think, right, well, I might as well have a Chinese and then I'd have a waffle with ice cream, like really binge, and then I wouldn't eat for like maybe 4 days. And it is a constant battle with yourself, but I'm feeling good now. I'm eating good. I still love food, but yeah, more healthy relationship.
If you feel comfortable continuing to talk about this, Matthew, for anyone watching now who might be quietly going through this themselves, what advice would you give them, or what was it that really helped you to get to this point?
I just think, everything will pass. The storm does pass, and everything will be like okay in the end. I think I speak to people. I'm very vulnerable in my group of friends. Not all of my friends are really good talkers. I'm quite expressive. I love conversation, and I'm an open book about things. And I think like the beauty is in speaking about it. Talk to somebody that you trust, or go to your Andy's Man Club group, because people will listen if if it's going to save your life, you know, there is someone out there that'll listen, and you'll be able to get through absolutely anything. Every single thing passes. We all pass. We all, you know, life's beautiful. So
Yeah, we heard that from Joshua Fletcher earlier as well. You know, there is a real beauty in just being listened to, you know, and also on us to just sit and listen to other people as well. We don't have to fix everything. People want to be heard ultimately. Just going back to Survivor, Matthew, what is one ordinary thing that you value more since that?
Oh, wow. It's going to have to be food and comfort. Like, even last night, I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, I'm in a bed tonight. This is so nice. I'm in a bed. But I haven't really been helping myself, because on TikTok, I do like overnight challenges. So I've slept in like a tractor tire, a wooden board, up a tree. So I don't know.
Wow.
I must
What
just
was
love
the
adventure.
least comfortable?
Oh, wow. The boat was actually quite comfy. I was in a hammock up a tree, so that was quite comfy. But I'd probably say maybe the tractor tire. You are just a little bit like...
Yeah. Did you have a bad back the next day?
Yeah, I did actually. But I was like curved. I was hunchback.
Look, you know, you say you get a lot of people messaging you, how are you always so happy? It's easy to sort of look at somebody like you and go, he never has any issues. His life is wonderful. Look how... But actually, a lot of happiness is born out of the depths of darkness, isn't it? Because you appreciate when you do feel content.
Absolutely. And I think everything after Survivor now, because I'm so happy in my life, and I'm loving just creating content on social media, and I'm loving all that, that is why I'm so happy. Like, people are like, no way you're that happy all the time. Well, I am, because I'm doing something I love. So my message to anyone would be, find something you love and just 110% indulge it all and go for it, because you'll find a place where you wake up and you want to be doing what you're doing.
And don't be afraid to say what that thing is that you love. I think a lot of us hide behind shame and embarrassment. We fear, you know, being honest about what it is that we really want to do. But the moment that switch flicks and you can be authentic, life changes, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I think I left school and I went to uni and I studied football coaching and management, and now I'm doing... Like, now I play the acoustic guitar, I write songs, I perform on TikTok, I make videos, I entertain, I build boats. Like, my life's so random, and I think I was so scared to be this, even though it was always there. I was so scared to put it out there, but now it's like, if I want to do something, I'll do it, and I'll try it at least. And I think no matter what that thing is, like you said, it's not always easy putting yourself out there, but why not? What have you got to lose? The time will pass anyway, and then you'll just regret it if you don't. So
yeah, there is always that fear, isn't there, of people, you know, sort of telling you they don't like what you do or picking at you. But that is a natural human response. But like you say, if you do it anyway, you can learn to embrace that feeling.
Yeah, true. And I get a lot of like 99% of my comments on TikTok are amazing, but obviously you do get the 1% that are a bit like, they maybe come at something in your appearance, or they've mentioned something about your character. And I think instantly, at the start, that would really bring me down. I'd think, oh, well, that's true. But then you see 1,000 other comments of lovely stuff, and you don't even think about that. So I just try and, if I'm happy, I feel happy. If I'm sad, I feel sad. I try and take both in my stride, because you can have negative comments, you can have good comments, you can have good days, you can have bad days. So don't be too down on the bad day, don't be too high on the good day. Just try and be...
I think that's brilliant advice, Matthew. Look, you already do so much online to champion mental health. What's next for you?
I just want to keep entertaining. Survivor was such like a social strategy game, and it's such a global show as well. I would love to play more Survivor in like an all-star series, but that's my dream. Play more Survivor or another social strategy show, because I think I was the youngest ever winner on Survivor, and I think I'm pretty good. I'm good at reading people. I'm good in social situations. So hopefully more of that, more TikTok content. There's a few adventures that I've got planned, big adventures, but it's just about like what they could be and how I could do them. I like quirky ideas, so if the idea's there, I'll do it. But yeah.
Can you give us any hints at what those big ideas are?
I would love to go, I don't really want to spoil anything, but I would love to circumnavigate the UK on a jet ski. So start and go all the way around the UK and like stop as I go along. And yeah, I think on a jet ski is really cool. I was going to do it in my homemade boat, but it's very unstable. It's like it's a balancing game. And imagine like the rain comes down, it'll be I'll be at the bottom of the sea.
Well, it sounds very exciting. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that, Matthew.
No, I've said it. I'll have to do it.
You've got to do it. You've got to do it. Look, we have got some Andy's Man Club questions for you next. The first one is, what is one possession? Oh, it's quite apt, this. What is one possession that you take with you to a desert island?
So I've actually been on the desert island. Probably my acoustic guitar now, because I could just pick it up, play it, and if I was alone on the island, I could be as loud as I want. you know.
You can be anywhere, who cares?
You can.
Who cares?
Right.
But is that almost like a form of therapy for you as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, I'm not brilliant. I play the acoustic guitar. I write a few songs. I actually think I've just written a really good song, like a really good song. So I'm gonna have to show my agent and I show my mum, I show my family, and they love it. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I would love to release a song. I'd say just one song, just get it on Spotify, and just like that, I feel accomplished. I think just another string to the boat, you know.
And again, it's that thing of why not? Why not me? I can do it.
You can just grab it. Honestly, I'd learn an instrument. Learning the guitar was so cool. Like, and now I can just play the guitar, and like when my friends are around, I'll just pick it up and play it, and like they think I'm amazing at the guitar because they don't know anyone else who can play the guitar.
But there is even something in that it almost loosens people up and brings music has a real ability of bringing people together, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I'm obsessed with music as well. All types of genres, like I love like musical music, like theatre music. I'd actually love to go and watch a theatre show now. I'm in London, to be fair. But I love theatre music. I love like pop. I love indie. I love rock. Literally everything.
All the genres.
Yeah, but I'm not really into rap music. I need someone to show me some good rap music, and then I might.
We'll sort it.
Right,
we'll do it today, Matthew.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, we have got one final Andy's Man Club question for you. Which 3 people, past or present, would you invite to a dinner party and why?
Oh wow! Right, these are probably going to be this will be the randomest dinner party ever. Harry Styles is the first one.
Why?
I think, like, he's so cool. Like, he's just like he does exactly what he wants. He expresses himself how he wants, and he's just like a cool guy, good music. I just love to like. He's been through it all, really. He's huge. Harry Styles, and this is God. It's like a proper musical party. Tom Grennan as well. I'm a big Tom Grennan fan. He's probably my favourite artist ever. So
I think as well, Tom Grennan as a person, he's been quite vocal and he's quite honest and open, isn't he?
Oh, wow. Well, I sat and listened to him on the Pete Wicks podcast, and that was really inspiring. But I also listened to his and Roman Kemp's podcast, and they opened up quite a lot about, like, life and death and their struggles. And hearing someone that you, like, look up to so much talk about, like, big issues that you sometimes maybe struggle with was really good.
Relatable.
Really relatable. It really stuck with me.
And your third one?
My third one? Can I take Ant and Dec?
You can have them. They're a duo. They're basically the same.
I'll take them both because they're just like legends and cool.
They'd make you feel good all the time. They'd always have you laughing.
We'd just all be singing and dancing and loving life.
It would be amazing, that. I think they're 4 good picks, actually, Matthew.
Yeah, to be fair. But I know there's nobody. They're inspirational to me, them people. And
Yeah.
I think I could take someone like Bear Grylls, but I just think I'm fitting the vibe of the musical party.
Yeah. Look, Matthew, we've got quite the crowd here at Paternoster Square, and there's plenty more people watching online as well. What is the one message that you want to say to everybody to take away today?
Don't think that to be strong and to be a big person, you need to be loud and strong, and just break down the barriers of yourself. Like, cry. If you're sad, feel sad. If you're happy, feel happy. Like, don't take yourself too seriously and talk to people. Like, express yourself in whichever way you want to do that.
Matthew, you are pure joy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Huge round of applause
Brilliant.
for Matthew
Thank you so
Haywood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us. Thank you to everybody at home watching online as well. Do not go anywhere. We have a very special guest coming up in just about 5 minutes. See you then.
We're at King's Cross Station in London today as a result of our partnership with Network Rail. We've got a few question boards behind me, getting members of the public to answer some of the questions that are actually asked inside our sessions. Fantastic to see the public of London getting really involved and really invested in everything that we're doing. It's okay to talk.
Have you heard of Andy's Man Club before? These boards here are some of the questions we ask on a Monday night.
It's for any man, age 18 and above. We have over 4,500 men a week that are using the clubs now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Go back 10 years.
10 years.
And give yourself one piece of advice. What would it be? You know, you can see how like it creates conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Gets guys talking.
Oh, mate, certainly.
Just say, what message would you give somebody who was struggling?
Okay. Today is the flagship event of what we do in Network Rail. I'd like to thank the amazing team at Network Rail, Mark and Elliot specifically, for all the help that they've offered us in basically giving us this space.
What did you write?
Try to give up. And if you feel like giving up, just remember, doubt the doubts and try again.
So Andy was my uncle. He loved Man United. I believe it was him who got me supporting Man U in the first place. I remember when I used to go to my grandma's, you know, put my telly on. If he's watching football, I'd watch it with him. I think he got me my first Man U top. I remember when Andrew passed away and my mum and Luke had to tell me. I cried my eyes out. It was tough as a young lad, which I was still in primary school, to have to ask my mum the question like why should he have to go so early? It just didn't make sense to me, and I struggled. I did struggle in primary school, and it was tough to get over that.
Well, we just felt, Andrew, that we wanted to come down and let you be one of the first to know the news we've got. Being the big Man U fan that you were, we just wanted, well, we wished that you'd be here with us, but as you can't, we'll let you be one of the first to know.
Still miss you, Uncle. I wish you were coming with us today.
I'm Elaine, I'm Andy's mum, and he'd give his eye teeth to be here right now. He's always supported Man United as long as I can remember, since he were a tiny tot. And I'd give my eye teeth to have him here as well.
How did you get into footballing, Grandma?
Oh, that was your Uncle Andrew. He asked if we could watch Champions League final, Man United against Bayern Munich when they were going for a treble. It's probably one of the best games of football I've ever seen, and he just got me completely hooked. And we're not just big team supporters either, are we? Because we've got season tickets for
Halifax
Town. Shame till I die.
Watch them both.
So we're here today at Old Trafford, home of Manchester United, and I just want to say the world of football, the world of sport's been a massive supporter to Andy's Man Club. Whether it's football stadiums, rugby stadiums, teams of all levels, they all get behind our cause. Some things are bigger than rivalry, and that's why we're saying if you come into a group at Man United or Manchester City or Barrow, Aldershot Town, St Johnstone, you know, any of these locations that are hosting groups at football stadiums, we don't care who you support, we don't even care if you don't like football. Right, these are centres of the community, and they have been for hundreds of years, these football stadiums, and they're a perfect venue for guys to come along to get stuff off the chest. And we're overjoyed to have the support of some of the biggest sporting institutions, not only in the United Kingdom, but in the world, in helping men to get stuff off the chest every week, Monday night, 7 o'clock, excluding bank holidays.
But it's so good to see how far Andy's Man Club has come in memory of him, and to support other people who still need to talk, because it's important. If we don't talk, we're going to struggle, so men need to learn to talk.
I suppose I'm like many men. I walked through the door many moons ago, 7 years, through the doors in Hull. You know, after a bit of a struggle myself, after a suicide attempt as well, and when it took a friend that I work with here in Grimsby to sort of really push me out of my comfort zone a little bit and get me sort of through that door. He passed me a leaflet. And where it was at the time was kind of perfect because it meant I had to go to Hull, which was an hour and a half away, it wasn't on my home turf, it wasn't where I lived, there wasn't going to be anybody I knew. I'd always grown up with, here in Grimsby, with this mindset that sort of mental health doesn't really exist, it's more of a thing. You go for a walk, give your head a wobble. So, and all it took was a guy to sort of knock on my window when I was parked outside and ask me if I was here for ANDYSMANCLUB. And that got me through the door. And I remember that first night, hearing the lads go around and introduce themselves and why they were there. And as that ball went round, I thought, you know, I can do this. My name's Sean and I don't want to be here. And as that ball landed in my hands, instead of having that cocky bravado response, I didn't. I broke down. I burst into tears. And why at that point, what the trigger was, I couldn't tell you. I think for the first time ever, I felt safe being open and vulnerable. And the weird thing is, not one guy in that room did anything. When I broke down, when I was in tears, I had that ball in my hand and I was squeezing it. No guy tried to give me some quote of the day or some words of wisdom or put his hand around my shoulder or give me a hug. Every guy just nodded and gave me that time and that appreciation in understanding that here's a guy who's walked through the door who just needs to get some shit off his chest. For the first time ever, I'd shown some emotion, opened up without any consequence, without anyone trying to figure out why. And it wasn't until after about 6 months that I started to see or started to feel that whatever happened in the week, it wasn't a case of waiting till Monday to find the option to go take my life. It was, I've only got to wait till Monday and I can go see the lads and I can get some off my chest. And I was excited about it and I was looking forward to it, and it helped me bite-size my life as an overthinker. The transition from being a volunteer, which was a huge, huge honour, to then working for the charity, I mean, it's mind-boggling. You know, I'm working for the charity that I stepped through the door of and helped save my life. So to give that back to whatever it is, that little bit of sacrifice that I might give and being uncomfortable giving a presentation or a bit nervous about talking to certain people, that's only a brief moment. But if that brief moment of sacrifice gets a guy through the door or comforts a wife or a mother who's lost somebody and ultimately stops them or that family from going through that pain again, is huge. There's nothing better. To then walk into a club a year, 2 years down the line from something that I was a part of and helped start, to hearing them repeat the words that I instilled, to see new guys walking through the door, passionate to tell me about ANDYSMANCLUB because they don't know who I am, is magic. It's absolutely magic. And I get no bigger buzz than seeing someone else proud in something that I helped build and that I was a part of, because I'm only one small cog in a massive machine, but like many blokes, we're all proud to be that small little cog. It all builds into something bigger.
Thank you all so much for joining us here live at Paternoster Square in London with ANDYSMANCLUB. We are here for a full 12 hours, right the way through until 9 o'clock this evening, and we have got so many incredible guests. For anybody walking by who might not have heard of ANDYSMANCLUB or is wondering what it is that they do, they run free-to-attend peer-to-peer support groups for men aged 18 plus. For all the information on that, just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk. I am so excited about our next guest. If I were to say the words rejection therapy to you, what do you think of? For me, it is our next guest. She has built a platform that encourages confidence, openness, and shows the power of stepping outside of your comfort zone. And she's here now to tell us how it all began and how we can all benefit from a little bit of rejection therapy. Please give it up for Sophie Jones.
Hello, thank you so much.
Oh, Sophie, thank you. Take a seat. Now, I am fangirling a little bit here because I am an OG follower of you, Sophie. You are wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You are liberating to watch, and you are one of those people, and I'm sure everybody who follows you here will agree, you root for, you want the best for. You are so authentically yourself. How do you do it?
Oh my goodness, how do I do it? I try not to think too much about things and just go for it. We all get like, you might call them intrusive thoughts, but your soul will talk to you about things you want to go for, whether it's starting a new business or wearing a bikini, wearing the new dress, but we end up thinking our way out of it. But that's not living, so you've got to try and not think and just do, and that's what I've been doing, and here I am.
But it's only, in the grand scheme of things, relatively recent that you've been doing that. How did you start to do that? Because I imagine at first it was really difficult.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I've always cared what people think of me, and I didn't realise I had a fear of rejection. So my content, for anyone who doesn't know, is rejection therapy. And the idea is you purposely put yourself in situations where you're likely to get rejected, which is soul destroying. It makes my skin crawl. Well, not anymore because I've overcome it, but it did make my skin crawl. And because you are purposely trying to overcome the fear of rejection, you have to ask quite silly questions to get rejected. So like I might go up to a stranger and be like, oh my God, I love your shoes. Can I try them on? And the idea is that they say no. So I can't remember what your question was, sorry.
How did it all begin? Because I imagine you stepping outside of your comfort zone. It's really unnatural on a human level to do that at the beginning.
Yeah, so when I came across the concept of rejection therapy, it was so out of my comfort zone that's why I did it, because I was really into self-development and I knew the importance of pushing yourself out your comfort zone. So I thought, if this scares me so much, where would it take me if I embarked on doing it?
And what kind of things have you done? Because I watch your content and I love the kind of things that you do, the way you push yourself outside of your comfort zone. But just tell anybody here who maybe hasn't seen your content, the kind of stuff that you do, Sophie.
Oh, I've done some quite innocent things, but just sound horrendous. So I quite often kind of push societal norms. So I might go up to someone with a dog and say, can I walk your dog? I'll stand up on a train and just tell everyone a joke. I will paint my face bright green and go to the shops. And the whole point is that people will stare at you, people might judge you, but that actually can't hurt you. And by putting ourselves in uncomfortable situations on purpose, our brain then builds resilience to that, and it's quite life-changing.
My favourite one was when you stood up on the aeroplane and shouted out to everybody. How did you feel just before that? Because that is a pretty aeroplanes are notoriously quite quiet places just before they take off. How did you feel at the front, standing up with your phone and shouting out? What was it you said to everybody?
So my most viral video, I was on a flight to Portugal on my own, and I stood up at the start of the flight and just went, have a lovely flight, everybody. Here's to making memories. And it was just silent. But then you have to sit and bask in that awkwardness. But I just want to disclaim that was not the first video I did. I'd been doing months of training to get to that point. But I was so scared. I was on my own, so I went on a solo trip, and there was these two men next to me. And I did have to say to the men next to me, I was like, I'm just letting you know, I'm not a weirdo, but I like to push myself out of my comfort zone. So I'm about to stand up and tell everyone to have a nice flight. And they found it really funny. But anyway, I was shaking. I stood up and said it, sat back down. The people next to me thought it was hilarious. And then 5 minutes after I'd told everyone to have a nice flight, I was looking around and I was like, no one cares. No one is thinking about this moment now other than me. And to me, it feels like a big deal. But in reality, I've actually done something really nice. Like I've literally innocently said, have a nice flight, everybody. But it sent my nervous system, so like, hi. But that really built my resilience and confidence because the world didn't stop spinning. I didn't die. Nothing happened. And it made me laugh.
And if anything, it almost lightens the mood. You know, if I was sat on a plane and someone like you did that, I'd kind of think, I feel like I've got a friend here.
Exactly. I always think that. I always think whenever I'm nervous, if somebody else stood up randomly and started doing like a really outrageous dance, what would I think? And I would think it was absolutely brilliant. I'd think, go on, and I'd love it. So I need to be the change that I want to see in the world. And that's what I tell myself whenever I'm nervous.
100%. And when you first posted your videos to TikTok and social media, Sophie, what kind of reaction were you expecting?
Honestly, when I started posting these rejection therapies on TikTok, I had no idea what the reaction would be. I honestly thought people would find it really ridiculous and really silly because it was such a new concept. But really quickly, so many people were saying how inspirational it was, and my account blew up quite quickly. And I think that is why, because it's such a unique concept to purposely put yourself in situations where you're going to get rejected. That's something that we all fear. And no one talks about overcoming it, but rejection therapy, literally, you overcome it head on and it's life-changing. So the response I've had has been life-changing for very many people.
And I think the fact that it does resonate with so many people shows you that we're all kind of walking around wishing that we could be our authentic selves and do what we want. We all have those intrusive thoughts that go, what if? And sometimes we just want to be ourselves. And I think people watch you and feel liberated by what you do.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone wants to be themselves. Quite a funny one is like if I get up and sing on the train, because I've done that 1 or 2 times, people comment being like, why does nobody join in? I'm like, because everyone cares what people think of them. Like, I could stand up and start singing, but not very many people would join in because they're scared of their own fears of rejection and they care what people think of you. Like, everyone's walking around with this mask on that we portray to like the public. But rejection therapy really helps you break that down, and then you can be your authentic self just everywhere.
And I think so many people look at it and, like you say, they just wish that they could be doing that they could get up and sing along. So many people want to do that. For you, what has been the most challenging aspect of doing this? Obviously, you're stepping outside of your comfort zone, but what is it that sometimes might make you stop and go, oh God, I'm going to do this?
Sometimes I don't want to be annoying to anybody, so that holds me back. But I always follow like my moral compass for a video, so I'll never do anything that I think is rude or out of line. But I have this rule in my head that if it scares me, then do it. And whenever I plan my videos, I like to pretend I'm planning them for somebody else, because if I let my own emotions and feelings get into what I'm planning, I'll talk myself out of it. But if I'm pretending it's for someone else, then there's no emotion there. But yeah, I just have to go for it.
That's a really good way, actually, to look at it objectively, as if you're doing it for someone else. Have you ever had any negative feedback in the moments when you've been doing it? And if so, how have you responded to that?
I've never had anything terrible happen. I've had some awkward silences. I've had some rude no's if I've asked, like, I asked a man to play rock, paper, scissors, which is such a fun thing to do, and he was proper like, no. But that's okay, because it makes you realise when you have a negative response, nothing happens, like it just helps build your resilience. Quite early on, so when I first started rejection therapy, I did a 30-day challenge, and one of those challenges was to go into a petrol station and ask for free petrol, and it made my skin crawl because it's scary, and I didn't want them to judge me either, but it was the loudest tumbleweed I've ever heard in my entire life. The woman proper gave me a dirty look and was like, why would you ask for that? And in my head, I'm thinking, I know it's stupid, but by just like embracing the awkwardness, nothing happens. It is life-changing.
It really is. And I think as well, it allows you to not take it personally and it not be about you.
Yeah, that is the biggest thing that's helped me. What people think of you is never personal, because I think what used to hold me back a lot in life was the fear of being perceived in a way that I didn't want people to perceive me. But what I've realised now is people are going to perceive you no matter what, which is really scary. But you've just got to be you. And then by being you, you're attracting the people that like you authentically. Yeah.
If anyone out there now is watching this thinking, oh, I wish I had the confidence to do rejection therapy, to just do something that pushes me outside of my comfort zone, what would you say to them, Sophie?
I'd say start small. Do not go AWOL and do something really outrageous straight away. Start small by like complimenting a stranger or smiling at a stranger. Or one that I think is really good is when you go to a coffee shop and they ask you for your name, just give like a random name. And I like to see it as harmless fun, but definitely start small, because if you do something too big, like going up to a stranger and asking them for a piggyback, it might just send your nervous system too high and you don't want to have a panic attack. So start small. It would be fun. I did ask someone that the other day and they said no.
How rude. I'll give you a piggyback, don't worry.
Thank you.
Do you still get nervous before you do it?
Yeah, every single day. It depends what I'm doing, but as my comfort zone grows, I then set myself harder challenges. So like me standing up and telling a joke on the train isn't something I would have been able to do a year ago. But because I'm always pushing myself out my comfort zone, I find I'm always quite nervous for my challenges. But if I was to redo the 30-day challenge that I did at the start, I don't think I'd be nervous.
Are there any tasks that are on your bucket list to do?
I've always had, it's really funny, to go into McDonald's and have a romantic meal for one. So like putting a white tablecloth over the table, having like a candle, and then just having this romantic meal for one. But I've never done that and I don't know why, it's really funny.
Yeah, please do that. I'd watch that one. Right, we've got an Andy's Man Club question for you here.
Oh.
If you could go back to any year of your life, which one would you pick and why?
I read this question and my sole response is to say nothing right now, always live in the present. Right now is the best day ever. But if I had to pick, I'd probably say when I was like 19 and started working in a vet's. It was quite fun and wholesome.
Was that because you got to work with animals all the time?
Yeah, and it was a very transformational period of my life. That's when I started doing my self-development journey. I started to figure out who I was as a person and realised a lot about myself.
We're asking a lot of people the next question, Sophie, because if you do attend an Andy's Man Club meet, you will get a free Kit Kat because they are bursting at the seams with Kit Kats. How do you eat your Kit Kat?
Oh, I take the chocolate off, nibble, 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 and then scoff the biscuit. How else is anybody eating a Kit Kat?
Yeah, that's all you do. And you start with the ends, the chunky chocolate at the ends. Yeah. You go in on that, then round the sides, then in with the wafer.
Yeah.
And look, Sophie, I'm glad we agree on that, by the way. Look, there are plenty of people watching you here, and they will, probably a lot of them have seen your content and watched it in admiration. What is the one bit of advice that if they could walk away with it today, you would give them?
What people think of you can't hurt you as much as you think. We give so much power to what our neighbour thinks of us, what our colleague thinks of us, but what you're doing is giving your whole power and your whole life away to someone who doesn't really care about you that much. Like, people care about you, but people don't really care what you're doing. And if people have got negative things to say about what you're up to, that is just a huge reflection of them and nothing about you. So do it anyway. Feel the fear and do it anyway.
Feel the fear and do it anyway. I love that. Ladies and gentlemen, Sophie Jones.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Now, Sophie is going to be rejoining me very shortly here on stage. She's going to set me a rejection therapy task, which I'm a little bit nervous about because I don't have any idea what it is. But next, anybody who is my age and above, I'm 35 by the way, will remember our next guest. You are in for a treat. This man was the soundtrack of our childhood. He got so many of us up, fit and active. And if you watch DMTV, you'll definitely remember him. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Motivator in a minute. In a minute, everybody. He's about to motivate us all, but first we're going to have a little video break, relax, and then I want to see you all on your feet, please, ladies and gentlemen, when he comes out. See you in a second.
Been happy when I've not been so happy, when I've been in quite a bad place. I just find it a really, really powerful place to kind of sit down and reflect and think about where I'm at. Think about where I've come from, think about things that have happened. It's also a place where it's been the beginning of a lot of stuff in my life. Longest term relationship I had, part of our first date was here when I was in a really difficult space, and I kind of was at a proper crossroads of not knowing how I wanted to continue, if I wanted to continue. I had a bit of a realization when I was sat up here as well, of just, no, I want to keep going. I want to move on to the next phase of my life. I want to see my children grow up, and yeah, I want to do something that makes me happy. So, yeah, so it's important for a lot of different reasons. started having some problems when I was first diagnosed with anxiety and depression. When I was first really struggling, it was kind of the back end of COVID. The ANDYSMANCLUB venues were still shut, couldn't go to them, so I had to wait a good year or so to actually step through the doors at ANDYSMANCLUB for the first time. That year was almost probably the toughest year of my life. I went through times where I was feeling okay, kind of back to my normal self. I had times where I was signed off work, I couldn't get out of bed for days on end. I didn't want to see my children. I didn't want them to see me in the way I was. And I contemplated a lot of dark thoughts. A lot of people, when they go to ANDYSMANCLUB for the first time, it's kind of stepping into the unknown. It's scary, but I was ready for it. I needed it. I kind of went there knowing that I needed to go. I needed to talk. I needed to listen to other people talk who've been through similar situations. It was like a real, I was kind of calling out for it. I needed that in my life. So yeah, I stepped through the doors January 22, and 2.5 years later, I'm now working for the charity. So it's it's amazing. It's an amazing journey it's been. I don't think I've ever really thought about how proud I am of myself for where I am now. But when I think back to a couple of specific situations where I really didn't want to be here anymore, and the only way I was thinking was everyone would be so much better off without me here. I'd not only end my pain, but everyone else would be in a much better place as well. Gratitude is the biggest thing I feel. I'm grateful to my family, my friends for sticking by me, for looking after me. I'm grateful to my children for being there and being the kind of shining lights they are in my life. Being that ultimate purpose for wanting to carry on and wanting to help other people. And I'm exceedingly grateful to ANDYSMANCLUB for being in existence, for the friends and the facilitators and the staff and the colleagues and the new friends I've made now working for the charity, because it keeps me going and it gives me a purpose, and it's allowing me to do a dream job that I hope I continue to do for the rest of my life, because it's I take a lot of pleasure from it. I do take a lot of pride from that as well.
Morning, everyone. Everyone is here for different reasons, aren't they? Some is here for yourself, some is here because maybe you lost someone, maybe you know that this charity helped your mate. At points today, I'm going to be really honest with you all, it's going to be grim, a bit like life, isn't it? So when I get up there, it gets a bit tough, gets a little bit, your feet start hurting, you see someone struggling, give someone a little pat on back. Great day so far. We've been rolling for about 6.5 hours. Some people are flagging, but that's life, innit? Sometimes you're on a bit of a journey and you just need that bit of support, so everyone's just digging in where they need to. Yeah, it's been great, and everyone's got their own whys why they're doing it, which I think at times is so important to remember. But that pain is temporary and it will pass. Andy is your brother, your son, your dad, your uncle, your daughter, your mum, you. That's who Andy is. Andy is anyone you're here to walk for today. And when it gets a little bit tough today, and you're feeling a little bit, I've said this to people, it'll pass, right? It'll pass. But remember why you're doing it. Everyone here, you've been through far worse relationship breakdowns, bereavement. Remember and tap into that.
Well done, guys. Yes. Well done, Luke. Well done. Well done.
I think some people don't realise who's here today. Different people with different struggles, all for their own reasons, and I think it's a massive thing. Whether you've come and got to the start line and dropped out after 100 metres, whether you've done 1, 2, 3, I think it's just a massive thing. Let's give everyone a round of applause today. Well.
10, 9, 8.
Let's go.
6.
Pump it up.
4.
Yeah. All right, we're here. We're in town. We're gonna make some noise. We're gonna have a party. Hit that music. Pump it up. Pump it up. I can't hear it. You got feedback. Pump it up. I can't hear a thing. All right. Can you hear it? Here we go. Let's march. All right. Here we go. Everybody, clap with me. Come on now. Clap it out. Come on now. Don't be shy. Don't be bashful. Here we go. Ha. Let's march. Here we go. Punch forward. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Ow. Here we go. Let's go. Yes. Come on now. Get ready. We're going to move that body. Anytime you're like, hello. Ready. Step. Come on. Let's go. Step. Here we go. Let's go. Step. Come on. Step. Come on. Do it. Here we go. Get down low, get up high. Get down low, get up high. Work that body, work it. Come on, here we go, let's go. Marching spot, here we go, let's go. Hands up. Take it down. Hands up. Take it down. Take it up. Take it down, give it. Here we go. Work that body, work it. We march. Get ready. 2 steps to the right, don't fall off. 2 steps to the right. 5, 6, 7. Hey! With a clap. Here. Come on. Here we go, let's go. Get ready. Here we go. Drive the car. Drive it with a clap. Ow. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Come on. Wait for it. Let's go. Work it. Here we go. Hands up. Put it in. Come on. Here we go. Work that body, work it. Here we go. Get ready. Step cut. Here we go. Do that. Come on. Here we go. Ha, ha, ha. Come on. Give me speedball. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Do it. Do it. Do it. It is so easy. Get ready. On your feet, let's go. Give me style. Uh-huh. Ride a horse. Ready? Get ready. Ride a horse. Ride it. Ride it. Ride it. It's a stubborn horse. Whip the horse. Whip the horse. Here we go. Whip the horse. Here we go. Go, Lasso! Here we go. Here we go. Come on now. Step touch. Step touch. Oh, yeah. Movement is such wonderful medicine. Welcome, everybody. Go. Hey, step across. Step across. Here we go. We step across. Uh-huh. Watch it now. Get ready. Here we go. Let's go. We're going to jump to your right or left. Ready. Here we go. Let's go. Jump it. Jump it. Ha, ha. Come on now. Rub that butt. Rub it. Rub it. Rub it. Ready. Here we go. Ride a horse. Ready. Ready. Here we go. We march. Follow me. Hands up. Hands down. Hands up. Hands down. Hands up. Hands down. Hands up. Come halfway down. We circle. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come on now. Hands up, 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 double. Here you go, single, single, double, double, go, single, single. Here we go, let's go. It's double, double, let's go. Double, single. Watch me, go, single, single, double. Come on, we do it, single, single, double. Let's go, single, single, double. Go, single, Come on, come on. Everybody up and down like so. Work it. Come on. Let's go, let's go. Watch it now. We cross. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come on, come on. You're looking pretty good. Drive it, drive it. Here we go, drive it. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Come on, come on. Come on. March it. We march. We march. We march. Go. Back, here we go. Stay here. Walk on, let's go. Yeah, here. Walk back. Stay here. Ready. Here we go, let's go. Stay here. Walk back. Come on. Let's go, let's go. Here we go. Stay here. Here we go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go. Come on, come on. Ready. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on. Ready, let's march. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Here we go, let's go. Oh yeah. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Be proud of who you are. Give me hip. 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 Here. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. We're marching fuck. Here we go. Let's go. Ha, ha, ha. Come on, come on. Oh, come on. Do it, do it, do it. Ha, 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 ha. Come on. 2 steps that way. Ha, ha, ha. Do that. Come on, come on. Step down low. Come up high. Down low. Huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Stay here, stay here, stay here. Uh-huh. Bring it in. Come on, come on. Here we go. Ha, 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 ha. Come on, come on. Do it, do it. Do it, do it. Go. Come on, come on. Do it, do it. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Huh. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Watch me. This way. In the middle here. Uh-huh. Huh. Huh. Get ready. Other leg, let's go. Come on, come on. Oh yeah, oh yeah. How are we doing for time? Are we okay? How you doing? Everybody say yeah. March it. March it. March. You guys, come on. Follow me. Walk back. Get ready. Same thing. Ready. Here we go. Let's. Stay here. Walk back. Get ready. Here we go. Go. Stay here. Walk back. Let's go. Stay here. Get ready. Are you ready? 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stay here. Walk back. Get ready. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. Stay here. Walk back. Walk back. Stay here. Ready? 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stay here. Walk back, walk back. Stay here, stay here, stay here. Stay here. You ready for this? I'll never be the same. Ready, here we go, let's go. Up. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Elbow to my face. Go. Bye. Thank you for being here. Let's go. Here we go. Punch it up. Are we ready? You're gonna turn round this direction. Ready? Here we go. Stay here. Other way. Here we go. Stay here. Give me hip. 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 And I'm a sucker. Come on, baby. Come on. Keep going. And you. Clap it out, clap it out, clap it out. Never be the same. All right. We march. Oh yeah, we march.
You're in my vein, you're in my head. You're in my blood.
You're in my vein.
You're in my head.
Watch me. Oh yeah. Both hands come up. Both hands come down. Give me. Right hand up. Here we go. Left hand up. Right hand down. Left hand down. Both hands come up. Both hands come down. Yes, you know something, gang. Yeah, laughter, movement is the best medicine in the world. And the more you do it, the better you're gonna feel. So no matter what, move your body, get ready, turn it around last time, let's go. Get ready, other direction, turn it. Stay here, stay here. Give yourself a big hand, too. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much for taking part. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Laughter, movement, the best medicine in the world. And the more you do it, the better you will feel. Thank you, son. The better you will feel. Thank you all for turning out. We had fun. Hopefully you had fun as well. We've got so much more happening today. It's all about us. It's about you. It's about you focusing on you. It's about you taking time for you. It's about you saying, listen, I am great. And in the world of trends, all of you guys just be a classic. You hear me? I'm out of here.
Give it up one more time for Mr. Motivator and his team. Woo, woo, woo! Oh, what an absolute vibe that was. Everybody who has just joined us here, we are with Andy's Man Club. We're here for 12 hours. We've been here since 9 a.m. this morning. We are going right the way through until 9 p.m. It is the longest conversation. We have got so many incredible guests and so many inspirational stories. And just before Mr. Motivator, Sophie Jones, the content creator who pushes rejection therapy and pushes herself outside of her comfort zone, joined me on this stage. And I'd like to invite Sophie to rejoin me as she sets me a rejection therapy task. So give it up once again for Sophie Jones. Oh, the tables have turned here, Sophie. I'm feeling a little bit nervous now. So, you're going to set me a rejection therapy task, is that right?
Yes.
For anyone that has just joined that didn't hear our chat, just tell them a little bit about rejection therapy and what it is that you do.
Rejection therapy is a self-help challenge where you purposely put yourself in situations where you're likely to get rejected. This is so we can become resilient and desensitized to those awkward, icky feelings we get when we hear a no, which means in your life you will put yourself out there so much more. You'll feel so free. You'll feel liberated because you'll realize that what people think of you doesn't matter.
Oh, so I am a bit nervous because I have no idea what Sophie's going to ask me to do. So if it's something to do with you guys, please be kind. Sophie, what's my task?
Okay, I've got a few options.
Oh,
the
no.
first one I thought was the next guest that sits here. Just like take a sip of your coffee and then be like, do you want some coffee? Like,
Okay, I can do that because the guest is sat there. He's over there, so I know he'll know that. What's the next one?
My next one is tell a terrible joke to the audience.
Oh, terrible. Oh, God, this is pressure. Oh, hang on. No. I've got one, right? What do you call a frog that breaks down in its car? A toad. Thank you. I got a bit of a laugh there. Was that good?
That was good.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yay.
I just want to say, if anyone just got up on the stage then, well done and danced, because this is what rejection therapy is all about. It's about that voice that says, no, don't do it. I feel silly, and doing it anyway, because life's all about enjoying yourself and not holding yourself back out of the fear of what people think.
And you epitomise that. Sophie Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Woohoo! Thank you so. Can I give you another hug? Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. For anybody who has just joined us, we are here for 12 hours doing the longest conversation with Andy's Man Club. It is a free peer-to-peer group you can attend all across the country. There's over 300 groups nationwide. And to find out more information, just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk. Okay, lots of you will recognise our next guest from Channel 4's Gogglebox. He's a professional hairdresser and L'Oreal colour specialist, and he's passionate about raising awareness around deafness, LGBTQ+ rights, and anti-bullying. Please give a very warm welcome to Daniel Lustig-Webb. Woo! Let me give you a hug, Daniel. How are we doing today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Were you dancing along with Mr. Motivator there?
Yeah, I feel totally motivated now.
Absolute throwback to my youth, that was. We were all in our element, I think, weren't we?
Am I? I used to watch him on TV all the time.
Absolute legend. 72 years of age, by the way. 72.
What?
I know. And yeah. Yes.
That's
Woohoo.
clap. That's
Yes.
clap.
Look, Daniel, we've been starting with asking a lot of our guests, how are you in yourself? How's life?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Yeah. A little bit nerve-wracking, but it's all good.
But that's why we're all here today, because what, if anything, we've learned from this morning's conversation, feeling nervous and having anxiety is a very human reaction. It's very natural. And is that something that over the years you've kind of learned to contend with and deal with?
Oh, God, yeah. I've always suffered, like, with being nervous or anxious, but I throw myself into it. Like, when I first started Gogglebox, I was so nervous. I didn't know how it was going to be, but you just got to go with it. You got to throw yourself in, and life's for living.
What was that like, Daniel? You know, you're a hairdresser, and then you get thrust into the public eye in your living room. What is that feeling like?
You know, the thing is, when you're a hairdresser, you're on stage all the time, so it's not that bad. Also, my ex, he was doing it for 5 years before me, and it was always done in my house. So I got to see it, I got to see how it was done, and we went to lots of events. So I had a little, ease into it, I guess.
But it's very different seeing it on the outside almost than doing it yourself. So how did you feel ahead of that very first filming day for you?
I was really nervous. I was so scared that, although we were married, we wouldn't have that TV connection. So I remember I had quite long hair then. I just, for the first season, I hid behind this long hair giggling quite a lot.
I guess as well for you, and with Gogglebox in general, you're right, it isn't just about, being seen and being on camera. It's about that dynamic that you have with family members, with partners, because the spotlight is thrust on that as well. How did you find that?
I actually found it really difficult because before that he had done it with a guy called Chris. In the very beginning, they were like TV gold. Then he did it with his mum, and they had a really good, funny connection. And I was like, oh my God, I hope I'm funny.
And you were so well received, weren't you? What was that like when you realised actually the public loved me?
Oh, they love me, yeah.
Well, no, but they did. Do you know what? It must be quite a nice feeling being receiving nice comments about yourself and knowing that actually I've put myself out there and it was nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I hardly got any horrible comments, always positive. And I tell you what, you get stopped in the street all the time and people are only lovely. You could be in London and it feels like you're in a tiny village. People come up to you all the time and say, oh, you really made me laugh, or you helped me through COVID, it was a really tough time. So it was really just a pleasure to do it.
And what is that like, having relative strangers coming over to you? Because it feels like you're a friend. It feels like, well, he sits in our living room. We know him. What is that feeling like at first when it first starts happening?
Do you know what? Most people, they don't know where they know you from in the very beginning. They're like, I know you. We went to school together. We did. I'm like, no, love, we didn't. You're 25 and I'm 50.
You look good for 50.
Oh, it's all frozen. Frozen in time. Frozen in time, people.
But what was that feeling like? Were you... Because I've spoken to a few people who've been thrust into the spotlight, and they say at first it can be very overwhelming. It is you have this private life, and I know you kind of seen it with your partner and stuff, but it is a very different world when you enter that route.
It is. Do you know what, though? I really enjoyed it. I did. I love meeting new people, and that never daunted me at all. People coming up to you all the time. I'm not a very private person. I will share lots of stuff. I share my life on Instagram constantly. So for me, that wasn't the hardest part. That was the easiest part.
You enjoyed that bit of it.
Yeah.
What is it like sharing your life on Instagram? Obviously, you can tell that you're a very open book. You wear your heart on your sleeve, and it is beautiful. But I guess that doesn't always make it easy to do, because there can be a sea of compliments and people loving you. But human nature is that we cling on to any negativity.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
Well, I think you do have to keep some parts back, for sure. The hardest thing in that field, I would say, is when I was getting separated and I literally come out my door and strangers coming up to me all the time, and you're really upset, you're going through a bad time, and people are just saying, oh, I'm sorry about the breakup, I'm so sorry you're getting separated. And I was very emotional, so that was probably very difficult.
How did you handle that, Daniel?
I am a really positive person, so I try to stay as positive as I can. I will talk to my friends all the time. I literally talk to, I'm a hairdresser, I talk to my client. Some of my clients have been doing it for 25 years. I've seen them through divorces, they're seeing me through a divorce. You know, I feel like it's important to be open and as positive as you can be.
That feeds into the ethos of Andy's Man Club and exactly what they encourage. It's okay to talk.
Yeah.
How important was that for you in terms of dealing with those really difficult, pivotal moments in your life?
I made sure that I was meeting up with my friends regularly and talking a lot. I would sometimes say, oh, God, I think I'm moaning, because I was just talking about it all the time. And they were like, no, you know, you've been there for us. We're there for you now. And that is really what got me through it. But also, I have to say, my ex was amazing. He made sure we stayed friends. And we're still living together at the moment.
Amazing. Wow. How's that?
Let's just say you can't bring anyone home.
Look, in other areas of your world, you've been a huge advocate and spokesperson for LGBTQ plus rights and for the deaf community.
Yeah.
Why is that so important to you, to be a voice?
Do you know what? If you've got any kind of platform, it's important. You know, all those people that follow you, they're interested in you. So if you can talk about it, like I'm deaf in one ear, so I start talking about that now. You know, I'm working with Stonewall Housing. You know, that's really important. LGBT, homeless people, everyone deserves a home. You know, it's important that if we have that platform, we talk about it.
With the being deaf in one ear, Daniel, how much did that affect your confidence, or did it at all? Because I've heard people speak about that and say it can be a real barrier to communication, and people almost become afraid of having conversations in case they can't understand what someone's saying.
When I was younger, I was very, very shy. I had no confidence, and I hardly had any friends. I was very, very anxious person. Like, people might say, oh, come over and play with us. I'd be like, no, I'll stay here on my own. And that is to do with being partially deaf, because I couldn't really hear conversations very well. It's very difficult. But when you get older and you respect yourself and any, like, you know, having this deaf ear, I would then start saying to people, well, actually, can you stand on this side because I can't hear you? But when I was younger, I never said those things, so it did really affect me.
But when you found your voice, you realised that life could be way easier if you're just honest. And again, that feeds into the message that we've been sharing today, authenticity, just being honest about who you are and telling people. And did you find when you did do that, there was very little judgment and actually people cared and were interested?
Oh my God, there was never any judgment, ever. All there was, you should have told me that earlier. I mean, I have spent my whole life going to nightclubs when I was younger and people talking to your ear, and I'm like, sorry. I go,
Can you say that all again in the other ear, please?
I would say that now, but when I was younger, I wouldn't.
Really?
No, I would literally go, and my clients sometimes tell me things, and I have to go, is this a good thing or a bad thing? So then I'm like,
You have to gauge their facial
they're like, no, I missed my flight. Oh, okay, sorry.
You've spoken a lot as well, Daniel, about exploring your identity and working out who you are.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that is an ongoing journey, or is it a destination that you've found now?
Do you know what? It's always a journey, isn't it? I think you are always learning about yourself. But I hit 50 in May, and I feel like I'm the most confident that I've ever been. I understand who I am. I like my body. I'm talking about things all the time. So, yeah, 50 is the new 30, people.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I'll take that because I'll be there in 15 years. What would you say to anybody who might be struggling with their identity at the minute?
I would definitely say reach out to your friends, to your family. If you can't, groups like this are so amazing. It's all about just making sure you're talking.
Do you feel as though your role as a hairdresser, Daniel, has almost allowed you to get a very good understanding of the different ways in which people's minds work and how you can be a good listener?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest part of hairdressing, is 50% is cutting, and the other is learning about people and learning and listening. We make great, I mean, everyone says, but we do make good, we listen all the time. So then I learn from that as well, how people are.
And I think that's one of the most powerful things that you can do. We had a few of our guests talk about the fact that we aren't here to fix, we are here to listen.
Yeah.
And is that something that you realised quite early on in your journey?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as a hairdresser, the only fixing I'm doing is a bad haircut.
I love it. I love that. And, again, we've spoken about the importance of community.
Yeah.
And has your clients and the hairdressing community as a whole, have they helped you in your time of need?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been working in Brighton for a long time now, and there are lots of other hairdressers, and we all know each other. That's one tribe. The gay community is a massive tribe. They're always there for you as well. So it's important to have different communities.
Absolutely. Talk to us about your Kilimanjaro challenge.
Oh my God.
How are you preparing for this?
I've only done one walk.
You and me both.
Oh my God, but I'm so excited. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
When are you doing it?
It's January the 30th, and it's for Kidscape, which is an amazing anti-bullying charity. I was bullied at school loads, so when I found out that was going on, I was talking to this hairdresser called Andrew Barton, who was from 10 years younger, and I had a bottle of rosé, and then I said, yeah, I'm up for it. I've done one walk of the Downs, and that's it.
And you didn't regret agreeing to it the next day? You've committed now?
Oh my God. Do you know, years and years ago, there was a Children in Need, Cheryl Cole, a whole bunch of other people did it, and I thought if I ever get that opportunity, I want to do it.
It is an incredible thing to do, Daniel. How do you feel in the build-up to it, genuinely, though? Obviously, it's exciting. It's a brilliant thing that you're doing, but you must have a variety of emotions that you're toying with.
I do. I want to get to the top. And not everyone gets to the top, so I want to be fit enough to get to the top. And I realise I have to really train for it. It's important to train as well.
Absolutely.
For mentally, because apparently it's not only the physical, it's the mental.
Well, that's so important in every area of your life, isn't it? With the mental strength, the physical almost can follow, can't it?
Exactly.
Good luck with it, Daniel. Now, we've got a few more questions. These are Andy's Man Club questions.
Ooh, I'm ready.
First one is, it's quite nice, this one.
Okay.
Tell us about a time that you found a positive from a negative situation.
Oh my goodness. Well, like I said, I am a really positive person, so I try not to. I tell you what. Negative was splitting up with my partner. I got married. I thought we'd be together forever. But out of that, we've got a really good friendship. So we have turned it into a massive positive.
That's really powerful.
Yeah.
Next one. Coffee or tea in the morning, and how do you have it?
Oh my God. Black.
Black coffee.
Lots of it, please.
How many a day?
I have like a really strong coffee in bed. And then...
Hang on, not at the evening, in the morning.
In the morning.
Yeah.
Not at night. Oh my God, I never sleep. And then I get to work and I must have one or two more. But that's it. Otherwise, I'd be a jittering mess.
And also, you seem to have endless energy anyway. You are completely full of energy, aren't you?
I literally talk all day, and then I get back home and I'm chatting again.
Well, we're here till 9 o'clock tonight, so if you want to hang around, we can have a chat after.
Yeah, we'll chat.
And finally, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned that we are inundated with Kit Kats at Andy's Man Club. So if you come to any of our meets, you will get a free Kit Kat because we are bursting at the seams with them.
I love Kit Kat.
How do you eat them?
Oh my God, I still eat mine like I did as a child. So I basically get one finger, I'll snap it in half, and then I'll literally and then I save all the chocolate bits. Then I eat them.
Is that because they're the best bits?
Yes, I love them.
Yes, I love that. Daniel, it has been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. Thank you for being so open. Thank you for being a huge advocate in communities that need huge advocates like yourself. And thank you for just radiating joy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Lustig-Webb. Woohoo! Give me a hug, come here. Thank you so much. And thank you once again for joining us. We will be back very shortly with our next guest. See you in a minute.
Morning, everyone. Everyone is here for different reasons, aren't they? Some is here for yourself, some is here because maybe you lost someone, maybe you know that this charity helped your mate. At points today, I'm going to be really honest with you all, it's going to be grim, a bit like life, isn't it? So when I get up there, it gets a bit tough, gets a little bit, your feet start hurting, you see someone struggling, give someone a little pat on back. Great day so far. We've been rolling for about 6.5 hours. Some people are flagging, but that's life, innit? Sometimes you're on a bit of a journey and you just need that bit of support. So everyone's just digging in where they need to. Yeah, it's been great, and everyone's got their own whys why they're doing it, which I think at times is so important to remember. But that pain is temporary and it will pass. Andy is your brother, your son, your dad, your uncle, your daughter, your mum, you. That's who Andy is. Andy is anyone you're here to walk for today. And when it gets a little bit tough today, and you're feeling a little bit... I've said this to people, it'll pass, right? It'll pass. But remember why you're doing it. Everyone here, you've been through far worse relationship breakdowns, bereavement. Remember and tap into that. Guys. Yes. Well done, Luke. Well done. Well done. I think some people don't realise who's here today. Different people with different struggles, all for their own reasons, and I think it's a massive thing. Whether you've come and got to the start line and dropped out after 100 metres, whether you've done 1, 2, 3, I think it's just a massive thing. Let's give everyone a round of applause today. Well.
So beginning of the year, fairly traumatic experience for my wife locally, and brought sort of mental health to the forefront of our thoughts, and had plenty of time off with my career, so I thought I could use that time constructively. Decided to start planning a road trip. Obviously Andy's Man Club is a club for men around the country, so I used that around the country as my sort of ethos to start the planning, and thought, well, I'll go literally around the country.
Figured, you know, I love biking, I love touring, so what better way to do it than on a bike and touring, and with Andy's Man Club all over the bike, and start conversations. If you're thinking about going to an Andy's Man Club, just go, see what it's about, walk through the door. It's not an easy thing for some people to do, but once you've done it, the guys are so supportive, no judgment whatsoever, and that was the main thing that struck me when I was there, is no one judges you, everyone's there to help each other. So yeah, visit Andy's Man Club and talk to someone, talk to anyone, and that's it really.
Super excited for him. He loves being out on the bike, and to make it something that he's really passionate about and putting it together, yeah, it's just phenomenal. The amount of people who have come up to him at like bike meets as well, taken interest in his bike, and then started that conversation flowing, that is what this is about. It isn't just about the donations, it's about getting people talking, and that's his passion, he loves it.
So I planned a route just short of 5,000 miles, which covered every coastal town I could possibly reach without using the same road in or the same road out, so it had to be a loop. Started approaching companies asking for some support and some help, and got some fantastic support from quite a few companies offering tyres and clothing and what have you. So I put the idea out on Facebook and said, listen, this is what I'm thinking about doing, on a few motorbike groups. I said, if you saw me on the side of the road without fuel or food, would you help us out? And I'd had something like, was it 5,000 or 9,000 people had seen and or commented on the post, saying, you know, absolutely, if you pass my doorstep and you're hungry, pop in for a meal, or I'd meet you at a garage and I'd fill the tank with fuel. So I thought, this is doable. So I set up a Facebook page, set up an Instagram and a Just Giving, and I think within the first month, something like 90,000 people had visited the Facebook page, and I realised that it was definitely doable. There was days where I would speak to numerous people and they'd tell me their stories, and whilst I couldn't directly relate, you know, I'd never experienced what they were experiencing, I wanted them to experience what I'm experiencing. And if I can help shed some of their weight for half an hour, 20 minutes, even if 5 minutes, you know, if I can help them talk, then, you know, it's no harm for me. I can afford a half an hour delay in my schedule around the country, you know. So yeah, it was just humbling, really humbling. I'd met so many people, heard so many stories, and between sort of the community, my employer, and various other people, we've raised just shy of £38,000 for Andy's Man Club, which is phenomenal. Just an incredible effort by everyone. I was happy to see my wife and kids, obviously, and everyone. It was great, it was ace. But at the same time, I was going to miss what I'd just done. I was going to miss the encounters of the people that I'd been speaking to, and just the general experience. It was a really torn sort of feelings, you know, like desperate to give my wife and kids a hug, but I was also desperate to go and do it all over again. It's definitely changed me, definitely. Definitely more conscious of the people around me, and more conscious that not everyone is living the life I'm living, and be aware of that, and saying good morning doesn't hurt, or hi Just little gestures, I guess, to people. It's not going to help me, but it might just cheer them up. So I'm becoming a lot more conscious of just the little things.
We're at King's Cross Station in London today as a result of our partnership with Network Rail. We've got a few question boards behind me, getting members of the public to answer some of the questions that are actually asked inside our sessions. Fantastic to see the public of London getting really involved and really invested in everything that we're doing. It's okay to talk.
Have you heard of Andy's Man Club before? These boards here are some of the questions we ask on a Monday night.
It's for any man age 18 and above. We have over 4,500 men a week that are using the clubs now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Go back 10 years. 10 years. And give yourself one piece of advice. What would it be? You know, you can see how like it creates conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Gets guys talking.
Oh, mate, certainly.
Just say, what message would you give somebody who was struggling?
Okay. Today is the flagship event of what we do with Network Rail. I'd like to thank the amazing team at Network Rail, Mark and Elliot specifically, for all the help that they've offered us in basically giving us this space.
What did you write?
Try to give up. And if you feel like giving up, just remember, doubt the doubts and try again.
Thank you all so much for joining us for the longest conversation with Andy's Man Club. We are right here live in Paternoster Square all the way through until 9 o'clock tonight. For anybody just walking by who doesn't know what Andy's Man Club is, head over to andysmanclub.co.uk. They are a free peer-to-peer group. They help men aged 18 plus all over the country. There are more than 300 groups nationwide. And the ethos is, it's okay to talk. It is such an important message that we've heard echoed through all of our guests today. And like I say, we have so many more amazing guests to come. And our next guest has built up a powerful platform, opening up conversations around grief, purpose and mental health, and joins us today to share the lessons that his hitchhiking adventures and unconventional way of living have taught him. Please give a very warm welcome to Adam Lind. Adam, welcome to our living room.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Take a seat. So we've asked most of our guests, the first thing we've asked when they've sat down is, how are you today? How are you?
Very good, very grateful to be here and really inspired by what you're doing, actually.
Well, we're very grateful to have you. Thank you for joining us. Adam, for anybody that doesn't know your story, take us right back to where it all began.
Yeah, good question. I'd say for me, it probably began when I was 17. I lost my father to addiction. And being a teenager and losing a parent is like a really kind of complex situation because, you know, when you're a teenager, you're trying to navigate your way through life and like what you're going to do at the weekend with your friends. But at the same time, I was put into this grief space. And it was during that grief space where I kind of decided or learned that life, you know, is quite impermanent. And I was like, started to ask myself these questions, like what is the meaning of life, what is the purpose of life, and kind of made a vow to myself that I was going to try and live a life that felt very purposeful to me, which has kind of led me to sit here today, which is pretty cool.
It really is. But Adam, when you go through a grief like that at such a young age, part of the difficulty, I guess, is that understandably your peers can't fully resonate because most of them won't have experienced the grief to that extent. Is that something that you struggled with?
It's a really good question. I can't remember necessarily struggling with that because I think part of the grief stage at the beginning is this almost like escapism, and just being able to hang out with my friends who weren't able to speak about it all the time actually gave me, I guess, a sense of normality. And I actually think the real grief and the real kind of life-affirming changes came when I looked inside myself. Because, you know, it's great to lean on people for support before, but I think there is an element as well of, like, for me, asking myself all of these really important questions that I needed to know.
How did you change in that moment when that happened, Adam, from who you were then at 17 years of age to now? How's it shaped you?
I think there was a really pinnacle moment during the grieving process where I'd been crying for weeks and I just felt like there was going to be no way out of this down period. And I decided what I was going to do is I'm going to lie on my bed and I'm just going to pretend for a moment that I'm on a beach with my friends. I'm just going to take myself out of it. And I remember laying on my bed, putting my arms and my legs in a position as if I was like laying on a beach. And I remember I couldn't tell when I came out of this state if I'd been there for a few minutes or if I'd been there for a few hours, but something really changed. And as I went on to learn more about neuro-linguistic programming or NLP, there's this, like, one of their main tools they talk about is if you change your physiology, then you can change your state. So what I'd done in that moment by essentially putting my body in a really relaxed state is I'd started to relax my mind. And then I think that was a really big shift in, like, talking and using the mind is so important, but at the same time, we store so much in our body, you know? And I think being able to use the body to also get through some of these difficult emotions became, for me, a really integral part of healing.
And is that something you've continued to do?
Oh yeah, I'm like a big shaker. So like, if I can feel myself feeling stagnant, I'll like put a song on and I'll physically like shake my body. Because like I say, I'm such an advocate for talking, but when you've got a mind like mine, you can start to maybe like ruminate, or you can feel like you're talking about the same thing again and again and again, and you start to feel a bit better. But I can still feel it like lingers, maybe in like holding my breath or having like pain somewhere. And for me, there's this real need to kind of physically move my body to get it off. I think when Mr. Motivator was on stage and everyone's dancing around and you see everyone feel so happy, there's really something in that, you know?
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And it's something that often can go overlooked, isn't it? But to relieve yourself of that energy, because that's ultimately what it is that's buzzing around, afterwards can give you a real sense of calm, can't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, emotion, I think, derives from like emotion, energy in motion. So all of the emotions we're feeling are just energy like kind of trapped in the body. And I think when you learn like really small ways of how to kind of deal with that and make yourself feel better for them, it can be really life-changing.
Look, Adam, for anyone that doesn't follow you, tell them about your life, because you lead quite an unconventional life and it is fascinating to watch. But just share that with us, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Well, I live on a canal boat, so I travel around the UK on my boat. But how I got there was, I met my wife 12 years ago at university, and then when we graduated, we decided that we weren't really ready to kind of join the real world, should we call it? So we packed a bag, and we took a bus from London to Amsterdam for £10, and then we decided to start this journey of trying to hitchhike from Amsterdam to India. So the idea was that we weren't going to use an aeroplane, a train, or a bus, and we were just going to completely rely on the kindness of strangers to pick us up. So we just had our thumbs and a backpack, and it ended up being a 5-year journey on the road, only being picked up by hundreds and hundreds, close to 1,000 strangers. And it was kind of a bit of like a human research project to really understand. And I always believed that like the majority of human beings are good people. but we're kind of really cultured away from that, be that the news or the media. So I was like, why not just put it all to the test and just put basically my life in the hands of strangers, and I'm still here. So
Amazing.
all my limbs.
You lived to tell the tale, so it went pretty well. Were there any examples that you could share with us of your interactions with people in those 5 years that have stuck with you?
Oh, yes, so many. I think what was really interesting when people would say to us, like, weren't you scared about, like, getting in the car with these people? And, you know, there was, like, an equal exchange. They were also picking up 2 complete strangers to get into their car. And what I found is like, people actually crave human connection and they crave conversation. But because of the way our lives have been navigated, where we wake up, we go to work, we go home, we're on our phones, we're not often putting ourselves in situations where you can just have conversations, right? So I think the thing was, being in a car with someone is quite like almost an intimate, personal space. And we were just able to talk about life in a way that, you know, we didn't know the same people, so we weren't talking about, oh, did you hear that this one's just done this or this one's just done that? You're just talking about how you feel and you're inspiring each other. And I think that's something I've kept with me to try and always incorporate in my daily life.
And one of the common themes that we've heard all morning is that isolation breeds depression, Adam. And doing what you've done and seeking out that connection with various people is almost like a therapy in itself, isn't it?
100%. Like living on a canal boat in the middle of nature, often one of the things people will say to me is like, oh, it must be so peaceful, like being in nature. And of course, in one way it is, but also at the same time, it can be really isolating. Like if my mind's not in a good space, like if my mind's in a good space and I'm in nature on my boat, I can be like under the trees and just so free. But if my mind's not in a good space, it can feel so alone, like being in the middle of nowhere. So this idea of always like seeking out human connection, I think, you know, we originated to be in tribes. We originated to live in tribal communities, in small areas, and help each other as a community. And we've become so isolated from that, and we've glorified independence in such a way that we've just lost the sense of community.
Adam, how did your hitchhiking and then the way you live your life now on your narrowboat, how has that changed your view on the world and on people?
I think I made a vow to myself about 10 years ago to stop watching the news. And that's not for a place of like being ignorant, because you still know everything that's going on in the world, by the way, if you don't choose to watch the news. But what I noticed about the news particularly was it's like 90 to 95% of it was scary, it was fear-mongering, it was making me fear people of other countries, religions, nations, people in my own area, because you'd hear that like on the way home from school, someone's just been attacked on the news and stuff like this. And once I eradicated that from my life and actually just went out and experienced people from like a kind of first-hand basis, I felt like I was able to trust humanity again. And I really do believe that like we are in such a state of disconnection at the moment, and it's only getting worse. And the only way to really find human connection is not to like learn about it on TV. It's about to actually go out there and see how willing and happy people are to connect with each other if you kind of open that door.
Obviously, not everybody has the ability or the resources to go traveling or might not be able to live on a boat and have that community. But what advice would you give to anybody who thinks, actually, yeah, you're right, I do want to form a community, I do want to speak to people and communicate more?
I think often I find when I speak to people, even your own friends, maybe you could build more of a community with. So like a lot of people will say to me like, oh, like me and my friends never have conversations like this. You know, it can all be quite surface level. So there's even a point of you don't even need to necessarily go and seek new people sometimes. You maybe just need to like ask your friend a different question or tell your friend something that you wouldn't normally say to them. And then it's like building these deeper connections that are more than surface level, because like you say, some people are like, well, I wake up, I go to work, I've got my friends, I don't have time to make new friends, which I completely, you know, have sympathy for. So why not actually just start to kind of transform the relationships you already have? Could be with your own family, could be with your own siblings, you know.
That's very true, actually. You can be the instigator of changing that dynamic. That's a really good idea, actually. I really like that. Adam, I'm intrigued. What's it like living on a boat? Practically, what is it like? I think everyone wants to know that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, every lifestyle has pros and cons, for sure. I like it because there's kind of like quite a primal element to it. So, you know, like in the winter, we don't have central heating. We have to like make a fire to keep us warm. And you have to think about your consumption. Like we have a big water tank, and when that runs out, we cruise the boat to then fill up water again. But it definitely makes you slow down. It definitely makes you be more mindful and grateful for like the water coming out your taps and where your toilet waste goes, the things that we really take for granted, you know, and we can just turn a tap on and off, and we can just like flush things away or just switch the heating on. And there's something about that, I think, particularly in the winter, that really kind of yeah, it grounds you and makes you think about how humans maybe used to live before we built all this luxury.
Yeah, it's almost like it's stripping it back to basics, isn't it, essentially? And you very openly talk about your story and share it on social media. What was it that made you first want to do that?
Good question. I think I've always been quite an open book. Like, people say, like, how are you so happy to have all these vulnerable conversations? I don't really think it's something I try and do. I think it kind of always came quite naturally to me. And when I first started posting online, it was mainly just about living on a boat. And then I was kind of getting tired of, like, having quite a large platform, but feeling like I wasn't giving much meaning to it other than, like, look at me, I live on a boat. So I kind of started playing around with the ideas of just opening up a bit more about grief and my mental health and days where I was feeling bad, because we're so good at glorifying people's lives online, right? And I didn't want people to be looking at my life as like, this guy's so perfect, he lives on this perfect boat and everything's so happy, because no one's life's like that. There's this, you know, the pedestal theory of you always look at someone else and you put them on a pedestal based on the thing that they have that you don't have. So I started to share more of my message around my thoughts, and people kind of engaged in it and really enjoyed it. And then I just thought, this feels a lot more meaningful to me than just talking about sitting on top of my boat and having a beer in the sunshine, you know?
Well, yeah, it resonates with people, and there's a huge space for that. What is the one thing that grief has taught you, Adam, that you carry with you every day, good or bad?
Good question. The one thing, I say good question to you after every question, don't I? I'm like,
Yeah, you can carry on. I'm flattered.
Well, the one thing grief has taught me, I guess, to really think about the impermanence of life. And I know that sounds quite morbid, but you can kind of translate that into a real positive. Is like this idea of like, oh, well, I'll do that next year, or I'll do that once this happens, you know? And actually just like, I always think, what would 80-year-old me say to myself now? Like, would they be proud of the decisions I'm making? Would they have been grateful that I took that step? So seeing life as impermanent from quite young, I think, has allowed me to kind of live a life through experience rather than chasing maybe like materialism.
That's a wonderful outlook and a wonderful way to live. Adam, we've had plenty of guests on this morning who have spoken about the fact that, you know, they're nervous sat here, which is completely natural, but they've given us different tactics on how to deal with that. Sitting with the anxiety, telling yourself no one's going to die because you get up on stage, that people don't really care what you're doing ultimately. What is it that you use to ensure that you push yourself outside of your comfort zone? What is the message you tell yourself?
I think for me, the breath has always played like a really integral part in how I show up. Like before, just now back there, like you can kind of feel the adrenaline. I don't know if it's nerves, but definitely adrenaline. And like just by, you know, we can control so much of our nervous system with the breath. So back there, I just did these like really easy 5 deep breaths. And essentially, if you exhale longer than you inhale, then you are relaxing your nervous system. And it's as simple as that. So if you can breathe in for 3 seconds and breathe out for 5 seconds, that is signaling your nervous system to relax. So if I ever feel stressed, anxious, or in a state of worry, it's as simple as that. Just take some breaths, but make sure the exhale is longer than the inhale.
Yeah, and that tells your body, this is safe. This is okay.
Exactly.
Look, Adam, you are releasing a book this September, Lessons from a Life Less Ordinary.
Yes.
What's that about? Can you tell us?
Yeah, so the book is kind of themed, there's 10 chapters themed around 10 different life topics, from grief to contentment to community to kindness, and it kind of goes through exploring each of these ideas and maybe how we can apply them a little bit more in our lives. It talks a lot of tales of lessons I learned on the road from being in the car with all these random people, and it weaves in a lot of like the boat community, because you find a lot of people that live on the waterways have had quite like a interesting life of what led them to live this alternative way. So it's like a collection of human stories, human interactions that hopefully will inspire people.
And was it quite therapeutic for you writing it?
Oh yeah, it was so cathartic. It was such an interesting experience to kind of not just relive everything, but obviously often you relive memories in your mind, but to relive them whilst writing them down and then describing them in a way that you think people are going to want to really feel it was, yeah, it was intense, but I really enjoyed it.
And what is something that you hope readers of your book take away from it?
I feel like I describe it as a bit of an invitation just to kind of look inside yourself, because I think so often we are either like on the base surface have like anxiety, or we're worrying about what we're going to do next, or we're trying to look after everyone else, and we rarely like give ourselves this soft invitation to just acknowledge how we're feeling in this moment. And I kind of want it to be a bit of that.
I love that. And look, you recently met one of your heroes, Ben Fogle.
Yes.
How was that?
It was really, really cool. It was nice to be, he sent me a message online basically saying, I've seen that you've written this poem about being a man that I think I'm going to do soon. And he was like, I'd love to come and meet you. Like, I've got 2 sons who are like struggling in this like masculinity space. And it felt really nice because, like I say, I started just about posting living on a boat. And it was really nice that he found me more from a lens of like the stuff that I really enjoy speaking about. But no, he was great. We sat for an afternoon outside the boat. When he first messaged me, I thought it was like a scam. I didn't think it was actually him. And yeah, we just had a really wonderful afternoon together. I was very grateful.
Amazing. And again, that just feeds into that whole connection thing, that it is so important to make connections and with like-minded people who understand us. Look, Adam, before we do hear your poem, which I'm very excited, and I know everybody else will be, we have a few Andy's Man Club questions for you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
First one, what's your favourite trip that you've been on and why?
Probably the time I spent in India. I spent like a year there, and I got to, just experience a culture that felt really like I'd kind of gone back in time. Again, everyone's always outside, everyone's living in community, people aren't glorifying like the same things we glorify in the West as much. And also I was really lucky to live in like an ashram for 30 days, doing a lot of, I guess self-work that definitely inspires a lot of the book as well. So.
And if you could hitchhike to anywhere else that was possible, that you haven't already been to, where would you go and why?
Probably Africa. Like, Africa's one continent I haven't really explored at all, and it's definitely somewhere that really intrigues me.
And Adam, just one final question before you do read your poem. We've asked a lot of our guests today. Anybody sat here watching this thinking, do you know what? He's inspirational. I wish I could step outside of my comfort zone like that. What would you say?
I'd say that often taking the first step is the hardest part. I think sometimes what blocks us is we have a goal and then we think about all the reasons between where we are now and the goal that are going to stop us doing it. And often, like when I made this journey that I wanted to hitchhike to India, we never actually reached India by hitchhiking. And if I would have known the blockages along the way, I never would have left. But you kind of realize the cliche saying of it's about the journey, not the destination, being like, just take the first step and don't worry about what's going to happen after. Because that's what I think stops us doing so many things.
Almost like relinquishing control and accepting that you don't know. Yeah, exactly. Surrender yourself to it. Right, Adam, I am going to exit the stage. It is over to you because I know you're going to read one of your poems. I'm very excited for this. So please give him a very warm welcome for his poem, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Adam.
Maybe I'll stand for this one. Thanks all for listening, by the way. This is a poem I wrote. It's only a short one, and it's called What Does It Mean to Be a Man? So what does it mean to be a man? I've not got the answers, but I'll share some thoughts if I can. You see, a man is not more of a man for the manliness he attains. You don't earn extra man points for avoiding grief or shame. You see, I was raised by 2 women. I've got a feminine side. I feel my feelings real deeply, and I'm not afraid to cry. And I say that with pride. But real men like sports and football, and I've got no interest anymore. I've tried the 6-pack thing 1,000 times, still got no strength in my core. Is it too big, too small, too fat, too hairy? Did he too quickly, too slowly? Is he too timid or too leery? You see, I'm a husband, I'm an uncle, I'm a son, and I'm a brother. I'm the archetypes of warrior, the jester, king, and lover. I think a true man can be vulnerable, express how he feels inside, knows how to communicate honestly, and has no shame in dropping pride. Because you see, my father, the man that I looked up to, he lost his life to addiction. He could drink 2 bottles of whiskey a day, and that was his affliction. Because men who don't face their own pain, they're prone to inflict it on another. But you're already more than enough of a man. I'm talking to you, my brother. Thank you.
For Adam Lind, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Thank you, Adam. Look, for anyone who has just joined us here in Paternoster Square, or anyone who has just jumped online, hello. We are here for 12 hours, right the way through until 9 o'clock tonight. That is to represent the average of 12 men that we lose each day in the UK to suicide. Andy's Man Club is what this is in aid of. For anybody that wants to find out more, head over to the website ANDYSMANCLUB.co.uk. And I'm sure many of you will have seen people walking around in t-shirts that have hashtag Andy's Man Club on them. So if you've got any questions, feel free to ask them. And on that note, they have worked so hard all day, and they are here right the way through to the evening. So can we please just give them all a huge round of applause, because they are the reason that we are all here. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, then Papyrus are a leading youth suicide prevention charity in the UK. Their suicide prevention helpline, Hopeline 24/7, is staffed by trained suicide prevention advisors who work with young people and anybody who is concerned for a young person to help to keep them safe from suicide. We are absolutely honoured to have their CEO with us today. Please give a very warm welcome to Jed Flynn. Jed, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Take a seat in our lovely living room. How are you doing today, Jed?
Very good. It's amazing to be here in central London talking about something that nobody wants to talk about. Mental health, suicide, well-being, fantastic.
But it's actually the conversations that we need to be having, as you know all too well. And it's we've spoken about community a lot today, and it's a truly beautiful community that we can see here, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
Jed, for anybody that isn't aware of Papyrus, what is it that you do?
So Papyrus is a national organisation. The first thing to get out of the way is the name. Originally, we're the Parents Association for the Prevention of Young Suicide. And nobody can say Papyrus. So we always say, we don't care what you call us, just call us.
I'm so glad you said that, because I've had to write it phonetically.
Yeah, it's all right. So Papyrus was founded 29 years ago by mums and dads who joined a club that nobody wants to be in, a bit like the story of Andy's Man's Club, lost a child to suicide, and that just, life could just stop there. But like the founders of Andy's Man Club and our charity's founders, they've turned tragedy into hope, really, and said, often we can't do anything about the person who's died, but we can do a lot of things for the person who's still alive. And that's at the heart of everything we do as Papyrus today. So as you said, we offer a national helpline. We deliver training in suicide. We don't venture off into other parts of mental health. We focus on suicide intervention skills, talking about suicide openly, sensitively. It saves lives.
What has the feedback been like from people that you've helped, Jed?
It's really difficult. We're in a difficult game when it comes to evidence, because very few people will actually say, I'm still alive because of this. But we do get that feedback, and it's phenomenally humbling to hear that. When somebody calls us, it takes tremendous courage. But to call us back and say, I'm still here because of the conversations that, and I'm sure that happens at Andy's Man Club as well. But if we're only in it for the sort of the feedback, we're in it for the wrong game, really. We know that talking and being open and reaching in rather than waiting for the person to reach out saves lives. So I often say, I pinch myself sometimes to say what we do is fundamentally very easy. But it's not that easy, actually, for people to reach out. I was so inspired by your previous speaker who pushing her boundaries. And I think we all need to push the boundary, which says, don't talk about suicide. Let's push that boundary. It will save a life.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that we don't want to talk about it because it's painful, but actually it's that pain that needs exploring, isn't it, Jed?
One of the things we discovered about 20 years ago is that as a sort of perfect storm happens, a young person feels pain to the point where they no longer know how to live, but they find it incredibly difficult to share that pain because they don't want other people to be hurt by their sense of loss or their sense of despair. So they silence themselves. But the other side of that perfect storm is often the loved one, the caregiver, mum, dad, brother, sister, partner. They normalize unusual behavior. So our message has to be, if you see a change in somebody's behavior, just explore that. It's not going to kill them to explore and have a conversation. Literally, that can be a life-saving moment. I often say, 24/7, we are holding life in the palm of our hands in our service. But each of us can do that just by taking a moment, as you're listening to me now. Just take a moment to look at the person next to you and ask them how they are. That can be so soothing, but it can be life critical for some people. Somebody matters to you.
That's a really good point you've made there, Jed. And if there are any parents or anybody actually that is worried about a loved one, and they ask them the question, but they get pushback on that, and they're dismissed and know everything's okay. Do you have any advice for how to go that step further?
Well, firstly, let's not use euphemisms. When we say ask the question, what is the question? It's not how are you? That's helpful. But it's, are you thinking about suicide? Let me shout that across central London. Are you thinking about suicide? And if the person pushes back, it's usually, let's assume they are thinking about suicide. And it's such a difficult silence to break. But you asking that question paves the way for them to feel confidence in you. Persistence and patience will help you here. Are you thinking about suicide? If the person says no, and you still believe that they're struggling, ask again. It's just that your behavior tells me something is not okay. The very fact that you use the word suicide and not a euphemism gives the person a strong sense that you're not scared of the word, you're not going to run away. I always say this, keep asking until you get a no that you believe or a yes that you expect.
That's brilliant. That's a really good point, Jed.
If you don't believe them, persist. You're not going to create suicide. You can't make somebody die by suicide by asking a question like that. If they are having a conversation with themselves, they're letting you into that by you bravely asking the question. And if they're not asking, is it a wasted question? No, because when the time comes that maybe in the future they're distressed, they're going to come to you because you're a safe person.
And they know that, like you say, you're unafraid of talking about it.
That's right.
What brought you into your role, Jed?
In one sense, the easy answer would be a job advert, but I'd been running a program called Seasons for Growth, something that we've come back to as Papyrus, and it's helpful to listen to Adam, the previous speaker, around grief. A lot of the people that we work with, and a lot of the people, sadly, that we lose, often have not had an opportunity to grieve, as Adam was expounding beautifully. And if we give each other the opportunity to grieve, not just death, but change in life, then we enable people to navigate future losses. So I was involved in that program from Australia for the last 20 odd years. And then I saw an advert for Papyrus, who at the time were being run by a group of parents. And the time had come for them to, I suppose, professionalize and get a staff team. So I became the first. I always joke and say I'm the best chief exec because I'm the only chief exec. But yeah, so I'm with the charity now 15 years, and I can honestly say it's been a rocky ride. But we're selling life. But life is not some sort of panacea vision where everything's wonderful. Life can be really crap sometimes. And that's the journey of Papyrus. Sometimes, sometimes the money comes in and we can reach out, and sometimes the money goes down and we have to cut back. That's life. We're not trying to sell this wonderful everything in the garden's rosy when we're preventing suicide. We're saying, stick with it. Life can be very uncertain. Actually, I think that's the key word, that we're actually promoting how to navigate uncertainty. We don't know what the weather's going to be like in 5 minutes. That's life.
And we live in England, so we really don't.
Exactly.
How has it altered you, if at all, since being in this role, Jed?
I think it's pushed me to examine my boundaries. I've thought about suicide in the past. Most of us, sadly, have. And I think I want to make that message clear that it doesn't make you a bad person. You might be sad, a little bit mad like me, but it doesn't make you a bad person to think about suicide. It's probably something that many of us think about. The critical thing is to get between the thinking and the doing, and that's what we do as Papyrus every day. How it's changed me, I guess it's pushed me to be more honest about myself over the years, and to be able to share a story like that, to say me too. Not hiding behind a role or a function. We're all in this together.
And have you found that you being honest about that and open has made sure that it's an open and honest space for other people to come forward? Have they then said, now that you've spoken about that, I feel safe to do the same?
I think the biggest game changer of the last 20 years has been the place of lived experience. In this audience, there are people who've lost a loved one to suicide or have been touched by suicide in their family or friends, and sharing that experience. So it's not my story, it's their stories. Our ability to break down that glass wall and say me too. It's okay to feel crap. I don't actually like the hashtag it's okay not to be okay, because it's not. it's horrible. But actually the message behind that is a very powerful one. We all will find life tough every day at some point, and we're in this together. None of us can do this alone. And I guess that's the powerful place of lived experience. I think 30 years ago, mental health was something that very few people had on their agenda, let alone talked about. But suicide, I think, has only really become, suicide prevention has only become a sort of almost a household phrase in the last 5 years in this country. And that's largely not down to charities like ours, although we've played our part. I think it's largely down to the bravery of people who turn their own tragedy into hope for others. I always say that I find it hard to believe how somebody gets out of bed after losing someone to suicide. But to found a charity like this, or Papyrus, is just an incredibly beautiful human thing. And it shows you that however tough your life is right now, there is always tomorrow. And it could be a little bit better. So it might be worth waiting and seeing what it's like.
It's that word that we've spoken about a few times so far today, Jed, hope.
Yeah.
Where there is hope, there is life.
Yeah. So we're not trying to force people and give them reasons to live. We sit 24/7 with people, like I say, in the palm of our hands, almost privileged to say, what do you want to do? Theirs is the decision. I always say William Shakespeare was the best suicide prevention person ever when he said, to be or not to be. That's the question. But navigating that uncertainty is terribly difficult. But if we can say, what's the question? Shall I, shan't I? And just dwell with that I don't know. It's worth waiting to see what to be would look like.
Yeah. Do you see, Jed, different struggles and challenges in the younger generation now to the older generation, or do they follow the same theme?
So when I was 20, I was in that cohort for whom suicide was the biggest killer. So when Papyrus was founded, I was 30. So I'm nearly 60 now, believe it or not. And but still, my group has maintained the highest rate. So middle-aged men remain the highest risk group. But young people today, I think, have got very different pressures than the ones that I experienced when I was 15, 20, 25. I think the world is faster and expects more of our young people than it ever did me. And I think the fear of war and the whole narrative of politics these days is something that people are speaking to us about on the Hope Line, along with a catalogue of other pressures that all of us experience, but young people particularly. I was horrified to find out that a huge amount of our callers have experienced or are experiencing abuse. So when you think of a suicide helpline, you think of people who are thinking about suicide, but behind that suicide can lie a huge number of other issues, complexities, bullying, finance. You know, living in London is just impossible to get a decent accommodation without spending your life savings. Young people's finances are a real issue. Finances, relationship breakdown, sexual identity, gender, you name it. But I think, yeah, it's tough out there for young people, but still I believe there is hope.
Do you think that part of the fear of taking that first step and reaching out, Jed, is born out of the fact that it will unravel all those other things for them? They then have to talk about all of it because in order to help themselves, they need to be honest.
I think sometimes we think of suicidal ideation as one thing, but actually it's always, you know, I always use this horrible headline, which I saw in a newspaper about 20 years ago. Boy jumps off bridge because he was bullied. That would suggest that everybody is bullied. takes their own life, and that's not true, or that was the only causal factor. Suicide is much more complicated than one issue. So when we have the courage, to say, yes, I'm thinking about suicide, of course you're opening up potentially several more issues, but that is the largest step you'll have to take. Because you're already living with those issues, you're just sharing them with another human being who might be able to carry them with you, and the load gets lighter.
Yeah. What does the future hold for Papyrus?
We've had a tough year. We had to reach out for the first time in our history for emergency appeal to keep our helpline running, staffed by professionals 24/7. I'm delighted to say we've made that, and we keep that challenge running, really, to keep us going for the future. Our strapline is here for life, and that's our ambition as well as our purpose. We're here because of life, with all its complexities, but we want to be here for the duration. So the future is, we've moved people working from home, so we've moved out of offices, so we're leaner and greener, which is the right thing to do, and we're more agile. So we cover the whole of the UK and Ireland, and we want to be in every community. So a bit like Andy's Man's Club. If you see a black T-shirt, it's yours, and if you see a purple T-shirt, it's ours. And we're all in it together. Collaboration is really important, so I'm really delighted to be here today to work with.
Yeah, we've seen the power of that today.
Yeah.
It's been truly incredible to watch everybody come together with the same message. How important is it to you, especially considering the year that you've had, Jed, to keep spreading that message that you are here and you are here to help?
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. And we want that to be your story too. We don't want anyone going anywhere. That's a euphemism. I'm leaving, I'm going to die. We want you to be here for life. So it's vital in every sense of that word that services like ours. I mean, going back to your earlier question, Sarah, why are young people struggling today? It's because of the success that we've collectively had in raising the profile of talking openly about mental health, mental illness and well-being. But actually, the parallel has not happened with the service provision. So the emotional intelligence has grown, emotional literacy has grown. We're more likely to talk about our feelings now than we did 20 years ago, but the service provision just isn't there. So I'm privileged to lead a charity which is there and is here for life.
Jed, I want to get a little bit personal for a moment. What does the future look like for you? Because it's clear that you invest so much of your time and love into your role, but it's also clear that you've been very open and honest, and we're so grateful about your own experiences. What does the future hold for you, or what do you hope it holds for you?
I hope there's life in the old dog yet, and actually, I've made a decision to stay with Papyrus as long as Papyrus will have me. I've got a lovely ambulant West Highland Terrier that keeps me on my toes, and he's part of my self-care, so I'm looking forward to going home and seeing him tonight.
What's his name?
Gibbsy. Gibbsy, named after my great-grandfather.
Amazing.
Yeah, but self-care is a hugely important part of everyone's story at Papyrus. We insist that people take time each day, each night, to take care of themselves. Every training offer we provide includes a session on self-care. It's really vital.
And something that you've just touched on there is also really crucial. It's the small joys, going home to your dog, and the joy that that can bring you. You know, we place so much emphasis in this world on success, as because we see everywhere superficial success, but those small joys, if you can find love and happiness in them, it can be life-changing.
Absolutely right. Don't look for success, and all those things will pass, but as will dogs, sadly. But small things save lives. That's really important. Small gestures today. Patting someone on the back saying you did well there, mate. That can really make a huge difference to somebody's life.
Absolutely. Well, look, I've got a few more questions for you from Andy's Man Club.
Okay.
The first one is, what is one thing, Jed, that you're proud of yourself for achieving this year?
I've started playing the guitar and the mandolin again, which I've not picked up for about 10 years. And every day I play a tune, I record it, and I stick it on Facebook just for me. I hope it's just for me.
But I bet everyone else loves it, don't they?
I usually get about 2 likes, but just for me. Really.
Well, we were chatting, we had Matthew Hayward on earlier, and we were chatting about the therapy that can be found in music, because it brings people together, doesn't it?
Yeah. The video that gets the best, though, is when I'm playing the piano and the dog's sitting on the background. It's him they like, not me.
Love it, love it, love it. Look, the next question, Jed, is, you're appearing on a TV show this year, apparently. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, this is hypothetical. I got very excited. I was like, are we going to see you on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Oh, I wish. I wish.
This is hypothetical.
Invite me on.
Yeah, I'll join you. This is hypothetical. You're appearing on a TV show. Which one are you picking and why?
So I've got two. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
One is Jack and Ori, because I love stories and I'm a storyteller. And it sounds cheesy, but it's true. Everybody's story needs to be heard, and it needs to be a longer story as possible.
Yes.
Right? That's a suicide prevention message. But secretly, I've always wanted to be in Midsummer Murders.
What kind of character would you
But
be?
not the victim.
You'd want to be one of the detectives or something in it.
I must tell you a funny story. I did a family history, and I discovered that my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather died during a highway robbery. And I always tell people that he was in the coach, but secretly, I suspect he was on the coach.
Do you know what? That's a great shout. I wasn't expecting Midsummer Murders either, Jed. That's brilliant.
Midsummer Murders, my secret fantasy.
Oh, do you know what? It's a great show, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I sometimes...
The most dangerous village to live in Britain.
Yeah. And finally, we've been asking everybody, because at Andy's Man Club, we are inundated with Kit Kats, which is not a bad thing, because it means if you attend one of the meets, you get a Kit Kat for free. How do you eat yours?
There is only one way to eat a Kit Kat, which is slowly take all the chocolate off, eat the chocolate, feed the wafer to the dog.
God, your dog is very lucky. Gets very well fed, doesn't he?
Or dies of chocolate poisoning, one of those.
Yeah. And just finally, if anybody does want to seek out help and thinks that they could use your resources, can you send them in the right direction? Just tell them where they need to go.
Just Google Papyrus, Papyrus. Or if you can't spell that, remember this number, 88247. Send us a text right now, 88247. If you think life isn't worth living, come and talk to us. Text us, phone us, call us. I don't care what you call us, just call us.
Amazing. Jed Flynn, thank you so, so much. Huge round of applause for Jed Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. Can I give you another hug? Thank you so, so much for all of your hard work. We truly appreciate it. And thank you all. Thank you to everybody who is live here at Paternoster Square, listening to all the fantastic guests that we have had so far. Shout out to everybody online as well. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for all of your comments. That was nicer. Can we all give them a wave? Let's give everyone watching online a wave. Yes, I like that. And thank you so much for having me for the last 5 hours. I have had the best time. It has been a genuine, genuine joy. We've had some fascinating guests, and we've heard some very inspirational stories. And the reason that we are here for 12 hours is to ensure that everybody knows the message of Andy's Man Club and what they do. If you feel like you could benefit from one of the groups, just head over to andysmanclub.co.uk. There are over 300 of these groups nationwide, and the help is there if you need it. Right now, though, it is time for me to hand over to your next host, the fabulous Sunny J. Woo!
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Lovely to see you. You've been here for 5 hours.
I've had the best time. We've had a great time, haven't we, everyone?
Yeah, lovely. Are you okay? Do you need to sit down?
Just, do you know what? I've had a lot of coffee, and I've got a 6.5-hour journey home. But apart from that, I'm great.
Okay.
Are you looking forward to this?
Do you know what? I am looking forward to this. We've been watching upstairs in the green room. I was watching this morning when I was getting ready. It was one of those ones where I was a bit like, what do I wear today? Like, it was raining when I was getting ready. I was thinking, I need a jacket, and now I need a pair of shorts. Don't know what's going on, but I am excited. We've got loads of guests coming up. I know that you've had loads of guests on too.
We've had some brilliant guests. Just as a recap, we had Josh Fletcher, who is Anxiety Josh, who spoke about sitting with anxiety and the importance of just doing it anyway. Ellie Sachs had a great performance from her. That was amazing. All the way through the rain as well. She continued. We've also had Mr. Motivator. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, I heard about Mr. Motivator, and apparently he's coming back.
Is he actually?
Mr. Motivator is coming back apparently about 5 o'clock. So
I might have to stay in London another night.
No, you've got a 6-hour journey. You won't be doing that. But on my sort of segment in the next hour or so, we've got Andy's nephew. He's going to be here. We've got Adam McGrath as well, who's all over TikTok. You would have seen one of his videos, I'm sure. And we've also got Marcus Skeet, who was sitting in the audience somewhere, just watching, also known as the Whole Boy. And I want to chat to him because he's been doing a lot of running for charity and raised some incredible money. So it's going to be good fun.
You are in for a treat, and it sounds like you're in for a treat as well. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you once again to everybody at Andy's Man Club. Sonny, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Emma Jones, everyone. 5 hours. 5 hours. Now she's got a 6-hour train journey home. But I just want to say thank you for everyone that's been watching. Also, thank you to the incredible team that are here today. If you are here today and you're on the Andy's Man Club team and you're wearing a T-shirt, make some noise. Honestly, you wouldn't believe the amount of preparation that has gone into today. I got asked to do this, I think, a couple of months back, and I was like, yeah, of course, I'd love to do it. It's something that means a lot to me. I've lost a best friend from suicide, so instantly, straight away, I was like, I have to do this. It's giving back, and it's, the sad reality of it is that we've been sitting here today, we've been watching, there is a lot of people that do lose their life to suicide, and it's a horrible subject to talk about. I know it's not one of those subjects that really you want to talk about, but it needs to be spoken about. Someone probably walking past us is a stat of that, and I feel like this is the discussion. If we help one person out today, 5 people, however many, we're doing a good job. So I want to say hello to everyone who's watching online. Hello. Make sure you comment. Leave nice ones, not bad ones for me, because I've seen some really nice ones for everyone else, so don't call me any names. We have got some great people coming up today, but the main reason is we are on for 12 hours today because every hour represents 12 men in the UK that lose their lives every single day, which is an incredible stat, isn't it? I mean, it is just a stat, but when you really think about it, it's a family as well. It's everything, the trauma that you leave behind. So today we are raising awareness for mental health, reminding everyone that it is okay to talk. And actually, it's something that I want to get into because what is talking, Everyone has their own way of doing it, and I know my way of doing it, and I'm thankful that I found that way of doing it. But sadly, the only reason I know my way of doing it is because I've actually lost someone to be able to sort of go through that process. So first of all, thank you so much to Andy's Man's Club for doing this today. I feel like we brought a really nice little living room vibe out here. Is everyone comfortable? Yeah, you're all comfortable. You've got your lunch. What have you got there? Noodle salad. Wonderful stuff. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you're getting fed. This is good stuff. We are in the heart of the city, and for the next 12 hours, we're going to be hearing from some incredible guests. I know Mr. Motivator's coming back. I need to watch him. And you're probably thinking, what are we going to be talking about? It's going to be the highs, the lows, the funny moments, the tough moments, which we really need to talk about. But all of these conversations really will change lives. And if you are here in the square, do feel free to stick around. Get yourself a noodle salad. Maybe go to, I can see Pret, the coffee shop, but others are available. And keep watching online, commenting, as I say. We've got an amazing lineup today. So thank you very much if you have already been sticking around, commenting, all that sort of stuff. Now, I feel like we should get into bringing our first people on. Now, it's quite funny because the classic case of a live event, as I said, preparation has gone into today, has been mad, but yet a live event, of course, something always happens, someone always pulls out, but we've actually got someone who has saved the day. So, I want to introduce to you, we have got Adam McGrath, that you would have seen all over TikTok, alongside Andy's nephew, Alfie. Are we there? Are we there? Hello, hello. Guys, I feel really bad, especially you, Alfie, introducing you, because you were like, oh, I'm the last minute guy, someone pulled out last night, all that sort of stuff. But you said, we don't need a celebrity, I'm here to make good conversation.
Yeah, we're here to have fun, play Jenga, and answer some questions.
Okay, great. Well, we are playing Jenga, which when I did realise we're playing Jenga, I was like, okay, is that going to be fun to watch? But it is, because there's loads of questions on the Jenga, isn't there?
That's right, that's right.
So, how are your Jenga skills, boys? Adam, have you played a lot of Jenga before?
Oh, I'm a Jenga professional, self-diagnosed. But yeah, we'll see. He's already been given excuses of how bad he is. I want to see how
I
much
don't
he's
think you
hiding.
can really be that bad at Jenga, can you?
I know, exactly. That's why I've been telling him.
This game's not going to last long.
Fine. Right, okay, so we're just starting with one block. So are we going to set it up first?
Yeah, we'll set
All right, you guys set it up. Maybe we'll leave Alfie to set it up quickly. Adam, I want to talk to you very quickly. How has your morning been?
My morning's been good. I travelled down from Wales. If there was any Welsh people out there, say hey.
Hey, oh, we got one, hey.
Oh, we do? Thank you, thank you.
We take it.
Yeah, I travelled down from Cardiff. It's been good. I always love coming down to London. This is a lovely location to have this event in as well. It's brilliant.
It really is. Mate, I have to ask, what made you want to get involved in today? Because obviously everyone's got their own reasons, everyone's got their own purposes. Why did you want to get involved today?
Yeah, well, I've seen Andy's Man Club around before and what they do for mental health, and it's a very personal. Like most people have been affected by this, as have I. And there's just only one charity that I'd want to work with that. I mean, I've seen the stuff that they do for men's mental health, and it's brilliant. So to be a part of it is an honour, really.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much for coming down. Obviously, you have come a long way as well. Alfie, it's a little bit different for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want to explain to everyone why you're here today?
Yeah, so I was Andy's nephew before we lost him about 9 years ago. So then my stepdad and my grandma founded the charity Andy's Man Club, which is why we're here today. So from then, I've just been doing stuff to help out and spread awareness and just help prevent male suicide.
And you are spreading a lot of awareness. And this is something that I wanted to talk about because obviously we're all here for our own personal reasons. You're here because, you know, it's so close to home for you. I mean, I've always been told from losing my best friend that people die twice, right? The first time they actually go, they leave this earth. But the second time is when you stop talking about them. And what Andy's Man Club is doing an incredible job of is just keeping the conversation going and keeping the name about, right?
Yeah, it's carrying it on. But it's also, I mean, because I've lost my uncle, but it also means that someone out there today might not lose their uncle because he's sat here watching. And that might just be something that stops him, or it could be just someone who lets the brother know about Andy's Man Club because he's been here today.
Exactly.
It's about spreading it and letting people know because it could just be someone's last resort.
Absolutely. Right, well, that being said, this Jenga tower built itself. I don't know how it happened. Did anyone say anything? Because I didn't. We're going to play a game of Jenga. On these blocks, there are questions that obviously you're going to have to answer. I don't know what the questions are. I don't know how deep they go. I don't know whether they're lighthearted, but we're going to play nonetheless.
The wind's going to knock it over.
The wind will knock it over at some point. It is very windy here. Who is going to go first? Do you want to play rock, paper, scissors for a first go?
Do you want to go first or second if we win?
Do you like sand?
Do you like sand?
Yeah.
Why?
Do you like sand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Sorry.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay.
Sorry, did you say, do you like sand? Is that a technique of winning?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it? And what's the process there? It didn't work, did it? It didn't work, no. All right, fine. So here we go. Alfie taking the first block. Hopefully we'll have a very nice question on there. What is the question, please, Alfie?
If you could star in any film, what would it be?
Okay, it's a good question.
Ooh. I'd star in Fast and Furious.
Hang on, which one? There's about 1,500 Fast and Furiouses.
Everyone.
Everyone, because you'll get paid.
Yeah. A lot of money.
Fine.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money there.
Can you see yourself working alongside Vin Diesel?
No, I couldn't be an actor.
Couldn't be an actor?
No, I wou't want to do that.
But you're starring in the film.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought you were behind the scenes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
What do you think? You were one of the cars?
Yeah, I'd be in a car. I couldn't do acting. It's too hard work.
Okay, fine. Are you ready to take your block?
I'll go.
Adam?
I'll go, of course.
Just out of interest, Adam, before you read yours out, would you star in any particular film?
Jedi. I'd be a Jedi, I think. Just
Okay.
to hold a lightsaber.
Okay, and you're holding a block right now. What does it say on it?
A time when you faced your fear. What was it, and how did it make you feel?
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you're fearful over?
I I did this thing. I'm not a big fan of heights.
Okay.
And I did this swing in Costa Rica once, which was like you had to walk up to the edge of this platform and jump off. All you were attached to was this tiny little rope. It was basically a bungee, but you swung, and it was the scariest thing I've ever done. I won't go back and do it. Everyone that I speak to that's like, yeah, I'll bungee jumping, love it, skydiving. Nah, I've done it once. I'm good. I'm good on that now.
Just roughly, how high was that swing? Do you know?
No, I didn't want to ask.
Okay.
I didn't want to ask.
The only reason I ask is because I did a job a couple of weeks ago, and it was the Olympic diving swimming pool.
Oh,
and I was like, oh, it's only 10 feet up in the air. And I got up there, and I just remember thinking, I cannot jump off of this. And there's something inside you that said that there is everything that just says, you're not going to do this. Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. What do you reckon that switch is of, you know, the moment from telling yourself that you can't do something to actually doing it?
You know what? I do. This doesn't just go with like jumping off things for bungee jumping, but I always do a 3-2-1 thing. And
Okay.
I think I learned that from like Steve-O or something.
Yeah.
You count to 3, or you count down from 3 in your head, and just no matter what, you have to go after the countdown is done, and you can only do it once. So that's what got me.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if that technique would work on me personally, because I would count the slowest I've ever counted in my life. I'd be like 3. I just can't. What are you like? Is there anything that you're scared of?
I'm not scared of anything.
Yes.
Damn right. That's the positivity that we're going with today. All right, fine. Let's take it.
Spiders.
All right, spiders. You are scared of spiders.
And wasps.
All right. Anything?
Wasps.
And wasps. Anything?
That's it.
And acting.
And acting.
And acting.
Fine. Okay.
That's it, really. Right.
I'm not scared of anything. Just spiders, wasps, and acting. Let's take another block. Come on, Alfie.
Go for an easy one.
I feel like this tower is going to fall over at some point soon.
It's the wind.
It is the wind. Okay.
Which snacks are your must-haves for a road trip?
Okay, road trip is quite an essential, I think, on a road trip. There's a lot of people that travelled down here today to be here to do this wonderful event. Road trip snacks are just as important as the music, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going for?
I've got 2.
You've got 2, okay.
My first one, the Galaxy Minstrels.
Galaxy Minstrels.
Galaxy Minstrels, solid.
Yeah. Galaxy Minstrel. But,
not counters.
But the top one, no, not counters.
No, okay.
The top one would be Haribo Twin Snakes. You know, where like.
Oh, yeah,
sour,
that's a
one
shout.
sweet,
That's a shout.
One sour,
yeah.
one sweet.
Okay.
So good.
Right, okay, fine.
The best Haribo sweet there is.
Fine. All right, cool. Do you want to answer that?
You know what? I'm going to counter your Haribo and say it's not the best Haribo. Fruitalicious. Haribo Fruitalicious is the best.
Right, okay.
They're like the tropical fruit ones.
I'm quite a basic Haribo eater. I go just for the Tangfastics.
Nice.
I'm all right. They're solid.
Yeah.
They're all right. They're a good solid sweet, good solid snack. I feel. I was actually going to ask Salad Noodle Boy over there, but he's actually gone. I was going to see if he had any snacks on him. Should we get another block going?
Yeah, right. This is pressure now.
Oh, okay. There is a lot of pressure. Alfie's secretly hoping it gets knocked over quick, so he doesn't have to answer any more questions.
Okay. If you could spend a day with any celebrity, who would it be?
Interesting.
I'd go with like maybe Harrison Ford.
Okay.
Because might be one of the coolest people, I think, just out there.
Yeah.
He could tell me all about his stories on working on movies and stuff like that. I managed to speak to him once, and I would do anything. It was one line. I asked him one question, and I'd do anything to go back to that moment. So to have a conversation with him would be unreal.
Just out of interest, what was the one question you asked Harrison Ford?
I don't even remember because it was all a blur. I wasn't even meant to ask a question. Someone dropped out, and I got subbed in from the bench last minute, 90th minute. And then they gave me the question that the other guy was supposed to ask, and I just sort of read it.
Yeah.
It was unreal, though.
So you didn't look at it and go, what a rubbish question that is?
I think it was a pretty bad question.
Well, it must have been bad because you can't even remember it. Alfie, is there anything that you...
I was trying to think things I knew you were going to ask.
Yeah.
But I couldn't think of a certain celebrity. But if I was to describe, be someone who's like just funny.
Funny.
Funny, you can have a laugh.
So hopefully someone who's a comedian would be quite ideal for you to hang around with for a day.
Yeah.
Is there any?
As long as they don't bully me, like Paul Smith. Paul Smith, who's coming later.
Okay.
He's more like a bully me comedian.
Okay.
More like a.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't.
See when he picks out the people in the front and
Yeah.
like, someone who can actually like. Do you know, I don't know how to explain it, but someone who's like can just like have a laugh.
Just have a laugh with. You're not the target
Yeah.
of a joke, but you're just all round having a nice laugh. Okay,
I
fine.
don't want to be the target.
Fine, absolutely. He is very funny, by the way. I see a lot of his clips online. Who's next?
Me.
You.
I think we're coming to the end of this.
I think we're very close. I think we are very close, I'm afraid.
Not yet, we're not. When you were a child, technically still am, what did you want to be when you grew up and why? I'll answer it when I want to be. Well, I want to be a barber.
I thought you were going to say a film star for some reason.
I want to be a barber.
Okay.
But now I want to do like physiotherapy.
Okay.
I'm only 15.
You're sorry, you're
15?
15?
Yeah, 15.
1-5.
1-5, yeah.
Okay, cool. Shouldn't you be at school? I'm only joking. It's still the school holidays. I'm only joking. Wow, okay, so you want to be a physiotherapist?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I want to do that sort of like sports sciences type stuff.
Okay.
So.
Is there any reason why you want to do that? Is there? Have you sort of? You're obviously massively into sport.
Yeah, I love sport. So I do CrossFit. So I train most days. So I just like being around that sport environment. So whether that would be, I go on to work in a sports team or work for myself or just around that environment is what I'd like to be doing.
I'm just sorry. Now I'm looking at you differently because you're 15. You've got a better beard than I can't even grow a beard, and you're 15 years old, and you come out with that.
I got my hair cut. My barber forgot to do it. No, forgot to cut it this time.
And that's why you don't want to be a barber anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get another block out. Come on, I feel like we can get some more good questions here.
It's going to go soon.
It is going to go. Funny enough, we did actually have on the schedule that... Oh, here we go. Thank you very much. We did actually have on the schedule that whoever lost and moved all the blocks down would get a forfeit, but we're not doing that. We're not doing a forfeit anymore. I think that'd be a bit too harsh to travel this far for a forfeit.
Thank
Come on,
you.
what have we got?
Most memorable event you have ever been to?
Other than today, obviously.
Other than today, yeah.
Which would be at the top of your list.
Yeah. I went to an Andy's Man Club event before, actually.
Okay.
But I didn't participate in it. It was a football charity match.
Nice.
And there were a load of like YouTubers and stuff that I grew up watching there, which was really cool to go to. And I said, they asked me to participate in it, but I said no because I worried I wasn't fit enough. I worried I was about to throw up within 10 minutes of playing. So that's also a regret. I wish I played in that, but that was a really fun event.
Was that the one last year?
Yeah, Nottingham.
Yeah, I was there as well. Yeah.
Nice.
Good
Did you partake in this football match?
No, I was there interviewing.
Nice.
I was interviewing, yeah.
Okay, fine. How do you find interviewing people?
It was alright, to be fair, yeah. We asked them like the sort of questions we've got in here.
Yeah.
It's more just like a fun one.
Fine.
There were some good people there, though. Some good people. We got some good answers.
Well, it's a great thing to be a part of, and actually, I was going to say what you just touched on and getting involved in the football charity matches. You get asked to do, so many, and you want to get involved with as many as you can, and you think, oh, it's just a kick around here. I could do that.
Yeah.
5 minutes in, I am puffing.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah.
I am absolutely puffing. You think you're fit enough? Well, I think I'm fit enough. I'm definitely not. Right, let's get another block out.
Right. I want it to go on me.
You're in the scraps now.
You are. We're really struggling here for
Might have
another
go
block to
from
get out.
The bottom.
Oh, someone's making a suggestion of which one to take. Here we go.
That's my stepdad.
Oh, is it?
What is the kindest thing a stranger has done for you?
The kindest thing a stranger has ever done for you, and why? This is a really nice question.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And I think it really relates well back to today and what everything we're doing, because, there is so much going on in the world.
Yeah.
You never know what anyone's going through in life. A kind gesture that someone's done for you.
It's a tough question, that. It's a stranger. I mean, so it's just someone I didn't know. So that does make it a tough question. You got one? You got one?
Have I got one?
Here he is, interviewing.
I know,
Lovely
yeah,
stuff.
you're good at that.
I don't know.
No?
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you done anything nice for another stranger before that you think, oh, actually, it's only been a little thing for me to do, but I know that it's been, so beneficial for them and made such a difference to their day?
I think he's just doing like little stuff every day though, just like opening the door for someone, just doing all the little stuff. I don't think I've ever done anything massive for a stranger. I don't know.
Fine. If you haven't got one, you haven't got one. That's all right. We're going to go for you.
On the way here, the only thing that comes to mind for me is there was this old guy sitting by himself on the train. Oh, yeah, there was this old guy sitting by himself on the train, and I love puzzles. So I was doing a crossword on my phone.
Nice.
And I went and sat by him, and I asked him a couple of questions, and he was getting well into it. So and he looked like he enjoyed that.
Okay, nice. You just made conversation with a stranger. Might have made a difference to his day.
Yeah.
Nice. Did he help you with your crossword?
He did. Yeah.
Okay.
I was terrible. I needed the help. I was when I needed help. So, yeah.
Fair enough. So he did you a favour, if anything.
Yeah.
Right. Nice one.
I have one now.
Oh, okay. Here we go. It's popped into his head.
So I've just been on a road trip. So we've been to France, Monaco, Switzerland.
Nice.
I went running in France. So I went out for a 5K run. I was done in 20 minutes. Then
Good time, by the way. 5K run, 20 minutes. All right. Someone's doing well.
Yeah, I sat down and I thought, I need to work my way back now. My phone was doing 5K out, like a tempo pace, and then just work my way back steady, however long it took. And I sat down, and I didn't have a clue where I was. I was in some random thing. I had no phone on me, nothing, no way to work out where I was. Spent 2 hours walking around, just streets, nothing. I couldn't find anything at all. Like, I was lost. Anyway, I managed to find some campsite. Went into the campsite, and I spoke to the woman. She was sound. She let me use the phone. I come on 4 times. Didn't answer.
Oh, no.
But she printed me off a map.
Nice.
Which helped me work my way back. And then I got found on the way by Luke. But I wanted to keep working my way back, but he said no.
I love that you knew that you went for a 5K run, but didn't know where you were running to. How did you know it was 5K?
Oh, no, in my watch.
Oh, you had your
my
watch.
watch.
All right,
Yeah.
But fair enough.
I couldn't work out where I was or how to get back at all.
Incredible. I'm actually more impressed that woman had a printer.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen a printer
Nowadays,
other than work in my house at all in
It
ages.
was a campsite.
It was a campsite.
Yeah.
That's even more.
I found a campsite.
Even more impressive. Should we try and get another block out?
Is it me?
It is you, unfortunately. I think this is going to go. I do think this is going to go. I think this... you've gone for the easy one, through the middle. All right, go on.
If you could own any animal, what would it be?
Oh, should we take pets out of the equation?
Yeah, like a regular... I'm not doing regular animals.
No, okay.
Maybe like a jaguar.
A jaguar?
Like that. Yeah, you know, like Mike Tyson has a tiger, but like I have a jaguar. You know, obviously I'll take care of it and everything. I'll domesticate it. It won't be eating anyone. But yeah, I just find them really cool. And I'm a cat guy. I'm a cat guy more than a dog guy, so I'll go for a feline.
A jaguar? Mm-hmm. Quite an inconvenient one.
No, but when you take care of it, you know, I'm sure the jaguar loves me.
Okay, no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. What about you, Alfie?
Koala.
A koala.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's cute and fun, aren't they? Koala.
They're just cute. They really are just cute. I feel like I really wanted someone to lose this Jenga game.
Mm-hmm.
I really wanted someone to lose the Jenga game.
Well, let's go.
Okay.
You can go next.
Take the last one. We've got 1 more minute. Let's take the last one. We might as well while we got time.
One last question. It's not... Ooh.
Is it going? Is it going? Don't be shaky, mate. Don't be shaky.
It's the last one. We might as well risk it.
For some reason, I just wanted to just jump on the stage. Oh. Go on. Go on. Ah!
No way.
Here we go. Last question.
What is one thing about yourself that you're proud of? I'd say I'm really confident.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not really bothered what people think or like what people have opinions on about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say I'm proud of that.
That's something very much to be proud of.
Yeah.
Especially at your age as well. I don't want to bring age too much into it, but that's something incredible to have. Adam, what about you?
I'm proud of myself.
Yeah.
I'm proud that I've kept my friendships as long as I have. I know because I have a group of friends that I've known since high school, and I know a lot of people don't keep their friendships, and I'm very proud of the group that I've still got to help me keep going. So
I think that's a really nice question. It's not every day that we get to sort of say why we're proud of ourselves. I
In the
feel
middle
like
of London.
Yeah, exactly. But we always go, oh, I'm proud of someone else for doing this and this. We never take a moment to step and go, actually, I'm proud of myself for doing this. I'm actually proud of myself for doing this today. I'm proud of you guys for doing this. And I'm genuinely feel like the conversation that we've been having, the questions you've been answering have been amazing. So, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give it up for Adam and Alfie, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Alfie, if this does fall down now and it's because of the wind, you've lost, just so you know. 15 years old. The beard on the boy. Unbelievable. 15 years old. Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, you've got the job of doing that. Bless you. Thank you very much. That was good fun. If you have just walked past, you joined us, hello. We are here today with Andy's Man's Club. We're here for 12 hours to represent the average of 12 men that we lose each day in the UK to suicide. As I've said, it's something that is close to me, losing someone, one of my best friends. And for the next 12 hours, we're going to be hearing from some incredible guests, celebrities. You've just heard from Andy's nephew, Adam as well. You'd have seen these videos all over TikTok. I mean, it's such an important event to get involved with. I've heard that Mr. Motivator is back as well, by the way, which I am very excited about. I remember seeing him on, was it GMB back in the day this morning? What was the old school one? What was it called? GMTV. That was the one. Yeah, what a place. What an absolute place. Andy's Man Club, by the way, runs free to attend peer-to-peer support for groups for men aged 18 across the UK. So 18 plus. You can go to andysmanclub.co.uk. My leaflets are flying everywhere to find your nearest group. So do make sure you go on that. andysmanclub.co.uk. If it's something that, you know, you just want to have a little look into, see what it's all about, if you feel like you need to send it to someone, just do. You know, the awareness is so important, and this is why we're doing this today in the middle of make sure you do that. You can drop us an email as well, info@andysmanclub.co.uk to join our online groups. And I am very excited because we have got someone else coming up now that I did actually see earlier in the green room. Very humble boy. He literally, we're doing a little interview, it'll be fine. It's just a nice little chat. And I said, do you want to see, you know, any questions that, you know, I'm going to be asking you or anything like that? He was like, no. He was like, I just want it all to all be authentic. I don't really do interviews. I just run. That's what he said. I just run. Now, let me tell you one thing. He doesn't just run. He just runs and makes a lot of money. I don't want to say makes a lot of money. He gets money for. So, I would like to introduce, if he is ready. Is he ready? He's just come in now. We'll tell him to run it because apparently he's good at it. He will be here, don't you worry. I tell you what, this weather, man. I am British, I'm going to talk about the weather. Is everyone cold? No one's got a jacket with them. You have. You're smart. You've thought about it very well. You're from Wales, though. Yeah. Yeah, it is normal weather in Wales. It really, really is. Yeah, I know. You're from all up north. We're all, you know, we're all wet wipes down here. We can't handle a bit of wind. Unbelievable. Right, here he is. Hopefully all puffed out. Marcus Skeet, the whole boy, everyone. Marcus, I'm not going to lie to you. I've been standing. Do you want to have a little sit down?
Yeah, let's do it.
I know you do a lot of running and stuff, but it's nice just to have a little sit down, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
And it's not very often you get to do something like this. Bells chiming in the background. We're in the middle of London. I have to ask, mate, what made you want to get involved with today?
Oh, I think everything Andy's Man Club stands for is so beautiful. They've helped a lot of my family. There's one where I live in a small town in Yorkshire, and there's an Andy's Man Club there, and it's helped so many people. And when I first got the email, it was a no-brainer. I'm very grateful to be here and very grateful for everything they do. I think it's an amazing thing, and I'm grateful to be a part of this day.
Well, listen, we're very thankful that you are here. Again, someone so young. The accolade on this is quite incredible. You're the youngest person to have run the whole length of the UK.
Yeah, when you put it like that, yeah, it's a bit mad. Yeah, I'm 17. Still can't get served in a pub, but we're going for it.
Yeah. But you still got a better beard than me. You still got a better beard than me. How dare you? Mate, what gave you that idea to want to run the whole length of the UK?
Yeah, so I suffered with mental health for a lot of years, and it was 2023 where I attempted to take my own life, and I was in a weird spot where I just felt like I had a lot to live for. And I found out a news that someone that I went to school with had lost their life with mental health, and it broke me because he was a lovely kid, and he was one of those, and you hear that story, is sometimes the brightest smile in the room is the one that's suffering the most, and it was like that with him. And I went for a walk one day not knowing what I wanted to do, and that walk saved my life. I was 145 kilos, and I realized that exercise was beautiful, so I started to go for longer walks because I couldn't run. I got 200 meters down the street once, went for a takeaway. That's just how I went with it. But nah, we started with a mile a day, moved to 5K and to 10K. Then I did my first half marathon, and I remember I met with the hardest geezer, Russ Cook, and he said to me, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to run the length of the UK." And he says, "Well, we're going to do a marathon first because you're taking it too quick." And we went and we did a marathon, and he said to me, "If you can do the training, there's no doubt you can do it." And we went 1st of April, exactly a year from when I started running, and we attempted to run the length of the UK. And we did it, and it was the best few months of my life. And I miss it every day, but I'm very grateful to get it done and raise money for mental health as well.
Can we just give him a clap for doing that? That is such an incredible and a powerful story, and it's amazing that you're doing it and raising so much money. And when I say so much money, you raised £160,000.
Thank you. It wasn't me that raised it. It's the beautiful people that, donated and supported. I just did the running. I just strangled on the side of the road for a bit and hope for the best.
But pal, take it, man. Like, you dream of when you do stuff for charity that it will make a difference, and you can only hope that people will get behind you and will back you, but you've got to do it. This is the thing, you've got to be the one to say, I'm capable of doing this. Was there any moments during your run that you just thought, I need to stop?
Yeah, there was a lot of moments. So the most I'd ever done before that in a week was, I think it was 20 miles a day for a week, and that was really tough. But I knew if I could do it for 1 week, then I could push for 2. And there was moments in that challenge where I felt I can't do this. But then I look and I realize that, yeah, this is tough, but it's nothing compared to the battle of mental health, because that is one of the toughest things there is for anyone. And I thought to myself, I can't give up now. I've been in worse situations, and yeah, so many ups and downs happened, but it's like with everything, the roads, you have a road. Some people's roads to getting better and not suffering as much can be very short, very smooth. Some people's roads are bumpy and take years, but we keep going and we keep pushing, and that's one thing I always live by, is we keep running, we keep going, and we keep talking. And yeah, we also crashed the car, which wasn't ideal. Support car went out the window. That was ideal. But no, it was worth every moment. Every step was worth it.
And looking back now, is it something that you would want to do again? Would you do it on a bigger scale? Would you now have that in the back of your head and gone, right, I've done that, I've raised this much, what's next?
Oh, yeah. I think for the first month or 2 after the challenge, it was just, right, I need to recover now. I think my mum, as soon as I finished, was like, right, you're not planning anything else. You're gonna recover. And since then, I've always thought about doing something like huge, and I'd love to just push my body to its limits. That sounds really daft, but it's beautiful what the body can do. And I want to do, my goal is to run something that's never been done before, sort of hardest geezer style. But next year, I really want to try and run the length of America, which is all dependent on sponsorships and training, but I want to keep doing it. I want to keep running, and not just because of the running side of things, but to raise the awareness of mental health, because if I keep running and showing that I can do these things, hopefully it can show other people that are struggling that they can do things that they never thought they would. And yeah, I want to just keep doing that. It's not about me doing the running, it's about what I'm running for, and that's for mental health. And we keep talking.
We do keep talking. Is there any moments from, that run, the whole length of the UK, that really stand out to you that was sort of support from the public? You said this, I didn't raise £160,000. Everyone else did because they were the ones putting their hands in their pockets. But is there any moments along the way that you felt really stood out from the public?
Yeah. Well, there's two. When I got to Scotland, I got to this place called Lockerbie, and this guy pulls up on the side of the road and he goes, "I've seen you on social media. Come to the pub tonight." Obviously, I can't drink, but we went to the pub and I met these people, and everyone was so supportive. And I feel like with that challenge, I've made friends for life. And that was in Lockerbie, and I'm very grateful to the people there. But there was also like small moments, like just people honking the horn at me and just giving me a thumbs up. Or I went into the shop. We went to Lidl a lot that day. During the challenge, we were stocking up, and just old women going, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just off for a run, mate. I don't like to say what I was doing," but they were just smiling, saying good luck. And that, to me, the small things like that mean absolutely everything. There was a woman who had a banner, and it just went, "Go Hull Boy, run." And that was so emotional because I didn't know anything about it, and it was just running. I think we were about 6-7 miles in that day, and then you see that banner and you realize, look, this is all worth it. And I'm so grateful to everybody. The support, not even from the challenge, but everything in general, from weight loss to the running to mental health posts. Everyone's been so lovely, and social media is a dark place. TV's a dark place. Everything can be a dark place, but you can also make positive and find the light in everything. And that's one thing I want to continue doing, is find positives in social media and everything.
Absolutely. You said about the weight loss as well. I want to touch into that because actually I lost a lot of weight a couple of years ago, and I know I didn't realise that how important exercise was for mental health. Yeah. Like, I know people hound on about it, and I until you're in that place to set yourself off to start exercising, you don't really understand it, do you? It's one of those things that everyone keeps saying, "Oh, if you exercise, it's so good for your mental health, so good." And you're like, why? Like, you're literally putting your body through hell to try and feel good. But there is a moment when you do start exercising when you go, okay, yeah, this is nice. When did you first have that moment?
Yeah, I think my first ever 5 kilometers was probably one of the toughest things I did with my body, but it was so beautiful. I feel like even with a walk in nature or a run, when you go out there, you don't want to be there in that sort of sense. You don't want to run. You don't want to get out. You don't want to put your shoes on. But then you realize the hardest part of it all is actually putting your shoes on and getting out the door. And I think exercise really does help with your head, because I know for a fact that after every run, I feel so much better than what I did before, because it's the discipline of it as well. Of you've gone out and you've done it. And with weight loss, everyone says it's the results, but it's also the process. You can't just expect to wait and see the results and feel happy. You feel happy that you're out there doing it. And same with running. Like, not always on a massive scale. You go out and you run a kilometre, you run a mile. You've gone out there and you've ran. And that's so beautiful. It doesn't matter how far you've gone. You've gone out and you've done it. Yeah. And that's what I think. One thing that I love about it is, if my grandma goes to me, "What are you doing this after I go for a run?" She's not going to go, "Oh, how many miles?" She just go, "Oh, enjoy." You know? It's so beautiful, and it does help a lot with my mental health. I always say running saved my life, and I don't know where I'd be without that. And yeah, I will always run for mental health and tell people it's not everyone's the same. Some people will hate exercise and will for the rest of their lives, but for me it works like that, and I know for you it will as well. It's such a beautiful thing.
I think I started running last year, and I'm one of those people that I go through stages of having to find something that I enjoy. And last year for me it was running. This year I'm something. Have you heard of paddle?
Yes.
Oh man, it's a sport.
Some over there, isn't there?
There is a court over there. It's a sport for wankers, and I'm one of them. Right? I'm going to tell you that for sure. But I started running last year, and I was literally just got a moment where I was like, I'm going to start running. I'm going to do it. I've never done it before. I got myself a pair of running trainers, and I was like, I'm going to go out. I'm going to do a 5K. And I remember thinking, everyone says, "Oh, 5K, I just done 5K. It's just 5K."
Yeah.
Dude, it's so far.
It is. 3 miles is a lot.
It's so far. I got the whole Strava app out, and I was like, I'm going to run 2.5K away from my house, and then I've got to run it back. That's it. That was my mentality behind it. I was like, I've got to run it back. So either way, I'd rather get home in an hour, or I'll have to just run it back and try and get back as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking that was so hard. So then when do you go from a moment of, like you said, your hardest ever run that was 5K when you first started,
Yeah.
to then I'm going to go and run the whole of the UK? What is the in-between of that? Was it the hardest geezer telling you that you should be doing marathon training and all that sort of stuff?
I think there was a lot of moments in my life where I wanted to do something, you know, and prove to people. I always, not now, but when I was younger, I always wanted to prove that I was good enough in that sort of sense. And I feel with the running, I just enjoyed it so much. And I am very open about being a very slow runner. Like the UK challenge, if you looked at the stats, it'd look like I was walking it. And it was because I was just plodding along on the side of the road and I was enjoying myself. And I feel like with running, it's not all about how quick you do it. It's about going and doing it. And I've realised now I'm waffling. I can't remember the question you've asked me, and I'm really sorry about. What was the question? Sorry.
The question it's just how you go from starting out running, thinking I'm going to do a 5K, to then you setting yourself the challenge of I'm going to do the whole of the UK.
Yeah, there was a lot of months of training. I think the training part can be the worst bit. Like when I was out there doing the run, I loved every moment of it because I realised it was a dream come true. And yeah, there was days where I didn't want to get out and go run, but we did it because I've dreamt of this for years. The training part is tough. Something like that you can't exactly train for.
Yeah.
You can't go on different apps and say, I want to run the length of the UK. Can you give me a 4-week training plan, please?
Can't do that.
But
there's a niche in the market somewhere, isn't there?
there is. Hey, new app opening.
There you go. The whole boy app.
No, I can't do all of that. Too much technology. No, the running side of things, though, it's just about pushing yourself. And you see it with so many people. A lot of people come across very daft on social media, how they word things. But your body can do mad things, and it's just about showing yourself what you can do. It's all mindset, in my opinion, with running. If you're feeling like you're going to give up, you keep pushing. Well, obviously, there is health things as well.
Yeah,
I can't
of course.
advise that, but if you feel like you want to give up because you don't want to run, you push through it and you see what you can do. And some days you can't. You go out there for a 10-miler and you only do 6 miles, but some days you could go out for a mile and run the length of the UK for a laugh. Yeah, it's just one of those.
I want to do a bit of manifesting right now because I've asked you what you want your next challenge to be, which you said is run the length of America.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you've run the length of America.
Yeah.
You've raised a lot of money for it. What is the end goal here? What do you want to achieve? You know, what would really satisfy you out of all of this to go, obviously you should be proud of everything that you've done, but what would be that one thing that you go, now I've done that, I would forget America, I want to do this?
Yeah, when you look at challenges, most things that are doable have been done. So it's not all about trying to find something that no one else has done. It's just about getting yourself out there. My end goal is to raise £1 million for charity and get as much awareness for mental health as possible. To me, followers and views and everything like that, it doesn't matter. It's just about helping people out there. But equally, you look at views and a lot of people complain if they only get 1,000 people. Imagine 1,000 people sat watching you. It's just one of those. It's so crazy to think about. My dream, my ultimate dream, not in terms of running, is to retire my mum and dad. Like, that would be the dream. I'd love to be able to give back to everything they've done to me because they've shaped me into the person I am now, and I'm very grateful for them both. And just make my family proud and make other people realise that life is worth living. My whole goal is all about mental health. I want to make sure I can help as many people out there who suffer with mental health and let them know that it is okay. You know, that quote, it's okay to talk, it's okay not to be okay. We keep talking and we keep making sure that we're here as a community, and if we're struggling, we struggle together. We don't struggle on our own, sort of thing.
Mate, I don't know your mum and dad, but I'm sure they're very, very proud of everything that you have achieved.
Thank you.
And you know, I cannot believe, you know, your achievements. You're so young, and you're sitting here today. You know, you've raised so much money for charity. You're so humble about it. Like, I couldn't run a fucking bath. You've run the whole of the UK. It's incredible, man. It is really, really cool. Just quickly, I know you did touch on the it's okay to talk sort of hashtag.
Yeah.
Is there any particular place for you that you chat with your friends? Because for me, I've got my best mate Christian.
Yeah.
And I would normally, and people say, you know, they don't encourage to go down the pub and have a chat, but that's my way of doing it with him. You know, like we would go have a pint and we'd talk about, is everything all right? And ask it again, you know, is everything actually all right? How is everything? Is there a certain particular scenario for you with you and your mates that you would have that conversation?
Yeah, I think where I'm from, everyone's very, very open, which I'm very grateful for that. Because I know in cities, for example, everyone's just moving at 100 miles per hour. But for me, it's all about just being open. I know for a fact if I was struggling and I talked to my friends, they would be there. And you can have a laugh and a joke about things like, at the end of the day, we're all human. But the most important thing to remember that if you open up to your friend and they laugh at you or they don't help you, you know, well, not don't help you because people could be going through similar things, but if they're not there for you, then they're not a true friend. And true friends will never judge you for what you're going through. And I will always say that talk about your feelings, talk about your emotions, because you never know what people are going through. And you talk to your friends, they could be the sportiest person in the room, the happiest person in the room, the prettiest person in the room, but they could be also in the worst state of their life, and you'll never know that unless you talk to them. And you could be going through similar things. I did a talk a few months ago, and I've never met someone who has OCD, intrusive thoughts, like I did. And I remember doing a talk, and this girl comes up to me afterwards, and she was like, I've never met anyone that's had this. Thank you. And we're now really good friends, and we speak most days, and it just shows that people do suffer, and with everything, you know, OCD, mental health, anxiety, depression, people are out there do suffer, and it's about talking and getting our emotions out.
It really is, and that is exactly why we're here today. And thankfully, the sun's come out again. I mean, this weather, mate, can you believe it?
Ah, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Sunbathing.
Run the whole of the UK. I bet you run through all types of weather now.
Oh, do you know what? It was mad. From day 4 to day 40-something, didn't see a drop of rain. It was beautiful. And then the last week, it just thought, yeah, we've had enough of this. And every day was going through about 4 or 5 pairs of clothing. At least they were used. That's the main thing.
4 or 5 bits of clothing a day?
Yeah, because I used to have maybe a break every hour and a half, 2 hours. By the end of it, I was really struggling. And some days you're out there for 11 hours. So once you sit in a warm car with wet clothes, you realise if I go back out there, I'm probably going to get hypothermia. So it was a lot of clothes. And I don't know, I feel the cold quite easily since I've lost weight. When I was at my heaviest, I used to go out with no shirt on in snow. I was loving life. But now, I'm cold now. It's just one of those. But no, it was beautiful. And the UK is beautiful. We live in a very beautiful place.
We do. I have to ask you, because I am a radio presenter. I do a lot of music sort of stuff. Is there anyone in particular that you would be listening to if you're going out on a run like that?
Oh, I love music questions. Music's my life. So a band called Catfish and the Bottlemen.
Yeah.
I love Catfish. I saw Oasis in Wembley a few weeks ago. Actually, Oasis was like my childhood. My dad brought me up on Oasis, so I loved Oasis. And to be fair, a bit of everything. Do you know, the funniest thing is some mornings you'd be sat crying to Zach Bryan, and then 2 hours later you're dancing to Brazilian funk music, and that's the beauty of it. I don't know whether you get much Brazilian funk on radio, but that gets you going. I tell you what, I feel like I'm Neymar just dancing down the street. It's brilliant.
Wonderful. Well, I work for Capital, so you got Harry Styles or Sabrina Carpenter, and that's about it.
Oh,
mate.
really?
Yeah, that's
Get
about
Catfish
it.
on there.
Yeah, you never know. At some point soon. Mate, thank you so much for coming today. I know that you've come far, and we've had some great conversation. I've really enjoyed it, so thank you very, very much. Could we please give it up for Marcus Skeet, everyone, a.k.a. the Whole Boy. Marcus, thank you so much, man.
Thank you very much.
Incredible stuff. Really, really good. We are going to take a little 5-minute break. We're going to put a little video on for you to watch. Hopefully, you can get your shades out, get a little suntan, get your sun cream on, SPF. It's important, everyone. And we'll see you after that. Thank you very much.
We're at King's Cross Station in London today as a result of our partnership with Network Rail. We've got a few question boards behind me, getting members of the public to answer some of the questions that are actually asked inside our sessions. Fantastic to see the public of London getting really involved and really invested in everything that we're doing. It's okay to talk.
Have you heard of Andy's Man Club before? These boards here are some of the questions we ask on a Monday night.
It's for any man, age 18 and above. We have over 4,500 men a week that are using the clubs now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Go back 10 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be? You know, you can see how like it creates conversation.
Oh, yeah,
Gets guys talking.
Oh, mate, certainly.
Just say, what message would you give somebody who was struggling?
Okay. Today is the flagship event of what we do with Network Rail. I'd like to thank the amazing team at Network Rail, Mark and Elliot specifically, for all the help that they've offered us in basically giving us this space.
What did you write?
Never to give up. And if you feel like giving up, just remember, doubt the doubts and try again.
So Andy was my uncle. He loved Man United. I believe it was him who got me supporting Man U in the first place. I remember when I used to go to my grandma's, you know, put the telly on if he's watching football, I'd watch it with him. I think he got me my first Man U top. I remember when Andrew passed away and my mum and Luke had to tell me. I cried my eyes out. It was tough as a young lad, which I was still in primary school, to have to ask my mum questions like why should he have to go so early. It just didn't make sense to me, and I struggled. I did struggle in primary school, and it was tough to get over that.
Well, we just felt, Andrew, that we wanted to come down and let you be one of the first to know the news we've got. Being the big Man U fan that you were, we just wanted, well, we wished that you'd be here with us, but as you can't, we'll let you be one of the first to know.
Still miss you, Uncle. I wish you were coming with us today.
I'm Elaine, I'm Andy's mum, and he'd give his eye teeth to be here right now. He's always supported Man United as long as I can remember, since he were a tiny tot. And I'd give my eye teeth to have him here as well.
How did you get into footballing, Grandma?
Oh, that was your Uncle Andrew. He asked if we could watch Champions League final, Man United against Bayern Munich when they were going for a treble. It's probably one of the best games of football I've ever seen, and he just got me completely hooked. And we're not just big team supporters either, are we? Because we've got season tickets for Halifax Town. Shame till I die.
Watch them both.
So we're here today at Old Trafford, home of Manchester United, and I just want to say the world of football, the world of sport has been a massive supporter to Andy's Man Club. Whether it's football stadiums, rugby stadiums, teams of all levels, they all get behind our cause. Some things are bigger than rivalry, and that's why we're saying if you come into a group at Man United or Manchester City or Barrow, Aldershot Town, St Johnstone, you know, any of these locations that are hosting groups at football stadiums, we don't care who you support, we don't even care if you don't like football. Right, these are centres of the community, and they have been for hundreds of years, these football stadiums, and they're a perfect venue for guys to come along to get stuff off the chest. And we're overjoyed to have the support of some of the biggest sporting institutions, not only in the United Kingdom, but in the world, in helping men to get stuff off the chest every week, Monday night, 7 o'clock, excluding bank holidays.
But it's so good to see how far Andy's Man Club has come in memory of him, and to support other people who still need to talk, because it's important. If we don't talk, we're going to struggle, so men need to learn to talk.
Hello, welcome back. My name's Sonny J. I am here for the next, couple of minutes. I'm going to introduce you to some lovely people that I've just been speaking to. But I want you to know that today we are raising so much awareness. We're here for 12 hours. The 12 hours represents 12 men in particular that we lose to suicide in the UK every single day. Today has been full of loads of people coming. We've been chatting to some really interesting people. I know that Mr. Motivator, you might have already seen him. He is back. He is here. I'm very excited about him. I've actually got a bit of lycra, but I left it at home, annoyingly. I'll save it for the weekend. But Andy's Man Club runs free to attend peer-to-peer support groups for men 18 plus, all across the UK, by the way. And if you want to have a little check out of the website, you can go to andysmanclub.co.uk. You can find your nearest group. You can drop us an email, info@andysmanclub.co.uk. You can join all the online groups. I know that there is a lot of people walking past here, but if one person checks the website out and it helps one person, that's amazing. I know there's a load of people watching online as well, so hello. Do check out the website, talk to people. That's why we're here. Now, I am going to introduce you to Milo and Rosie, who, by the way, are going to be here until 9 o'clock. Milo actually did say to me, he was like, are you going to bring us up on stage? I said, no, I'm going to introduce you on stage, but now I feel like they're a little bit nervous. So I'm going to introduce you to some lovely presenters, and you're going to be nice, okay? You're all going to be nice. Come on. You wanted me to bring you up on stage?
Oh, hold his hand as well.
Oh,
thank you. He brought us on. He said he would. He said he would.
Say nice things, everyone. Say nice things.
Milo, I told you the rumours weren't true about him, and he's actually really nice in real life.
Oh, you should hear what people are saying behind your back. Honestly, isn't it?
Green room as well.
Isn't he really?
In the green room.
I've got to go back in there. That's outrageous. Give it up for Milo and Rosie, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sonny J. What a guy.
What have you got coming up today? Come on.
Well, you've heard, we've got Mr. Motivator coming up, so I've been like that, just warming up, mate. I can't even touch my toes, but it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, the thing is, I need to work out whether my knee will give way if I partake in Mr. Motivator's dancing and getting motivated.
Have you ever seen the full montage? When they've got the trousers on, they rip them off, and then someone else is underneath?
Yeah.
That's Milo, and he's got lycra underneath him.
You've not seen the Velcro seam there, have you?
It.
You wait till later.
It's a mere coincidence that Mr. Motivator was here as well.
All right.
Because
He were wearing that anyway.
He was.
So anyway, seriously, in all seriousness, Sonny J, the lovely Sonny J, we love you. Could you just tell us why you're here and why you said that you were going to do this?
Listen, I got asked to do this. I don't know if you guys as well, but a long time ago, and it was very well organised, very well prepared. I lost a good friend of mine who works in the radio world as well. We're all in radio. And he was a producer on my breakfast show that I was on. And obviously, when you work in radio, you're a tight-knit family. You're all together for 3 hours. You see each other more than you see, your own family. And one morning, we turned up to do a breakfast show, and one of the producers wasn't there, producer Joe, which he normally turns up every single morning before anyone else, and he just didn't turn up. And classic thing in the morning of a breakfast show, we're like, wanker, he's overslept, he didn't set his alarm, all that sort of stuff. And then another hour went past, and we were like, this isn't right. Something doesn't feel right here. So our exec producer, Ari, at the time was like, right, we're going to have to go and wake him up. So we sent a producer to go and wake him up in his house. And, of course, found him in the bathroom, not with us anymore. And it shattered us, it really broke us. He was a really good friend. He was a great colleague to be working with, and anything to get involved in the conversation, the mental health aspect of things, you really do leave behind so much devastation, and that's why I'm involved. I miss his face every day. I still talk about him all the time. It's been 5 years. It still hurts, but the more conversation you have about it is just beautiful. And I did say it earlier, and I want to say it again because it's something that I've been told before, that people really do die twice. The first time when they're gone, the second time when you stop talking about them. And if you keep the conversation going, you keep saying their names, and you keep talking about the memories that you've had together, it is truly beautiful. And that's all you can do.
What would, because you know him so well, what would he say, your mate, about you being here today and about this, about what's going on today, about Andy's Man Club?
If I'm honest, he'd probably go, oh, shut up. What are you going on about? Genuinely. I mean, the last words I actually did say to him, this is no joke. He left work early the day before. And I went, oh, you're going home early? He was like, yeah, I'm going to the gym. And I was like, all right, fuck off. That was my last words that I said to him.
Yeah, but that's
Don't get it on the gravestone. Okay.
That was my last words that I said to him. But I'm almost happy that they were the last words because that was our friendship. And that was, but in jokes aside, he would be proud, and I know that his family are proud, and, look, it's just keeping the conversation going. Yep. That he was a classic box tick of a guy that was smiley, and so you would just never know anything was wrong. And to this day, I regret not asking more, but that's not, that's why we're here, that conversation.
Did you have no idea then anything that was going on in his head? Did he ever reach out before?
Nothing. That's why I'm saying the classic box tick of a man that was so happy-go-lucky, smiley, going to work. You would just never know a thing. And then that happened, and it was almost hard to work out why, If there was a moment of, oh, yeah, actually, I remember that conversation. Maybe it was that. There was honestly nothing, and I think that's what hurt a bit more because it took longer to understand his thought process of everything,
I think that's what we've all found out today, that what this event is all about. Andy's Man Club is here in such an amazing place in central London to get in front of these people, to be seen a bit more, to show themselves in front of the people like your friend that might not have known that this support is here.
Totally. Yeah.
And then might reach out because everyone's nice and everyone's human, and they may have thought, maybe I'll go chat to someone.
Yeah. Listen, we're all doing our best, aren't we?
We are, and you've been amazing this morning, and we're so gutted that you got the first dose of Mr. Motivator and we didn't.
Well, to be fair, I didn't, so I'm going to be watching him online, which you can do, by the way.
Yes.
If you do leave here, you can watch it all online.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sonny J.
Thank you.
Let's hug it out.
Come on, bring it in.
Thank you very much.
He has asked if you can keep the Britney Spears microphone. He did ask that. And that is all seriousness. He really did.
You're practicing back there. Anyway, thank you so much for being here today, and hello to all of our online listeners as well. Been a fab morning so far. So we are 6 hours in now to our 12-hour broadcast. Thank you for being here.
What do you want to do then? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So you may have heard we are Milo and Rosie. We have presented together on various breakfast shows for 11 years now. 11 whole years.
And yes, the answer to your question is she does get sick of me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're best friends. We are best friends. And coming with that as well, with what Sonny also said as well, being on a breakfast show, you are super, super close. And what goes out on the microphone and through people's, radios, is fun and it's brilliant and it's great and it's a laugh every morning. But what happens behind the scenes sometimes can be a little bit deeper.
A little bit different.
Yeah.
And there are lots of people, especially in the radio industry, that we know of as well, that will sometimes find it hard, especially if they're doing solo shows. Where, they don't think that they've got anybody to talk to get the thoughts out. However, thankfully, me and you, we've been at a point where both of us have needed to talk to each other.
Absolutely.
On a more deeper level.
Yeah, and both of us have actually got some help as well. And we've been really open with each other about that and said to each other about our own struggles and we've helped each other through that. But also we've let our listeners know and said, listen, guys, just so you know, we're going through this. So if anyone else is, we're here for you as well.
I think it's just, again, like Sonny was saying, it's reaching out and it's making that first call and just actually, I'm going to go down on Monday night.
Yeah.
I'm just having a bit of a bad week, so I'm going to go down on Monday night.
Now, I think I remember one of the first times that Andy's Man Club sort of came to us on our radar, really, because like I said, we've done a breakfast show for 11 years from Yorkshire, and we would talk to the people of Halifax, which of course where Andy's Man Club first started. So what was it, 9 years ago?
So nine years ago,
Yeah.
And I remember we had texts from listeners saying, "Oh, can you do a shout for Andy's Man Club?" And we'd not heard of it at that point, and we were like, "Oh, what's this?
What is this?" Yeah.
So we did the shout outs on the show, and then I remember we were at a gig once, and it could have actually been Luke or someone came up to it.
Yeah.
I think it's either Jamie the Painter.
Jamie the Painter with the beard. Who will be watching online because he said he was sad that he couldn't be here. So hi, Jamie the Painter.
It was either Jamie the Painter or Luke that came up to us, and he said, "Look, Milo, Rosie, can we just have a quick picture? And can you do this?"
And we were like, hang on, you're setting us up for summer here. What does that mean? This is rude.
We were like, is this a TikTok trend? Are you asking us to do a gang sign?
Yeah, what is it?
And then we ended up with so we had a good chat with Jamie, and then once he explained everything, and we've seen Andy's Man Club grow from the very beginning.
Yeah, from literally just being one club, one mate, one chat, to what it is now. And we were just talking backstage, and it's like, it's national.
Oh, it's not
from a little thing, a little conversation that started in Yorkshire.
So it's wonderful that there's so many people down here in London celebrating this massive achievement and event on how far Andy's Man Club's gone to actually change lives for people.
So we're honoured. I mean, it goes without saying, and we joke about everything to me and Milo, but we're honoured to be asked. And I know everyone says that, but we really are, because we've seen it grow. And also we've seen firsthand, and we know of people, we know of friends who we know of listeners who have sought help at Andy's Man Club and still do. And it's amazing. It is amazing.
I think if there's anybody, if you don't know about the radio medium, if you've ever listened to a presenter or a station and you felt a connection in any slight way, shape or form, if they've made you laugh, if you've decided that actually this is all right, I'm going to drop them a quick text, and you've made that connection, it got to the point where some of our listeners who, thankfully they woke up with us every morning, and they said, "Oh, you get us through our mornings, even on the dark days." And for us, it's a blessing to receive a message like that if you've helped someone. But we've also had people reach out and say, "Look,
I need some help.
I need some help."
So the stuff that goes on behind the scenes that you might have listened to a breakfast show, and it's all these songs, you might not like them all, or all these bands, but actually
I was going to name an artist there. No, I'm not going to name any artist. Just think of the most overplayed artist ever. I'll leave. You can make your own.
But we've talked to our listeners, and this is why me and Milo are so strong and so passionate about mental health, because we've spoken to our listeners and we've rung them back personally and just checked on them and just thought we hadn't heard from that person in a while. Let's pick up the phone and let's call them. And we have also referred, I don't like that word, whether it's referred people, but we've suggested Andy's Man Club.
And told people that help is available.
Exactly.
And this has always been the one that we've suggested. It's such a fantastic team. There's such a great bunch of people who turn up week in, week out, just to help someone else.
Do you know what I like? And you know what we've heard, and we won't name any names, of course, but we've heard about people who have, maybe a while ago, maybe months ago, maybe years ago, have gone to Andy's Man Club for help and are now the helpers. Do you know what I mean? And that I think is magical. So if anyone is walking around London, up, welcome. We're from Yorkshire, most of us. That's why we're talking to you.
Just feel like a bit of a northern takeover in London today.
I love
I'm not going to lie.
It's right, nice. But if you are passing, if you're sat, you're having your sandwiches, you're having your Pret, and it costs you about a tenner, then if you're interested, there is help out there. If you just want to talk to someone, then you can go online at andysmanclub.co.uk, and also you can drop them an email as well. So I think it's just info@andysmanclub. I've got a thumbs up from that, a nod from the guy in the yellow glasses.
And Rosie, what's the hashtag if we want to hashtag it? Because I've got no idea. What would that be? If someone's speaking about...
Hashtag...
There's a guy at the front there and he's just saying, it's behind you, it's behind you. It's also on me.
Hashtag the longest conversation as well, and you can Insta us as well at Andy's Man Club. So should we crack on? Do you think we need to crack on?
Yeah,
we got our first guest, which we have
got Rob.
We have. He's going to put us to shame. So this chap, we have been told, is like a real life Forrest Gump, and I cannot wait for us to hear his story and for him to share his story with all of us.
He ran over 15,600 miles across the United States in 422 days.
We did that this morning.
Okay, stop being silly now.
Okay. No.
But please welcome him on stage here at The Longest Conversation. It's Rob Pope.
Hiya, Rob. You're
Rob.
right. Look at this.
I'm grand.
I feel like we're on GMTV or something like that. I never like to go this side because it always makes me look bigger. Go that side.
Can I?
So you can see me bum, you see. I always use Milo to cut me in half.
Sit on your knee.
That's it. That's how it...
If you're ever on the waltzers, don't sit on the outside because that's when you get squashed.
Is that where that's where you get kisses, Rob? That's what it is. I always sit on the outside.
That was behind the waltzers.
Anyway, how are you, Rob? How's your day going?
It's great. It's great to be here. This is pretty posh.
First of all, are they your...
It's a tent, Rob.
Yeah. I mean, the square.
Yeah.
Are they your real knees?
They are.
Someone that's run over 15,000 miles.
I used to be 6'4" though.
Yeah. Do you know what I love as well? And it's like a little Easter egg. Rob, are they the same trainers that Forrest Gump wore in the movie?
They are indeed.
Yeah. Did you get them given to you as well?
No,
by the president?
Tom Hanks isn't speaking to me. He never returns me calls.
Same, but we used to date. So, can you just explain to us, because we want to just like sit and listen to you, can you explain to us what you did, the challenge that you did, like you set yourself?
So, on the 15th of September 2016, I started running from Mobile, Alabama. Obviously, Alabama's where Forrest Gump's from, but Greenbow doesn't exist. They made that up for the film, so that's a good bit of film geek knowledge for you there. And I ran from there to Santa Monica in California, then across to Maine, then across to San Francisco, then across to South Carolina, then to the desert in Flagstaff, and then that point on Highway 163 where he goes, "I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home now."
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why, Rob? Why did you do it, Rob?
Why would that thought go through someone's mind and think, actually, that's normal?
And how did you get a visa so long as well, Rob, in America?
Well, first question, I just felt like running.
Did you really? Is that it?
Well, to be fair, like sort of the main sort of reason was I actually wanted to run across America itself. Like it's quite a cool thing to do. Marcus mentioned before that it's in his head now, and I read a book by a chap called Nick Baldock called Running Across America, and the way he described just moving across the country really slowly, I was just like, that sounds so good. And I was a half-decent runner, so I thought, well, if there'd been about 200 people who'd done it by the time I did it, and I thought, well, it's not as if it's impossible, so let's give it a go. But of course, my ambition was to only ever run across once, the athletic side of things. Now, I'm 47, I was 38 when I started the run, and my mum died when I was 23. Now, before she passed away, she said, to do one thing in my life that made a difference. And I was just about to qualify. She saw me graduate as a vet, but she never saw me working. And I know that she always wanted me to do a PhD. So I went and did a PhD to try and do some research. And it was in vaccine development in sheep and goats in Africa. And so it was making it a thing, but it didn't feel palpable to me. And I wasn't going looking for this. But then I was living in Australia, and I ended up leaving my job and coming back to the UK, sort of visas. The job I had when I came back didn't work out. It was actually going to be my dream job. It was the vet practice that I decided I wanted to be a vet in when I was 8, when the vet let me do an injection. They'd probably charge you extra these days for that.
I hope it was a good injection.
It was. No, it made the cap better, so I felt like a magician. And so
I was going to say, I hope it were needed as well. He's not just giving kids needles to put in cats.
And my missus just sort of said to me, this is the opportunity. You hate this job. Run across America now. And of course, as often happens, life gets in the way. And I was just like, I can't. We've got a house, we're paying a mortgage. And we'll just get a tenant. And I was just like, but I can't leave you behind. And she was just like, well, I'll come on it, And so we basically just went. It was, we used a lot of savings. It wasn't like a big sponsored thing or anything like that. And so she couldn't stay with me for the whole way. But even though things got tough, it was all about just one foot in front of the other and making that difference. So, yeah.
How tough did it get? So, there must have been points. If you are there for 422 days, literally just putting one foot in front of the other, is there not a point where you think, why? What's the point?
Yeah,
Why? I can go home now if I want. There are flights that leave daily. What made you carry on?
Yeah, what was in your head? Tell us about those lonely moments.
Yeah, after the first leg, which is I know that the whole thing was for 2 amazing charities, which is the World Wildlife Fund and Peace Direct. But the first leg was always going to happen because I'd wanted to do it for me, But then it was after that. And when you've had that ambition for 10 years, the charity side of it had only come in for the last 2 years. And my main motivation had therefore gone. But every step I took, the motivation to do things for the charity got bigger and bigger. And of course, you're one step closer to the end. So I'd wake up most mornings, especially. So we got to Santa Monica, and by the time we got to Tennessee on the second leg, we just literally run out of money. And then it was day-to-day stuff. People would shake my hand, and there'd be a $20 note in it and stuff. And so, overdrafts, credit cards. And almost every day I wanted to quit because I was either injured, I was depressed, or I was skint, and sometimes it was all 3 of them in one go.
The numbers that we've heard, what was it, 15,000 miles or 400 and something days. Mm-hmm. Could you tell us about one day? What was, so we can just digest it? We know how long a marathon is. What were you getting through in a day?
So the average was about 37, but you probably generally do about 45 in a day because you'd have some days where you were sick, you were injured. Like you said, when I was with Nadine, the camper van broke down. The generator broke 200 miles outside Vegas, so we decided to live without a generator for a couple of days, and we got that fixed in Vegas. And be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Did you go and try and double your donations to charities?
Oh God, could you imagine? If it was near the end, I would have actually sort of said to them, "Tell you what, we'll put half the pot on red."
No, don't do it.
Oh
no.
Well, the one thing is, like, sort of, you know, Marcus was saying before, you know, sort of, you know, he's not raised what he wanted to do, like, financially wise, but a lot of it is about awareness, you know, sort of, and like the World Wildlife Fund said to me, like, I'd saved them about $250,000 in advertising, so whacking everything on red in Vegas might have done the job, you know, but it had to have been a solar-powered roulette wheel, wouldn't it?
I mean, you joked earlier about, like, you know, being Forrest Gump and stuff, but in Forrest Gump, you had this scene where all these people started joining you. And like you said about the awareness that you raised, did you feel that going along? Did you feel like, hang on a minute, more people know about what I'm doing? Because this is a challenge that you just set out on your own, you and your missus, like you said. But at what point did you think, hang on a minute, there's more people behind me, or there's more people joining, or there's more people who know about me on social media?
It's funny you ask that, because people have asked similar questions before, but I've never thought about answering in this way. There's a bit in the film where the 7-minute running scene where he goes like, you know, I don't know what people felt about the running, but people just seem to, you know, identify it and come along. And you can tell I've not scripted it because I'd know the quote if I did. But I would get messages, like I would get the odd people coming to run with me. And the finish was incredible because I was running through like the Navajo Nation and I had a load of Navajo running with me. And when the Utah State Police came to actually say, you can't run in the middle of this road, they were just like, this is our land. He can run where he wants, you know. And that was wild. I had a Navajo fire truck and I think bigger emergency vehicle won. But it's obviously a different world these days. And so I got a lot of support and followers online. I actually got a surprisingly little amount of hate, maybe just because they saw that it was getting done for the right reasons.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can judge or give hate to someone who is doing such amazing things whilst they are sat at home, probably eating behind their screen.
But it happens, though. You know, people just want to take shots, and like sort of, and I realised early on, because I can be mischievous sort of online, like sort of not like being a troll or anything like that, but you know, like sort of in like sort of. Festival forum groups and stuff like that. I will chat online like I do if we're in a pub.
Yeah.
And so, but I'll always put my emojis on if I think, hang on, this is near the knuckle. But I think some people will take it as, you know, as the wrong way round. And so I'd always imagine anything that got said to me. Obviously, I had the classic, oh, another Scouser without a job, you know, line and stuff. But I would figure that they'd just been having a bad day. And I don't know what's happened to them that day. And so, you know, I just didn't really engage with that sort of thing.
I love how you turn that into a positive.
It's interesting. And like me and Milo, like slightly in the public eye, I would say, you know, definitely like a visible presence on social media. And you have people, you have trolls, like you said, but we don't do something as good and charitable as what you've done. And raising money, raising awareness, and putting yourself and your body on the line out there and running across America, and you still got trolled.
Yeah, but like sort of, it is what it is and stuff. And like, you know, I'd be getting some of this and I'd be running down a desert highway in Nevada. So I was just like, yeah, it's not really going to hurt me. But obviously the danger is when people are doing something that maybe isn't as cool. And, you know, yeah, people are just mean. And so... Like, I've always sort of felt, and we could all be mean, by the way, I'm not immune to it, like, sort of, I'm not perfect. And I've always felt if I ever want to do something that's, you know, like, someone said something, I want to reply to it in a negative way, quite often I write it, and then I just delete it. Yeah. And the very act of purging, it just makes it, the thought's gone. And I've not upset that person.
Do you feel better? So if you write it down,
absolutely.
So if you actually write it down and then delete, so just
write the tweet.
I think where we've got a new hashtag, don't press post. How about that?
Well, we talk about sort of you know, like that online toxicity, and it is weird. Like America's a huge place, but it's also a very small place, and. One night, it was one of the, well, coming towards the end of when Nadine was still with me, and we were in Arizona, and I stopped 20 minutes before the end of the day to take a photo of this most incredible sunset, and literally just photo after photo after photo. And 5 minutes later, this car pulls up next to me, and a fella who was walking across America in the other direction for that day had just got his crew. Like, so he was going to get crew from Arizona to California, that was it. And he said, are you running across America? And I was just like, and he was like, me too. So we had this chat, and his slogan was, it's good to talk. And he was basically trying to get people off the phones and to engage in face-to-face conversation. Now, we had a lovely chat, and I'd had a lovely time so far. Me and Nadine in this camper van going across America. But at the end of the day, we closed the door, and then that was it. We'd engage people in shops and stuff, or maybe occasionally at the side of the road, but we were in our own little bubble. Now, in Tennessee, Nadine had to go home, and I set off basically pushing all my stuff with a stroller down the road, then like sort of like a baby jogger. And that was the greatest thing. If you'd have said to me in Santa Monica, mate, we've got a £100,000 sponsorship deal for you, luxury RV, a physio, would I have took it? Absolutely. I'd have bitten your hand off for it because I just thought this is the way it's meant to be done. But that exposure when I was on my own, because I was forced to engage with people. And you talked about the day-to-day. So if I was on my own, I'd wake up wherever I was sleeping. We'll come to that. I'd eat something. I'd get on the road. I'd run 8 miles. I would eat something. Then I'd see there's maybe a gas station in 13 miles. So I'd use that as a treat, you know, a little mid-term goal to get me towards the end of the day. And then I'd think, hang on, I got nowhere to stay tonight. So we only ever had the money to stay in like the cheapest motel in town. And these were genuine flea bite ones. You know, like I would sometimes come out covered in insect bites. I would camp if I could, but a lot of land in America is privately owned, so you can't. There's signs up saying trespassers will be shot and their bodies will be shot again.
P.S. But welcome.
Welcome, land of the free. But then I did a bit of thing called couch surfing, and so, you know, I would send out messages, and I'd be coming up to a town, and then they'd followed me, and they'd go, "Oh, Rob, you're staying in ours tonight," and I'd be like, "Great. But I've already booked a hotel, I'm knackered, and I don't want to speak to anyone. I just want to get my head down. I want to order some pizza, watch the wrestling, and go to bed, you know." And then, because they were being nice, I'd turn up at their house, and then I would just go, "Hi, I'm Rob," and they'd open the door with a big, massive smile. And I would start telling a story, you know, face-to-face communication, and 10 minutes later, they couldn't shut me up. And then I was the one, you know, they would say, "Rob, don't you have to go to bed?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, actually, I do need to sleep."
So you could have actually done it in 100 days, but because of the
Definitely doable in a year. I don't know about 100, but I could have done it quicker. But I'd have missed out on all the chat. Yeah.
That just mirrors what we've heard so many people say about Andy's Man Club. Is you might be scared, you might have gone, and you might go, "I'm going to go, but I'm not going to talk." And then you end up pouring your heart out, then you end up talking, then you end up being involved, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What would you say, just going back to your social media thing, you, like you said, you sort of found these trolls or reading the terrible things that they wrote about you easy because you were doing something so amazing running across America. But what would you say to people like us who would just living a normal life, you know, might have kids at home, you know, a family, a job that they don't really like maybe, and then they're reading nonsense on social media? How do people like that and just, you know,
for a start,
the everyday person deal with it?
If they don't know you, like sort of any positive comment can be taken as it is. If they don't know you, or they don't know why you're doing something, or like sort of why you're not doing something maybe, then you can just ignore that, like, you know. And so I was lucky at that point because I was in a good spot. Even though, like, say, I was sometimes knackered and I wanted to quit on the run, I was still having a proper adventure. And I would tell myself that sometimes. I'd be like, "Mate, just get over yourself. Like, look where you are." And, you know, and sometimes, you know, sort of Marcus was saying before about, you know, sometimes it's a fella with the brightest smile in the room. And you go, why can't you just say, "Get over yourself," because you look how well you're doing, but it's not always that easy. Luckily, I was then. But when I was running across, I actually read a comment. There's a Facebook group called USA Crossers, and it's dedicated to anyone who's walked or ran across America. Now, somebody said afterwards, "How have you dealt with the depression after the journey?" And I was like, "What depression's that? Oh, it's the best thing ever." Now, of course, I didn't comment because that would have been the act of a douchebag. But it was only about sort of 6 months after I'd finished the run. Now, I'd recently got engaged. Like, my daughter was only 7 months old at this point. That's another story, you know. And I realised I'd actually turned into a bit of a nasty piece of work. Not like sort of, you know, outwardly spiteful, but I couldn't take joy in other things, you know, in other people's success and stuff, because I'd gone from having that ultimate freedom to now having to work, not getting me sleep at night, sort of, but for a different reason, because of a crying baby. And I thought, wow, so this stuff can sneak up on you. It really can. And you can go from thinking, "I'm the luckiest fella in the world," to suddenly find yourself in a pit. Now, I was lucky enough to realise this, especially one of my mates who could, call me out on this stuff, just went, Rob, mate, why are you being such a negative dickhead? And I'm just going, I'm not negative. What are you on about, mate? I've always got a grin on.
Yeah, I've got everything. Look at me.
Yeah.
And then
like, sort of, I've got sore knees and everything. And then I just thought, God, you know what I am? And I was starting to pick out these little things. And that's the advantage of having people who can speak to you and call you for what you are. Or if you're in like sort of a trusted circle, you might not have those sort of mates, but in something like Andy's Man Club, you can be there, and then someone just goes, "You're all right, Rob. Honestly, like you were fine last week, but you just seem a little bit this week." And you go, "Actually, mate, I'm not. No, yeah."
And it's the point where you say, "Actually," and then you go into it. That's when you start, back to the point where you start typing it out in a completely different way, but you're speaking about it, and once you've started that, it's so much easier to carry on and then delve into as to why. But that first tiny little bit, just say, actually, now you've asked.
like humans are very, very good at hiding things and very good at covering up and very good at just going, everything's fine. We heard from Sonny J earlier and his friend, and his friend lost his life to mental health. And yeah, I've just lost my train of thought.
The Sonny J, like obviously Joe, in the radio industry, he
all smiles. Looks like he's got everything.
You put it on. It's a show. You're doing a show, but you're like
underneath.
There's something in there, and you think that you can't speak out about it because it'll damage your reputation, image, which sounds so ridiculous when you say it out loud, but genuinely these are the thoughts that run through some people's minds, thinking,
but I can't talk about it because
I can't talk about it. So
everyone thinks that I've got everything, and like you said, everyone looks at you and goes, "Yeah, but he's been on such an adventure. He's got a new kid. He's got a lovely wife. You can't moan," and that's the thing. And it's almost like you possibly been pushed back a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Like, we had so many positive messages of sport. In fact, I got one on the run from a lady in America, and she said if it wasn't for the run, she wouldn't be here to send the message. And I was just like, we just got to make sure, obviously, the run's going to finish one day. Make sure you stick with us. And she was just like, no, I'm past it now. And she said, I just having something to follow. And so that was like something, really powerful myself. But like, sometimes you weren't so lucky. I had a mate in Australia. I lived in Australia, and I was actually lecturing at Melbourne Uni, and I was still pretty young, and I was living in the same street as some of the students, and I kept getting invited around to their houses for parties. I was almost like sort of a lecturer Van Wilder, and one of the chaps, Flynn Hargreaves, had moved over to the UK, and before I did the America run, I'd only ever done one ultra. It was 75k. Got injured in the process of doing it 2 weeks before I was going to America, and Flynn did it with me, and he was saying, like, if you get to the end, I'll always come out, and run with you, and you can tell where this story's going. Like, so I'd got to the fifth leg, and I think I was halfway across on the fifth leg when I got the news that they'd literally found Flynn on a bench in London, and he was the life and soul, and it's the sort of thing where, like, I actually said to his best mate Lara, I said, like, were there any signs? Like, why didn't you get us involved? And she went, I didn't have a clue.
We're hearing that so many times today, time after time, people saying, and then you start blaming yourself. If you're a friend that's been left and going, I should have done something, I should have seen something. But if they're not giving any signs, if they're not opening themselves up, and if they're, like we said, humans are clever to hide a lot of things. If they're doing that, then you can't blame yourself as the friend.
It's good. All ask twice as well. Always ask twice.
Yeah,
so
good.
how are you? Yeah, I'm fine, because that's part of.
It's easy to do, isn't it?
Part of humans.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
okay, you're asking me if I'm all right. You're asking me if hello, how are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
The natural reaction, no matter what you're feeling up there, is yeah, I'm fine. And it gets lost. So just say, oh, sure, all right.
And then go in again.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's really good.
example of that. This is, you mentioned about the tough times. Like, I was only 400 miles in. We landed in Houston and then travelled to Mobile. And I got to Houston and I developed this tendonitis in my shin. And I was pretty certain it was game over. I think I was only an 8-mile day. And I'd been to the physio. Physio was called Whitney, by the way, in Houston, which was, yeah.
No.
Honestly, I only realised once I was about 3 days down the road. I thought, because I will pick up on puns like that. And I blew it, but I'm quite glad because she did a good job, and I wouldn't want her to ruin it with my crap comedy. You know?
And she didn't sing a song.
No, she didn't. Sing. She didn't even dance with somebody. You know?
Go away.
And I was outside. This is the next day, going to a gas station. Saw most of my nutrition, and this lady behind the counter said, like, I got myself a Twix and a Gatorade, and she was like, "Are you okay, honey?" And I just said, "Yeah." And she was like, "What are you doing?" And I pulled out my handwritten cards with my social on, because this was not a pro operation at all. And I handed it over to her, and my hand was shaking because I thought it was the last one I ever handed out, because, you know, sometimes your mind says nasty things to you. So it was the last one in my pouch, and I thought, that's it. And then she just went, "Are you really okay?" And I just went, "No." And she came running around the counter and went to give me a big hug. And I just went, don't hug me, don't hug me. Said, "I'm so sweaty." And she went, "That's okay, son. We're all sweaty down here." You know?
Wow.
And then a colleague came out, did the same. I went over the road and I just literally sat on the deck by this like ruined garage or some whatever it was, and just like cried my eyes out for about half an hour. And I don't think I was upset because of the injury, because that happened yesterday. It was just the fact that somebody cared so much. And you know, you sometimes think that people don't give a shit about your problems, you know, and of course they've all got their own, and if you get them at the right time, you might not get the response you want, but there's always someone you can talk to. And if you haven't got someone...
Exactly.
I was literally just, while you were talking, just point behind you.
Yeah.
There's always someone that wants to listen.
Yeah.
If you ever think that you're alone and that there's no one there to do that, you're wrong.
Now, one thing that the Andy's Man Club is, they've been coming up with some questions that they'd like to ask as well. So we get to be the voice of those. So one of the questions is, what do you treasure most in life, Rob, and why?
Wow. I think human company. In one way, because I am good in my own sort of in my own space. I was like, people said, "Do you ever get bored on the road?" And I didn't. No, I always had stuff to think about. But maybe that's just because it's punctuated by these lovely moments. And I found that sort of I would get worse if I was in a protracted period where I didn't see anybody. Going across the Utah salt flats, you know, sort of where I didn't see anyone. So beautiful. But I just got a bit sad, and I was still speaking to people online. But then you would meet someone, even if it's a trucker, just stops and says, "Mate, can I give you a bottle of water?" And you'd be like, "Thanks, mate," you know, and it would just sort of set you off. But so many other things are transient, you know, like sort of. I initially thought about saying my wedding ring, because I always sort of, obviously Nadine means the world to me. And I lose things all the time. So if I ever go to the gym and I take it off and I'm like, "Oh God, where's it gone?" But you know, I could lose that. I could lose Nadine. But there'll always be other people to take your place as long as you're open to that. So.
And the next one is, if you had a billboard other than advertising Gatorade or Twix on it, what would you put on it? Your very own billboard.
Little chat with Marcus before. Marcus is over there, isn't he? Yeah. And I have done a number of careers in my life, and I still might end up going back to Australia. I did this run thing, and I would say it's never too late to change. And that can be sort of, you know, your job, your attitude, you know, huge advocate for the World Wildlife Fund, you know, and even just your habits about sort of, you know, about the environment you live in. Like, everything can be changed, you know. Like, I don't bear grudges. If me and you had a stand-up screaming argument today, I'd walk up to you and work the next day and be, "How you doing, man?" And you'd be like, Rob's so weird because, like, sort of, I don't like him anymore, you know. But, you know, that fact that I did...
on,
Yeah,
it's done, you've got it out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's the equivalent of pressing posting.
Rob, if there's going to be people who are passing and sat here and also watching at home as well, you've written a book, haven't you? Yeah. So how can we get hold of that?
It's called Becoming Forest, and so I pretty much did for a year and a half. It's available from all good and bad bookshops. If you got a local bookshop near you, feel free to order that in and buy loads of other ones like sort of because I just think bookshops are the best. It's on audio as well, so if you're not completely sick of my voice by now, you can hear 12 hours of that.
Did you narrate the book whilst running?
Oh man, yeah.
It's just chapter 1.
Well, I didn't do any narration, but I did do, on my very underdeveloped and neglected YouTube channel, I did do some lip syncing to a number of great tunes along the way, including obviously Born to Run.
Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
I didn't, but I need to. I've always wanted to go back to the point where I finished in America. I finished where Forrest did. And just because I'm slightly particular about things, I ran across America 4.77 times. Some people say I've done it 4, some people say 5. I just need to do, there's about another 800 miles to go until I get to Santa Monica. I need to put that to bed, and maybe I can do a little lip sync video every day. Maybe even a TikTok dance to Whitney.
You found out so much, I think, about yourself. You've shared so much with us about how useful it was for you to talk to people.
Especially after.
Yeah. Unexpected.
Yeah. What would you say to anyone who might be hearing this in London here, might be sat there, might be sat at home, living their normal life, thinking this doesn't apply to them and they're fine? What would you say to them?
For the first thing, like, bizarrely running across America and 4.77 times is analogous. It's just life, isn't it? You know, sort of, and life's punctuated by things you work towards, and then once they're done, they're gone. You know, you just got married. Oh God, I've got to put up with this for 40 years. There's not going to be another wedding. You know, and so you have to turn round when you reach your ocean and turn round and go back again. Now, one thing I found, like sort of, my days were almost very samey, because I'd wake up, eat, run, sleep. And then, you know, well, Forrest said, like, when I was tired, I slept. When I was hungry, I ate. When I had to go, you know, I went. And I found that, like, apart from what I was seeing and the people I was talking to, there was no variables. And I actually got really in touch with my own physiology. Now, this isn't me going to tell you to take magnesium supplements. They're a load of shite, by the way. And
if my missus is watching this now, could you just look down that camera there? Because the amount of boxers that turn up at our house.
Yeah, no, mate. Just eat well. Or just eat stuff that makes you happy.
There's a lady watching over there thinking, is this for a pharmacy? No, it's not, love, but come and sit down.
They've mentioned magnesium, Gatorades and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But if you mix them all together, that might be
brilliant.
Good.
Yeah.
Rob, go.
Shake and go, you know. This is why I don't get sponsorship deals, you see. And but I found, like, I could be running down the road. It'd be a glorious sunny day. I'd have a hotel paid for me that night, and I've had something to eat, and a great big charity donation had come in. And I'd be literally really depressed. I'd be like finding the worst in everything. And some days it'd be chucking it down with rain. I'd be skin hungry, cold, nowhere to stay. And I'd be singing Dolly Parton at the top of my voice. And so I realised it's actually an internal thing. You got like sort of like everyone will have their own little hormonal cycle. Like sort of, you know, and mine tends to oscillate about every 3 or 4 days. So I would be on a bad day. And instead of just going, this is so crap, because of course if a bad day happens when you're in a bad situation and you get 2 or 3 of them in the row, that's when things can escalate. But I would tell myself that this always changes. Even if my circumstances didn't change, my mood and my sort of physiology would bring me up. I didn't know when it was going to be, but I'd tell myself it would happen. And it would only be in a few days. And so then that would make me feel better, not just about that, but instantly. And I'd be like, it's not so bad, is it? And then, you know, you could literally just pick yourself up. And of course, it wouldn't mean I would instantly move into Dolly Parton mode, but it would mean I wouldn't cycle. And I said to myself, talking about the quitting, I was so far in, I couldn't just go have a bad day and then quit. I said to myself, if I have 7 bad days in a row, I am going to go home because A, I'm not enjoying it, and B, who wants to see that sort of stuff on social, you know, especially if you're having a bad time and I've got a glorious sunset behind me taking a selfie going, worst day ever, you know, it's just not fair. But I didn't, because I don't think that happens if you're confident enough to believe that it doesn't happen. Long answer, but it's true.
But you recognise that in yourself. You recognise that you're having a
Because
bad
of the
day.
monotony. And I don't think that would have happened if I was at work, because you have much more different problems. You know, someone will come in, a client will be unhappy and shout at you, or you've got to pick somebody up who's down at work. And sometimes you can be muddied from your own actual basic physiology. Now, it's not waffle, but just know that if you're in a bad spot, your body will naturally pick you up in a day or two. Just got to wait for it. It's like waiting for a bus.
Stick through it, right? Yeah. Stick through it, and again, there's someone there to listen if you think you need that help. If you're thinking, right, actually, I don't think my body is going to get me through until Tuesday. That's the point where, I mean, you should do it long before then.
Yeah.
But they're there.
Think of Andy's Man Club as an emotional overdraft. You know, and so basically you're skint, and you're like, there's no way I can get through to payday, which is your physiology coming there. Things like Andy's Man Club is just basically something you can dip into and go, right, just get me through until the end of the month, you know, and it will do. It is doing, and that's the best thing about it.
I think that's the best way to finish our conversation.
Your story has been so wonderful to listen to. Thank you so much for coming on. And coming down to London to see us for the longest conversation.
I presume you didn't get the train, and I presume you ran all the way anyway from Liverpool.
Well, I ran to Hornsey from Liverpool the other week. And that was far enough. So
wow,
I've only just recovered.
Most people wouldn't even drive that, Rob, and you decided one day you're just going to get up and run it. But honestly, thank you for sharing. Like Milo said, thank you for sharing your story, but thank you also for making it more normal for us as well about your feelings and what was going on in your head and how you spoke to people and the message that you said. I think that's the best thing ever, is Andy's Man Club is an emotional overdraft. I think that's ace.
An emotional overdraft and hashtag don't press post.
Yeah.
Type it out. Type it out.
Never press
post. Listen, Rob, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on this stage. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and for anyone who's watching right now, how can they get you on your socials that you said we might have been quite drab at one stage and you're rubbish on YouTube, but we still want to follow you.
Run Roblar Run. So like Run Forest Run, ROBLA.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Pope!
Cheers, guys.
Well, lots more to come as well, everybody, including more Mr. Motivator.
You're the most excited about this.
I'll let child crush on that bloke. Honestly, it's a lycra. I don't know what it was.
For those who just joined us, we are Milo and Rosie. We're here, of course, with Andy's Man Club and hashtag the longest conversation. If you want to get involved, there's so many people watching at home. My mum was texting me on my way down, and she was saying she was so proud of us too getting involved, and this is such an important thing for everyone. And she was like, "So what time are you on?" I said, "Well, I'm on." I think we're on from about 3, Mum.
Yeah.
Oh, tennis is on then. I won't be watching.
Okay, well, we're here till 9, so when she's got time, in her busy retired life,
whenever.
Tell her to pop on.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway,
you'll be able to catch it later on iPlayer.
Right, we've got a video for you to watch, and we're going to head backstage
in a
bit.
I suppose I'm like many men. I walked through the door many moons ago, 7 years, through the doors in Hull. You know, after a bit of a struggle myself, after a suicide attempt as well, and when it took a friend that I work with here in Grimsby to sort of really push me out of my comfort zone a little bit and get me sort of through that door. He passed me a leaflet, and where it was at the time was kind of perfect because it meant I had to go to Hull, which was an hour and a half away, it wasn't on my home turf, it wasn't where I lived, there wasn't going to be anybody I knew. I'd always grown up with, here in Grimsby, with this mindset that sort of mental health doesn't really exist, it's more of a thing. You go for a walk, give your head a wobble. So, and all it took was a guy to sort of knock on my window when I was parked outside and ask me if I was here for Andy's Man Club, and that got me through the door. And I remember that first night, hearing the lads go around and introduce themselves and why they were there. And as that ball went round, I thought, you know, I can do this. My name's Sean and I don't want to be here. As that ball landed in my hands, instead of having that cocky bravado response, I didn't. I broke down. I burst into tears. And why at that point, what the trigger was, I couldn't tell you. I think for the first time ever, I felt safe being open and vulnerable. And the weird thing is, not one guy in that room did anything. When I broke down, when I was in tears, I had that ball in my hand and I was squeezing it. No guy tried to give me some quote of the day or some words of wisdom or put his hand around my shoulder or give me a hug. Every guy just nodded and gave me that time and that appreciation in understanding that here's a guy who's walked through the door who just needs to get some shit off his chest. For the first time ever, I'd shown some emotion, opened up without any consequence, without anyone trying to figure out why. And it wasn't until after about 6 months that I started to see or started to feel that whatever happened in the week, it wasn't a case of waiting till Monday to find the option to go take my life. It was, I've only got to wait till Monday and I can go see the lads and I can get some off my chest. And I was excited about it and I was looking forward to it, and it helped me bite-size my life as an overthinker. The transition from being a volunteer, which was a huge honour, to then working for the charity, I mean, it's mind-boggling. You know, I'm working for the charity that I stepped through the door of and helped save my life. So to give that back to whatever it is, that little bit of sacrifice that I might give and being uncomfortable giving a presentation or a bit nervous about talking to certain people, that's only a brief moment. But if that brief moment of sacrifice gets a guy through the door or comforts a wife or a mother who's lost somebody and ultimately stops them or that family from going through that pain again, is huge. There's nothing better. To then walk into a club a year, 2 years down the line from something that I was a part of and helped start, to hearing them repeat the words that I instilled, to see new guys walking through the door, passionate to tell me about Andy's Man Club because they don't know who I am, is magic. It's absolutely magic. And I get no bigger buzz than seeing someone else proud in something that I helped build and that I was a part of, because I'm only one small cog in a massive machine. But like many blokes, we're all proud to be that small little cog. It all builds into something bigger.
Come on, yeah, of course you can. Hello, we're back. We're Milo and Rosie. Hello, and thank you for having us here as your hosts for Andy's Man Club. Hashtag the longest conversation.
Second half of it, we're here till 9 p.m. tonight. So hello to everybody who is watching online at home, and hello to everybody that's actually taken the time to come here today. Thank you so much. Lots of sandwiches going on now. It's just passing.
I'm going to nip
Did
down
you miss
there.
lunch? Did you miss lunch? Were you enjoying it that much?
Is that a toasty from Starbucks? Someone's doing all right, aren't they? It's about £9, that. If you are walking past and you do want any more information about what we are all about here at Andy's Man Club, you can do that on the website. It's andysmanclub.co.uk. You can even, if you want to reach out, you've got any questions, you can send us an email. We are all ears. We're at info at Andy's Man Club.
Info at Andy's Man Club, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bit of a panel session now.
Well, this is the thing. Andy's Man Club is I don't want to say a club for the boys, but it is a club for the boys, isn't it? It's for lads, talking to each other, to other lads. Because, you know, us ladies, we do like to talk, and sometimes we force that upon you when you don't want to talk, and we really want to talk and talk about feelings.
Leave me alone, don't touch me again.
But sometimes you need a little bit of help. You don't need us around.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to talk to someone of the same sex in order to get your problems out. Maybe there's people that you can talk to that we wouldn't necessarily say the same things to you.
Exactly.
So that's why Andy's Man Club is here for anyone that feels that is something that they need.
So what we thought we'd do is I think that we need to sort of recreate one of the sessions that we have here at Andy's Man Club, and I'm going to leave you, and you can be in charge, and I'm going to head back there. I'm just going to be back there, but you can have a little bit of a lads chat. A boy moment. All right, are you going to be all right?
I think so. I should
All
be
right.
fine. I should be
Just make a noise or something, a sign if you need me back.
Okay.
But I'm just going to let you and just say.
I'll blink twice.
Blink twice.
I'll blink
Make a noise of it like a pigeon or something like that.
Like
All
that,
right.
okay.
Okay.
So everybody, for our panel session right now, could you please welcome Kofi Josephs, Daniel Lustig-Webb and Adam Lind on stage next for the part of the longest conversation. Gents, hello. Yeah, good. Take a sit wherever you want. If you want us to move the tables, you get me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So if you would be ever so kind enough to everybody here online, just introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I am a hairdresser and I was on Gogglebox.
Hi everyone, I'm Kofi Josephs, professional basketball player for England and Great Britain and the owner of a mental health tech company.
Hello, I'm Adam Lind and I'm a author and content creator.
Okay. Gents, what do you think in this era that we live in now, because I imagine you're all quite big on social media, am I right in thinking that, yeah-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything in this era now that we're in that you think would stop someone from opening up about their feelings, especially if you're a man?
I think the biggest problem is social media. It is a plus and it is a negative. So if you're going to put something out there and you're going to read those comments, they can be very negative. I mean, I've always been told never to read the threads, to be honest, because if you are sensitive to that, then it can make you depressed, you know. It can make you not want to put things out there again. So I think that's the problem.
Has it ever made you or any of you think about posting just because of some of the comments that you might get in order to negatively impact what's going on in your head?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, being an athlete, it's a sticky one because everyone's going to have an opinion and you are out there to perform. And when you do perform, good or bad, it's kind of what comes with the territory. But I think the real tough thing is when you perform badly, people understanding that you're also a person. So like if you have a bad game, there's like this hidden myth that you're not allowed to like be on social media, you're not allowed to live your life until you show that you're focused only on your sport and only on improving. And I think that's kind of the thing that kind of burns a lot of athletes out and also like people in general, because social media is what you want to put out there and you want people to kind of have a perception of you based on your social media. So I know a lot of people whose lives are crumbling, but because when their life was going well, they posted. Now they just go back to their catalog of photos and keep posting consistently so that everyone thinks they're fine whilst they're still struggling. And I think those expectations are what are burning a lot of men out, and it's hard to even reach out for support if you actively know that you're posting things to make you look like you're fine, and it's a tough one.
Do you think, or do you know any of the people that you mentioned? Do you know, like you've said that you know that they're having, going through a bit of a bad time right now and posting, back catalogue of stuff. Do you know if any of them have actually reached out? Obviously, you know that they're not having the best time ever, like what they were, but do you know if any of them have actually asked for help?
Not a lot of them. I was one of those people, to be honest, because it's the last thing you want when you don't know up from down. And obviously being in elite sport it's not like you're trying to play badly. You're actually really trying to perform, but it's just not working. And sports ebbs and flows, life ebbs and flows. So by posting, it was just something to just steady the ship so that people would like leave me alone while I could figure things out, which obviously didn't necessarily make things better, but it's very hard for men to reach out and get support because you're scared to be judged. And then if you put it in the elite sporting world, your teammates are also your competition. And also it's such a quick revolving door. If you're seen to be not handling your responsibilities or the level that you're at, it could be Monday you have a breakdown, Tuesday there's a new player in. And I've seen it with my own eyes when I was playing in Germany. So you're very hesitant of who you want to talk to, because it might get back to people, or they might use it against you, or you don't know, even if you do talk, what solutions can actually come from it, because you're doing all that you can.
Has there any been a negative time ever at all from reaching out? Because I'm guessing you've reached out, and so was there, obviously what you've just mentioned there, people not wanting to, you know, feel like they can't talk to anybody because of what it'll come back round on that revolving door. Have you had any negative experience about talking out? If there's anybody thinking, actually, well, should I not, you know, because of what, you know, people will perceive of me then, is there any negatives that you can think that happened to you for doing that?
Yeah, it's mostly negative. There's more negatives than there is positives to reaching out, and that's why having places like Andy's Man Club, what I'm doing, and everything else that's out there, to be able to create those safe spaces so that there is a good outcome to doing it, and that's why these things are needed. But a lot of the time, it is negative. You might, let's say you're in a sporting world, your teammates who are your friends, but you're all competing for the same thing. You're all competing for a bigger career, bigger contract, this, that, and the other. You've got fans on social media of other teams who follow you just so they can see what they can get, so that they can shout it at you in games. Your coaches who are getting paid, this is their livelihood. They're under pressure as well. Sports psychologists trying to keep their jobs, feeding information back to coaches, feeling isolated. There's so many things that have happened, and it's not the nicest place, but sometimes you've got to build that resiliency and fight through it, because if you're dictated by how people are going to take things, then you're going to be all over the place all the time. You need to stand on your truth. It is what it is, because from then you can actually get the right support. Do you know what I mean? You can't really be dictated by a few bad apples, letting them ruin everything else for everyone else.
And have you ever thought that there's a real stigma behind everybody using the terms man up a lot, and they've been saying you could, just man up, you know, if you've ever tried to do that. Have any of you had the experience of that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess back to the trolls thing and linked to your question, I had this experience a few times where I was receiving some comments on my videos or private messages of people being like quite nasty and quite abusive about the fact that I was sharing things vulnerably, and I've kind of got this rule where I never usually respond to any of them, but I had this one guy in my inbox that was quite relentlessly like being a certain way, and one morning I decided to wake up and reply to him. He was kind of using this, you know, man up, like stop sharing your feelings kind of thing. And I replied to him and I just said, I think I just put like a thumbs up or an emoji. And he replied back to me and he said, "I'm so sorry, I never thought you'd actually read this." And I said, "Oh, that's so interesting. Like, you know, you've been sending me all these abusive messages and now you're apologizing because you think I've read it." And he basically turned around and said, "Oh, every morning when I wake up, because I'm so depressed, I spout negativity to as many people as I can to try and get rid of it from myself." And it was a real turning point to me of like, even these people that kind of are sharing these messages, and I'm like, this isn't to condone that people should do bad things, but there's usually a reason why people are doing the thing they are. So like what you say about building resilience in yourself is like not giving your power away to these people, because, you know, there's usually a reason why they're showing up in that way anyway.
How, oh, by the way, did you respond to him? Did you offer him any help?
Actually, yeah, I said, "Here's my number," and I gave him my number, and I was like, "Call me if you ever want to chat," which he never actually did.
No. Well, shall we ring him now? No, I'm kidding. No.
We've got him here.
So, like, the power of everyday conversations, obviously, you know, on a Monday night, all around the country, men get together, and if there's a little niggle, or if there's something that's causing them not to be right, they can talk about it to someone. And it's that initial first moment where, again, like we've said many times today, ask twice, are you all right? First time you'll go, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Second time when you do it a little bit more in depth, it's actually, have you got 5 minutes? And then you get into it there. But how important is having someone there just to be able to talk to that's outside of perhaps a normal circle, that you think actually these people, like, you know, with athletes, with fellow people, that you think actually just I want to try and get out of a circle just to other friendly people who maybe don't know who I am? Is that important?
I think if you are someone that finds it hard to talk to your friends or the circle around you, that it's really important, because sometimes it's much easier to talk to a complete stranger about how you're feeling, whereas talking to your friends or your family or your work colleagues, you would feel they would judge you maybe, you know.
So I think, you know, they see that back to the Instagram life as it is, and if you can go to someone or a place where no one knows you, followers, they don't follow you, and you can just have that conversation with them. You know, it's different for different people, friends, family, you know, or not. But the amount of friendships that have come out of Andy's Man Club as a result of that, as people seeing the other side, again, just it's second to none.
I think also people don't like to feel like a burden, and I've noticed like when people want to reach out to a friend or family, they might feel like they don't want to take up that space or time. So having like, whether it's Andy's Man Club or whether it's having therapy or this, it's like this time is now allocated for you to share how you feel, and that is the whole reason you're there. Because I speak to some people that say like, oh, I went for dinner with a friend, but I didn't want to offload to them because it was meant to be a nice dinner, and you start to get into this mentality of like, maybe I'm not worthy enough, or I don't want to change the situation to be all about me. So like you say, having these spaces is that place where that is kind of why you're there, so people feel that they're allowed.
I think it's super important as well not to just have a space where we talk about the negatives that are going on in our lives, because a lot of people, when they talk about mental health, they talk about it like it's just negative, but then when you're okay, you're like nothing. And I think mental health is a spectrum from negative all the way to the positive, but a lot of time we go from the negative and then stop when everything's okay, and then no one's supporting each other or anything like that, and then as soon as things are going wrong again, now we start supporting. But I think it's really important to have spaces where we talk about the negative, we talk about the positive, we talk about all the in between, and I think that is what's important for building like a strong foundation and a true relationship with like each other, and having a positive friendship. Do you know what I mean? Because this kind of community, you should be able to share when you're happy, when you're sad, when you're excited, because a lot of people, especially in this day and age, it's seen as not cool to to try. It's not cool to be interested in something. It's cool to be nonchalant and not be asked, but it's kind of like, when you've got a true friendship with someone, you should be able to talk about, hey, I like this girl, man, I'm really looking forward to going on a date with her. I found a new sport, I'm looking forward to going. But a lot of men don't have that part of a conversation. If they do even get to this part, it's just about, my life's crumbling. Okay, how can I help you to get it not crumbling? Cool. And then from there, it's, all right, when things go wrong, holler at me later. But it's like, I've got so much positivity going on in my life from this point. I want to be able to share that. And I think from a whole approach, that's what's super important for men going forward.
And I think Andy's Man Club absolutely nails that bang on, because, like, you know, returning members each week, they'll go, even, you know, when it's good. They've been at the low points. There's a lot here today. However, when they are, you know, through the other side, as it be, go back and help someone else. Always pass down that, be there for someone that, you know, they were there for you. What helps you guys on a tough day, just out of curiosity? If there's ever a point where you're thinking, I'm having a bit of a nightmare today in my head, is there something that can pick you up?
For me, I do love going running, and I live on the Brighton seafront, so I can go running and I just clear my head completely. And that works really well for me. And also, I'm just a chatterbox. I talk to my friends all the time. I'm a hairdresser, and my poor clients, they know everything about my life.
I would say for me, I like to go to the cinema. Like, that's like my safe space, because obviously my life has been revolving around exercising and stuff like that. So exercising, career, sports, it's all been intertwined into one. So it's been nice for me to be able to get away from that. And I think when I go to the cinema, I'm just in a whole complete new, different world. No one's talking to me. No one's talking about anything. I'm just reducing the stress on my own mind of having to think about so many different things, from sports to running a business or anything else. It's just, I'm in a whole nother world, and it kind of reduces that tension and stress. Even if it's for 2 hours, when I go back out, at least I feel like I've had a chance to breathe before I can get back to it. And sometimes I'll go to a cinema and watch 2, 3, 4 movies, whole day, mental health day for me.
I hope you don't sneak in between the screens.
Oh no, I did that when I was a kid, but I'm a cinema member, and I'm a proud cinema member because that helps me tick, and I know that is something that it took me a really long time because basketball was my therapy, but then when I turned it into a career, it became the source of trauma at the same time. So I had to find something else to be able to not escape, because I don't like that word, because eventually you're going to need to come back and deal with it. But maybe just give me a break and a little bit of a time out to breathe.
I think the cinema is escapism, isn't it? I love cinema. You know, you're in there, and for that an hour and a half or 2 hours, you don't have to think about too much. You know, you're just in the book, in the movie, and you always do come back quite happy. Anyway, especially if I like pick a mix, you know. So
hot dog and ice, blasphemy.
I think for me, I guess similar to you, recently I've been trying to really prioritize rest because I'm quite like a driven, entrepreneurial, project-focused person. And even I do like running and I do like the gym and all the things you're meant to be doing, but I started to find even that was becoming goal-focused. I'll go for a run, but did I get my 5K quicker than I did yesterday? Or I'll eat better, but if I don't eat, I don't know, the right amount of protein or the right amount of vegetables, it all felt like still I was on this treadmill of chasing something that maybe I wasn't achieving. And I'd find that if I'd get home and just get under the duvet and put a movie on, I'd feel quite guilty. And I've really tried to actually be today, my only priority is rest. And it was really difficult. It was actually really challenging. And I'd even be lying there feeling like you're not doing enough, but actually that is still doing something. So yeah, that's been something I've been trying to play with a lot. As someone that's got a really overactive mind, that's always wanting to think about the next thing, is actually forcing myself to just kind of stop, which I guess similarly you probably get when you watch a movie.
I know a few people like that, and again, it's back to you. Why are you making yourself feel guilty just for having a day off?
One of the great things as well, there was this business person who talks about prioritizing the things that you need to do in a day, and obviously sometimes our biggest things we put to the end of the day. We use all our mental energy on all the small things, and then the things that are super important we don't either accomplish or finish, and we feel like a failure. So on those days, sometimes if I'm not going to go to the cinema or if I need to get things done, I'll make a small little checklist where it's 5 to 7 small things, like move your shoes in the right place, make your bed, drink a glass of water. Because if I can build up those really small wins, even if I don't do 3 other things in that day, at least I know I've done something today. And I like to write them down, and I put a nice little tick next to it. So at the end of the day, I'm just you did accomplish something. It might not be getting a business contract, but it might be smaller things that still contributed for me moving forward. And I think that's super important for your mental health.
Daniel, Kofi, Adam, thank you so much for coming on and being part of our Andy's Man Club panel today here in London for the longest conversation. Can you give them a round of applause, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in the next 5 minutes, just after a quick video break.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
This is a really special place for me. It's there's just a lot of spots around here on the Hoe where I've come to at certain points in my life when I've been happy, when I've not been so happy, when I've been in quite a bad place. I just find it a really, really powerful place to kind of sit down and reflect and think about where I'm at, think about where I've come from, think about things that have happened. It's also a place where it's been the beginning of a lot of stuff in my life. Longest term relationship I had, part of our first date was here when I was in a really difficult space, and I kind of was at a proper crossroads of not knowing how I wanted to continue, if I wanted to continue. I had a bit of a realization when I was sat up here as well, of just, I want to keep going. I want to move on to the next phase of my life. I want to see my children grow up, and I want to do something that makes me happy. So, so it's important for a lot of different reasons. Started having some problems when I was first diagnosed with anxiety and depression. When I was first really struggling, it was kind of the back end of COVID. The Andy's Man Club venues were still shut, couldn't go to them, so I had to wait a good year or so to actually step through the doors at Andy's Man Club for the first time. That year was almost probably the toughest year of my life. I went through times where I was feeling okay, kind of back to my normal self. I had times where I was signed off work, I couldn't get out of bed for days on end. I didn't want to see my children. I didn't want them to see me in the way I was. And I contemplated a lot of dark thoughts. A lot of people, when they go to Andy's Man Club for the first time, it's kind of stepping into the unknown. It's scary, but I was ready for it. I needed it. I kind of went there knowing that I needed to go. I needed to talk. I needed to listen to other people talk who've been through similar situations. It was like a real, I was kind of calling out for it. I needed that in my life. So yeah, I stepped through the doors January 22, and 2.5 years later, I'm now working for the charity. So it's it's amazing. It's an amazing journey it's been. I don't think I've ever really thought about how proud I am of myself for where I am now. But when I think back to a couple of specific situations where I really didn't want to be here anymore, and the only way I was thinking was everyone would be so much better off without me here. I'd not only end my pain, but everyone else would be in a much better place as well. Gratitude is the biggest thing I feel. I'm grateful to my family, my friends for sticking by me, for looking after me. I'm grateful to my children for being there and being the kind of shining lights they are in my life. Being that ultimate purpose for wanting to carry on and wanting to help other people. And I'm exceedingly grateful to Andy's Man Club for being in existence, for the friends and the facilitators and the staff and the colleagues and the new friends I've made now working for the charity, because it keeps me going and it gives me a purpose, and it's allowing me to do a dream job that I hope I continue to do for the rest of my life, because it's I take a lot of pleasure from it. I do take a lot of pride from that as well.
Hello and welcome to Andy's Man Club. Welcome to the longest conversation here, where Milo and Rosie in central London and online.
Hello. Hello to everyone who's watching. We are here because there are people who cannot be here. We're here for 12 hours today to represent the average of 12 men we lose each day in the UK to suicide. So for the next 12 hours, we're going to have some conversations, we're going to have some fun, we're going to talk openly about things, and we're going to see some celebrities as well in Lycra, and that's not a joke.
We are, and every Monday night, Andy's Man Clubs go on all across the UK. Feel free to attend.
Yep.
It's free peer-to-peer support. It's for men over the age of 18, and if you'd like any more information, you can just go to andysmanclub.co.uk to find your local meeting.
Me and Milo have been radio presenters for many, many years, and we've done a breakfast show when we've worked together for the past 11 years. And Andy's Man Club has been running for 9 years, and we remember, because we're from Yorkshire, we remember the first few messages that we would get about Andy's Man Club. Can you give us a shout out? We're from Andy's Man Club. And we didn't know what it was, and then we sat Googling, or probably back then asked Jeeves in. Just seeing what it's all about, and why our listeners, when we went out at events, were asking us to do this.
And now look where we are. Look how far they've come. Andy's Man Club as an amazing charity here, central London, doing this.
From what was it? One meet. The first meet, was it eight guys?
In Halifax.
In Halifax.
Yeah.
Was it a Shea Stadium? 8 people. And now look at it, and I was just talking to someone backstage, and they said, if this can help one person, then they've done their job.
And it's worth it.
We're speaking to so many people with so many different amazing stories and how mental health maybe has affected them and how they've dealt with it. So
we're very grateful for all the guests that have put their time in to be here today. Obviously, it's a very important thing. Our next guest starred in Series 8 of Married at First Sight.
Yeah, back in 2023, you may remember him following 2 earlier appearances on Channel 4's First Date. So I want to know all about that.
Yes, he's a fashion retail specialist and he uses his public profile to speak openly about issues close to him, including suicide prevention, lung cancer awareness, grief and COPD.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make him feel very welcome. It's Mark Kiley.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Mark. Come on.
Hey.
Come on, Mark. Hang on. Oh, we're hugging Mark.
Hello,
we're hugging.
hello.
Hi, Mark. You all right?
Bring it in.
Yes, how are you guys?
Yeah, we're all right. Mark, take a seat on our lovely front room that we've created.
Gin and tonic?
Yes, please. Make it a double.
Oh, I've got a fridge back here. It's fine. How are you, Mark? How's your day going?
Oh, good. You guys are hosting very well. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, you're so
literally
nice.
just turned up, so that's nice.
Yeah, I was paid to see that.
Yeah, you didn't see what we did earlier, Mark. Marlo said something very interesting earlier on, and it's always asked twice, isn't it, dear?
Asked twice.
Asked twice. So how are you, Mark? We're asking again.
Oh, absolutely fantastic.
You're doing
Really
all
good
right?
to be here. Yeah, I'm having a good time. And I would say it's really nice weather, but this wind is picking up.
You're all right that way. It's if I can face the wind, I'll feel like Mariah Carey. Doesn't she take a wind machine with her everywhere?
Mariah Carey, if you turn the lights off.
And turn my mic off, that's for sure. So we didn't do you justice in our introduction to you, Mark. So tell us all about you. Tell people who you are and what you do.
You just had me down to a T. Even I was like, well, what more can I say?
Thanks very much. Good night, everybody.
So thanks for having me. And yeah. So yeah, I starred in season 8. Yeah, I'm Married at First Sight. Left without a husband.
Oh.
Right without one, so I didn't lose anything really. So it was good fun.
A few weeks away.
Got a free few meals, and all that.
Yeah.
Nice a few vacays. So I'm still single, so if anyone's out there watching.
This is not what Andy's Man Club's about, by the way.
Look.
People are walking past going, oh, it's a dating thing, isn't it, for guys? No. It's not. Well, it could be. It might be.
If you want to
give it a go.
Right?
Her name's Rosie, not Scylla.
Yeah. So you did Married at First Sight, and of course, and First Dates as well.
So I did First Date, yeah. That was back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And
do you really have to pay in the restaurant? That's First Dates, isn't it?
Yeah, so they give you money towards it.
Right.
So I think it was £50. They give you cash.
Uh-huh.
And then you pay for your meal, and then they take you home afterwards. Not the date.
Oh, that was good.
No, not
the date.
50 quid as well. Not a bad deal.
You'd be like, we're not having starters, we're having our £50 worth, isn't it?
So do you know what I genuinely would do as well? If they give you £50 to go for this meal,
yeah,
and I realised I get the bill at the end and it's 46 quid, I'd have to spend the extra £4 before going home.
Yeah.
I'd just ask for another peppercorn sauce. Down it.
How much is your sticky toffee? Is that with custard or without custard? Anyway, so you've been on the telly a bit. People might recognise you a bit, but along with being on the telly can come other things as well, like social media presence and the joys of people being so lovely on there. Tell us about that.
So social media is fantastic, and I always think it's great. Social media is so great when it's used correctly. I think it's so great to raise awareness. I think it's a great tool to have. However, you do find these keyboard warriors. So even like now, when I'm out, I'll get asked for a picture. People say, oh, do you get asked, does it faze you? Are you bothered? And I really enjoy meeting people out because when they're behind the keyboard, they're so nasty. And you do get your fair share. And I do understand going on TV, you open yourself up to it. So people, you get the good with the bad. But some people are just so vile. So vile.
Because they're protected by it. They're protected by... Me and Milo have always had a thing, haven't we? When people are a bit trolley online, a little bit too loud, have you looked at their profile pictures? Because it doesn't exist, does it? So there are things. What is it? The bingo tick list that we've got.
There is either a picture of a car as their display picture.
Bulldog. Flag.
I've had a few cats.
Oh, cats
Yeah,
as well.
That's a new one. That's a new one. Is that?
Okay. Well,
You know what, let's just pretend that you are Mark Zuckerberg for a day.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you think that would turn social media into, and don't get me wrong, it's fantastic, like you said, it's great for connecting people, but if you were Mark Zuckerberg and you had the chance to change anything in order to make it a nicer place for a lot of people, what would you do?
I feel like you shouldn't be able to have these cartoon character pictures. You need to have a picture of yourself, which needs to be verified by ID, who you are.
Yes.
And I feel like that's how it should be linked.
Yeah. Like Uber. Do you know when you can give someone 5 stars and stuff like that? You lose some stars if you start being mean to people.
This is turning into a Black Mirror episode. This is turning into a Black Mirror episode.
We're not here about that and putting that to... But how, for someone who has been in the public eye for quite some time, how have you dealt with being there and with the social side of things?
So when I first did First Dates, that's when I first opened up about my dad's death. So my dad died through suicide, and so it aired on the First Dates, and thinking it would be through support, people to reach out, that's when the nastiness come out of it, of people saying, oh, he should have took you with you, and all this, you know, like, why wasn't it you? And that's when I realised that people aren't so nice. I was literally living in a bubble, thinking that people are nice, and people, when they reach out, would always be through support or anything like that, which, don't get me wrong, there was a lot of it. There's a lot of it that I got through it, but the badness seems to always stand out more than the goodness.
I think not you, I don't mean you, but I think as a human, I know you've stopped me from doing it, and you said you're looking for it. You're looking for the bad comments.
Yeah.
Because you could have had 100 people thinking that you're amazing and that you've helped them.
Yeah.
You know, the moment, like you said about you losing your dad, I thought, hang on, I'm connected with you.
Yeah.
You could have had that, but you've been looking for the negatives.
That's actually really true, because it got to a point when I wasn't even responding to the good stuff. I was like responding to the bad stuff and just like trying to defend myself and stuff like that. So bypassing all the goodness that was coming from it. And I feel like I was just on attack mode, because I feel like they were just attacking and I was attacking back.
Do you know, and it only takes one, right? The amount of times, you know, we've had it before where you're doing a radio show, you're in your flow, you're getting the best out of each other, which is what you're both there to do.
Yep.
You're having a laugh, you've got a screen full of messages. And
then my mum texts.
Yeah. And then if you get one message, it knocks you, right? Yeah. And you're there and you're live and you're doing a show which you're on. It's not on tape or anything. You can't just go home.
It's live.
It's live, and it throws you for the rest of the show, and you kind of lose your track a little bit, and you think, actually, why has that person just been able to do that to me?
Yeah. And change your day as well. And that could be with anyone who's watching right now, listening right now. Their day could be going so well and they think they're in control of it. And then it could just be one thing and one comment that sends them into that dark spiral.
Yeah, totally. And like, it got to a point as well where I was okay with it in the end. I got a lot of abuse myself. I was told I sound like Vicky Pollard and a chipmunk and Fast Forward put together. I sound like that.
Wow, I'd like those people to comment on our voices. Eat my gum!
So like,
it's like a field day.
How dare you?
To a point where I was actually finding them very funny. But my family wasn't finding it funny. And so then my family would then be getting into arguments, and I'd be like, oh, just don't worry about it. And then, so it took me a while after that not to want to do anything else from it, because I didn't want to go through that again, to be how nastiness that people were.
I think you've got to think about how, what a sad little life, Jane, but how unhappy that person must be to be able to lash out at a stranger and to pull them down with them. And that's what we've got to all not let happen.
No.
Other people's negativity, you can't let that come back.
Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to share that negativity. If you're sending someone, like, and don't get me wrong, it's got a lot better. There's a lot more, I think they call it community guidelines in place or whatever.
Filters, yeah.
Filters, and they try, but still some slip through.
them little sneaky things just slip through.
Let's not give too much airtime to those
very
people
true, yeah,
because
sorry.
that's what they want.
I think that was more of a little rant.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, now that's off our chest.
Are you up for talking about your dad?
Yeah, let's go.
So what's his name?
So my dad's name is Paul, and I've only just, when I was just thinking about it upstairs, he was 3 years older than me than I am now when he actually passed away. So he was very young. He was 41 when it happened. And it got to a point, like, I feel like he was going through like a midlife crisis. I feel like he had nowhere to turn to. And for him, that was his way that only he could see was his way out of it. So he ended up taking his own life.
How old were you?
20. And I remember we wasn't on the best terms before it happened. And I remember there was a lot of family issues going on. And I just remember thinking like, oh, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care because what he had done, I wouldn't care. And then I'd live with so much regret afterwards, thinking, I wish I'd just made everything right, because then you're just so headstrong, thinking, one, it was never going to happen, and two, I was so adamant that, no, he's in the wrong, and the guilt eats you up.
So from so many people, and thank you for sharing that, for so many people that have come today and shared their stories, a lot of people have said that there are no signs, they can't see it happening, they wish they'd have known, they wish there was more that they could do, and then the guilt eats them up. Did you feel the same?
There wasn't signs per se. My dad would say stuff like he wanted to go, he wanted to be with his mum, he was no longer needed. There was no signs of saying he was going to do it. And then before he did it, he said to my mum, he's going to do it. And he said to my mum, this is your fault. And then my mum didn't think that he was going to do it. So by the time someone went around to see him, it had been too late. But we still hadn't believed at that point he was going to. There was nothing really showing that he was really going to do it.
And so how many years ago was this?
This was 18 years ago now.
18 years, so obviously before any days of Andy's Man Club were around, when the stigma was still attached to, the whole man up thing and whatnot, and asking for help. So times have moved on, and that's exactly why we are...
For the good.
For the good. And I just think, for you to tell that story, it's tugs a heartstring.
Yeah. More than that. And is that the reason why you're here today?
Yeah. So after that, I went through my own struggles and stuff like this. Guilt is really hard, and then I went through therapy and stuff like that. I dealt with it, and it was really good and all stuff like this. However, nothing was shared to me back then, stuff like charities like this. And I just feel with like Andy's Man Club, if it's known more and it's out there more, I feel like men would talk more. I can imagine the waiting list for your doctor to talk to someone is probably a year or something, Whereas I don't understand why they're not being shown these other places, because especially with men, I feel like when they're at that stage, they're ready to talk, it has to be there and then. If they've been told they have to wait 6 months, a year, a couple of days, by that time, they don't want to talk no more. And so I feel like to have someone available 24/7, 7 days a week, just for a phone call, because a lot of the time as well with men, when they're out, it's fine because they're all fun, they're all joking, but when they go home, it's home alone and their mind starts going, they just need someone to talk to be there for them. And I feel like as soon as they're being told, yeah, no, that's fine, someone's going to call you within 8 months, it's kind of like...
You feel let down.
Yeah.
You feel like, oh, well...
And then you think it's very brave, and you have to be very strong, I think, to make that first jump, to go...
And it's like, what's the point?
And then if you get turned down then, or if you make it harder for that person, then you go, right, life gets in the way.
Don't put another hurdle.
Yeah.
in there. You know, when you're at that point where you feel you need it, anything else, it might just become too much.
Yeah.
And sadly, we're hearing from people like you, Mark, who share their stories and stories that don't end in the best ways. And for some people like your dad, that it then becomes too late.
Yeah.
That help.
No, exactly. And the worst thing was, like, I feel like it's from his dad where they grow up, where men don't talk, you know, men don't deal with things. And I feel like I see that a lot now with my family as well. And so that's a reason why I wanted to come as well, because I want people to share. So even like with my male friends, I'm such an oversharer, and I will be on your case if I don't think something's right. I'm like, what's wrong? What's wrong? Because I'm just like, just talk, just say something. And even my brother was the one who found my dad, and I feel like even with him, it's a big struggle, and he hasn't sought help, and I feel I constantly say to him, like, just speak about it, just say something, and he never does. And I just feel like I want to be part of something that can help men, especially, just to know that it's not making you any less vulnerable, doesn't make you any less of a man to even just be like, this is how I'm feeling. Because every day is not the same. You know, we all have good days. There's never one day you're like, oh, do you know what? I'm actually cured and I'm fine now for the rest of my life. Every day is a struggle. And I feel like they just think if they can't just cure themselves, what's the point in doing anything? Whereas just taking one conversation is just ease yourself so much. Sorry, was I just chatting at home?
No. But this is why we're here, and this is why we're talking about it. And I just think it's sensational. We both do that. You have come from not just, I don't mean just reality TV, but you've taken your platform of reality TV and also the trauma that you've been through with your dad, and you've turned it into sitting on the stage with us two ridiculous humans. But you've turned it into helping other people. You know, going through what you've been through, and then thought, how can I help others? And how can I, like you do with your friends or with anyone who's watching possibly right now, and how can you reach out to them and go, are you okay?
Yeah, because, you know, now I don't address the bad comments. I don't look at the bad stuff. And I get a lot of messages, especially from people's mums, wives, and they'll just be like, what do I do? They're feeling like this. And I'm just like, just talk to them. Just hear them out. And the worst thing I think someone can do is when they're trying to talk to you and someone's trying to butt in or trying to tell you how you should feel and shouldn't feel and stuff like this. And I just try and help them. And then I tell them, like, talk to places like ANDYSMANCLUB, because, you know, it's so open and it's so easy to talk to someone here that can just help you. And it's great. It doesn't have to be that person. It could be a loved one, a relative, a friend who just needs guidance about it and how to go about it, who could then introduce them to the club.
What you're saying is absolutely bang on for everybody, and I just think that as long as people know it's there, which again, that's why we're here today, and it'd be nice if you know, a bloke decides that he wants to speak out, doesn't have to wait 7 months.
Yeah.
The longest I think you're probably ever going to have to wait is 7 days till Monday night.
And sometimes, I know, like what you're saying as well, like, I think sometimes you don't want to talk to the people who are closest to you. Like,
someone out of the circle.
Yes, someone who you think they're not necessarily relevant in my life right now, but they are the ones that could listen, you know.
Yeah, they don't know you, don't know what you're going through. And as well, I find if someone's going through the same thing as you don't want to talk about it to them because it then burdens them. So I feel like to have someone outside the circle, don't know what's going on, and just for you to have a little rant and your little say, because 9 times out of 10, that's all you need is a little rant to be like, this is how I'm feeling. And once it's off your chest, you just feel like a weight has been lifted, and then you just feel so much at ease.
And it's like it's no commitment as well. So just if you are, you don't have to go every week. It's not a club where you don't. Right,
it's free.
Yeah, exactly. I've got to be there at this time. You know, it's there. It's available for when you need it. Whether it's, you know, once a week, once a month,
or just a one-off.
Just a one-off. Just go see how you get on.
And the fact that it's not like how it's portrayed in movies, you know, where you have to go stand up and clap, and you can just go and not say nothing. You can just turn up and just listen. You don't have to go and do anything other than just turn up. And I think that's the main thing. As long as you're just turning up, you don't have to speak.
What's next for you, Mark? Because we're getting hurried. So what's next for you? Are you going to do any more telly?
If it's right, I'll do it. At the moment, I do want to try and work more with charity, especially men's mental health, and I want to really try and push the stigma away from all this. And that's my main focus right now.
Well, we're certainly honoured to have you here today. We're so glad that you've been here
Thank
today.
you.
In every session at Andy's Man Club, we've been asking what questions that they would like to ask some of our guests. So we're going to chuck It turned out to be some real random questions as well.
Yeah, but we've got to go with them.
We've got to go
with them.
Their voice, not ours. We're just merely reading them out. So one of the questions from Andy's Man Club is, who is someone that you're proud of?
I would say my brother, after everything that he's gone through and what he's seen, he still took on the role as man of the family and still shown up for us all. So I'd say him. His name's Paul as well.
Big love, Paul. Big love. And the next question.
This is a random one, but we said we'd read it.
Changing direction, but we go. You're starting a new band.
Oh, okay.
You are.
You are.
What are you going to call it?
Okay.
It's written down.
And you can answer the same as the last question. You can call it Paul if you want.
Oh, that would be good. I'd also like the Bakers.
I'm going to go with Bare Soul.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to bare our soul, but it could be a soulful band as well.
Do you know what? That answer was far better than the question.
And do you know what? You could be part of it. I'm actually recruiting.
Hey! Oh, do you know what, Mark? You've been wonderful, and like with all our guests, we could speak to you for hours, but you've shared, and thank you for sharing.
No, thank you so much for having me.
That must have been really hard, but I think that it will have connected with quite a few people who are watching.
Thank you, everybody. Mark Kiley.
Thank you.
We hug. We're from the north.
We're huggers today. Come on, we're hugging. Beautiful. So if you are just walking past, or if you are watching online, welcome to The Longest Conversation. We're here with Andy's Man Club today, speaking and promoting, talking about men's mental health.
If you would like to find out more, you can speak to anyone here in one of the Andy's Man Club t-shirts. A little bit like you're walking around B&Q and you need a little bit of help to find where the screwdrivers are. He like that.
It's just a little bit different to the orange pinny.
Just only a little bit. But also, if you want to go home and just check out a little bit more, you can head online, andysmanclub.co.uk, or you can send us an email as well, and we'll answer all of them. It's info@andysmanclub.
Right, next, let's crack on because we've still got a while to go yet. We're here for the 12 hours, and as one of the UK's most recognisable comedy creators, probably seen this guy online, our next guest, he'll be taken to the stage to talk about all things social media, which is a couple of words that have been coming up quite often all day today. So he's going to talk about his journey into the public eye, the unseen pressures that come with life online, and sharing so much with people that you don't know.
So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, please welcome Adam McGrath.
Hello, Adam.
Hello, Adam. Are you a hugger? They'll do it in a minute. They leave the room for the hug, you see. They know what we're like now. Adam, please take a seat.
Hello.
He's on.
Take off your bra if you like. What's that from?
It's scary.
Moving. I had to say it, Adam. I had to say it anyway. Oh, is it McGrath or McGrath?
McGrath.
Oh, McGrath. Oh,
Irish.
We McGrath it because we're from Yorkshire. That's it. We're Bath, it's Bath, not Bath.
The only way that I knew how to pronounce, I didn't correct you because I didn't want to be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
However, we both used to work with a newsreader, surname McGrath.
Oh, yeah.
And he never used to pronounce the TH, and he did the news, so we knew he was important.
That's why you unfollowed me, because I thought it was Kevin McGrath.
You've been calling him the wrong name for the past 15 years.
You can't correct anyone, though, can you?
No.
So, Adam...
Can I just ask, first of all, how many followers are you on?
Am I on?
Are you on?
Probably about 3 million right now, I think. Yeah.
Is that just TikTok, or is that TikTok, Instagram, Facebook?
No, that's just TikTok.
Just TikTok.
Yeah.
If you follow us, we'll follow you back.
Oh yeah.
I think I posted posted, and it's really sad when you look at your followers and then you go, oh, someone unfollowed me from that. I've actually lost people from my content.
So, Adam, why did you start deciding that you wanted to share everything online?
Yeah. I grew up
Was it the money?
No. I didn't have some like creative intervention either, really. I just grew up watching YouTube and, people making content on there. And COVID happened, and I really didn't want to go to uni. So and I was working a horrible job as a landscaper. So I thought, why not just make that? And then it's worked out.
Yeah, but what was your first video? What was your first piece of content that you posted, and then you thought, oh, some people like that? Or did they not at first?
No, 0 views, definitely for the first video.
Okay, all right. So maybe not the first video, but what was the piece of content that you remember?
Yeah.
Made you think, actually, yeah, I like that feeling.
Yeah. I remember hitting 100k views on my first TikTok. It was like just before lockdown.
And what was it? What was your TikTok?
I don't even.
With making notes.
I don't even remember what it was about. It was a stupid skit, which most of the videos are.
Mm-hmm.
The stupid ones go viral, and then I remember seeing it go. I'd be watching it. I'd be watching the views like every minute, like refresh, because I had nothing better to do, and. All in secret. I didn't tell any of my friends I was making videos on the internet. That's just a no-go.
And when you put it like that as well.
Yeah. And I just remember hitting 100k for the first, 100k views for the first time. I thought, oh, I could do this again. So I kept at it. Like, I think I posted 12 videos a day for like the first 2 weeks I was posting. And yeah.
Well, you said it was during lockdown, and
it was just before
COVID.
it was just before COVID, but COVID is when I started really going
the views, getting the views as well.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's what people needed. You say it was like these silly videos and this skits and all this lot and messing around, but maybe that's what people needed.
Yeah.
At that time.
It was a tough time, so.
And out in the past like five years-ish, would you say?
Yeah.
Have you had to change your content in any way, would you say? Like rather
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
I didn't speak in probably the first 2 years I was making videos. I kind of just used audios. And then I always feel like my big advice to other content creators is like give yourself room to evolve. You can't be stuck in a playing a character.
One trick pony.
Yeah. You got to give yourself room to evolve and change your content. And so when I did, or it has been over the years, and when I go back and look at the videos I posted back in 2019, I'm like, private.
Mate, we were like that on the last show we've done 9 years ago.
Yeah.
Are you like me and Milo, and you use humour just all the time? It's your go-to. It's your crutch. It's your, if you're feeling sad, you've got to laugh about it. And also it hides stuff as well.
Even in serious situations, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess, because some other people don't use humor to deal with things. But it's just the easiest way. It's just how if you do the same, that's how our brain's wired.
You just naturally go for the funny. You always want to make people laugh and feel good, which is why it's hard. It feels harder for us to talk about other things because it feels like it's a different character. As it be. Like your character is to be the fun one. Joker. So if there's ever anything that's not right, feeling up there, I think there's even more pressure on your brain just from that thinking. Well, does that alter this character that...
You're there as the funny person to make other people laugh and to entertain the other people and to cheer the other people up. And you sort of play a part and play a role sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes these are the people that we heard, earlier on. These are the people that maybe you need to check on a little bit more as well,
Sure. Yeah, you can't tell. I mean, people say there's signs, but you really can't tell with...
Have you ever experienced it? Have you ever had to reach out?
Luckily, I haven't felt enough to
reach out.
Yeah. But I've definitely had family members that have passed away from suicide, and and I use humor in it. It's funny, like, doing all this thing. I haven't really talked about it in about 5 years, because it happened just before COVID. And thinking back, all this stuff is like coming back on how I dealt with it and how other people helped. And so that's why I did this, honestly, because you forget about that kind of stuff.
Do you think, you said it was 5 years ago and you forgot how you sort of dealt with it at the time? You just get through, don't you? You just do whatever you can to survive yourself. Do you think something like this, something like Andy's Man Club, would have been useful as a tool for you or for your family members?
Yes, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I was talking to one of the people that work here, and I'm from Cardiff, and he said they're going to expand to Wales and Cardiff. So if you are over there and you want an Andy's Man Club, or you want to attend, go over there once it's set up. But yeah, you don't really. When it happened, no one kind of knew, because we'd never, me and my family, and luckily I had a friend that dealt with a similar thing, and he was kind of teaching me how to deal with it. But me and my family had no clue how to deal with something like this, because it's a different kind of loss. You don't really, nothing prepares you for something like that. And like something like Andy's Man Club, because it's such like-minded, like people know the grief that comes with it and how to deal with it. It helps so much.
And as just on your mental health, as a content creator.
Yeah.
Obviously, we spoke about a lot of negative comments from people. Has it ever affected you? Or have you just always had kind of that shield to make yourself quite immune from it? And have you thought...
Laugh it off, like we said.
Yeah.
I'd say in school, I kind of didn't have like the easiest, everyone gets made fun of in school. And so I kind of built up a shield from there. And because I didn't do social media until after school, I kind of already had that. If someone was saying something bad, I'd know how to deal with it, Because I heard you say earlier, you pick out the bad things, don't you, in the comments? And you just have to realize that there's so much more positive stuff.
But back at school, did you also used to use humour to get yourself out of those situations?
Yeah.
So it started,
Yeah, that's where it built up. And that's where it builds up with most people. Like, if school would be, if you're not one of the, popular kids or whatever, that's where you'd build something to do with your personality to feel liked and better your mental health.
It seems, I think, to so many people, and so many kids as well these days, you think, what do you want to do when you're older? It's like, I want to be a content creator. I want to create videos. I want to be on TikTok. I want to do this. I want to do that. But tell us about the other side of it. And is it quite a lonely place to be?
Yeah. I mean, in my experience, I do, like, the creative process is all me. So I don't have an editor or anything, really. I just do everything myself, which it's a lot better now because I know people, I have really good friends that do the same thing as me. Because when I was doing it, when I was just sort of getting started, content creator isn't really a job that everyone understands. I still don't understand it. And so my family didn't know anything about it. My hometown friends, they know nothing about it either. That's when it was the most isolating because it's all just me. But now that I have people that sort of understand what it is to do what we do, it's a lot easier. It's just human contact with other people that have similar experiences helps.
But you said that, and you could people might be watching and going, "Oh, as a content creator, I've got nothing in common." But what you've just said then resonates with so many of our guests today.
Yeah.
So many people watching today. Just that contact with people who might have something in common with, and that is just one of the sessions at Andy's Man Club, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just having that contact with people.
Again, it's just having that, someone out of your circle, that's not maybe a content creator, or even if they are in your circle, you get to know more about them there and then at Andy's Man Club. But initially, it's just the saying hello and how are you twice.
That's it.
Yeah.
That really is. Now, me and Milo have been quite, not, this is never about us, have been very lucky to be radio presenters and to connect with listeners. So it's kind of like you with your viewers as a content creator and people who are enjoying what you do. We've had people over the years who have reached out to us because they felt a connection and they felt like we were the people that they could come to and talk to and open up to. And we've been very honoured when people have ever done that.
Yeah, because I don't think when we started whatever journey we're on.
Yeah, and they'd be saying with you.
And you never think that you'd get to a point where someone's actually saying, you've made me laugh and you've made that much of a connection. I am in a vulnerable place right now. Can you help?
Yeah. Have you ever had people that have reached out to you?
Yeah, there was one message I remember. It was very early on in this whole journey that I was on, when I was sort of thinking, is this really what I want to do and stuff, and it was just them saying like, you got me through a really hard time. Please keep doing what you're doing because I'm not the only one that feels this, and that's when I was like, okay, I'm doing something right here, and also when people come up, like my favorite. I remember one of my favorite experiences was, it was like just after lockdown, I went out, I was in Birmingham or something, and someone came up to me and was like, oh my God, you're that guy, can I give you a hug? And I was like, oh my God, yeah. And then I just walked away from that encounter and just started welling up. And that's why I do it. That's the reason why I do it, for sure.
So tell us about the highs of doing what you do. Is it just the highs of it? Yeah, of your life.
Are the highs creating the content or seeing how much TikTok have paid you at the end of the month?
No, it's for sure. It's for sure creating. It's the freedom to create what I want to create. Definitely. There's very high highs and very low lows because it's so stressful on the mental. It's a very mental job. Because you feel like there's a lot of pressure, or I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me anyway, because I don't like, if my content is a certain way, I'm a control freak in that way. If it's not perfect, I'm a perfectionist in that way. If it's not perfect, I will be annoyed and I will get in my head about that.
Do you think that's social media for you as well? Like, you're a whole different extreme that most of us won't ever experience the amount of followers and things that you've got. But do you think people who have got maybe more hundreds of followers experience the same thing, of that pressure that, oh my goodness, I put that picture on, oh, I don't look good, I need to delete it.
There's not enough likes.
There's not enough likes. The pressure of that going, no one's seen it, I need to delete it. You know, social media creates that.
Yeah, I was like that when I had like 1,000 followers. So it really didn't change. I've just had that the entire time. And it has pushed me in a certain way.
Do you think there's no escape from that? Do you think your brain will always tell you, I am always literally going to be counting how many likes I've got?
I don't think there's an escape from it. You're going to feel like that, but there's ways to deal around it. Yeah. And
do you know any of that off the top of your head? Is there something that you do to disconnect yourself from it? Maybe if it's getting a little bit too much, or is there something where you think, actually, how do I not let myself get stressed out about this?
Coping mechanisms. Yeah. What do you use?
I go to the gym because your brain's a muscle and the mental is all in the brain, and like training, it just helped. Like everyone, loads of people here, like them too, running, and talking to my family as well is the biggest one, I'd say, because they're just so supportive. I'm so lucky I have such a supportive circle, and I can talk to them every day, and that just, because they bring me down, and we could talk about like nonsense for ages, and that'll be, if I'm stressed, that'll be where I go to, is the people I know and people I love the most.
Isn't it funny, like, that every conversation that we've had so far today, like, that bit of advice at the end, when we're sort of like, you know, chatting and coming to the end of our conversation, that bit of advice from people, it's always talking. It's always connecting with people. It's always opening up and talking and being with people.
It is that, it's talking, but everyone's story is different, and how one person may want to deal with it. You know, for example, talking with your family about it. You know, you know, there's some people unfortunately not in the position that, you know, they're able to do that. So if they're having that, then, you know, that's what we're here for. We try to here at Andy's Man Club just accommodate everybody that needs that help.
Yeah. It's so simple, but it's also so tough.
Yeah.
When you're in this situation, yeah.
And I'm sure there's so many things as well. As blokes, I wouldn't know that you might not want to talk to your mum about, your sister about, your other half about. You might think, I don't want to be there and talk to you about this, because also we take things personally. You might want to talk to other blokes and to strangers, like you said.
Yeah, I just think a lot of what men are born into this world with is, you know, at one point you not want to be, but you're going to be the man of the house, and
it's all those scenes, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
All those scenes.
We spoke about stigma earlier on.
Pressure.
And it is the pressure, and you don't want to feel like you're letting them down by not being the man of the house or whatever, awful term. But you know, this is why we've come so far from that being, you know, a thing which has been, but I can't speak about it now. We're here in central London speaking about it now.
Yeah.
Saying that it's actually fine.
Yeah.
Just go and have a minute by yourself. Just go and have a minute, go to a meeting, have a chat, have a natter with someone, and then once you've done that little bit, hopefully the rest will follow, and you'll just be able to
open up.
And even the people here, like, I know there's been loads of panels and people talking up here, but even the people involved in all this, it's nice for them as well, because we're all talking to like-minded people that feel that as well. And it's not just, you know, the people behind the camera, it's us as well.
So, as you are so super good on social media, so are we, because people are watching at home. What would you say to someone who's maybe walking by, maybe sat here in these fabulous purple deck chairs, or watching at home? What would you say to them about Andy's Man Club, and what message would you give them?
I'd say, I mean, Andy's Man Club, The Longest Conversation, is one of the best ones to do it. It's just the message of you need to talk to someone. It doesn't matter who. If you're feeling alone, just know you're not, and that's the main thing.
You don't escape the questions from the groups, by the way. So what's happened? I think was it on Monday's session at Andy's Man Club. They have come up with some questions to ask our guests here today, and we are merely the voices, so we never know what you're going to get until we read them out.
Got to answer, okay?
Yeah, honestly. And they have been quite random throughout the day, so we've had some really good answers, though.
It's been really good answers, so no pressure.
No pressure. But Mark was really good. His answer was beautiful. It was poetic.
You walk into a room with everyone that you've ever spoken to. Who do you go up to first, and why?
What, dead or alive? Or just any?
Who's the first person you start a conversation?
Go up to him, want to start speaking to him.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about this, it'd be my uncle who took his life. Just to have a conversation with him. And it was quite a nice day, the last day I had with him. You know, we went to the beach and everything. So I'm quite lucky in that way. Some people, the last time they see someone and then they pass from this, it's not on a nice note. But I was very lucky with that. And just to have a conversation with him, tell him that, you know, everyone's all right, everyone's doing okay. That would be lovely. Or my mum. I'll talk to my mum because she gets very stressed about helping others too much, you know.
That's an amazing answer. And I'm just smiling because I know the next question that I have to ask, and I don't know how I can go from that.
Go on, show us your best transition.
To this. So I'm just going to read it. Thanks to whoever came up with this. Which cartoon character
Oh, okay.
Would you live as
All right.
for a day?
Which cartoon character I'd live as?
Yes, and this will be a nice one to finish on as well.
Okay, okay,
Tell us what. I feel like it's a dating program. I really do. Tell us number 3.
That's the second
person.
Ben 10. I was a big Ben 10 kid growing up, and he has a watch. He can change into different aliens. So if I could be a different thing for a day as well.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That is a good answer.
And that's it. We're done. Yeah. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
No, mate. Thank you. It's been really interesting talking to you. Like again, we're hearing so many different stories today, and it's so good. We're getting them all out there. Everyone on social media is watching as well. Give a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Adam McGrath.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, you guys are great. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Oh, do you think we've got 5 more followers if we hug him more? Is it like it rubs off on us?
I think what'll happen?
Popularity.
I think what'll happen is we'll go backstage.
Yeah.
Oh, Adam, you were great. We can be friends forever. Let's follow each other, and then he'll follow us to be polite. But then as soon as he gets on that train, gone.
We keep following and then unfollowing, so we keep
notification.
Yeah, it's Milo and Rosie again. Wow, it's amazing. I think speaking to so many people, and I think you don't realise that everyone has got a story. Everyone's got a story, or you know somebody that has been affected by this, and we know so many people who have been affected by this and who have needed this, and that is why we're here.
That's why it's an honour to be part of it here today. And we said as soon as they reached out to us, we're like, yeah, we'll do it. We'll be there straight away. Of course we will, because it means so much to us. And if anybody is, if you're walking past, we're in Central London. It's our first ever Central London event for Andy's Man Club. So if you've got a little bit... Thank you, one of you. Thank you. But if you want to come and take a seat and you want to enjoy the rest of the show, and that'll be great. We're till 9 o'clock. And if you're not following us on Twitter or Instagram and you want to come and watch, you can do. Just search Andy's Man Club on there, because we're till 9 o'clock tonight.
12 hours all day from start to finish. 12 hours is on average 12 men that lose their life each and every day here in the UK, and that is why we're here at Andy's Man Club, and that's why we are talking about it so openly in the open air. Yes. There are no closed doors here at Andy's Man Club, so if anyone wants to speak, like we said earlier, and we joked earlier, but if you want to speak to someone in one of the black t-shirts, feel free, or if you just want to drop us an email, someone will get back to you. info@Andy's Man Club.
We've had so many great guests on so far, right? We've had so many wonderful. We've had content creators. We've had reality TV stars.
Yeah, and I think what's been really amazing from the different walks of life that people have come onto this stage from, like literally walks of life. Someone who has ran 4 point how many times across America? 4.77 times across America, and his stories, and then like you said, someone who's been on Married at First Sight and First Dates, and then we've had 3 million viewers and followers on TikTok, and they all come together and have the same message at the end, and that is people need to talk to people.
So just do it.
That's it.
Just do it. Just go say hello. Ask twice.
Mm-hmm.
How are you? Are you sure? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just do it. And it's so easy to find out where your nearest club is as well if you want to join at Andy's Man Club online. Have a look on there.
Do you know what? I don't know if it comes across, but me and Milo are not from here in London. We're actually from Yorkshire. And Yorkshire. And what was really nice actually is when we were having a Google, because we don't do London very much, and we were having a Google and finding out how to actually get here from the tube. And then the first thing that came up was not about the directions of how to get here, but was, do you need to have an Andy's Man Club? Do you need to find out where an Andy's Man Club is near you in London? Is that what you're looking for?
Oh,
no, I need directions to here. But what was nice is that came up as one of the first search results. That's how massive this has become from just that first club, from 8 guys that turned up that night in Halifax.
And like we've said before, and if you've just joined us online, if you're flicking on and off, we really appreciate you, and we're a lot. So just share as well if you are watching, because again, I think the whole point of today is even if we can get just one person to an Andy's Man Club that needs it, then that's job done.
Yeah.
Everybody's played a part.
Yeah, so like Mali said, if you can share anything you can do on social media, that would be amazing. Comment as well. Get involved. Tell us how fabulous me and Milo look in these black T-shirts, and that would be absolutely marvellous. And talking about people who look fabulous.
And marvellous.
And marvellous.
And all of the other adjectives that you could ever go with the word great. He's literally stood behind us, and I'm starstruck, Rosie.
Yeah, I know you are. We need to do a health and safety notice, because whatever you do, don't rub too fast upon this chat, because of the lycra, it will create quite a lot of static electricity.
Did you bring your lycra?
Watch this. I'm going to rip my trousers off like lycra, and it'll just all be underneath. That's it. I can't believe in our job that we are about to bring this chap here on this very stage. We've had some deep conversations so far here at Andy's Man Club, but we did promise some celebrities, and we did promise some fun as well.
And it's all about light and shade, all right? It's all about light and shade. So everybody here...
Should we do it together?
Yeah, I think so.
This is from our
please welcome on
as well.
stage. If you walk in, stop. You're going to love this. Stop. Come and sit down. Right, join in, because this is going to be brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andy's Man Club, London and Yorkshire, this is Mr. Motivator!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
House down. Ha, 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 ha. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ha. Please stand up. Ha, ha, ha. Ready? Here we go, let's go. Ha. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come on now. No point sitting there. I need your body. Here we go. Ha. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha. What's happened there? Keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm with you. Ready, here we go, ready. 2 steps to that side, ready. 5, 6, 7, hop! With a clap. Come on, come on. Here we go. Ha, ha, ha. Hit. Come on, come on. Ha, ha, ha. Do it, do it. Ha. Come on, work it out, work it out. Ha, ha. Come on. Ha, ha, ha. Stay here, rock that. Rock it, rock it. Ha, ha. Here we go, rock, rock. March it up. Here we go, up and down, here we go, let's go. Up, ha. We punch it up. Ha, ha, ha. Here we go, punch it up and down. Watch me, a single, single, no double. A single, single, double, double. Single, do it. Double, come on, come on. Here we go, last time. Here we go, let's march. Here we go, hand side to side. Ready, here we go, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Ha, 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 ha. Here we go. Ha, 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 ha. Here we go, let's push it. Here Here we go, biceps. Here we go. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. Here we go, let's go, biceps. Ha, ha, ha. Come on, go. A single, and double. A single, and double. Oh, single, double. Do it, let's go. Ha, ha, ha. Here we go, let's go. Ha, ha, ha. Come on. Work that body, work it. Oh, work that body, work it. Ha, ha. Here we go, let's go. Ready. We march. Ha, ha, ha. Get ready. Get ready. 2 steps. That way. 5, 6, 7. Hey. Here we go. Get down low. 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 Here we go. Let's go. Ha, ha, ha. Here we go. Ha. Work that body. Work it. Ha, ha, ha. Stay here. Here we go. Let's go. Ooh, ja, ha, ja, ha. Push it. Push it. Push it. Push. 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 Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Ready. Here we go. Work it. Work it. Work it. Work it. Work it. Move your body now. Here we go. Here we go. Take it out. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Go. Ha, 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 ha. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Here we go. How you doing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my. We just move that body nice and easy. Huh. Just step behind now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get ready. Marching squad, here we go, let's go. You're gonna come to me. Walk back. Come to me. Here we go, let's go. Stay here. Go back. Come to me. Walk back. Stay here. Oh yeah. Ride the horse. Ride it. Come on. Let's do the horse. Oh yeah. Here we go, ride it. It's a stubborn horse. Get ready. Oh, whip the horse. Oh, whip the horse. Oh, whip it. Oh, whip it. Here we go. Stand up. Watch me. Hey. Here we go. Here we go. Both hands go up. Both hands come down. Here we go, tight again. Oh, right hand up, and left hand up. And right hand down, left hand down. Right hand up, both hands up, both hands down. Here we go, let's go. Here we go. Step across. Here we go, let's go. Watch it. Here we go, let's go. Come on. Do it. Come on. Do it. Here we go. March it. Here we go. Legs wide. Here we go. Legs in. Watch me. You're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. 1. Double time. Here we go. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Let's go. Come on, come on. Here we go. Up and down, let's go, let's go. Up and down, let's go, let's go. Up, up, up. We're gonna spy on the neighbors. Ready? Here we go, let's go. Find the neighbors. Find the neighbors. Here we go. Oh, oh, come on. Here we go, bring it up, big clap. Here we go. You owe me money. I got him up. Here we go, let's go. You owe me money. We must. Full step, forward, let's go. Walk back. Forward, forward. Walk back. Come on, come on. Ready? Here we go, let's go. Here we go. Jump, jump, jump. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're looking at me with love in your eye. Here we go. Drive our car. Drive it, drive it. Here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Huh. Here we go, here we go. Huh. 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 Two steps, let's go. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Huh. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Huh. 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 Do it, do it. Move on. Move on. Come on, come on. Here we go, here we go. Huh. 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 Here we go. Huh. Stay here, stay here. Oh yeah, how you doing? One more, one more. One more. Clap it out, clap it out, clap it out. Yeah, baby. Come in the middle here. Here we go, legs apart, ladies. Ready? Here we go, let's go. Hup, hup. Ow, 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 ow. Here we go.
Something must have gone wrong in my brain. Catching chemicals all in my veins.
Watch it, now go.
Feeling all the highs, feeling all the pain.
We march.
Let go of the wheel, it's a bullet lane. Now I'm seeing red, not thinking straight.
Come on, come on.
Blurring all the lines, you intoxicate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Nicotine, heroin.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, come on. Here we go. Let's go. And I'm a sucker for the way that you move, babe. Thank you, darling. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Here we go. Hup, hup. We got it. Move it, move it, move it. Here we go. Forward and back. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Give me hip, 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 hip.
Sneaking in LA when the lights are
Forward,
low.
forward, and
Off for one
coming up
touch,
and down. Take it down.
Playing it safe, and I
Take
wanna
it
see
up.
you lose control.
Stand side to side. Let's go, let's go. Here we go, work it. Are you ready? We're gonna move it. We must. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And I'm a sucker for the way that you move. Keep going. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Come on, come on. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You will know I'll never, ever, ever be the same. I'll never be the same.
I'll never be the same.
I'll never be the same.
I'll never be the same.
I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. I'll never be the
Everybody
same.
here. Let's go, let's go.
I'll never be the
Oh my. This feels so good. Laughter.
You're in my blood, you're in my vein, you're in my head.
Come on, come on.
You're in my blood, you're in my vein, you're in my head.
Here we go, let's go.
It's you, babe, and I'm a sucker for the way that you move, babe.
Here we
And
go,
I could
like
try
a
to
bomb.
run, but it would be useless. You're the babe, just like you and now I'll never be the same. It's you, babe, and I'm a sucker for the way that you move, babe. And I could try to run, but it would be useless. You're the babe,
Here we go.
just like you and now I'll never be the same.
Some money.
You, babe, and I'm a sucker for the way that you move, babe. And I could try to run, but it would be useless. You're the babe, just like you and now I'll never be the same. You, babe, and I'm a sucker for the way that you move, babe. And I could try to run, but it would be useless. You're the babe, just like you and now I'll never, ever, ever be the same.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for joining in. Are we all right? Everybody say yeah. Thank you guys for joining in, all right? I really appreciate you. Thank you, yeah? You see, the trip was boring, but then you arrived here, and your life changed.
Believe some of them are nearly 90 years old.
Brilliant. I applaud you. 72. I'm 72. Ah, brilliant, yeah? Yeah, but remember, beautiful teenagers are freaks of nature, but beautiful older people are works of art. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. I'm always ready. How you doing? I'm good. I'm great. I'm great. I'm brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, let's go on. Thank you. Are we using this mic? Or do I change? Yeah?
Wow. That were good anyway. What a disappointment to see me and Milo back on stage after that. Who's walking past and just finished work and just saw Mr. Motivator there? Did you know this was happening, sir?
Oh, you knew it was happening.
Oh, it's fine.
You know what? I'm hoping that someone like just walked past and actually just walking on the way to the tube or whatever twice and go, it can't be.
It's like having a fever dream.
Mr. Motivate, what?
You know there's some tourists there that were following the guy with the umbrella and stuff?
Yes.
Were they like from France or somewhere or Germany and they had no idea how massive a star Mr. Motivator is?
Listen,
what's GMTV in French?
I think the world knows who this man is.
I think you're right.
Whether they're French or not, right?
Should we have a chat to him?
Yeah, let's get him on. Please welcome the legendary Mr. Motivator.
We're not just going to use you for your body. body, it's for your mind as well. Take a seat. Do you know what? This is a bit like GMTV days, isn't it?
Yeah.
But were you allowed on the sofa, or did you just have to do the hard work back in the day?
Well, I did everything. I was on the sofa at times. I was actually traveling the world, really, on behalf of GMTV. And it was a great moment in time, you know, and I think the message of 1993 when I began is still as relevant now, if it's not even more relevant. But essentially what I've done in terms of evolving is start including some of those key elements that we all need in our lives to get that balance. So it's not just physical, it needs to be mental approach, emotional approach, financial approach. All those pillars of our well-being needs to be standing in place erect, so that way it keeps us up in the straight and narrow.
You're part of everyone's life. That's it. Everyone feels like they own a little bit of you and they have a little bit of you because you've been part of so many people's, and I hope this isn't insulting, but I'm going to say childhoods.
Of course.
I'm going to say childhood. I'm going to say it. You know, waking up in the morning and having you there as one of the first faces we used to watch, you know, on the big telly, and the positivity that you would offer and for people to start the day.
It would genuinely make you feel, pardon the pun, motivated.
Hey!
And the most, I mean, I can honestly say though, like the amount of times that I've sat watching you whilst eating, going, right, I'm having my breakfast now, so I've got some Cocoa Pops here.
But you've got to go for a move.
But you see, I think it was important that we package fitness, health, and well-being differently to how it was done before. I mean, before me, we had people in their white shorts and their white top. Where are they now? So for me, it was important to create the right kind of environment so that you feel motivated in. I can't give you motivation, but I believe I can create the atmosphere, just like we just did then with people moving, create the right atmosphere so people stop. And if all they walk away with is one nugget of information, that could set them up for the day, could change their lives, could actually make them realize that, in fact, we're not an island. We are lots of people all together, and we need to find a way in which we can really recognize that every single one of us may need a kindly word, may need someone to say, listen, are you okay? And if you're not feeling okay, I'm here for you. You know, guess what? If you want to go for a virtual chat, we can do that. If you want to go for a cup of tea, we can do that. If you want to just sit and listen to you, we can do that. And I think that's the world I want to see recreated, because at one time we used to do that. At one time when someone said, how are you? They would wait around to find out how you are. Nowadays, you turn around to say, I'm not feeling particularly good, and they're a mile down the road. I'm all for recreating a lot of it, and that's why I believe in these times for me. And I'm at the further end of the scale. I'm 72 years of age.
You're not.
Oh, I am. I'm looking for a compliment.
72! Wow.
I need to get myself some Lycra, if that's what it does.
I don't think that'll help, love. It's not Lycra that's going to help.
I think it's important that we realize that it is more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is more than that. And there's always a serious side to my message. Yes, there's a lot of fun and there's a lot of play, because I think play is the important thing. And when you're playing, that serious message becomes more digestible. So it's a bit like when our folks and our forefathers wanted us to eat vegetables, they dressed it up in a pie. We didn't go, there's your quarter plate of vegetables, there's your quarter plate of meat. It was there in a pie. I think that's the same thing I'm trying to do with health, fitness, and well-being, is to put it into a coating where you don't realize you're eating it. And eventually you go, you know what? I was tapping my feet then. You know, I was moving my shoulders.
It's like when you're hiding spinach in smoothies for the kids, isn't it? Putting some strawberries around it.
It's either smoothie or the spinach, I'm asking.
Get it blended.
I think you were before your time, because I feel it's only nowadays that people are realising, and doctors are saying, like, oh, you need to be going to the gym not just for fitness and exercise, but for your mental health, because it's as good for your mental health as it is for your physical health. But you were talking about this and telling us this years ago.
Yeah, but you know, with everything, there is a season, isn't there? And I think there were lots of messages I was giving. In 93, I started giving loads of messages. We need to change the way in which we live. We need to start moving more. We need to spend less time in front of the television. We need to play more with the kids. We need to make sure that, in fact, the kids automatically go out and play. And that message wasn't really before its time. I was just reminding people how things have changed, because you think about it. Our forefathers, they got on their bike and they rode to work, right? They actually walked to work. You would see them coming home. They go to the factories. If they had a Fitbit in those days, you'd probably find they were doing 30,000, 40,000 steps a day. A day. Yes, still now here we are saying, right, we all need to do 7,000 steps. We keep moving the goalposts. And I believe the wrong people are out there giving the message about well-being. Often they don't live the life of someone who has their life in balance. But they give us all these policies, change the policy, lower the standards, and at the end of the day, they don't engage more people to do what I believe they should be doing, which is look after ourselves, be able to play with your kids, climb the stairs without getting out of bed, right? Be able to get up in the morning or not feel stiff. Get up every day, and when you get up in the morning, you say to yourself, today is going to be a great day no matter what, and mean it.
The positivity oozes out of you, right? It's great. And we want to know, obviously you are the OG, you are the founding father of fitness on television, but in more recent years, obviously, especially with COVID, have you ever passed any of your messaging on to Joe Wicks, who kind of became the nation's PE teacher?
No, he didn't become the nation's PE teacher, right? The marketplace has got 66 million people in this country. That means there's room in this country for loads of people. In the same way, when you drive down Chinatown, there's loads of people in Chinatown selling the same thing. But yes, still, there's crowds of people there. The more people we get like him out there, hopefully one day we will listen to the message. The beauty of Mr. Motivator is that he's cross-generational. You sat in front of the television, your parents put you there, and if you have any sense, if you get children, you would do the same thing again and say to them, listen to what he has to say. I'm not just about the physical side. The whole mental approach to fitness is critical for me because, listen, there are lots of people right now who are close to the edge. There's loads of people, right, who can't figure out, what am I going to do tomorrow? How am I going to stand up straight? How am I going to feel all right tomorrow? And we need to make sure that messages get to them in a way in which they go, he's got a point. And you don't do that by physically moving people. You do that by impacting on them in terms of what you say. So for example, the best analogy I can give you right now, we're heading into autumn. And as we head into autumn, the season of our lives, we will see the beauty of the leaves changing color. And every one of those trees out there are going to lose their branches. That's us. We lose our branches sometimes. We lose our shine. But those trees stand up tall like this. Why do they stand up tall? Because they know in the spring they're going to flower again. So anyone who's close to the edge, who think to themselves, I can't go on, think of the seasons of our lives. When things don't go right, when things don't work out, when things are really difficult to cope with, when you can't figure out where you turn. Remember, it's only a bad moment, it's only a bad season, it's not a bad life. And if you get up every single day and what you do is you go, I'm like that tree out there. I know it's only around the corner when things are going to be all right. And believe it wholeheartedly. Before you know it, the spring comes around and there's all the beautiful flowers and you feel good again. So if you today are struggling, if you're sitting at home and thinking, what am I going to do? And I've lost loads of friends. I've lost loads of friends. And that's why for me, I don't joke about our health, our well-being. It's a serious subject. And our mental health is even more serious. And you can say to people, let's talk, let's meet. But what we've got to do is empower the individual to make them understand that no matter what you're going through, you still have loads of blessings. And those blessings can be as simple as you have a choice. You think how wonderful, just for a moment, think how wonderful a choice is. How many people out there don't have the choice about the meals they're going to have? What clothes they're going to put on? What am I going to feed the kids? Yeah? And we have that choice where we could sit here today and go, I'm not going to go to work. I'm not going to work. So we need to empower people who are struggling, who are really having a difficult time, to make them understand, right, that they are important. And in that big wide world out there, if they went missing from that, there are loads of lives that they have touched on the way, where there'll be a big gap because they've removed themselves from that equation. And we need to tell every single person out there that don't struggle alone, number one, Number 2, count your blessing. Number 3, get up every day and tell yourself, you know what? I know it's tough, but today's going to be it's going to be a great day no matter what. And if we keep reassuring them and giving those messages, I believe that in the long term, the object of Andy's club will expand even more because everyone will know that there are people there who care. I feel like I'm on a soapbox tonight.
No, I love it. And we just...
The words, so wise words, mate. Wise words, and I think that's why we're here again. It's okay to talk. Ask twice if you're okay. Yes.
And about the positivity as well, what you were saying there. One thing that here at Andy's Man Club is it every session there's the same 3 questions, isn't there? And one of them is about positivity and what's good at the moment. Sure. And that's the thing. And what you've just said, no matter how dark those days are, tell us something good that's happening right now. What are you happy about right now? What is positive? No matter how small or how far away it may feel,
say it out loud.
Still something.
Say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's very easy to be negative. Really easy. Really easy to go, I can't be bothered. But if you practice being positive, after a while it becomes a habit. It's a bit like when you teach a child to brush his teeth, the first few times he's having a rough time. But after a while it becomes a habit. The same for us. If one day we leave home and we have not brushed our teeth, we don't feel right all day. So we run to a shop, get a toothpaste and toothbrush, brush our teeth. We have to do the same thing with positive thinking. Practice it over and over again. Every day thinking, you know what? I'm going to take that step. I'm going to work towards that goal. I'm not going to wait for my ship to come in. I'm going to keep on working hard. I'm going to climb that mountaintop. I'm never going to stay in the plane because it's boring down here. I can't see the beautiful view. I'm going to go to the top. And halfway up, I'm going to slide back down. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pick myself up and I'm going to keep on. That's what we have to do.
Mm-hmm. No one else is going to do it for you. They will help, like what you're doing, but you've got to give the work yourself.
We want to know about what it's like being Mr. Motivator, and we don't have the amount of time that we would love to have to know what it's like being Mr. Motivator. But what is it? Well, get out! The light was going to stick.
The heavens have just opened.
Yeah, if you can't see on camera.
Come in here, come in here.
Yeah, come on, come and sit down.
Join in.
Cross-legged. Cross-legged, fingers on lips. Look at this.
Come and sit.
Wow. We want to know about the feedback that people have given. What have people reached out to you and told you about what you've done for them in their life?
You know what? Every day, every week, I get messages, I get emails, I get testimonials from people, and all they talk about is the fact that you said something. You said something one day when I was listening to you, and I've really taken it on board. You know, for example, I talk to ladies they're going through. Ladies are the most powerful breed of people in the world, because you guys, you take on motherhood if you take it on, and you look after your children, and you still have to find time for yourself, sometimes at the expense of yourself. You neglect yourself, and then you wait for the children to grow up before you ever start getting any success, any big change, any kind of improvement in you. And then when you get to 45, when you're ready to take on you, menopause comes along, and then you have to deal with that for loads and loads of years. And then you come out the other side, right? You're thinking, what about me? And the point is, right, that the same way us, younger people, I'm not talking about me, younger people can be stressed. The older person can be just as stressed as well, because there comes a point when you go, you know, I've spent all my time looking after others. What about me? And I get those messages from people who go, okay, Mr. Motivator, what can I do to pick myself up tomorrow? Mm-hmm. And it's as simple as this. All you got to do is recognize that you did a brilliant job. You did a great job. And they may not have applauded you every time, but applaud yourself. Stand in that mirror, in front of that mirror, and tell yourself, wow, didn't I do well?
Milo, you said something earlier on that was really interesting about the...
Well, that's the first.
I know, that's the thing. I'm only being kind in front of Mr. Motivator and all his ladies, which now when people are walking past, this is going to look so strange.
It looks to hear him. It's like we're here at a brand new Mr. Motivator album launch.
So tell us about the Christmas song.
It's coming out.
Yeah, and it's a duet between him and Bob the Builder as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing. You said something earlier on about the pressures of being the man in the house and that whole thing of being man up and men should be a certain thing and you know, all that sort of negativity. And hopefully that's changing now?
Well, you know what? A lot of men still don't speak up. I learned. I mean, for years I've said to men, you've got to wear your heart on the sleeve. You've got to laugh and smile and cry and do all those things, right? Men notoriously won't cry because they feel that makes them a weaker man. And I've had to talk to men and say to them, listen, I got so stressed once in my life because I was stifling the crying that I needed to do when dealing with the loss. I stifled it. I wouldn't let it out because I had to be strong for everyone else around me. I had to be the one who, yeah, I was there. I mean, still had a little smile on my face and I was upright. But I learned to my detriment that unless I cried, I was never going to feel better. And I remember going home and sitting down and saying to my youngest daughter and to Palmer, my wife, and I said, look, I really realize why I'm ill, why I don't feel right, and I need to cry. And the moment I cried, it's like a cloud lifted off me, and I felt 100 times better.
Did you feel that there was more pressure on you being a man when it comes to mental health, but also being a man in the spotlight, and not just any spotlight? You know, you were probably the most famous person in the UK.
But you know, the thing is, it wasn't so much that. It was more in the confines of my home. I realized that really I wasn't being true to myself in respect of how I was really feeling. And really, to be honest, who matters more? But the people around you, your family, your friends, they matter more than the public out there, because the public tomorrow can turn around and go, I don't like you anymore, and move on. But your family, you've always got them with you. And so for me, realizing and recognizing that I wasn't letting out my stress by crying was a big step for me. And since then, my message to everyone has been, if you're a bigger man when you cry. When you wear your heart on your sleeve, is great. Pick up your children, put them on your knee, give them a cuddle, tell them you love them. Do all those things, right? Be a man-stroke woman if you wish, but be that person, and you will feel better for being that person.
So much. There's so. Oh. Are we on? No, I don't know. I think we've turned it off. We'll ask it. There's so much that we want to know, like where this is. Mr. Motivator a character?
No. It's me. It's me. I mean, look. At one time, right? I mean, I used to say, let me dress differently when I'm out in the public, because Mr. Motivator is for the stage, for TV, right? I then realized, in fact, number one, the public still recognize me. and number two, I might as well dress in a way that makes me feel good. So bright colors is what I'm all about, because that makes me feel good.
Where did that start, though?
My Lord.
When did you first think, right, I'm going to go wild?
Well, I tell you this. During the 10 years between 1983 and 1993, I used to go down to what was then TVAM Studios down in Camden, right? And I used to be there hounding them, saying, give me a chance on television. And they said to me, no. It had to be a woman with 2 kids, black man on television would never work. But I still kept going. And then I thought, okay, what I need to do is find a way of repackaging it if the opportunity came along. And I looked at what other people were wearing. And the one person you will always remember was the Green Goddess. And it wasn't so much because of the content of what she did, was the fact that she was in green and she had blonde hair. You'd remember that. So I thought, well, I won't do the blonde hair, but I'll do the colors. Hey, listen, I have been dressed up, mate. I've been dressed up. Oh, yeah, I mean, look up on YouTube, Protina Turner. You'll see me in drag. I mean, and so that was part of the packaging I started putting together. And the rest of it evolved. The multi-socks, the bum bag, and everything kind of evolved. The bum bag was out of necessity, because when I was on the floor doing sit-ups and stuff like that, what was happening was I couldn't sit down properly. I couldn't lay down properly because it was in the way. So I created a bum pack, which I actually sat at the front for my mic. So everything was evolving, and here I am, still evolving, no matter what. Thank you for coming, sir. Nice of you to come along. But honestly, I believe the message of well-being is a continuum. It doesn't stop, and we have got to keep on spreading it and find new ways of delivering it. And what's happened here today is a real important message, right, to everyone out there that, look, one day, God forbid, you could be in the position, right, where in fact you can't cope, where you can't deal with it. But there is a voice. There's someone there who will help. There's a presence. There's all that going on.
I hope you don't mind us bringing your age up again, but now you are
Elder statesman.
older than you were.
Yeah. Don't be cagey.
No, is there anything that you would, you wish you'd have done back then, or anything that you wish you could have say to you back then, from now what you've experienced and now what you know?
No, because that's not how life works. It's a bit like saying that relationship went wrong. I should never have done it. Crazy. No, that relationship was a moment in time. It's part of the
Thank you for
foundation.
recognising us. Finally.
It's a foundation stone for what makes us who we are. I would never go back with the knowledge I have now, because to be honest, I mean, that'd be a waste. I mean, that knowledge I have now is going to help me to carry on for another 30 years and keep doing what I'm doing, because the knowledge I have now is rich. I mean, I've learned the importance of movement, standing up, transferring it now, and trying to teach and trying to show older people how to remain independent as they get older. Be an example to everyone who's older than 60, that look, one day you'll get to my age. Make sure you put in place all those things that are necessary for your independence.
And do you know what? And if there's anybody that is watching, or you stumble across this video after we've actually finished our 12 hours live broadcast, and if you think, actually, I need a little bit of motivation to help me both mentally and physically, buy some Lycra or buy a bum bag. And every time that you look at it, you'll think, actually, I'm going to let me do 10 minutes.
I just think it's marvellous that you were probably the first person that I knew of that connected the mental health with the physical health.
It was an important step for me, because as far as I'm concerned, you know, as I said, there are all these pillars that hold us upright. Emotion, physical, financial, mental, right? And if one of them is unbalanced, it throws everything out. In 100%. Fact, one of the main pillar is emotions. If your emotions are in check and you feel really good about yourself, you feel really happy, oh, come on, you can, you know, you get up after 2 hours sleep and keep working. But when your heart is busted, you can't sleep, you can't eat, you can't do anything. And I did something for the BBC about a year ago, where we went around to meet homeless men who were out there, and they had lost the loved one, and it drove them onto the streets. And the only connection they have was to have a pet, and the pet was their connection, and the pet didn't argue, the pet didn't give them any grief. No matter what, they could shout at the pet, but the pet tomorrow would still be licking their hand. Now, I believe that we need to address the mental issue far more than ever, because there are people in high-stress jobs. There are people who will depend on that computer. There are people who are missing out on the social interaction that we're having. And all those things put together is making people far more mentally unstable than people who actually are out there having a party, having a social thing. Listen, we have a free online platform called Mr. Motivator's Club, where you can get all kinds of different classes, totally free. We have talks on mental health. We have recipes. It's a place that everyone should go to. Right? If you want to lift yourself up and feel good. We even have a massive event happening on September the 12th, isn't it, in Shropshire, where people can come along and have a real good party, have a disco party, but it starts early, 7:30, finishes 11:30. That way you're not got the headaches next day to deal with. There's so much we're trying to do in that space. My team keeps me young. I think all of them, 68, 66, 40. My team, and there's more of them around.
You should never ask a woman her age. How much do you weigh? I'm kidding.
That's what I was talking about.
I don't think people, until they've tried it, I know it sounds really strange with exercise, but I don't think people realise the sort of feel-good endorphins that you get, and how it literally fixes. It can't fix everything. I get that. It can't fix everything, but it can help.
Listen, let me tell you, laughter and movement is the most wonderful medicine in the world. It won't fix everything permanently, but it fixes things temporarily. And if you do it often enough, that distance between temporary and permanently becomes much shorter. So in other words, right, if you're doing something every day, I'm telling you, your body, when you're resting, if you've done weight training and resistance training, when you're resting, your body's eating away, right? It's saying, listen, let me have some of that fat, let me use it up, right? It's really good for you. The endorphins, the serotonin are flowing around your body. I get on a high where I could climb a wall. I will have an injury, and when I start exercising, right, I forget the injury totally, right? It's only afterwards I go, oh, my back. But during it doesn't happen. And that's it. I'm saying to everybody, if you're stressed, listen, there's some short-term tips I can give you, everyone, right now. You're feeling stressed, feeling like you can't go on. Here's some tips that you can get. Get all your photos, put them in an album. We only ever keep photos that mean something, that makes us feel good. So we have different albums at home. And that way you can sit and you can flick through it. Yes, technology is taken over, but there's nothing better than the old pictures that have been printed up there in an album. That's number one. Number two, you think you can't go on? Okay, escape to somewhere. You could escape via a book. You could escape by just going for a walk. You can escape by going for a swim. Go down to the local bridge club, dancing club, whatever it is. Do anything that's social, because what you'll get from it will keep you going for hours and days afterwards. Those funny things. We did some festivals over the weekend, and we come away, our jaws are aching from the amount of laughing that we did. Everywhere we went, people were saying, it was so brilliant, it was great, it was the best thing that's happened to us. That's what we've got to do, yeah? And you don't have to look far to find the recipe for you. It's all individual. Right? Listen, sometimes it may mean just locking yourself in the bathroom and put a sign on the bathroom door saying, don't disturb. But whatever it is, find a place that you can go to which suits you. And I'm just giving you some ideas that you can do. But reading a book is great. You can escape into that wonderful world out there.
I think what you've said and what so many of our guests have said today is one of the key things is having that contact with others. Yeah, you know, like you said about it's that social interaction with others when you feel quite alone. And that is what is amazing about Andy's Man Club, that you can feel very alone and you can go and have that social interaction with people that you don't even know.
Yeah.
No
they can help you.
And out of your circle, like we've said, a lot of people struggle, with actually opening up to members of their family, back to the whole point of, man of the house, etc. But at Andy's Man Club, it's open. People are there. They're not going to judge. You just go and just have a chat, whether it's about anything sinister, whether you need to get it off your chest, or you go and say hello. Yeah, exactly.
Come wear whatever you like.
And remember, you can be alone, but you don't have to be lonely.
Yeah.
Right? And that's important because, lots of people love their own space. Listen, I can be in the home and I don't speak for hours. And all I'm saying, it doesn't mean I'm lonely. I'm alone. And alone time is really good for you because alone time means that you can reflect. And you don't have to be reflecting negativity. You could be looking at what is positive in my life. Look for it. And you find you don't have to look far. And if you're lost for words and you can't find love or you can't find something to be grateful for, think about, can I see? Can I hear? Can I speak? Can I talk? Can I run? Can I walk? All those things are blessings that you have.
There's that thing again that there is one positive. Even if you feel like the whole world is against you,
absolutely,
there is one positive you could find.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Every single time.
It has been an absolute joy to have you here today for the longest conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the rain has not dampened spirits one bit because you have been superb. So,
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Motivator.
Yeah!
And his motivator.
And my motivator.
Motivator. What do we call?
60 plus.
Before you do go, is there any message that you would give to the next generation of people?
Sure. There's all kinds of messages that we can give to everyone out there. The world doesn't owe you anything. You're only going to get out of it what you put into it. So don't sit around waiting for your ship to come in. Swim out to it. Remember, the price of success is perseverance. And also remember this. If you work hard and you're considerate and you're kind, amazing things are going to happen in your life. So go out there and just be happy.
I want a T-shirt made with that on.
Have you got an audio book, please? Because I want to subscribe. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I wish you well.
You too. I'm gonna hug you. I'm hugging it.
Nothing wrong with a hug.
I'm hugging. Oh, it smells so good. He smells exactly how I felt.
I have promised my mum a photograph.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. For anyone who is walking past right now and just did a double take.
Welcome to Naked Attraction Live.
You are right. It is mediocre radio presenters, Milo and Rosie. With, of course, no, I'm joking. But of course, that is Mr. Motivator, motivating us all here in, like we said, the hashtag, the longest conversation here at Andy's Man Club. If you are seeking help, if you need support, we are here because it is okay to talk.
It is, and every single Monday night there are meetings, there's groups all up and down the UK, so if you do even need to just go and say hello to someone, then Andy's Man Club are always there.
You can find out more. You can email, we'll always be here, info at Andy's Man Club or andysmanclub.co.uk.
Right, we're going to move on in just a second. More guests to come. First, so we're just going to take a very quick video break.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Everyone is here for different reasons, aren't they? Some is here for yourself, some is here because maybe you lost someone, maybe you know that this charity helped your mate. At points today, I'm going to be really honest with you all, it's going to be grim, a bit like life, isn't it? So when we get up there, it gets a bit tough, gets a little bit, your feet start hurting, you see someone struggling, give someone a little pat on back. Great day so far. We've been rolling for about 6.5 hours. Some people are flagging, but that's life, innit? Sometimes you're on a bit of a journey and you just need that bit of support. So everyone's just digging in where they need to. Yeah, it's been great, and everyone's got their own whys why they're doing it, which I think at times is so important to remember. But that pain is temporary and it will pass. Andy is your brother, your son, your dad, your uncle, your daughter, your mum, you. That's who Andy is. Andy is anyone you're here to walk for today. And when it gets a little bit tough today, and you're feeling a little bit... I've said this to people, it'll pass, right? It'll pass. But remember why you're doing it. Everyone here, you've been through far worse relationship breakdowns, bereavement. Remember and tap into that. Guys. Yes.
Got baby on. Got baby on.
Well done, Luke. Well done. Well done.
I think some people don't realise who's here today. Different people with different struggles, all for their own reasons, and I think it's a massive thing. Whether you've come and got to the start line and dropped after 100 metres, whether you've done 1, 2, 3, I think it's just a massive thing. Let's give everyone a round of applause today. Well.
So beginning of the year, fairly traumatic experience for my wife locally, and brought sort of mental health to the forefront of our thoughts, and had plenty of time off with my career, so I thought I could use that time constructively. Decided to start planning a road trip. Obviously Andy's Man Club is a club for men around the country, so I used that around the country as my sort of ethos to start the planning, and thought, well, I'll go literally around the country. Figured, you know, I love biking, I love touring, so what better way to do it than on a bike and touring, and with Andy's Man Club all over the bike, and start conversations. If you're thinking about going to an Andy's Man Club, just go, see what it's about, walk through the door. It's not an easy thing for some people to do, but once you've done it, the guys are so supportive, no judgment whatsoever, and that was the main thing that struck me when I was there, is no one judges you, everyone's there to help each other. So yeah, visit Andy's Man Club and talk to someone, talk to anyone, and that's it really.
Super excited for him. Is like, he loves being out on the bike, and to make it something that he's really passionate about and putting it together, yeah, it's just phenomenal. The amount of people who have come up to him at like bike meets as well, taken interest in his bike, and then started that conversation flowing, that is what this is about. It isn't just about the donations, it's about getting people talking, and that's his passion, he loves it.
So I planned a route just short of 5,000 miles, which covered every coastal town I could possibly reach without using the same road in or the same road out, so it had to be a loop. Started approaching companies asking for some support and some help, and got some fantastic support from quite a few companies offering tyres and clothing and what have you. So I put the idea out on Facebook and said, listen, this is what I'm thinking about doing, on a few motorbike groups. I said, if you saw me on the side of the road without fuel or food, would you help us out? And I'd had something like, was it 5,000 or 9,000 people had seen and or commented on the post, saying, you know, absolutely, if you pass my doorstep and you're hungry, pop in for a meal, or I'd meet you at a garage and I'd fill the tank with fuel. So I thought, this is doable. So I set up a Facebook page, set up an Instagram and a Just Giving, and I think within the first month, something like 90,000 people had visited the Facebook page, and I realised that it was definitely doable. There was days where I would speak to numerous people and they'd tell me their stories, and whilst I couldn't directly relate, you know, I'd never experienced what they were experiencing, I wanted them to experience what I'm experiencing. And if I can help shed some of their weight for half an hour, 20 minutes, even if 5 minutes, you know, if I can help them talk, then, you know, it's no harm for me. I can afford a half an hour delay in my schedule around the country, you know. So yeah, it was just humbling, really humbling. I'd met so many people, heard so many stories, and between sort of the community, my employer and various other people, we've raised just shy of £38,000 for Andy's Man Club, which is phenomenal, just an incredible effort by everyone. I was happy to see my wife and kids, obviously, and everyone. It was great, it was ace. But at the same time, I was going to miss what I'd just done. I was going to miss the encounters of the people that I'd been speaking to, and just the general experience. It was a really torn sort of feelings, you know, like desperate to give my wife and kids a hug, but I was also desperate to go and do it all over again. It's definitely changed me, definitely. Definitely more conscious of the people around me, and more conscious that not everyone is living the life I'm living, and be aware of that, and saying good morning doesn't hurt, or hi Just little gestures, I guess, to people. It's not going to help me, but it might just cheer them up. So I'm becoming a lot more conscious of just the little things.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello London. Hey.
All right. Hi.
Welcome. Oh, you can't just walk past. Look, we're from the north. You've got to say hello.
Yeah, if you're not careful, we will hug you. That's what we do up north. We're Milo and Rosie. Thank you so much for having us here at Andy's Man Club.
The longest conversation we've been on since 9 this morning.
For people who don't know and who are just walking past, we are here for 12 hours. And that is to represent the average of 12 men we lose each day in the UK to suicide.
So we've had, as part of our longest conversation, we've had so many great names. We've just seen Mr. Motivator.
I can't believe it.
What a name. We've TikTok stars, we've got social media creators, we've got just loads of great people, and there's still more to come, all here before 9 o'clock tonight.
And all with this, I think, the same message as well of everyone, no matter what walks of life they are from, everyone is saying the same thing, and that is, it's good to talk to people. And that's what Andy's Man Club is all about. It is good to talk, and it is free if anyone wants to bob along to any of Andy's Man Clubs. It's free to attend peer-to-peer support groups for men 18 plus across the UK. This is something that started in the little old northern town of Halifax with 8 people in the first group. And now look at it. You pick up Andy's Man Club and go for support and go to chat across the UK.
Amount of groups that are now happening. It's amazing. Let's keep it going. So if you ever want to go to one, just have a look on our website, andysmanclub.co.uk, and you'll be able to find the group that's closest to you.
This is something that I've been quite looking forward to. So we need to introduce a couple of people on stage who are going to explain why, Milo, there is giant Jenga in front of us. So can we welcome back Adam McGrath and Alfie Roberts?
Hey guys, come on up. Come on up.
Hey, mate.
Are we on?
Hello.
We're on. Are you competitive, gents?
So we've already had a game today.
Okay.
But we didn't find a winner.
It was a draw.
So you need to explain to us, Alfie, why there is these giant Jenga blocks in front of us.
So on the underneath of every block, there's a question.
Okay.
So at Andy's Man Club, they ask five questions every Monday. The first 3, so like lads can get something off the chest, you know, what they need to speak about. The last 2 are more like enjoyable ones, just to finish on a good note. So these are them type of questions.
So what are the 5 for anybody that's new and doesn't know? Just a bit of an insight into what happens at one of the meetings. Yeah. What are the first 3 questions that get asked every single week?
Because I'm only 15, I'm not actually old enough to go to a club. So the experience.
So we've heard.
But from what I know, obviously you go in, you sit in a circle, you pass the ball around. You don't have to answer the question if you don't want. You can pass it on. But like the first 3, they're more like, I think you talk about the week, something that you get off the chest. And then the last 2, like what if we had celebrity crush, that type of stuff. Okay. Guilty pleasure song.
So the first 3 questions at Andy's Man Club are always the same. You know, how's your week been? Is there anything you want to get off your chest? And, you know, what are you struggling with right now? And then the last 2 are always something random.
Yeah.
And these are the questions that we've got in front of us, and these are what we're going to answer right now.
Yeah, we had some funny ones earlier.
So who's going first?
Rock, paper, scissors again.
Yeah.
Jack Sand.
Right, paper, scissors, shoot.
That could have gone on for ages. That's the thing. That could have gone on for ages.
Then.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah, go on.
Right, Alfie, go on. It's got a wobble on it already.
Do you know what? When we were backstage as well, and they were saying like, right, what this next segment?
Yeah.
You know, because we've got 12 hours, but she went, make this last 15 minutes. I'm like, have you seen the wobble on that? The pressure. Right, okay, go on. What's the question? Read it out with expression.
If you could own any animal, what would it be?
Own any animal?
Yeah. Own any animal. What, as in, like, not just a domestic pet? Like
Any animal.
Any animal.
It might be a koala.
Is this you answering or are we all answering?
I wouldn't say a koala because I don't know if you know this fact, but a lot of koalas do have. Just saying.
Oh, I thought they were just aggressive.
No, they're not aggressive. They've got diseases.
I did not know that.
Did you not know that?
I didn't know that this was the moment you were going to tell us either.
Well, why not do it on live stream?
I know. Hi, Mom.
It's not just an entertainment, it's an
education, isn't it? So you're going for a koala. You're not going for a koala. What are you going for?
Oh, I said jaguar earlier.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a cat guy.
Yeah.
I can't go with a boring answer and say cat, so I got to go with a cool cat.
But would it eat you?
No, it's domesticated.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
all
it
right.
loves
It's a
me.
friendly jaguar.
Yeah, friendly jaguar.
This is a dream world. I love this because the idea, I guess, behind this as well is it gets people talking. And that's the idea, isn't it? So even if they hadn't have answered 1, 2, or 3, they might be able to play with this one. And maybe the next week they might want to answer question 1, 2, or 3. Off you go.
Right.
Let's go.
Hang on, what? You've not answered.
Oh, mine's a Palomino horse.
Wonderful, let's go.
I can make a grand entrance anywhere I go.
Ooh, okay. How will you positively impact someone else this week? This week. What day is it today?
Wednesday.
Let's say you've got 7 days, if that makes it any easier.
Okay.
Hey, Craig David.
How will I positively? I'm seeing my friend that I haven't seen in a while tomorrow for a pint. I'll buy him a pint.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. For a little catch up. I'll buy him a pint. It's always nice to buy your friends pints from time to time. So, yeah, I'll do that.
What's yours then?
I don't know if I could say how I'll positively impact someone.
You have to. It's on the Jenga.
I'll ask someone if they're all right.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Don't forget we've heard you have to ask twice.
Just a simple question. Ask it twice. Could mean something big to someone, couldn't it?
Do you want to crack on or do you want to ask?
I want to know yours.
Want to know mine? Do you know what? I actually think if I was to make a positive impact on someone's life, and I don't want to always bring it back to work, but I think we're very lucky to be on a wonderful platform called Radio 1 this weekend. And if any part of our show, if we put our all into it, and we try and do good.
Try
and do good. Try being the key word. If we can change someone and put a small smile on their face and give them a bit of escapism from something that's going on in their life, then that's job complete. And across the whole country, it'd be great if we could do that. So I'm going to really try and do that.
Oh,
nice.
I'm going to say ditto because that was a great answer.
That was a great
Right,
answer.
go on, Milo. You can have a go.
Oh dear, I've not played this for
That
years.
was a wonderful answer. But also, because we're Milo and Rosie, we come as a pair. I dream the same dreams as him.
Can I use my mic to help?
I mean,
Oh.
you chose the wrong one.
Sound department said no. Right, what's this one then? Okay.
What's it say?
What was the last gift you gave someone?
Ooh.
I can answer this one. Come on. So we just come back from France, and we call our granddad Papa, because he thinks granddad sounds old. So we got him a Toblerone that said Super Papa. Found it in France.
Oh, that's nice. What's yours?
The last. Oh.
Oh, that's bad that you have to think so much.
Yeah, I know. No, it's because I've given so many, you know. A last gift.
Well, while you think, Rosie, I'm sure you can answer this.
I can answer this, but it was on behalf of somebody else.
Oh.
My gift.
Was it?
Well, yeah. The present passed on from my mum today.
Oh, yeah.
It was Mila's birthday over the weekend, so she got your Greg's voucher because you were eating so many Greg's.
Great, thank you. So you've technically,
On behalf of my mother.
but that's not a gift from you.
All right, the gift from me was for you on your birthday. The restaurant voucher that I got you.
So she's got me a restaurant
Nice.
voucher. It's a lovely restaurant voucher here in London. I live in the north, so it's actually going to cost me to come down here to go to that restaurant?
Travel not included. Have you thought of yours yet?
Yeah, for my brother's birthday, my youngest brother's birthday, I brought him to the Fantastic Four premiere a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, so you gave him a
day.
freebie?
I did give him a freebie.
Good. Yeah.
I think mine was a colouring book for my little boy who's 2 years old. That was a nice gift that I gave to him.
He never got it.
He's not used it. It's me that uses it. I bought it for myself.
If anyone's just joined us online or they're walking past right now, we are, of course, from Andy's Man Club, and we are just playing Giant Jenga to open up a conversation and to answer some questions, because every single session at Andy's Man Club, there are the first 3 questions which are asked, which are you okay? How are you doing? Is there anything you want to get off your chest? And is there anything you really want to talk about? And then there's always another 2 questions which are a bit random.
Yeah, nice, light-hearted, something that you're going to have to think about, and something which will hopefully make a positive impact on you leaving on that day, to leave you feeling high when you go.
Exactly. So this is what we're doing right now, and it's my go. It is my go, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh no! Right.
Falling.
Oh,
Don't screw it up.
There.
I've gone for an edge. Okay. The thing is, I'm so tall.
Oh.
This looks like normal Jenga next to me, doesn't it?
Like a block of Lego.
Ooh. Right. If you could have a superpower, what would it be? The ability to speak Spanish. What's yours?
I'd say be able to fly. Imagine just seeing me flying past here now.
Right. I can imagine that.
How cool would that be?
It would be cool. It's like a flyby, but we could only organise you well. What's yours?
I'd say teleportation. It makes everything so much more convenient. I travelled down here for about 4 hours this morning.
So your
so
superpower would be the ability to not use the tube.
Yes, to not use the train, any public transport, honestly.
What would yours be?
I just said it. It's Spanish. I did a joke.
Genuinely?
No.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know, but I didn't think of anything else. I just thought of the funny.
Why don't you be invisible then?
All
Don't hit me while I'm down.
All right, then.
Do you know what I would really like to fly? And I know you can do these things, and I've just watched so much Toy Story over the past few months with the little one. Buzz Lightyear can fly, and if that's an inspiration to my son, I would love to be able to fly.
Oh, that is lovely. See, I like this. It is opening us up and it is making us talk more, which is the idea of the giant Jenga. Are you going? Are you doing your one, Alfie?
Your turn. There's an easy one you could go for, yeah. Oh, is that against the
No,
rules?
don't. Can you touch once and then you get...
I don't think you can touch the ones.
Use the mic.
You can't do.
Don't use. He'll get mad at us.
Whoa.
That is a dreadful idea.
Very heavy-handed.
Going for the easy one.
I'll go in Pete Tong this.
Nah,
We're taking this.
Will it help if we go woo while you do it?
Breath there as well.
Where was the last new place you visited? Here.
Yeah.
I've never been to London before.
You've never been to London?
No, I've never been to London before.
What do you think of the place?
It's alright, to be fair.
It's all right, to be fair.
It's alright, to be fair. Yeah.
All right, to
I
be
don't mind
fair.
it. I like
Have
it.
you never been like further south than Sheffield?
Sheffield?
You don't even know where that is. Where have you?
Sheffield is, yeah.
Yeah, but where's the furthest you've been if you've never been to London? Have you been abroad?
Oh, yeah, I mean, bro, I've just come back from the south of France. We've been Monaco.
Ooh.
So London's not good enough for you. That's what you're saying.
No, I like London. It actually reminds me of Paris a bit. A little bit.
That's what King Charles wants to hear.
All right.
I love what you've done with the place, but it's a bit like France.
It's wonderful. Right, where's yours? Where's yours?
Last weekend, I went to a place called Bilth Wells in Wales to do some bog snorkeling, which is a story all in itself.
Wow.
Did you wash your hands afterwards?
I did. I washed everything afterwards. Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm just having a look. Where did we last go on holiday?
I think you've done that before. What do you mean? Where's the last place?
I don't know where.
You went to Turkey.
Turkey. Next.
Nice.
How do I know this? I'm going to say this square, but not London.
Paternoster Square.
That there. Yeah, but anyway. Right, okay. Who's next?
Which is
I'm
French.
next. I'm next.
Who's next?
Easy one. I've gone for an easy one. What is your fondest memory and why?
Oh, wow. I thought he was going to be light-hearted. These deep, these.
Yeah. What's my fondest memory? Like, ever?
I can go.
You go.
It's
Yeah,
the
go
typical one. It's back to my little boy, bringing life into the world.
Oh, yeah.
It is, and we've done a lot of cool shiz together,
Am
right?
I not in your fondest memory?
are
You're
in my-
putting your child before your best friend.
Now, and to any dad that's listening, you
Mm.
just know that it just. I know it's a saying, and if you're not a dad, and before I was a dad, it's like, you hear everyone saying, it's the best thing ever, and you just think, yeah, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
But now he's just starting to talk, and he's growing up, and you just think, this is a thing that I've brought into this world, and I've got to look after it.
Yeah.
But no, that moment where he just came into the world, and your life changes forever, and it is magical, and it's tiring also. Yeah.
I would have to say, and it's a little bit deep, because he's not here anymore, is when I was stood in front of the Taj Mahal with my dad.
Oh.
Yeah, that was an amazing memory, and I looked and I thought, that's pretty good. That and drinking around the world at Disney.
Nice.
What's yours?
I don't even know what fondest means.
You don't? Okay.
Most happy. Most happy.
Yeah, most happy. Yeah.
Or good.
Good. Probably, watching my own town club at Wembley were nice.
Oh, that's good.
That was a good experience. Who's your club? Halifax Town.
Mm-hmm.
I go with my grandma over there. Look,
Aw.
she's waving.
You're right, love.
Done loads of stuff, but it's like we've just been away. That's a good memory.
Mm-hmm.
Just like having fun. Like Monaco was amazing.
Yeah.
I love Monaco. So yeah.
Better than London. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Monaco.
In front of all the Londoners.
Monaco's better than London.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't say it.
Right.
What have you done yours? What was yours, Adam?
No, I'm just going to copy that and say my team winning the league.
And who are your team?
Cardiff.
And is that your so out of your whole life?
Yep.
Brought
That's
it back to football.
Yeah.
There's me and you at this end getting all deep.
I know. It's supposed to be the way around.
Okay. Right. Next up. Who's next? Is it me? Is it you? Who's next?
You.
Go on, Milo. I'm too busy and too deep into the actual answers.
That's
you're
cheating using
giving.
your mic.
That's cheap.
Who says? Show me the
Audio.
rules. Show me the rules. Right. This one. It still might go, yeah. Right, here we go. What lesson has life taught you recently, and how will you use it going forward?
Oh.
What lesson has life taught you recently?
Oh, that's a hard one, isn't it?
Do you want me to kick it over? Have you had enough?
Yeah, that's it. Before we answer that, what is a lesson that life's taught you
If
recently?
anybody's got an answer first, by the way.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
I think it's just that life isn't that serious, is it? I think people take life too seriously. Like, I know some people might have jobs, they might be going to the job, but then, like when Mr. Motivate, everyone's dancing. But some people are just, phones just walking past, got to get to the next place. But sometimes I think we just need to take a minute just to breathe and have a bit of fun sometimes, instead of taking everything so seriously.
Yeah.
Yes.
I couldn't. Yeah.
You brought fans.
Yeah. I'll add to that and I'll say no one really cares what you're doing. I recently hiked to the place they filmed the Batcave in Wales in a Batman outfit and no one cared. No one batted an eye. So yeah, no one cares what you're doing. Just
I think mine is probably the same as yours as well, of how differently life can change, but for the positive.
For the better.
For the better.
You think you can be dealt a really naff deck of cards, but like Mr. Motivator said,
I can't believe you just quoted that as well, because that sounds weird, because people don't realise now that he was on stage earlier.
He was on stage,
He doesn't
yeah.
just randomly quote Mr. Motivator. Just day to day, which I think you should from now on.
If you get dealt a deck of cards, right, there's always light at the other, which is bad, right? Not in a casino where you going for it. But if you get dealt a nasty deck or a nasty hand or whatever, there's always light at the end of the tunnel for that. You might go through a little bit of shit at first, and you might think that the world's against you, but just. Again, everyone has a bad day, but if you stick with it and you speak to people about it, you know that you can come through the other side of that.
Yeah.
Knew yours was the same as mine.
Yeah, and it is that one.
Yep. Right. Is it mine? Is it mine?
Go, I
Okay.
think.
Thank you. All right. Do I go for the no? Oh, right. Okay. Right. What's one?
I've still got it in my hand. Sorry, should I
sorry,
put this back in? Oh, put it on top. Sorry.
You don't get to keep them. What's one thing you've always wanted to learn to do and why?
I go?
Yeah, have you got one straight away?
Yeah, I think it's same what you just said. I just always wanted to learn Spanish. Just learn Spanish. Like,
You can. Dreams can come true.
just to have different like languages.
Yeah, to be bilingual.
That's good, innit?
Yeah.
Well, like, I only speak English.
Yeah, I'd say learn Japanese. I think.
Oh,
That'd be
wow.
cool. Yeah.
Every
So I could
language.
go to Japan and understand everything.
Can go to Japan
I can.
still.
Yeah, but I will be walking around not having a clue what's going on. That's the problem.
I've always wanted to learn to fly. Like, not myself.
Oh, okay.
Flapping, but genuinely, like I've always wanted to. I think I've always loved aeroplanes, which is making me out to be a bit sad. But I've always thought, actually, one day if there's a pilot's license available somewhere, I'd like to have a go for that. But nah, never have done. But that is what I've always fancied doing. I'll do that. I'm a naff driver though, so I don't know how it'd work.
Oh,
up
he's
there.
awful. He is.
There's no traffic in the air, I guess.
True.
To be able to do my makeup without it looking like it's been put on with a trowel. Right, next one.
Me again, innit? Am I going again? Yeah.
Oh, this is it.
It's going. It's going.
I can do that one. I'm allowed that one. Come on, Alfie. When you were a child, which I already am, I mean...
Still are.
Yeah, that's what I meant. What did you want to be when you grew up and why? I want to do physiotherapy.
Oh,
I
really?
work around like sports science type of stuff. So
Rosie's got an awful back.
Yeah. Knock yourself out. You'll be fine. Oh, cool.
So yeah, I think that's the plan, but you know, it might change. Might change, you never know.
And what about you? Because I presumably when you were super young,
Yeah.
was TikToker a thing? You know, like
No.
was it just YouTuber, was that a thing? So
I guess
what were you
yeah,
before you are
YouTuber.
what you are now?
Yeah, I managed to get to what I wanted to be as a kid, which is insane to say.
Wow.
And it doesn't feel like...
Did you genuinely say, I want to be a YouTuber when I grow up?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
it?
for
Because
sure.
of the videos that you watched online, you wanted...
Yeah, I grew up with watching YouTubers. That was
Who?
Like, who?
Yeah.
Oh, KSI.
Yeah.
Was a big one. But yeah, I grew up. That was like my entertainment. I didn't used to watch. I mean, I used to watch Cartoon Network and stuff, along with YouTube. It was just a piece of media that I grew up watching, and I always looked at that and thought, yeah, I want to be that. So, luckily, I made it.
Pilot, was it?
No. Actually, I went through phases. And
You?
Yeah, I went through
No.
phases. And if my grandma Joan's watching, at first when I was really young, like 3 or 4 years old, I wanted to be a muck spreader. I wanted, you know, the tractors when they were driving and they sling the muck out of the back, manure.
Yeah. Is that a farm?
I wanted to drive. That is a farmer. Yeah. So I did. So I went through that. Then I wanted to be, I think, Mr. Frosty for a while. You know the little. I wanted to be Mr. Frosty because he made
Mr. Whippy.
Yeah, one of them. And then I think from being about 10, it was always radio. So like,
Yeah, wow.
like you know, there's not many people that can say that you did it. But from being 10 years old, when I had it in my mind, I thought, look, let's get there. And I've luckily been able to stay in this career for
now.
Now.
I think quite similar to the radio thing, definitely with the radio presenter thing, but also
Not a muck
spreader, surprisingly enough. But I think before I knew what radio was and that you could be that, I would say I knew I wanted to perform. I wanted to make people laugh or entertain people, but I didn't know in what way. And hopefully, I sort of loosely do it now. So, yeah, I thought I was going to be a performer, but I didn't know in what way. If you are just joining us, by the way, and just switching on or just walking past, this is Andy's Man Club. And we're just encouraging people to talk. Yep. Because every single session at Andy's Man Club, there are the first 3 questions are always the same. Are you okay? Is there anything you want to get off your chest? And you know, is there anything else you want to talk about? And also the next 2 questions are always something a little bit more lighthearted, which is what we're doing right now.
Yeah, it is. And whoa, would you look at that? The Jenga?
Oh,
no. Would you look at that? It's fallen over. It's like we're getting rushed for time. So we're going to be back in just a sec. We're going to go to... Are we going video break now? Yeah, we can just go straight on. Yeah, all good. All right.
Who's going to clean this up now?
I wish I'd not
Mr.
done
Muck
that now.
Spreader
Oh,
now.
sorry. I'll clean it up. But next we've got Lee Barnes and Nikki Helens. So Lee and Nikki. So Lee, but no, sit down. We're not to buy yet. Wait there. You stand there and look awkward for a minute. So we have got these on. Lee is making a film about Andy's Man Club. So we're going to get Lee on and have a natter with Lee. So first of all.
Now you can
guys,
stand up.
very much.
Stand up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
I am going to pick.
Right, you do need to clear up now, especially. This is the reason why we're playing Giant Jenga, is just to encourage that conversation. And it just shows you that if you do turn up to one of the sessions at Andy's Man Club, you might not want to talk. You might not want to talk about anything serious. You might not want to talk about what is really going on in your life or why you're there. But you might want to talk about something silly that's been on the giant Jenga bricks. We're all ears here at Andy's Man Club. If you ever want to find out a little bit more, you can do, and you can go to our website. We're andysmanclub.co.uk. If you want to drop us an email, we're info@andysmanclub. We're here in central London, and we are here for 12 hours. And there's a good reason for that. It's because, on average, 12 men die by suicide every single day here in the UK. So an hour for each of those people is why we're here, and we're talking, and we're all ears as well here.
If you're just passing as well, you can join us online. We are live until 9 o'clock tonight on socials. Thank you if you have joined in, and we would love and appreciate it so much if you can just give us a share as well.
Yeah. So shall we welcome our next guests on stage? It's Lee Barnes and Nikki Helen.
Lee and Nikki, hi
Come on,
guys.
Lee and Nikki. Hello. Are we hugging? I want a hug.
We're hugging today.
Are you okay? Hello. Hi, Lee. Hi, Nikki. We're huggers. We're York.
Because we're all Yorkshire, isn't it? That's what it is.
Take a seat. Welcome to our front room. We've made it like a front room because it makes you feel a bit more cosy, a little bit like an Andy's Man Club session.
Yeah. So, Lee.
Hello.
You're making a film for Andy's Man Club.
I am indeed.
Tell us all about it. Tell us why. Tell us. Just start from the beginning.
Okay, so I started working for the charity around 13, 14 months ago. It's from my hometown, so I've always been really close to the charity, connected very well to it. I made a video for them like 5 years ago. And I started working generally to tell honest, driven stories by people that care. That was my aim. I came from a bit of a corporate, previous 5 years, very corporate edged. I was doing work that I didn't feel very comfortable about. So I wanted to go back to my grassroots, and that's telling honest stories with people. So I ended up traveling up and down the country, meeting these amazing facilitators that some are dotted about, and obviously the ones online. I met hundreds of men, and I interviewed hundreds of men, and I started really resonating with these people and connecting. So I didn't set off to bring a cinematic universe to a charity. It wasn't my plan, but the way that Andy's Man Club proceed, they have very little red tape, and that allows filmmakers to be that little bit more daring. So I started doing some music videos. I did one with Tom Megan, and I saw this cinematic universe that lived within it. And also for myself, I'm quite neurospicy, so a lot of times I process a lot of my feelings and emotions through film. I learned how to behave from a young child, mainly through film. And I realized that a lot of people might be similar. Maybe those men that are afraid to step through the doors, maybe this vehicle would help them just understand the type of men that go, or understand that they are the same as those type of men that go. And I wanted to be very, very strict about not really showing the groups. It's all about this teetering around the edge of men wanting to achieve it, or men wanting to go through the groups. And it was a common thread of every man that I met that it was the hardest step was getting through that door. And obviously the judgment and the shame and everything a man my age and younger and older have been told throughout civilization, through our years of growing up. So I saw this cinematic universe. At the time I was working with a partner of Andy's Man Club, which is Film Buddy. And Film Buddy is an organisation set up by a guy called Ben Sweet, which helps university students bridge that gap between university and the real world of filmmaking. But he doesn't beat around the bush, and he's very similar to the way that Andy's Man Club was set up. He's no red tape, and they both were very unsatisfied with the way that things were currently being processed within the film industry. So we kind of got us together, and he was like, he was like, have you got any ideas? And I went, I've been talking to a guy, we've got an idea for a film about a guy that works in a pub, and an Andy's Man Club group opens up over the road, and he finds out about the group, and the information, those little nuggets of information, come through by the people that he meets on his journey. And a lot of these guys, you know, that before they go into an Andy's Man Club, if there's a pub over the road, they might go in for half to get a little bit of Dutch courage. They might go in there to see like-minded men to kind of help them through. They might go in there and see a beer mat. They might see a poster on the wall. They might see a poster in the toilet. And those little extra things that Andy's Man Club are constantly putting out there are the little things that people see. So I wanted to make sure that I put that in. So Ben Sweet, he was like, well, why don't we make a film? I wrote a short film, like 59 pages. And he was like, why are you not making a feature? And obviously, like, budget restraints. But he's like, well, why don't we ask people to do it for free, donate their time? So we got in touch with some decent people, some decent names, and asked them if they wouldn't mind donating a couple of days to a good cause. And that's pretty much how the entire film was based and built. And, you know, we got free equipment, we got places, crew. It was insane, really, to see what we could achieve by just people like-minded wanting to achieve something the same.
Wanting to give back.
Wanting to give back, and again, like what we've been saying all day, like once you receive the help and you see the value in that, you want to help others because you can just see it in other people. You'll see it walking around and you're like, ah, man, I felt that way, but you don't have to feel that way. So we all the men, nearly every man that walks through that group every single week wants to help and give back. So we kind of use that, and I don't, you know, I'm not here to ask for people for charity in that way, but we're trying to do something a bit different. So yeah, you're right, I am asking for charity. Come on board and promote it.
Nikki, a lot of the cast have got a close connection with the subject matter, haven't they?
Yeah. For myself personally, I unfortunately lost my son to suicide last July. And when Lee approached me about playing the role of Sal in that one man, there was no way that I could say no. I had to be part of it. Many of the cast have either lost friends or family to suicide, or they know people who struggle with their mental health, etc. So being involved with everybody, cast and crew, having personal conversations with them on set, everybody opened up massively about their personal experiences and the passion that they had for being part of this amazing project with Lee.
Did you find that with, you know, a lot of the cast and crew when you were filming, that you all had kind of not the exact, but like a similar experience? So you're all there, you know, and you've got one thing which is connecting you all.
I found that there was a massive connection, and you did as well, Lee, didn't you?
Huge. And again, like what Luke Ambler always says, it's about hope. And if you've got all those people in that room hoping to achieve something or hoping to make people feel better, that is the connection right there. And it doesn't matter whether, you know, you stubbed your toe that morning coming to that set or you lost somebody. Like, you know, the things we go through in our head, you can be at any level, and as long as you're in that room with those people. Our set was like an Andy's Man Club session. There were people opening up. Before, there was a guy called Daniel Wayman who plays Gandalf in the new Lord of the Rings thing, which I managed to direct Gandalf, which was absolutely incredible. And just before I said action, he just turned around and went, yeah, so I went into an Andy's Man Club last year, and he just started opening up to us all. And like, I even forgot that we were filming anything. I was like, this is what it's about. And then hopefully that's really translated across the screen, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, a lot of people were opening up to each other throughout the course of the filming. And then one of the most amazing things was we filmed for Mondays and Tuesdays in the pub, because the pub was actually closed on a Monday and Tuesday, so it was great. We got full use of the pub, and we literally did Mondays and Tuesdays for just 3 weeks. But the connection with the cast and the crew for that 3-week process was phenomenal, and that's something I've never ever experienced on set before. The bond, the connection that was created between everybody was just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's how serious everybody took it as well. You know, it wasn't child's play. It was, we're really trying to spread a message here, so how can we do this at the best of our capability? And with me being a first-time feature film director, I've made short films, but I've never worked with the caliber of the talent that we were working with on this. But it helped me with this being my first feature that it was more about the charity than it were about myself and my ego, which is one thing that a lot of creatives do obviously struggle with at times. So I've been kind of not hiding behind it, but using it as a protective force field to kind of move it forward. So every day on set, I could ask these people to just do things because I just knew they would. So it was just such a beautiful, beautiful experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've known each other for like 20 years as well, so it's like a really, real full circle moment. Yeah.
You must have done so much research as well, speaking to people who use Andy's Man Club, and then of course finding out that the cast and crew as well have also used Andy's Man Club. Has there, without naming any names of course, but is there any moments from speaking to individuals that really hit home with you?
Yeah, I think, do you know what, like, growing up in the 90s, I was just weird, you know, like, I liked my toys. I was an only child. I'd sit and play make-believe even when I was up to 13, 14. I didn't get rid of my teddies until I was like 13, 14, you know. I still talk to teddies now. I don't care. The only difference is now at this age, I understand that I'm just a little bit spicy, and I own that. But when I was younger, I didn't know. I just thought I was weird, you know, and the other people that probably thought that they're weird were putting up an appearance as well. So all these weirdos walking around bumping into each other that didn't we know that each other were weird, we were just lost. So just to understand that I'm not that way, and other people do have the same thought process as mine, and you know that there are like-minded people that you can talk about, because I am an overthinker, and I think a lot of people are, but I cannot trust my own voices in my head. The only time it ever makes sense is when it comes out of my mouth, and my head hears what I say, and it goes, yeah, that's what you mean. And it all shuts up instantly. So that's the idea of talking and conversation, that we hear ourselves. It's not educating the person in front of you, we're educating ourselves at the same time, in that moment, most of the time as well.
And that's what they're there for. That's what they're there for, to initiate that spark. How long have you been attending? How long were you attending Andy's Man Club?
So I wasn't a group user, but I was going through some mental health battles last year with a previous client, and a few things happened, and I wanted to then look for more truthful stories. So me and Luke, I spoke to you, I said, I've got some ideas, I want to make it this, that, and the other, and he was like, why don't you jump on board? Now, just before he did that, a friend of mine was struggling, so I took him to an Andy's Man Club. And when we sat outside, my ex-client called me to brag about something that he was doing, and I didn't answer the call. And I was like, and he texted me, he's like, oh, I'm just here doing this, and I was like, whoa. And I was like, right, I need this. So I walked into that group actually in need of it at the time, although I thought it was for my friend. And within that group, I opened up and I just started blah, 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 going. And it was that moment when I walked out and I realized how important and how magical these groups actually are. And I rang Luke the next day and went, well, sign me up, I'm coming to work for you. So it's one of those that and also, you know, like I do talk, I understand that we need to talk. A lot of the guys come to the groups and take those 5 questions and take them to the families. And that's the idea, it's this passing on and all of us talking. So I think I've been working towards talking for a long time, but that really did help me over the threshold.
From this film that you've created, which sounds magnificent, I don't know if that's the right word to use, especially under the circumstances as well with you, Nikki. But if anyone wants to see it, how can they watch that?
Okay, so at the moment we are going to hold a cast and crew private screening on October the 10th in Bradford, Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
You've got to say it 3 times, I think.
Yorkshire. So we're going to do that for the cast and crew, and also for a little bit of feedback. I want to understand that. I want to get some people in there that have never attended an AMC or don't really know what it is. I want to see if it resonates with people that aren't group users or are unaware of the charity, because fundamentally it's a film about talking. Yep. So next year I want to take it onto the worldwide festival tour in 2026, which is also Andy's Man Club 10th year running. So it all just kind of beautifully marries up. And within that 12 month while we're at the festivals, because Film Buddy is also attached to universities, and we have 2,500 volunteers all around the country. And these are facilitators. These are guys that give up their Monday nights every single week and go into that group and open them doors and chat to those men and listen to other people's problems every single week as well as their own. So I wanted to get this film and I want to take it around during that year and make every single facilitator see it I want them to feel like they're involved because it's based on them. So I want them to see it, so then when it comes out the year later, hopefully they can share it and so on. So after next year's festival run, we will see how well it does at the festivals and what kind of distribution deals might be coming forward from there, really.
We've asked everyone who's been on stage with us, but is there anything that you would say to anyone who's watching this, who's walking past, who's sat there in the deck chairs, who's thinking about possibly using Andy's Man Club? What would you say to them?
I've had a personal family member who's opened up to me and said to me personally that if they spoke to me how they felt less of a man. And my words to him was, you're not. This makes you a stronger person talking about what you want to talk about and communicate about. It's not a sign of weakness. The most difficult part is, as we show in the film, as a lot of people have spoken about, is getting through that door. So please open up to your loved ones. You're not less of a man. You're showing strength. You're showing that you need that help. You need that support. And those guys there at Andy's Man Club are just phenomenal. And the bonds that they create, from what you've heard from other people speaking, it's what they need. And the storm doesn't go on forever. It'll pass.
Yeah.
Lee, Nikki, thank you so much for being part of the longest conversation. Good luck with the film.
Yes.
And when it's
Thank
out,
you.
spam us on socials, please.
I will indeed.
We will.
I will indeed.
We'll bring the
He says-
popcorn.
Yeah, no, seriously, good luck. And we hope it gets a lot more people through the doors that need it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great.
You're both doing a
Thank
great
you.
job, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the 15th of December 2024, I sent Ben Sweet from Film Buddy a 59-page script for a short film named That One Man, an Andy's Man Club story. A part fiction, part reality film based around our amazing charity. The next thing I know, Ben is calling me, so why are you not making a feature film? Feels like you've set out to do a 100-metre race and stopped at 80. Well, they simply put analogy married up with the Andy's Man Club Mission Possible movement, called Ben back and said, okay, let's do it. Fast forward almost 9 months and here we are, promoting a first of its kind movie ready to hit the 2026 worldwide festival run. Coincidentally, that's also Andy's Man Club 10th year running. That's 10 years of saving countless lives up and down the UK. Based on true events, That One Man follows the story of a young barman named Danny, who, when an Andy's Man Club opens up over the road, becomes unexpectedly entangled with this charity. Through Andy's Man Club filmmaking partner, Film Buddy, we were able to reach out to some amazing names. Ben Sweet, founder of Film Buddy and producer of this film, used his 25 years of experience in the industry to masterfully pull together not only a full production team using the wealth of talent coming out of universities, but also secure names to work on this film free of charge. At this moment, I'd like to thank other partners that helped make this film a reality, including the amazing Provision that supplies all the equipment, the Highland Pub for letting us use their amazing space, the Northern School of Contemporary Dance for allowing us to use their dancers who choreographed the piece. A massive shout out to the underwater team, Access Underwater and the Robin Hood Water Sports. Personally thank all of our cast members that are incredible in this film. And lastly, thank you to Andy's Man Club. Thank you to every volunteer and group user for sharing your joy and pain with me. You help me understand what a man should be and how to help the ones who feel lost in the storm. Hopefully this film will inspire, educate and dig deep into the realities of what it is truly like to battle our demons, and more importantly, overcome them with a community of like-minded individuals. With this film and the wide support of Andy's Man Club, together we can affect change. Together we can help more people connect. Together we can find that one man.
So I first went along to Andy's Man Club in September 2021 after quite a few years of suffering in silence, to be honest with you. 2014 when my youngest daughter was born, and already knew I was struggling but probably not admitting it, and just always says I was a grumpy one. I think that's one of the words I used to use, is always the grumpy one in the group or in the family. My daughter was born in 2014 and kind of changed my life. I was only 23 at the time, so kind of life-changing and a shock to the system as well. Kind of just kept going and pushing on as you do, and it wasn't until probably around about 18 months later, when she was 18 months old, that I realised that I was properly struggling and suicidal. I talk about coming home from work one night with pictures on my face of stickers that she was having a time of her life and jumping all over me as kids do, and that's when I realised that that was a point I had to do something, as I was miserable and my daughter was happy, and realistically I should have been happy at the time. It wasn't until 2018 that life changed for me again. I was made redundant from the oil and gas industry, and I went self-employed, and I think a lot of the struggles I was struggling with but were coping with kind of come to head. Really took its toll on me, and for me at the time, coping mechanism was alcohol. We used to start reaching out to alcohol, and coming home from work and having a few bottles of beer. Basically, hit a brick wall in 2021 and kind of had a meltdown and couldn't do anything else. Nearly lost my marriage because of it. So I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at the point. My doctors had actually recommended Andy's Man Club to me, and for me it was never going to work. Sitting in a group full of men was never going to happen, but at the same time I needed something. So yeah, I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at that point and decided to go along and try it. I was very fortunate that when the Kirkcaldy Andy's Man Club opened, when the Facebook post went up, I actually put a comment on the post just saying, oh, there's one opening in my local town, I'll get along to it. And one of the facilitators actually reached out. There were 16 of us that night, so 15 other boys, listening to their stories, some of them opening up slightly. It really helped me massively. And again, kind of open-minded, went back the following week and just kept going back. But at the same time, says to myself that as much as I'm going to Andy's Man Club, I'm going to stop the drink. And for the first few weeks, your positive of your week was, I've not had a drink, I've not had a drink. And then that led to 50 days, then it led to 100 days. And the next thing I knew I was 200 days, 300 days, and I just kept pushing on. And over the time of starting Andy's Man Club, I've realised all these issues. I've realised that the anxiety of feeling tight and the numbness in my head, as I talk about, is putting that on as anxiety. And by talking and learning at the clubs has also brought that into my relationship. So speaking to my wife about this, understanding it has helped me massively as a husband, but as a father as well. I feel I'm a better dad. I asked my two girls, how does your dad go to Andy's Man Club compared to the dad before, and you're less grumpy? So I think it's a good thing. And yeah, just to see the development of them as well has been the biggest bit for me. For me, sitting in a group with an 18-year-old and a 60, 70-year-old has learnt a lot about myself and how people are acting, and I can relate to a lot of them. I can relate to people younger and older, and it's gained me a lot of knowledge in myself, and bringing that into my day-to-day life, as I say, with my kids is the biggest bit. And to see other dads and adults like getting their kids back and getting new jobs, and a lot of the time these people come in and they're in well-paid jobs or they're in good jobs, but then they're wanting to better themselves and also get onto better jobs as well. I think that's the biggest bit for me, is seeing the difference in them. And it could be that you've never seen them for 6 months, but they're in a better place because they attended Andy's Man Club.
We're at King's Cross Station in London today as a result of our partnership with Network Rail. We've got a few question boards behind me, getting members of the public to answer some of the questions that are actually asked inside our sessions. Fantastic to see the public of London getting really involved and really invested in everything that we're doing. It's okay to talk.
Have you heard of Andy's Man Club before?
These boards here are some of the questions we ask on a Monday night.
It's there for any man age 18 and above. We have over 4,500 men a week that are using the clubs now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Go back 10 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be? You know, you can see how like it creates conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Gets guys talking.
Oh, most certainly.
Just say, what message would you give somebody who was struggling?
Okay. Today is the flagship event of what we do with Network Rail. I'd like to thank the amazing team at Network Rail, Mark and Elliot specifically, for all the help that they've offered us in basically giving us this space.
What did you write?
Never to give up. And if you feel like giving up, just remember, doubt the doubts and try again.
Hello. How are we all?
Hello, madam.
Is everyone okay? Are you all right?
Hello,
With
people
us?
at home.
Yes!
Woo, we got one fan. Yes, Luke. We're Milo and Rosie.
Hiya.
We are here as part of the longest conversation on behalf of Andy's Man Club, which we love. I mean, just even going off stage there, we've been getting messages from people who have been, that we didn't even realise, that use Andy's Man Club, that have been involved in Andy's Man Club. I mean, we just got a message from Phil who said, I'm in that film. I'm in the film. On behalf of Andy's Man Club, it's amazing. It's wonderful to see
good.
how many people that these guys have touched.
Well, we've been online since 9 a.m. this morning. We're going to 9 o'clock tonight. And if you've just put us on, the reason is we are here for that 12 hours to represent the average of the 12 men that we lose each day in the UK due to suicide. So we've got experts that we've had on. I keep going back to him, but I just love him so much. And he even did a message for my mum. But we had Mr. Motivator on stage earlier on.
We did.
And still to come, the legendary comedian Paul Smith.
Yes.
What a guy. He's on soon.
And something really exciting right now is Dan Lawrence. He is a well-known comedian and podcast host, and he's going to be joining us right now for a live episode of his new podcast, Definitely Not Therapy, all on this very stage. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, it's Dan Lawrence!
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello. Well, I'm Dan Lawrence, as they said, and I host my own podcast, which is Definitely Not Therapy, which is really about spreading awareness around men's mental health, which normally my podcast looks a little bit different to this, I must admit. Normally I'm shut away in a garage with a little light and a camera, so this is a little bit different. But this is what it's about. It's about spreading awareness and having conversations. And today I'm joined by Lucas from Andy's Man Club.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yeah, here he is. So this is a really special episode of well, definitely not therapy for me, because it's with Andy's Man Club, and I would say Andy's Man Club is one of the main reasons I started this podcast in the first place. So I'll be the first to admit, you know, I had lots of struggles. I had some mental health struggles, and I hit some lows. But I didn't have that courage to reach out and to go to an Andy's Man Club. But what I did is instead, which is probably a silly idea, is I posted a video on the internet, which millions of people saw, which is me then, you know, a broken man. But what came from that was hundreds and thousands of messages from people, basically showing support and also telling me basically to go and see Andy's Man Club. And at the time, and I never had the courage, but for me, I use social media as my outlet. And what that kind of done for me was I then spent so many hours of my day talking to people on social media, talking to people through my DMs who were telling me all these stories about how bad things had got. And I just thought, if I'm just talking to this one person, then I'm only helping that one person. And as much as it was helping me, because it was a therapy for me, it was only helping that person. And over time, and a good friend of mine, Al, was like, look, you should do something with this. And I ended up coming up with the podcast, which is definitely not therapy. And the reason for it is I wanted to spread as much awareness as possible. Like I said, if I'm just sat there talking to one person, then that's just one person that I'm helping. But if I can actually talk to someone, sit down, have a face-to-face conversation, and really hear that person's story, then that story can relate to hopefully hundreds and, you know, thousands of people that are maybe sat there at the moment thinking, I don't know where to turn, or I'm really alone. So that was really why I started the podcast. But I'd love to hear why you got into Andy's Man Club and what it means to you.
I'll be honest, it sounds slightly contrived, but it's because it was a job at the time. So, you know, I know that sounds bad, but at the time, I was at a bit of a crossroads. I'd been a rugby fan, I'd been a football fan. I wanted to get back into working in sport. And I saw this job come up with Andy's Man Club. And when I got the job, it just opened up another side of my brain. I grew up with two parents who had addiction issues.
Okay.
Grew up with crippling anxiety as well, which is probably hard to believe for some people. Grew up not really acknowledging my mental health and my struggles and my problems. And, you know, I'll say it openly, thinking that things like Andy's Man Club were a load of rubbish. I was that guy. I was the guy telling people to man up, you know, telling people that they were using mental health as their excuse. But until I actually, you know, went sort of behind the curtain and saw what were going on, got a feel for it for myself, you know, it just really opened up my eyes and made me feel comfortable with myself. And I think, to my mind, the job that I do now, I do it for a few reasons. I do it for myself. I do it to make my grandparents proud as well. My grandparents who've raised me have been absolutely fantastic people. But I also do it because of the friends that I've lost to suicide. One of those friends, Nicky, who were on before us, Nicky Helen's son Connor, he took his own life last year. Another friend of mine, Saul Lee, took his own life 4 years ago. Both, you know, big characters, one a musician, one a footballer, both had funerals where people were piling out of the door, and this is too big a problem, you know, for people to ignore.
So did you talk about, was this part of the reason that you then decided, I'm going to open up about my mental health and I'm going to start talking about it? Because, you know, you've hit the nail on the head there. And I was the same, not necessarily man up, but I wouldn't talk about it. I wouldn't talk about my problems. I would keep them to myself. And it was only when you start seeing other people starting to do things and other people that are going through similar things, and you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I can start talking about this. Because for me, and our stories are obviously very different, but I felt selfish in a way. I felt selfish because I thought I'm the only person in the world that's going through this. No one else can understand. No one else can know the pain that I'm going through. Whereas actually, when you start reaching out and you start talking to someone and you start saying, oh, well, this has happened and that's happened, you start to appreciate actually other people go through the same thing every single day. So that's why we do need to talk more. We do need to keep that conversation going. So was that what it was like for you? You were the guy that was man up, but was it a case of...
I think it were a case of peeling away a number of layers, really. I think that, you know, for me, it started off with me having this sort of hard front against it and sort of an acceptance that life was shit and sometimes it would deal you a shit hand. Like, you know, that's where I was. But I think, you know, getting the job, opening up, helped me, but didn't help me straight away. You know, some of my colleagues would tell you for the first 6 months I was lucky to keep my job, to be honest.
Oh, really?
People here who, yeah, genuinely. You know, I had a tough time of it. I sort of, you know, had still a bit of a probably, you know, lackadaisical attitude, I thought, at that time. And then I think that little things happened, you know, little moments of acceptance, other circumstances that meant that I looked inwardly and I found things to resonate with, and I also found hope. But then I think when I had those friends, you know, ultimately take that decision, that spurred me on further and thought, look, you know, I want to bear all, because ultimately, to put it bluntly, 1 funeral's too many, 2 funerals were too many, and, you know, there's an awful statistic I always look back at, and I always go back to, which is the fact that 75% of men who take their own lives in the UK don't engage with the support service before they do so. Yeah. That tells you that there's this massive problem, this burning problem that needs solving. And if I can play a very, very small part in that, you know, which I can confidently say that I do, in sort of eradicating that problem, then fantastic.
Yeah. I think the fact that, yeah, you're talking about it is a great step. I mean, for me, it was kind of, I was not talking to anyone. I was keeping myself locked away. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to even acknowledge that there was a problem, probably, and I was putting myself at the bottom of the pile. But in terms of your mental health, so did that take a downturn, seeing what had happened to your friends, or was that the moment you were like, okay, maybe I just, you know, need to start talking, and I want to do something to change this? Because, like you say, 1 funeral's too many, and obviously we you know, the longest conversation today is 12 hours for the 12 men that die by suicide on average every day, and it is 12 too many, isn't it?
It is. It's 12 too many, and I think it's a bit of both, because I think it made me sort of, you know, hit rock bottom, but it also spurred me on at the same time. And I think that it's strange because, like I say, it's been a bumpy ride, and I think that, you know, in this space, there's a lot of people who I think sometimes can give an impression that you go from that low point to that high point fairly quickly. You know, the journey, it's like anything, it's up and down. It's completely up and down, and I think there's been moments in my life where I've still made mistakes, but I think that now I feel like I'm in a strong place, and, you know, the Andy's Man Club has helped me get to that position. It's helped me look inwardly. It's helped me, you know, I access therapy now, and, you know, biggest advocate of therapy going. Probably, you know, the wrong title of podcast to say that on. Definitely not therapy, but I love therapy. You know, and I think that those sort of rock bottom moments, sometimes it's like, I always use footballing analogies, and I heard Sam Allardyce, of all people, say something on a podcast, which was that teams need to hit that rock bottom. They need to have that 5-0 loss, or if you're my team, you need to be beaten by Sheffield Wednesday's under 21s in the Carabao Cup, before you can build on and before you can hit those heights again. You need to taste, you know, those lows, I think, sometimes before you can reach the heights. And I think for my mental health, that's definitely been similar. I got to those positions where I felt like there were no hope and I had nowhere to turn.
Yeah.
And that gave me a bit of a foundation to build from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's inspiring. Anyway, that is inspiring. I think I can certainly relate to, you know, being the person that I guess when I was at my lowest, and maybe social media plays a part in this because, you know, that's a big part of my life. But probably what people saw and what my friends saw and what people online watching my video saw was, oh, Dan's in a better place, Dan's happy. But actually that was probably the point I was at my lowest. And where I talk about the selfishness earlier, it's a case of, I was at a point where I was pretending, I was getting better at pretending I was okay, but actually, you know, I was convincing myself that everyone would be better off without me. And that's the truth of it, you know, and that was the lowest that I'd got. And it was, you know, friends and family that pulled me out of that, but they didn't really even know, you know, I've got a little girl, and to convince myself that she's better off without a dad is just, it's hard. But and I'm not saying that this is right or wrong, but I can understand, because I've been there, I can understand how you can convince yourself, because you feel like a burden.
But I'll jump in there. I just think that when you're when you're in the limelight, when you're a public figure, you know, when you've had that profile and you've had that exposure, and obviously it's your job as well to put yourself out there, to keep putting yourself out there and put that mask on every day is horrendous. Like, you know, it's an awful thing to have to do. And, you know, for me, I know that when I'm feeling low, and, you know, people who are listening will probably know this, I start putting things on my Instagram story more. I start, you know, building up this facade, this mask of I'm okay, I'm doing well, I'm going to the gym, I'm looking after myself, you know, when in reality, I'm not. And I think that for you, obviously, being a public figure, being in the limelight, that being your job as well, for you to take that actual brave decision eventually to think enough's enough, and to put out content that were so, you know, so raw, so real, and so emotional. We spoke off camera, there might have been some detractors who commented on it who thought, you know, negative things about it, but realistically, you know, the people that you help and the people that are going to relate to that and resonate with that, it makes it worthwhile. And that's what you've got to do. You know, put yourself out there as much as you can, even if you feel as though you can't, whether that's going to an Andy's Man Club session, whether that's having a conversation with a loved one, whether that's going to therapy, whether it's, you know, putting social media posts out there. Put yourself out there, and, you know, eventually something will click for you, something will fall into place, and you'll be able to start putting those building blocks in place to getting better, I think.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. I think when I posted, and I'll talk about the social media side of it, because when I posted the video that I initially posted, it wasn't for social media. I had recorded a video at a point where the worst thing that could happen, my wife left me, and I didn't know what my life looked like. It was I just didn't know what the future looked like. I didn't want a future, but my head was so like clouded, and so I just didn't know what to think. So I was Googling, what do I do? How do I get through this? How do I survive this? And I ended up making like a video diary, I guess. And I sat there, and I had the security of I was on my own, and I could just talk to this phone with the hope that I could look at that in a year's time. And I think a lot of the reasoning behind it was, okay, I'll still be here in a year's time to be able to look back. So it's kind of a positive to be able to think, okay, I'm going to be here in a year. That's fine. I can then look back on that. But then because of social media, no one knew what was going on in my life. And you have to put this mask on. You have to put this facade on of, okay, Dan's this funny guy. He's putting funny videos. And then there was nothing to post because I couldn't make funny content anymore. So I ended up, and I spoke to some friends and some family, and I'd said, look, I've been making this video diary, and I ended up posting that video diary. And I didn't tell anyone I was going to do it. I'd had some advice, but I just did it, and I just turned my phone off, and I just went to bed. And then the following day, the video reached millions, which comes with good and it comes with bad, because you do have that positive kind of that support, those messages of support, but you also get man up. You know, why are you putting this on the internet? And I think it's sad because we're all told as men we can talk, or you need to talk. You need to talk up more. You need to talk about your mental health. And then as soon as we do, we're sort of told, oh, hang on a minute. We don't want it here. We don't want you talking about it here. But I think you're right in what you say. The reason I sort of carried on with it was because even if one person saw that, and you know, it got millions of views, but it was positive and negative feedback. But even if one person saw that and thought, okay, I'm not on my own now. I'm not the only person to do it. And that's the kind of message that I try and drive is, okay, look, if I can post a video and millions of people can see it, and it's a man completely bearing his soul, then you can talk to just one person. If I can do it to millions, you can do it to just one. Just tell your friend. If you're struggling, tell your friend, or go to an Andy's Man Club. It takes, and I think, you know, I've had several people from Andy's Man Club come on to the podcast that are here today even. And the common theme that I hear is it just takes 10 seconds of courage. 10 seconds of courage, go through that door. And that's the same. If I can do it, then I think anyone can.
I'd agree. I think you put it beautifully, and I just want to say as well, you know, people with a platform are people too. And those, you know, those negative people, they might have their own stuff going on, but realistically there's no place for it. And I think, you know, you see it again. I always go back to football as an analogy, but, you know, I mean, last night again, I go back to Leeds, you've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who has had a tough time of late. His sky's a penalty, and then you have a look on Twitter, or X as it's now known, and there's people just giving him stick, you know, or if there's somebody who shows a bit of vulnerability, somebody who puts something out there, you know, the fact that people are seeking confrontation and the fact that people are wanting to put that negativity out into the world, not only is it negatively affecting the person who's putting it out there, other people who are scrolling through those comments who are maybe looking for messages of hope, looking for messages of reassurance, they're just seeing those blocks constantly. You know, they're just seeing they're seeing a load of rubbish, basically.
It's negativity, and I mean, there's no need for it. I think it's, you know, we're in a world where social media is huge now. It's massive, and I think a lot of people will go to social media to kind of look at, okay, how do I deal with this situation, or look at what they're doing, and I think if people are just seeing negativity and hate comments and people being horrible, it's like, it's going to discourage them from one, you know, not that everyone should go and post a video on Facebook of, you know, or on social media of bearing their soul, but if that's where people are going to see what other people are doing, and I think if I can do it, and if I can put myself out there, and that comes with, you know, lots of views sometimes, but it can help one person, then it's worth doing, and that's the message. That's the sort of main reason I wanted to do the podcast, is because I can sit and talk to people in my DMs, and I can try and help people, and I can say, go and talk to Andy's Man Club, but actually there's still a disconnect when it's through texting, and that's why, and I've learned so much, even from people from Andy's Man Club, and I've got friends now, and in our friends group, we sort of, I've got friends that say, are you okay? And I'll say, yeah, I'm okay. And then they'll say, right, that's the sort of man answer, now what's the real answer? And then we end up having a chat, and I think, it's a shame that we have to do that, but at least we're doing it. At least we're doing something.
Agree completely. But it's been a fantastic conversation, hasn't it? I think, you know, the message that we can just put out there, you know, more than anything is, it's an old like playground saying, isn't it? But if you've got nothing nice to say, then don't say it.
Yep.
You know, that's the thing, you know. Just there's enough negativity in the world, so, you know, people should continue to try and put positivity into the world. You know, people, when they share stories, they should be sort of heralded for it, I think. I think they should be sort of, you know, shown love. They should be amplified, those stories as well. And I think, you know, realistically, if they're amplified and they're treated correctly, then it's going to lead to more people coming forward, because more people are going to resonate to, you know, to those individual stories and hopefully improve themselves.
I think so. And I think if there's more support, if there's more talking, if we're keeping the conversation going, then it can only help, and even if it just helps one person. But I think it's, if you're sat there now, and I'm sure there's lots of people that are sat there now and they're thinking, I don't know where to turn. It's funny that my friend Al, again, he was a big part of my sort of mental health journey, and he was the one that was phoning me up every single day when he found out what had happened. He told me, I think it was an old like Chinese proverb, and it was something like, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time to plant a tree is right now. So it's kind of what you take from that, or what I took from that, was just do something now. Like, okay, you might have missed the chance. I would have loved to have got help and got some therapy when I really needed it, but I didn't. So the next best time is just to do it now. So if you're sat there now thinking, well, it's too late for me, I've got no one to talk to, Andy's Man Club are there, and it just, like I say, 10 seconds of courage, and you're there.
Cool. Are we out of time?
We're out of time, Lucas, but thank you so much for joining me. And for anyone that wants to listen to my podcast, Definitely Not Therapy, it's available on all platforms. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more round of applause just for everyone who's organised this today. It's been fantastic. So just another round of applause for the organisers, specifically Emma. Well done, Emma. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Now, hello, by the way, we're Milo and Rosie. What you can't see is, like, back in the green room, there's a big screen as to what's going on down here on stage, and everyone there was gathered around.
Watching everything up there. It's like a premiere of a new movie. It was good, but it's so good to see everybody invested and just absorbing everything that's going on today, because, you know, we're approaching 80% now.
I think people realise that they're here today part of something that is quite I'm going to say magical, but you know what I mean. Something quite special. We are here, we are Andy's Man Club. We're part of the longest conversation. And when we say long, we mean long, because today we're here for 12 hours. Those 12 hours to represent the average of 12 men we lose every day in the UK to suicide.
If you feel that you need support, if you want to come down to any of Andy's Man Clubs, then all you need to do is have a look online for where your nearest meeting will be. ANDYSMANCLUB.co.uk for that, but obviously follow us on Instagram. If you're watching, if you've just found us because we've been streaming literally all day, then make sure you follow, and we would love a share from you as well, because we're just trying to get that message out there that it indeed is okay to talk.
If today helps just one guy, then we've done our job today. Now, I've seen many strange things from working with Milo over the past 11 to 12 years. I saw him fangirl Mr. Motivator earlier on and get a little bit too close to his lycra. But I don't think I've ever seen you fangirl someone as much as our next guest.
You're going to have to take the lead on this.
I am.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to sit back and go. He's great, honestly. He's phenomenal, right? And I'm aghast that we've managed to get him here today. So he's one of the UK's best comedians, and we've got him here right now.
He's going to be here on stage, opening up, hopefully, about his own mental health journey. Like Milo said, in all seriousness, it is a bit of an honour to have him. Ladies and gentlemen, people at home, this is Mr. Paul Smith. Hi, Paul Smith.
Paul Smith.
Paul Smith, the Paul
Hi.
Smith.
How
How
are
are you? Do you like what we've done with the place?
Looks beautiful, yeah. Everyone looks very comfortable.
It's nice, isn't it?
Very chilled out crowd.
I mean, I think that the sort of viewing, the live streams have just shot up now.
Straight up now
And
that
it
you're
wasn't
here.
because me and you came on stage. No. Let's just put it that way.
Hi, everyone at home.
Give them a wave. They're up there.
Hello.
Guys here as well who've been with us. Some of us. Have you got
yeah.
numb bums by now? Yeah.
My
all right.
looks so comfy.
Let us start from the beginning. Like, you know, you've been selling out arenas. How did this all start?
I've got no idea. I still think it's a dream, to be honest. I still think I'm going to wake up tomorrow and everyone's going to tell me it was a joke. It just, I've been doing comedy about 20 years. And for most of that, I was just hosting a club in Liverpool, just used to MC, and I travelled around a little bit doing it, and then wasn't really. I mean, I was happy doing that. I really liked the job. It's a good job, but I wasn't getting on the telly or anything. And then social media came along, and Facebook, then Instagram, and now TikTok, and yeah, it's just kind of snowballed. It's as I said, it's a strange thing. I've got my good mate Paul, who he called Paul as well, who owns Hot Water Comedy Club. I've got him to thank because he kind of filmed it and put it on the internet and did all that kind of technical stuff that I would never have done. So yeah.
How did you, and this is a really stupid thing to ask a comedian, but how did you find your style of what you do? or is this you? And you know.
Do you know what I think it was? Like, I wasn't like this for the first maybe 10 years I did stand-up. Maybe not, maybe 5-6 years anyway. I used to be terrified of speaking to anyone in the audience, or I used to avoid it like the plague. And then I stopped doing comedy. I just fell out of love with it. I wasn't doing very well. I was traveling around on my own, and yeah, going into like mental health stuff. It's not the best job for you when you're getting a bit low. And coming down to London on a megabus and doing 10 minutes and not doing well, and then getting a megabus back, it can get depressing. And I kind of fell out of love with it, and thought it wasn't going to go my way, and then stopped for about 9 months, a year, and then Hot Water came along, and I went down, and I'd booked the gig in, and I didn't really want to do it, and I was half drunk, to be honest. I'd been at a barbecue, turned up, and just couldn't remember any of my jokes, so I had to. Just on stage, but at that point I wasn't going to do stand-up anymore, so there was no real pressure on it, and I just started messing with the crowd, and then it went well. And then he asked the guy Paul, he asked me to come back the next week and end up hosting one and I just stayed hosting, and it was just like a low pressure, and it just let me find the love of it again, and it just not having that pressure on it to do it.
Did you just feel more comfortable then? You know, when you're picking people, the bouncing back between you.
Yeah, it was just because I was the resident host of the club and we used to have regular audiences in, because it was just, it started on a Sunday night, then it was Friday and Sunday, and it wasn't like, it was like 30 people maybe, and it used to be the same people every week, so I couldn't really just go on and do the same joke, so I had to kind of just make it, say what had happened that week. It just became me going on and just chatting about my week, and I had to make that funny somehow, and it just, yeah, it really sharpened those skills over the space of a few years.
So actually, when you found yourself, that's when it shot.
Yeah, when I became comfortable in who I was on stage, and it just allowed myself to be a bit more free with it. Just took the pressure off, because sometimes you can just, most of the time, you can just talk yourself out of stuff, can't you? You can really get in your head. I used to be really bad. Like when I used to come down, in comedy there's things called open spots, and that's kind of a tryout spot, and they're quite a big deal, and I used to really just talk myself out of it, even though I knew my stuff would work. I'd go on and I'd just start like I'd say something completely different, or I'd talk myself into just making a reference that was unnecessary and just derail myself.
Did you overthink everything?
Overthink
after as well. Afterwards,
yeah.
when you...
and then you sat on a bus for 6 hours, just beating yourself up, or just kind of having not dealt with the heckle, or dealt with the heckle too harshly, and there's loads of things.
This is it. Everyone's saying the same thing, and that's amazing that you are, because like everyone overthinks things. Everyone, like, you know, you come on stage and everyone's going, "Bloody heck, it's Paul Smith. That's amazing. He's hilarious. He's this. He must be this massive confident guy." And then you do the same as what we all do.
Oh yeah.
We zone in on that one comment that someone's made. That's
all the time.
rude,
That's why
or
I try not to look at social media comments or anything anymore. Your brain's just designed to do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just designed to take the negativity and kind of zone in on it.
How did you cope, you know, when you're going back on a megabus after a show that you're not happy with, and you kind of tying yourself in knots in your brain thinking, "Oh, that's not good enough, I've lost the love for comedy now." Did you have to reach out at any point for help?
I did, yeah. I reached out to, I had a couple of mates at the time who, like, I got really low at one point, and a couple of mates really, like, stepped in and just made sure I was okay. But yeah, it's hard to reach out when you're like that, isn't it? Because it's just, you just convince yourself you're being a bit soft, or you can just, I have that in me where I'm like, just power through it, just keep moving, and it can just really, that can drain you. There's only so far you can go like that. There's only so far you can carry that weight without sharing it with someone, really.
Do you think it comes with the territory, though, of you are there to make people laugh? You're there as a performer, and do you think actually there's that pressure on people don't realise what's going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, definitely. There's that pressure for everyone, though. It's not just being a performer. It's like I feel that pressure being a dad and being having a family, and you kind of just, you don't want to. I still do this to this day, and I know better. It's like you find yourself feeling a bit low sometimes. You don't want to put that on other people. You just kind of, you're trying to look after everyone else, and then I try and look after everyone else a little bit more. And it's just, yeah, you don't take the time to help yourself. Sorry, I can hear my poor little dog. Go on, let him off.
Bring him on. Bring him on. He can come and sit. He can come and sit with us.
Oh, I hope the
Bring
dog's
him up.
called Paul as well, and everyone in your friendship zone's just called Paul.
Sorry.
Is this Cyril?
This is Cyril, sorry.
Cyril.
Kind of
Oh, you're right, Cyril.
Oh.
Cyril
there he
got a
is.
bigger
I'm
ear
his
than me
I'm
and
his mental
Milo.
health
Hiya,
support
Cyril.
animal.
You're right, love. Oh.
Sorry,
Cyril's
everyone.
amazing.
Just, hey.
Right, while Cyril's...
Wash your hands if you go near her, Cyril.
It's completely derailed. Sorry, mate.
So while Cyril's there, you've got to concentrate on the conversation now, not just Cyril.
Don't focus on the dog.
That's it.
It's like
That's why I don't bring him on
cat.
stage. Right, chill out then.
Is there anything that has any of your fans' feedback, good or bad, ever like stopped you in your tracks?
Yeah, do you know what? Weird, like I do struggle with. I'm a bit better at it now. When things first started going viral and people were kind of first started stopping me in the street and stuff, I really struggled with how nice people were being to me, because it's an unusual level of niceness you get when you're a bit famous. People will stop. They're all just happy to see you, and they're very familiar, so they treat you like a friend they've known for a long time, and you've never met them. So it's just it can be a little bit jarring, because they're complimenting you a lot. And I was never really good at taking compliments. So I was just like, kind of, people are like, "Oh, you're great, you're great, you're great," and you're like, in your head, you're like, it doesn't, if it doesn't fit your self-image or what you feel about yourself at that point, it can be quite hard to kind of just for your psyche to absorb that, really. And I'm a lot better at that now. I've become a lot more accustomed to it. But yeah, I remember going back a few years, I mean, I suppose it's imposter syndrome, I think they call it, or something like that. But yeah.
And you're your hardest critic as well. So
Mm.
you're coming back from gigs going, that wasn't good enough, that wasn't good enough, that wasn't good enough. We do that with shows. And then if you get a compliment when you're in that zone, you don't believe it.
Yeah, definitely. And also conversely, I've found a lot of times something that sneaked up on me and I was never expecting. And this is like, whenever I've reached the goal that or surpassed the goal I'd never even dreamed I was going to do, you can get you can get quite down from that, because it's like you hit these highs and inevitably you have to have these lows. It's just part of human nature. You can't have the high without the low, really. And learning to kind of cope with that, and I've got coping mechanisms in place now. I do try and exercise and try and eat quite well, and I try and I try and speak. I have a good circle of people around me. I did an MMA fight last a couple of years ago, which didn't go well. That wasn't the best thing for my mental health, to be honest. Thanks for laughing at that. Some of you saw it then. But I met a guy, the MMA coach, Tom Blackledge, and he's one of the best people I've ever met, because he's just like kind of this big stoic, kind of really grounded, centered, meditates, and just a great person to have in your life. And I met him, and like having someone like that in your life, like that kind of anchor, whenever you are feeling, if I know now if I'm ever low or I'm ever veering off track or I'm starting to cope using things that I shouldn't really do, or cope in ways I shouldn't really cope, I can reach out to him and he just kind of sets me on the straight and narrow again. And having someone like that, and I think that's what you guys provide for people as well in your groups and stuff. I think that's very important. So if you can find that kind of anchor, that kind of support network.
Well, you've sort of answered all our questions, which is wonderful. So that means we don't need to be here.
Sorry.
But you've mentioned sort of briefly about your coping mechanisms, and how do you recognise that you are going into that dark place?
Do you know what I find? I only realised this took me a long time to realise about myself. I start to notice it because I feel overly good, if that makes sense. Like I get kind of hyped up. Yeah. I get impulsive. I overspend. I'm not level, and I know that inevitably is going to crash, and I'm just going to run out of that steam. I have a million ideas. I start 12 businesses in a day. I start inventing things and stuff, and then I'm like, I know I'm going to crash. So I know to put the brakes on that a little bit. And
you realise when you are there up high now, right? In the past, maybe you've just been like, oh, I'm having a really good time here. And then it'll just spring up out of nowhere that you're feeling really low all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Have you seen like a trend? If you are there, you now think, actually, tomorrow or in a couple of days, am I going to feel...
Depending on how you cope with it, like I find if I channel that energy into do something positive, like exercise, or I like to... breath work and stuff works really well for me. So I try, and I'm not as religious with that as I should be, but I find I can do that before a gig now, and when I come off, to try and kind of center my nervous system and things like that.
Are you always on a high when you come off stage?
Yeah, constantly, yeah. Which is like, it's a big thing with a lot of performers. Like you go from this, like I can walk off a stage, 15,000 people screaming, that kind of, but feeling that you can feel people's energy, and you're feeling that many people's energy, and it's all so positive, and then you walk off half an hour later, you're in a hotel room on your own, and it's so like tempting to just drink or kind of just to mellow yourself out, because you're just staring at a wall. You can't do anything. You can't go out. You can't do anything. So you just sat there, and you can't concentrate on the TV. You can't do anything. So it's tempting to like. I've got into a few situations where, I mean, I haven't overly done it, but like I started using alcohol to kind of relax and just have a few drinks after gigs, which can snowball quite easily, and I'm happy that I recognise that. But yeah, it can quite easly happen, and I know that's quite common for a lot of performers. Like I know that was one of the reasons that was cited for Liam Payne. He'd said the same thing. That was he sadly committed suicide, because it was. I mean, to a lot greater degree than me. So it can be quite jarring. You just have to understand that high comes with a low. It's an inevitable price. It costs of doing business, really.
You mentioned briefly about someone who is your role model and your support network. How key is that to your success to have that support behind you?
It's helped me a lot in the last couple of years since I met him. And just I have good friends anyway. Like as I said, Paul from Hot Water, and I have people I know I can reach out to if I'm low. He'll always be there for me, and I'm really lucky to have that. And my beautiful wife as well. I need to mention her because she'll always be there for me. And she's always there to talk, and she's always there to. My wife's really good at. People think I'm funny, and I'm not. My wife's a lot funnier than I am. She's always really good at snapping me out of it, just making me laugh, just breaking that kind of. Breaking the mood and breaking the tension and kind of getting me out of it, which is it's a great thing.
We've said that a lot, I think, today, and we've heard it a lot from people who, like performers and people in the public eye today, that humour has been something that has, one, helped us out of situations, but two, also hidden things. And do you find that you've done that in your life, that you've
definitely.
sort of hidden behind the humour?
Yeah, I mean, that's every comedian, isn't it? Like, we're just, okay, you've got to be in some way broken to want to stand on stage in front of people and go, love me, please. And it's just to seek that validation from strangers. I'm quite lucky that I've turned it into something productive, but yeah, definitely coming from a child, that had to have been a thing, just using humour to kind of, to cope and just try and get people to laugh. You try and makes you feel safe, doesn't it? Yeah.
Talking about making people laugh. When are you doing it next? When are you doing any more arena tours?
This one comes to it. This tour ends here in November at the O2. I'm filming a special in Dublin in the week after next. So that's my next show.
What are you going to do with a bit of time off after this tour finishes?
God, annoy my wife probably. Take up 12 new hobbies. Probably become an archer on horseback. I'm so bad. And so I bought I bought a mini. I bought a mini. I bought a bow and arrow. In the middle. I bought a piano.
Someone take Marketplace from him.
I know. It's so. I'm going to be a pianist. I'm going to be a pianist.
But is that it? Like with I don't know if we're seeing something here, but you know, when you're not trying to entertain and make other people laugh, are you trying to find that entertainment for yourself?
I just need to, I get bored, and I just like kind of pick something up and go, I'm gonna do this and be brilliant at this, and then inevitably I get bored of that in about 2 minutes.
So what's the most random thing and purchase that's in your house that has been bought on one of these boredom days?
Oh, probably the Mini. Because I know nothing about. I love cars. I know nothing about them. Didn't have any tools.
You know, an old Mini to do up, or
yeah, 1990s. Hasn't moved since 2008. It's got no floor. That's why. Weirdly, I mean, I've got this Snap-on T-shirt on, which I picked up this morning because it was the only thing I had clean. But I got some tools from Snap-on because they felt sorry for me because I didn't know what a ratchet was. I called it a turny thing. And it's got, they may give me a ratchet and it had 100T on it, and I thought that meant 100 turns. Which, if you know anything about that, see, that's how funny that is, because that is me mate had his Renaissance, so yeah.
And where did the bow and arrow come from then? What was the thought process behind that?
I bought a house and it's got a long garden, and I thought this would be good to shoot.
Right. And has Robin Hood sent you a T-shirt for
Do
that
you know what?
as well?
The baddest thing is, I bought it like a bow and arrow, and I don't know how to put it together.
No.
So it's still in the box. I've got no idea.
It could be someone, an archer watching.
I hope
right
so. That's
now.
why I'm saying it. Shameless.
Yeah.
Go around to Paul's, help him set up his bow and arrow. We're being serious.
Now, Paul, what we've been doing, the thing with Andy's Man Club is every single session, there's like 5 questions, isn't there? The first 3 are like, how are you doing? You know, is there anything you want to get off your chest, and anything you want to talk about? And the same questions every single week. And then there's always the last 2 are a bit silly or a bit random.
A couple of randoms thrown in at the end, so it leaves everybody feeling on a high.
And also then it opens, if someone didn't want to answer the first 3 questions, they might still join in the conversation. You know what I mean? So on Monday's session, they've been asked as to what questions should go on our cue cards. So these are nothing to do with us, but we have to, on behalf of Andy's Man Club, read them out.
Ask these. So
There have been some random ones throughout the day.
First one, Paul. If you only had a quid in your pocket, what would you buy?
Ooh. Quid? What can you even get for a quid now?
Mini and a bow and arrow.
A lottery ticket, probably.
Would you?
Scratch card.
Yeah, just
get a bit of fun.
fancy me chances.
And another question is, who would you like to play you in a film about your life and why?
Ooh, have to be someone handsome and ginger, wouldn't it? Who's handsome and ginger? Damian Lewis.
All right, yeah.
I'd go for him. He's got a bit of gravitas.
What would a movie about your life look like?
Just be my kids disrespecting me most of the time, probably. Yeah, it's just be me getting no respect from my kids or wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Damian Lewis looking confused, looking at a mini.
Damian Lewis just on Facebook Marketplace. That's it. What a movie. What a film.
It's called Hobbies.
Is there anyone or any message that you'd like to give to anyone who's watching right now, who's walking past right now, who's sat in them purple chairs?
A message in general?
No, but you can do if you like, if you want them to pick up your washing. But I think I'd keep it to Andy's Man Club if I were you.
Okay, all right. Hello, mate. It's good to talk. I'm trying to see what I had in the shopping. Enjoy your dinner. No, wasn't interested. I would say if you are... Andy's Man Club is an amazing thing. I've followed you for a long time, and if you are struggling, I know the slogan is it's okay to talk, but do reach out to a friend or family, and if you can't do that, go to a group, because I know it's helped thousands of people at this point, and it's a great thing.
We thank you so much for being here. I think we're coming back after a few songs. We've got some music now, everybody.
God, am I singing?
Yeah. So,
Paul Smith, everyone get up.
They're gonna wheel me piano out and see I can only play chopsticks.
We had a choice of three things: piano, mini, or bow and arrow, and we thought the piano was the best bet.
Play a better song on the piano, probably.
Everybody, can you just give a massive round of applause? Paul Smith.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Buddy. I think we're going to go to a quick video, and then we do have some entertainment and some music. And then if you'd like to pet the dog, you can come to this side of the stage.
I should have thanked Cyril.
So I first went along to Andy's Man Club in September 2021 after quite a few years of suffering in silence, to be honest with you. 2014 when my youngest daughter was born, and already knew I was struggling, but probably not admitting it, and just always says I was a grumpy one. I think that's one of the words I used to use, is always the grumpy one in the group or in the family. My daughter was born in 2014 and kind of changed my life. I was only 23 at the time, so kind of life-changing and a shock to the system as well. Kind of just kept going and pushing on as you do, and it wasn't until probably around about 18 months later, when she was 18 months old, that I realised that I was properly struggling and suicidal. I talk about coming home from work one night with pictures on my face of stickers that she was having a time of her life and jumping all over me as kids do, and that's when I realised that was a point I had to do something, as I was miserable and my daughter was happy, and realistically I should have been happy at the time. It wasn't until 2018, life changed for me again. I was made redundant from the oil and gas industry, and I went self-employed. And I think a lot of the struggles I was struggling with, but were coping with, kind of come to head. Really took its toll on me, and for me at the time, coping mechanism was alcohol. So I used to start reaching out to alcohol, and coming home from work and having a few bottles of beer. Basically, hit a brick wall in 2021, and kind of had a meltdown and couldn't do anything else. Nearly lost my marriage because of it. So I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at the point. My doctors had actually recommended Andy's Man Club to me, and for me it was never going to work. Sitting in a group full of men was never going to happen, but at the same time I needed something. So yeah, I'd heard about Andy's Man Club at that point and decided to go along and try it. I was very fortunate that when the Kirkcaldy Andy's Man Club opened, when the Facebook post went up, I actually put a comment on the post just saying, oh, there's one opening in my local town, I'll get along to it. And one of the facilitators actually reached out. There were 16 of us that night, so 15 other boys, listening to their stories, some of them opening up slightly. It really helped me massively. And again, kind of open-minded, went back the following week and just kept going back. But at the same time, says to myself that as much as I'm going to Andy's Man Club, I'm going to stop the drink. And for the first few weeks, your positive of your week was, I've not had a drink, I've not had a drink. And then that led to 50 days, then it led to 100 days. And the next thing I knew I was 200 days, 300 days, and I just kept pushing on. And over the time of starting Andy's Man Club, I've realised all these issues. I've realised that the anxiety of feeling tight and the numbness in my head as I talk about it, is putting that on as anxiety. And by talking and learning at the clubs has also brought that into my relationship. So speaking to my wife about this, understanding it has helped me massively as a husband, but as a father as well. I feel I'm a better dad. I asked my two girls, how does your dad go to Andy's Man Club compared to the dad before, and you're less grumpy. So I think it's a good thing. And yeah, just to see the development of them as well has been the biggest bit for me. For me, sitting in a group with an 18-year-old and a 60, 70-year-old has learnt a lot about myself and how people are acting, and I can relate to a lot of them. I can relate to people younger and older, and it's gained me a lot of knowledge in myself, and bringing that into my day-to-day life, as I say, with my kids is the biggest bit. And to see other dads and adults like getting their kids back and getting new jobs, and a lot of the time these people come in and they're in well-paid jobs or they're in good jobs, but then they're wanting to better themselves and also get onto better jobs as well. I think that's the biggest bit for me, is seeing the difference in them. And it could be that you've never seen them for 6 months, but they're in a better place because they attended Andy's Man Club.
We're at King's Cross Station in London today as a result of our partnership with Network Rail. We've got a few question boards behind me, getting members of the public to answer some of the questions that are actually asked inside our sessions. Fantastic to see the public of London getting really involved and really invested in everything that we're doing. It's okay to talk.
Have you heard of Andy's Man Club before? These boards here are some of the questions we ask on a Monday night.
It's for any man age 18 and above. We have over 4,500 men a week that are using the clubs now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Go back 10 years and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be? You know, you can see how like it creates conversation.
Oh yeah,
gets guys talking.
Oh mate, certainly.
Just say, what message would you give somebody who was struggling?
Okay. Today is the flagship event of what we do with Network Rail. I'd like to thank the amazing team at Network Rail, Mark and Elliot specifically, for all the help that they've offered us in basically giving us this space.
What did you write? Try to give up. And if you feel like giving up, just remember, doubt the doubts and try again.
We are almost in. Hello. We are almost into our final hour of the longest conversation. 12 hours we have been here in London's Paternoster Square. Thank you so much if you, at any point, have even clicked on online to say hello, if you've shared, and more importantly, if you've come here as well. Loads of people. Just to be here to support the longest conversation for Andy's Man Club.
12 hours, of course, to represent the average of 12 men that we lose each day in the UK to suicide. So if you are watching, please like, please share, please comment, because if this can help just one person, then we have done a job today. And
Yeah, I was just going to say, just before we bring our next person on, Paul Smith, who we spoke to just 5 minutes ago, who is amazing, by the way, what a guy. We're going to get him back on to do a bit of a Q&A. So if you'd like to ask the Paul Smith a question about anything, it doesn't have to be comedy related, anything in life, then we'll put it towards him. If you're here, you're welcome just to come up and give the question, or if you are watching online and you've got a question for Paul, just comment on the Instagram feed and we'll pull that off, and we'll speak to Paul after our next wonderful human who has given up his time to be here today.
This next chap, you may recognise him from the award-winning TV show Traitors.
What a show.
But today he's going to do something a little bit different, of course, for this amazing cause, Andy's Man Club. It's a live performance from the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, this is Theo Main.
Give him a round of applause. Come on, Theo.
I'm on. Am I on? I'm on. Hi everyone! I'm going to sing you some songs. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? Good. If I'm screaming, I apologise. I'm slightly nervous. My heart's going pitter-patter. Could have got a higher tent. Thank you. I have often dreamed of a far-off place where the great warm welcome will be waiting for me, where the crowds will cheer when they see my face, and the voice keeps saying, this is where I'm meant to be. I will find my way, I can go the distance, I'll be there someday. If I can be strong, I know every mile will be worth my while. I will go most anywhere to feel like I belong. Interlude. I am on my way, I can go the distance, I don't care how far, somehow I'll be strong, I know every mile will be worth my while. I will go most anywhere to find where I belong. Slightly nervous. It's more nervous to it in a smaller crowd than it is in a theatre. Hello at home. Hiya if you're watching. Me Butcher Hercules. Thank you. The moral support is needed. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable unsuitable for to bear with unbearable sorrow and to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, and to try when your arms are too weak to reach the unreachable star, to love pure and chaste from afar. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for that heavenly cause. And I know it will only be true that this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for this. That one man, scarred and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable, the unreachable, the unreachable star. Interlude. And I'll always dream the impossible dream. Yes, when I'll reach the unreachable star. Woo! Lighthearted. Next two songs are my favourite, so I'm more confident with them. It's from a musical from Dear Evan Hansen, so if you know it, sing along. It's quite emotional. Quite emotional. I've learned to slam on the brakes before I even turn the key, before I make the mistake, before I lead with the worst of me. Give them no reason to stare, no slipping up if you slip away, 'cause I've got nothing to share, 'cause I've got nothing to say. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burnt. Step out of the sun because you've learned. Because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? 'Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through the window. Oh, I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear. While I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through the window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? We start with stars in our eyes. We start believing that we belong. But every sun does arise. Well, no one tells you when you went wrong. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burnt. Step out of the sun because you've learnt. Because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through the window. Oh, I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear. While I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through the window. Oh, can anybody see? Is anybody waving? You're falling in a forest, and there's nobody around. Do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? Have I even made a sound? Have I ever made a sound? It's like I never made a sound. Have I ever made a sound? On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through the window. Oh, I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear. While I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through the window. Oh, can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? Is anybody waving? Waving. Whoa. That's quite high, that, isn't it? Final song is about feeling good. Feel good in yourself, no matter what you're going through. You are the number one in life, so put yourself first, always. Is it playing? Oh. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossoms on a tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Dragonflies out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace, one day's done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world, and a bold world for me. need some dancers. Can we get up and dance? No? Anybody would have thought I paid you to. It's coming. Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, we're all feeling good. I feel so good. I feel good. Thank you so much for having me, Andy's Man Club. That concludes my set. I'm sorry, I was shaky at the start. I was slightly nervous. I'm not going to lie. Rosie, Milo, where you at? You chatting to me?
We were just letting you have your applause, darling. I was going to wear that today. It's really awkward. Theo, we've both known you for a while, and especially off your little stint on TV on Traitors and stuff.
Yes.
What does it mean for you, and why are you here today?
For me, I'm one of the people that I don't talk about my problems. And when you do talk about your problems, you lift a weight off your shoulders. So if I can impact somebody out there to just push yourself out your comfort zone, or just, even if it's to talk to your great nan, just get things off your chest. Because once you've released, you feel free. I'm literally going through something at the moment. I've just started to do the process of ADHD diagnostics, and I always knew it was spicy, but talking about that to people and actually being comfortable in my own skin, you have to start somewhere. So
does it make you feel like you're understanding it a little bit better now? You're talking to it, you're having these conversations which you never had before because you thought, oh, actually, maybe I don't want to have a conversation about ADHD.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder to talk to your family than it is to your GP. I find it easier to talk to somebody else than my own family. Your mums always know when something's up, but for me, it's talking to somebody else, get things off my chest. I am very closed as a person. I think that's just the way I've been, like the way I've brought myself up. But yeah, definitely, it's good to talk, because one person could say one thing that switches that light bulb on and moves you forward into the next day.
I think that's interesting. I know that you're super close with your mum, but there are some things that you can't
No.
speak to her about.
No. I love our Lisa. Love you, Lisa, love, but sometimes, I mean, mums always know, but some things I don't know if it's down to being ashamed, but I struggle with talking.
And maybe it's a bloke thing as well. You need to speak to somebody that is not in that close circle.
like
Maybe not your other half, maybe not your mum, maybe not your sister.
Out of the circle, just so that you can just get it out there in the open. Like we said, write it down, say it out loud rather than just running through it in your head. And that is why we're here at the longest conversation for Andy's Man Club. And we've got just under an hour left.
Wow.
You've made it, guys. You've done it. Even you're going to have to get wheeled out with your numb bums. But yeah, thank you so much for the support.
And thank you, of course, to everyone.
Thank you for having me.
Theo Main, everybody.
Thank you for your support. I'm off.
And are you a faithful or are you a traitor today?
Oh, well, I'm a fake. Well, after that performance, Jesus Christ, I don't know why I am. Bye.
Thanks, Theo. Thank you.
Just a lovely guy. But, like everyone, we joke about it, but genuinely, if you do want to speak to anyone, Andy's Man Club is here. It goes without saying, if you want to send an email, it's info@Andy's Man Club, or of course you can get them online as well, andysmanclub.co.uk.
Any shares, if you're watching on Instagram or on Facebook or whatever, any shares would be very grateful. Just if someone sees our stream today and think, oh, I know, what's that? And they look a bit deeper into it and think, actually, I could use that. I could use one of these groups.
Yeah, and if you don't know already, and if you are somebody here in London that is just passing by, Andy's Man Club offers peer-to-peer support. It's totally free for guys age 18 or over. And it started in Halifax with a group of eight people. Now look at it.
Well, we need to crack on because Paul's mum wants to check into the hotel. So let's get him back on. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Smith! And Cyril!
Here he is. So, what I'm going to do, Paul, is I'm going to give you my... Have you got another microphone?
He's got, yeah.
That's for Cyril, that's not for you. So, there's been a lot of people who've been getting in touch on our socials, which you can do, of course, Andy's Man Club, UK at the end there, who've been asking some questions. We said if you've got any questions for Paul Smith, you can ask whatever you like, keep it clean. And, of course, if there's anyone here in London as well that has any questions... Do we put our hands up? Is that how it works? I feel like it's assembly.
We've not got in for long, so unless you're shouting, unless you're going to be one of the hecklers, then we'll ask you the questions for now, Paul. But thanks so much for everybody. At least it's not noisy and there's loads of sirens in the background, so at least...
That's it.
Lovely.
You have, I think, kind of answered this when we had a chat with you a little bit ago. But for anyone who's just switched on or anyone who's just walked past and joined us, one of the questions is that someone's asked on our Insta, how do you, Paul, deal with your mental health?
Just try and look after yourself. Try and recognise the signs of your own mental health declining. Reach out to people, talk to people. Yeah, exercise is always good. Yeah, lots of different ways. Just you have to find what works for you. But yeah, that's what works for me. Spending time with people you love and you like.
Hey, there we go. The Lord said that there'll be light. We're on.
I feel like I'm on X Factor.
We're on. There's no name, so we don't know who the questions come from, but someone was very interested in knowing, like obviously you've done so well in comedy, but someone wants to know who your inspiration was growing up for you to get into comedy, or did you accidentally fall into it?
I accidentally fell into comedy because I just wondered if I could do it for one time as a confidence thing. I think, if I think back to comedians I can remember watching when I grew up, I think Dave Allen stands out the most. I think he influenced me a little bit. So if you haven't watched Dave Allen, he's an old school Irish comic. He used to be on the TV a lot in the 90s. I think he might be the first person to do modern storytelling stand-up. I don't know if that's true, but it's the first person I can remember seeing do it. He's just really long. He used to sit in a chair. He had a missing finger, and he'd have a glass of whiskey, and he'd just tell these stories, and he was just really slow, and he was brilliant. Just some of the best stand-up I've ever seen. I watch it back sometimes. It's great.
What was that moment like then, when you thought, I want to do that, or I think I can do that as well?
It didn't really go that way. I used to be a graphic designer. I used to be a terrible graphic designer, if I'm honest. And I was in an office, and I used to go to the comedy club a bit, and I got an email saying, do you want to do a stand-up comedy course? Do you think you're funny? And I was like, I'm going to do that. It was one of my hobby days when I was like feeling extra dramatically like I want to take some new challenges on, and everyone laughed at me in the office, and I was like, and then I got me back up about it a little bit, and then signed up for this 4-week course and panicked all the way through it, didn't write a joke, and then got on stage, and I change on stage, something comes out to me, I feel a lot freer. It's very cathartic. It's like you can't think about troubles, you can't feel down, you don't feel anything but like the present moment. It's a good way for, it's meditative, if that makes sense. I struggle with meditation a little bit and being present, but it forces you to be there.
Someone would like to know, what does a typical normal day when you haven't got a gig in the life of Paul Smith, what does it look like? Your average day. Talk us through.
Whenever I haven't got a gig, I've got my kids, so I have my kids. So I've got 2 kids with my ex-wife, and I have them Sunday to Wednesday, and then Wednesday through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll travel around doing shows. So whenever I'm not gigging, I'm just at home with my 2 boys, just in dad mode, cleaning up. Just cooking, cleaning up, just being very domestic.
Again, we don't know who asked this, but question from our Insta. Do you remember the first time you had to deal with a heckler? And
Yes.
what happened?
It was my second gig ever. I'd done really well in my first gig, and I got really overly confident then, like I was clearly the best comedian who's ever lived. And I went on, my first joke used to be, I don't know if you can tell in these lights, but I am the G word, gorgeous. And I can't swear, but a girl just looked at me and said F off, which hadn't happened in the first show. The first time I did that, it went really well. And I panicked a little bit, and it was at a thing called the Gong Show. So comedy clubs, a few of them still have it. The London Comedy Store has quite a ruthless one. So you get like new comedians that go on, and you get kind of a certain amount of time to impress. And if you don't, cards or some kind of indicator from the audience will go up, and you get gonged off the stage. And this one in Liverpool used to have scythes and they had a giant guy who's about 6'6", used to walk on dressed as the Grim Reaper, and he'd drag you off the stage. So I had
What a way to deal with your
it was
confidence.
So I'm panicking, and and this is the worst heckle I've ever had still to this day. And it wasn't nasty or anything. It just, I panicked, and I was just like kind of gulping out. My teeth were clicking, my lips were clicking off my teeth because my mouth was so dry, and I couldn't think of anything to say. And I had like 3 minutes before they could gong me off, and there was like a sound indicating. And it must have got to about 2 minutes and 50. And I know it was an old woman. I've never saw her. I just know from her voice. Some woman just went, "Oh, somebody help him." It was the worst. It was the worst. It's still pity is much worse than hate, I found at that moment. Yeah. Sorry, Cyril can see a dog over there. Sorry, Cyril.
Well, Paul, have you got any more questions?
Question. Are the
Right,
Birkenstocks?
just
Yeah, no.
for everybody that's wanting to know, give us your shoe.
I think we need to set another group up for people with Birkenstocks.
The question that was just asked from a member of our live audience.
If you do have a pair of these, it is good to talk. I want you to reach out to someone. It's very important. It's even Cyril doesn't like being barking.
The dog hates
Never
him.
barks at anyone, but like this, you've offended the dog. You wouldn't even chew them, would you, mate?
Are there any questions that anyone would like to ask Paul here live?
While we're here,
Now is your
speak
chance.
now or forever hold your
Hold your
peace.
peace.
What I'll do, I'll walk down again, okay? I'll do it twice today. I'll get my steps in. What's your name, sir?
Sean, favourite crisp sandwich?
Of all the things you could have
Favourite
asked
crisp
in your
sandwich?
moment.
That's a question. Absolutely fantastic. Controversial one. I like prawn cocktail crisps. White Warburton's bread, butter, prawn cocktail crisps, cheddar cheese, another slice of Warburton's buttered. Smash your hand into it until you make a handprint. Bang. Don't even cut it in half.
Sorry, I've got Gordon Ramsay on the phone here. He just wants to have a word. Cause
I'll fight Gordon right now.
When did you get scurvy from that sort of diet as well?
Yeah. I'm not a healthy man.
Is there a chance of a rematch on the cards for the MMA fight?
Absolutely not, no. Never again. Learnt my lesson there.
And on that bombshell.
No, Paul, yeah, you've been amazing. The amount of love that's coming in for you as well on our socials is ridiculous.
Oh, good. Thank you. everyone.
But of course, we're here because of Andy's Man Club. So if anyone's watching and wants to reach out, you can do online. You can send emails. You can get in touch on social. It's okay to talk.
It is. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Thank you, Paul Smith.
Thank you, everyone. Beautiful.
Mum, stop.
Yeah. Oh, God. That's bright, that light. Come on, you. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Nice one, boss. Is it a video now? Lovely to meet you.
Sorry, just saying bye to Theo there. Everybody say bye, Theo. Bye, Theo. We love you, mate. See you in a bit.
I did that awkward thing with Paul Smith.
Oh, hang on, no, Paul's going as well. Say bye, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Bye, Paul. Yeah,
Bye,
see you
Paul's
later.
mum.
Thank
Oh,
you
do
very
you know when
much.
you do that awkward thing with someone who's right famous and you go in and you like go to shake their hand and they're going for a hug and it's like, oh, what do you do with your hand now?
Is that-
Oh, it's just like that.
In fact, you actually did this with your best mate's dad. We spoke about this on the show before.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I
they
did,
went
yeah.
in. They went in for it, just like, all right, see you later, bye. Went for the kiss on the cheek.
Turn me
She
head.
turned round. Her best mate's dad. What's that about? Have a
It was
word.
a mistake, but you know it was.
And now, just to let you know, if you want to watch the full video, you've got to put age verification in these days. So, anyway.
I shouldn't say our names after that, but we are Milo and Rosie, and it's good to be here. We're here because we were supported for most of our career together. Andy's Man Club. We remember it back in the day when it first started 9 years ago, and it was just a small group of guys that got together and talked from Halifax. And now look at it. We're here. We're live. We're in London. We're streaming. It's amazing, and we're proud to be massive supporters of it.
It's been a cracking day. It's been so good.
Yeah.
So if you've been here, you've been online, just again, thank you. And just as we get closer to the end of today, next up, we're joined by two very, very special guests. We would like to introduce Alfie, who is Andy's nephew, and Elaine, who's Andy's mum and the founder, co-founder of Andy's Man Club, and also Luke, who is Andy's brother-in-law and the Andy's Man Club co-founder as well. One of the most powerful things about Andy's Man Club is the role that family has played in this story from day one.
This movement was born from a family's love and determination, and that spirit continues to inspire everything that it does today.
And before we introduce our very special guests on stage to wrap up this evening, we want to share a moment that captures the power of family just perfectly.
Now, earlier this year, Andy's nephew, Alfie Roberts, gave a moving speech at the Yorkshire Choice Awards. So let's take a look.
I'm here today to speak about something that changed my life, my family's life, and the lives of so many others in ways we never expected. When I was just 6 years old, I lost my uncle to suicide. Even now, 9 years later, I still remember the moment I found out. I burst into screams and tears, desperately hoping what I was being told wasn't true, and that my uncle hadn't died. He wasn't just my uncle, he was my best friend. He was like a big brother to me. Losing someone who meant that much was heartbreaking and confusing. At that age, I couldn't understand how someone so young, only 23, could be gone. Nothing made sense to me. Andy's Man Club means something different to everyone. For some, it's a place that saved a partner's life. For others, it gave them strength to speak up when they felt like they couldn't. For me, it means something deeper personal. It's about losing my uncle. Sadly, he didn't speak up. He didn't feel like he could. And because of that, he's no longer here. That's why Andy's Man Club matters so much to me. Because it's now a place where men can talk without judgment. A place that reminds us it's okay to talk. Recently, I've started seeing just how many lives Andy's Man Club is saving. I'm hoping we get to a point where we don't need it anymore. Where men feel able to speak freely, and suicide is no longer something that steals people from us. I want to do my part. I want to be someone who encourages others to talk, to open up, because I don't want anyone else to go through what my family did. I will continue to do everything I can to make a difference. I miss you, Uncle Andrew. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we're on now. Yeah, hi guys. So as you'll see there, I had a tough time losing my uncle. One of the toughest things I've experienced, and it touched us as a family. But I think more importantly, that's my grandma's son, and it's just as hard. I mean, even harder for her losing her little boy. So I was going to talk to my grandma about your experience, yeah? So I've got a few questions. What was it like when, when you got the knock on the door to be told that Andrew had committed suicide?
Well, there aren't any words that can explain, unless you've been through it yourself, the absolute heartbreak, devastation that brings And when they've died of suicide, it's a double whammy because you also then have to deal with the guilt. Like, did I not see it coming? Did I not know he was struggling? There must have been signs that I'd missed. So to lose a child under any circumstances is probably the worst thing ever anyone could go through. But when they die through suicide, you've got the guilt that goes with it as well. And I think that stays with you. You're always there thinking there must have been something that I've missed, some sign. I must have known he was struggling and I really didn't. Andrew's was completely out of the blue.
You mentioned about the guilt there, and what sort of methods or what do you do to help you get through, obviously, losing Andrew?
Well, loads of people come up to me and say, Andy's Man Club saved my life. And thank you, but in all honesty, it saved my life as well. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have anything to focus on to get through it. And the more I found that I was helping other people, I didn't know it at the time, but it were helping me. And I don't know where I'd have been now if it hadn't have been for Andy's Man Club.
I think at Andy's Man Club, we're all a family. We all help each other, and all support each other in any way we can. And I think it all saves us all. If you could go back and change one decision, would you?
Yeah, I would. A couple of weeks before Andrew died, he'd moved back home. He'd fallen out with his girlfriend, and he'd moved back home. And it got to about 11:30 and he hadn't come home. So I messaged him and I said, are you okay? And he answered straight back. He says, yeah, I'm on my way home now. He says, but Mum, I'm not a kid anymore. He says, I am a man. And I thought, yeah, okay. So on the night, the night before he died, again, it had got late, going up to midnight. And I messaged him then and I says, are you okay? And I didn't get a reply. So I was going to message him back again. And I remembered what he said, and I thought, Elaine, he's a man now, just leave him alone. Except he wasn't okay, were he? And I just wish that I had have rung him and messaged him again instead of accepting that he was a man now and he'd be all right. And I just wish I'd have pushed it more.
Yeah, like you said, that message goes, I'm a man, but that I'm a man doesn't mean that I don't need help. A man, you can still need that help, especially from your mum.
Yeah, well, you ask any mum, it doesn't matter how old you get, you're still there, little boy or little girl.
I think it's tough because obviously I've lost my uncle, my best friend, you've lost your son. So this next question is pretty, deep, but if you could have one last conversation with Andrew, what would you say to him?
I've actually had a last conversation with him. In my dreams, I had this recurring dream a couple of weeks after losing him that I had night after night after night, which is one reason why I stopped going to bed, because I just couldn't stop dreaming it. And I'd gone onto woods and saw him. And I says to him, do you love your little girl enough to die for her? And he went, yeah, of course I do. And I went, yeah, well, that was the easy question. I knew that's what you were going to say. I said, so now comes the hard question. Do you love your little girl enough to live for her? I says, now I want you to think about it. I'm going home. I says, and I just hope that you'll follow me. And in my dreams, he always does, but I never got to have that conversation, did I?
Yeah, that's powerful then. That's why we've got Andy's Man Club, so we can keep doing that so other mums like you don't have to be having those dreams, those not going to sleep at night because they just can't get out of their own thoughts. And that's why Andy's Man Club is a place where men can just go talk and get that support, get it off the chest, so they don't have to feel like they don't belong here.
So can I ask you then, do you talk to your mates about your feelings? And if so, how, where and when?
I think it just more comes naturally now. Just even like when you're just at the gym, you just chat to people, you talk about how your week's gone. I think it's more like just a normal conversation now, where it never used to be, and I think that's just becoming more popular as we're all trying to push for that.
And if one of them was struggling, how would you help him?
You know, he's talked to him, got to let him know, like, I'm here. They can speak to me. Like, I can keep a conversation between us two, and I'm just there for him. I'm there for him.
Just slightly changing track. If you were going to work for Andy's Man Club, is there anything you would change about it?
No, I love Andy's Man Club. I love the community. I like the people. I mean, maybe the t-shirts. I don't like the t-shirts. We need some.
The iconic t-shirts, you mean?
We need some better fashion t-shirts.
The iconic t-shirts.
Better fashion t-shirts.
The iconic t-shirts.
What does our hashtag, it's okay to talk, mean to you? Because to some people, it means different stuff. But what does it mean to you?
In a nutshell, the hashtag It's Okay to Talk means life or death. You either talk about it and have a good chance of surviving, or you don't, you bottle it up and you've more chance of dying. So to me, it's life or death.
That's why we need to keep pushing and letting people know it is okay to talk. No matter what other people think or say, we are saving people's lives, as they've told us. So we just need to continue doing that and just spreading the message. Yeah? That's it from us, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Alfie and Elaine, look, you got a standing ovation, guys. Powerful stuff.
Elaine, of course.
Powerful stuff. Watching up there.
Yeah. Co-founder, Andy's mum, and Alfie, Andy's nephew. They said it all. Next up, we need to invite someone very special. I can't see him right now because of the lights, but he's here somewhere. So
You'll be able to hear him before you see him.
You know. We know him as Big Gob, but please welcome Andy's Man Club co-founder, Luke Ambler, who will be hosting our next couple of segments.
I've got the very tough task now of following on from that unbelievably powerful piece. I've got 3 special guests. I'm going to call my first special guest up, and we're going to try and finish this with a bit of a call to action as well. And then I've got 2 amazing ladies coming up. So first up, he's become a very good friend of mine. I'm going to have to give you all a round of applause for Iron Man Daniel. Have we got another mic? Dan, I think you pretty much epitomise some of what Andy's Man Club's about for me, because you're on this couch now for a very different reason to a lot of people who've walked through a door of Andy's Man Club. You're not a facilitator, you're not a user. You've become one of the biggest cheerleaders of this concept of Mission Possible. You are my Mr. Motivator in that game. But I think if we just start back for a bit of an intro about who you are and I guess why you're even here now.
Yes, so we'll go right back. We've got a bit of time, haven't we? So as a young footballer, you know, playing for Manchester City, had it all. Boxing as well, boxing all over the world for Great Britain and England, winning everything. Eventually turning professional. And then, you know, being like right at the top of my game, suffered a bad injury, affected my nervous system and just ended my dream before it really got going, really. Back then I was only like 19, 20, so like 20 odd years ago. Mental health weren't really talked about, but thinking back, I was probably struggling when I had everything took from me. Literally, we've spoke about this before, I had no plan B. You know, I was that kid in school who knew everything. The teacher was wrong, I was right. I'm going to be a boxer and that's it. And it didn't happen. So, you know, I was struggling. You know, I was going out at weekends, you know, having fights in nightclubs, you know, just getting all kinds of trouble. And yeah, just one thing led to another. So a bit like what Paul said, you know, just had it all and I've lost it, you know, it comes with an high, you know, inevitably comes with a low, and, you know, it was a tough time, and yeah, so moving on from then, moved to Yorkshire, met my wife, who pretty much just dragged me out of all kinds of trouble what I was getting into up down there. Spoke about this before, and you know, I am the lucky one. I managed to get out of it before. It only takes one wrong decision, done it, and you're either dead or in jail. And that's where I was. It was It was one or the other. And I was a lucky one I got out of it, partly for my wife. Moved to Yorkshire. But I was there and things were getting comfortable, you know, and not really training, nothing to fall back on, no boxing, no football no more. But always kept in the gym, helped out. And I just got a bit comfortable, started going out weekends, watching the football. That started going out on Friday, coming home Monday and stuff, and you know, just one thing leading to another, and doing what you do when you go out for a weekend, that kind of stuff. And it was just one New Year, in between Christmas and New Year. You know, I'd been on one of my benders again, and she just looked at me and she said, "We're gonna get Christmas out of the way, and I'm leaving you." I'd only got married in September. You know, this is December. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it was a lot of money, that wedding, and it's gonna be the shortest wedding in history, this. You just know when your wife looks at you and you've run out of lives. I'd run out of lives. New Year's Day, I started running. The only thing I really know, just run. Like, whenever I run or any form of exercise, I answer all my questions, all my problems, I can answer them. Again, I'm the lucky one, because some people can't. Some people bottle it all up. I just go for a run. Went for one run, went for 2 runs, booked a marathon, booked another marathon. And yeah, I just literally run into my problems and found a way of dealing with things, and that was it. And you know, then came triathlon, which is why we're here, aren't we? And along came Ironman, you know, and along with learning how to talk to people, opening up about my problems, sharing with other people, with triathlon saved my life, because I wouldn't be here. I would either be dead or would be in jail, one or the other. So it saved my life.
Unbelievably powerful, and I think you said something to me when we first met, and you've just said it again there about running into your problems. And I think a lot of today is about talking about his problems.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do think that there's different methods for different people, and I think Andy's Man Club's going to be for some. We're open to all. But for you, you'd said to me, if I could have gone to an Andy's Man Club, I would, but actually what I chose is running. And I think for anyone listening, talking's important. Paul Smith mentioned about trying to meditate. People have mentioned today about journaling and therapy. And I think what today's really showcased is that there's different things for different people out there. Talking might not necessarily be the thing for you, but the conversation itself about trying to better yourself is important.
Absolutely.
And then you'd got yourself into a really good spot, and then tragically something happened in your life, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I'm going to go back to the talking before I get to that, because as I've learned to open up and talk about my problems to other people, I just feel so much better. Like, people are a little bit like dubious about coming to talk to me and asking me, telling me about their problems, and I tell them all the time, talk to me, and they don't realise how much they help me, because you know I'm just human. I'm not a Superman. You know, I have feelings as well, and when I talk to you, you're helping me. But yeah, going back to your question there. April last year, my mum died after battling cancer, and it was horrible. And I struggled, like really did struggle. But again, just use sport, triathlon to get through it. And then 4 days later, one of my really good friends took his own life, Jordan Schofield. And it hit me hard, man. It was bad. And that was it. Enough's enough. Like, yeah, and I miss them, man. And you know, on this Saturday coming, you know, we're gonna do the Yorkshire Free Peats with Iron Arms Boxing Gym. It's been 1 year since we reopened his gym, and we're gonna do it for him. And this is why when you guys started Mission Possible, I needed to be part of it, man. Like, I need to give back. We need to push this, like little Alfie said before. You know, we need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Like you always say, you use you know, keep bang on enough doors and some will open. We just keep needing to banging the drum, you know, and that's what we'll do.
It's really interesting about the Mission Possible, and for those that don't know, Mission Possible, who haven't been watching for the last 12 hours, Mission Possible were an idea that me and a friend Johnny came up with to try and encourage people to find their possible, whether that be going out for a run, attending an Andy's Man Club, attending a women's wellbeing club, finding something for them. And when we first put the initial post out, we were inundated with requests of people wanting to help out, and you stood out to me as someone. But I wanted to know from your side, what were it that you saw, that you felt, and why you wanted to get involved? And then we'll go on to what this journey's been so far.
Yeah, I seen it on socials. I already knew, because I knew, obviously, of Andy's Man Club. I knew of Luke Ambler, and I knew he'd already done a couple of Ironmans, and I knew he was like an Ironman. He was into the sport. See Mission Possible, and I was like, I need to be a part of this. Like, I need to help. Like, and then I seen what Mission Possible was, and it was all five UK Ironmans in 1 year, and I'm like, bloody hell, these two are idiots. Like, I'm an Ironman myself, and I know what one does to you, never mind 5 in a year. I'm like, so I reached out. I'm a triathlon coach, Tri-Central UK, and like, I reached out, spoke to Tony, and said, look, I'm going to offer some help to these guys, and you in particular, and yeah, I'm just grateful that you took me up on it. I'm shivering here, I'm getting cold. I'm just grateful that you took me up on it, because, you know, it's something close to me, especially with Jordan passing, and, you know, and yeah, I just needed to be part of it and give back to this great cause. And, you know, if I can help out in any way, you know me now well enough to know that I'll do anything for anyone. And I'll continue to do that. When my mum was dying, I had a moment with my mum, and I said, Mum, I promise you, I'll try and help as many people as I can. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'll continue to do it. However, through triathlon or just in life itself, and that's what I'll continue to do.
I think anyone who knows you, anyone who doesn't know you won't know just from you sat there what an incredible athlete you actually are. Like, anyone who knows marathons, you know, you run a 3-hour marathon on the back of an Ironman. You know, you're elite level. So anyone who sat here who don't know a little, but you're also one of the best human beings I've ever met, and I mean that. And I felt that the day I met you. I think I once asked some staff this question. It'd be really interesting to get this for you for a bit of fun, but also just to see your honest opinion, because I know you're honest. What were it like the first day we met at Starbucks? And what has it been like working with me on this Mission Possible?
I'll be dead honest. I met you in Starbucks, and I felt like I'd known you years. Like, I just clicked straight away. Very similar, very active mind. I like to call it something else now, don't they? But, you know, we're very busy, active, always doing something. I thought, me and him are going to get on. And now, how many months are we into it? And, you know, I get random FaceTimes at 9 o'clock. I get some mad ideas and really spontaneous decisions, and I'm like, yeah, this man's nuts. But you know what? I love it. I think, you know, it's mad, isn't it? And he phones me up, and I need to do this, and we make it work, don't we? Swap and change the training, we make it work, and look where we are. You know, 2 weeks we're going to the World Championships in Nice, and not only that, it's what we've already done. You know, we'll talk about that.
And I think it's been the same working with you. It's chaotic in it at times, like tornadoes together.
Absolutely.
As misses us, think we're both wild, and I think we've become very good friends and families as well. And I think something I want to pick up, and just to give people an idea of who you are, is that every single event we've been to, you've been at the front in terms of the support, the cheerleader. And if anyone goes back through socials and sees you in your bright yellow top dancing, you know, the energy has been electric, and it's even gone viral in some cases, hasn't it? Yeah. All the people supporting what you've been doing. And you messaged me, so anyone who doesn't know, we got invited to Ironman World Champs, and we're due to go out there. Dan straight away said, I'm coming, I'll be there no matter what, I'm funding myself, I'm coming. And then you were a little bit upset, weren't you? And you were upset because he says, I need an Andy's Man Club supporters supporter zone out there. Yeah. And I'm not flying out there, I'm driving out there in my own car, and I'm going. Yeah. And I said, you can't do that. You went, I need to go out there, I need the gazebo up, I need this thing, I need us to be banging the drum on a world stage and making this massive thing. And I said, Dan, you can't drive out there on your own. And then within 5-10 minutes, we'd had a WhatsApp chat, and then where are we at now?
We had, yeah. It was like, because it's almost, it started to become an identity, didn't it, throughout the Ironman. Like, we've got this mad support zone, you know, athletes are running through it, we're making a load of noise. And we're on the big stage now, and it's like, nah, we're doing it, and we're going to do it right. And I think it was on a FaceTime again, weren't we? You know, early in the morning, it was like, you know, you can't do it, you can't drive there in your own van. I'm going to buy a van. And 20 minutes later, you know, Tanya's on it, and you know, and here we are, me and Bart, legend, Sir Bart, legend Bart. So how much more do you want, mate? We're gonna drive to Nice, and we're gonna make some noise. And his Man Club support zone will be on full flow. Dina, Jesse, all the girls, Johnny's wife, kids, Lisa, Alfred, we're all gonna be there, and we're gonna cheer you around on the biggest stage. You know, Mission Possible's gone worldwide, literally, and lads, you should be proud of that, honestly, because it's massive, and anyone who doesn't know what Ironman is, honestly, it's huge. And to be doing what you're doing on the world stage is unbelievable.
And then to back that up 7 days later with Ironman Wales. For anyone who doesn't know Ironman Wales, give them a little taste of that just for a bit of fun.
Ironman Wales is notoriously one of the toughest Ironmans on the circuit in the world. It's brutal. It can throw any kind of conditions at you. You don't know what you're going to get. You're in the UK. It's not like Hawaii or Lanzarote where, you get a bit of wind. Lanzarote is tough, don't get me wrong. But, you've got a bit of sun. Wales, you could have all 4 seasons in one day, literally. So we don't know what's going to happen, and it's brutal. But not only that, what you're failing to forget is, like, you do Great North Run next week, into the Ironman World Championships, into Ironman Wales, cycling across Italy. Crazy, man. Crazy, man. But you're forgetting what we've already done. We've already done Bolton. We've already done a marathon, half marathon, Bolton, Swansea. Ironman Leeds, what was brutal, by the way. And probably will be recognised as one of the toughest in the world as time goes on, because it was its first year this year.
I'm probably the only man in the history to do that and put weight on.
No comment.
But just on all that, just for those who don't know what Mission Possible was, it was this concept to try and encourage people to find the possible, but we couldn't just have 2 friends doing the Ironman. So what we had to do is we had to tie it into all the Andy's Man Club events, because we wanted everyone to feel part of that. So as you said, there was the marathon. There's also, we're going to finish a year off after Italy with the Great Scotland Run. It was never intended to have such a busy September. It's just we can't not go do Great North Run. It's such a big thing for us now. Over 400 runners and amazing people will be listening today, and I've met some down here. We're all going to run that together and have some good fun while we do it. Then you've got the 2 horrendous Ironmen, which are going to be a bit of fun.
Yep.
Another great charity we've partnered with. We're going to be going across Italy with them, me and my old man, and then we're going to finish off with our Scotland brothers up in Scotland doing the Great Scotland Run, which, I'm hearing stories. We've got an open-top bus up there. We've got bagpipes. Yeah. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal to finish that journey there. In my head, it's sort of like we're finishing it in Wales, but we're not. We're finishing it in Scotland. And this year, we've had a big, big push to really unite a Scotland and England movement and Wales movement, and it's certainly, that event is going to solidify that, running it with us brothers. And I think the thing I want to finish with you of is what does the term Mission Possible mean to you, and why is it important that people find their possible?
It really is important. I mean, and again, I'm going to go back to being a lucky one. I found mine through the power of sport, but power of sport and walking, helping others. I turned to running, turned to triathlon, and triathlon literally is my life now, and that's my possible, that's my why. Without that, and I'll quickly because it's just come back to me what I wanted to say, and I've not really spoke about this yet, but only recently I raced Ironman Hamburg, and since Ironman Hamburg, I will be dead honest, and like, I've been struggling. And I just want people to know that even when you go to races, you see Ironman Dan, but at home, my wife and my daughter sees Daniel, and after Ironman Hamburg, I've been suffering, because I've achieved it all: age group podiums, overall podiums, sub-9, been to World Championships. There's nothing left. Hamburg, I went sub-9. There's nothing left. Like Paul Smith said before, you achieve everything, and you're like, where do I go now? And it's been tough. But if I didn't have Mission Possible to follow up and just keep supporting and pushing and helping you guys, quite possibly could have gone back. So I want to say thank you to you guys, because I've been struggling since June and I've not really spoke about it. My wife knows, my daughter knows, but Mission Possible again has made me find my why, and I've recently just booked Ironman Copenhagen. I've got the book back, and it's mostly down to you guys. And even we've got an Ironman in front row here, Rachel Liner, and going out supporting people like these. And in fact, I've got one watching now. I know she's watching. She's a police officer, Fiona, and watching them guys and giving back has put me back on the start line. Mission Possible has put me back on the start line, so thank you. That's my why.
I love that, and that's so, yeah, that's a round of applause. So Andy's Man Club wants to do a call to action. me and you spoke about this. I'm going to give you full credit, and this is what tonight's going to be all about, giving credit to others where it's due. And you said to me the other day, this can't be the end of Mission Possible. And then Bart's messages me after you sent that, and I believe in the butterfly effect. Bart's sends me a message. I've signed up to Ironman Swansea 70.3. Big man Alex has signed up to Ironman 70.3 Swansea. Kenny's now going to have to sign up because I'm telling him. He said he's going to sign up. He's going to go to 70.3.
Come on.
But then hearing lots of other people wanting to find their possible. Sabrina as general manager and her weight loss journey. Neil doing his swimming challenge. The list goes on. I don't want to leave anyone out. Of all these people who aren't just doing physical stuff, you know, Lee stopping smoking. There's so many things that people are doing to better themselves as human beings, and it's so inspiring that you says you cannot stop this. So we're going to announce now next year we're going again Mission Possible. We don't know what that's going to be, but the idea is that everyone needs to have a goal to find their possible, to keep pushing themselves and keep spreading that mission, because that's what we want, right? We want people to find their possible.
That's exactly what we want, and this mission has gathered too much momentum for it to stop. And, you know, we've inspired just 4 or 5 here, haven't you? You guys, I keep saying we, it's you. You inspired these guys to sign up for Ironman, and like you say, you don't have to be an elite athlete, you don't have to be a top marathon runner. If you want a weight loss journey, stop smoking, couch to 5K, there's your possible, there's your why. Just let's get people together, keep moving, keep pushing the message, and Mission Possible next year will just, it's got to keep happening, and we're helping people, it's working.
That's it.
And that's what it was about, man, and we're doing it.
And I think, as Mr. Motivator said, we're all a fan of him from back in the day. Sometimes you just got to keep moving. And I think having these goals in front of us and giving us something to look forward to and hope is so important.
Sharks don't swim backwards, do they? You just got to keep moving forward, and that's something that I live by. You know, I don't do it. I don't say that. Is it phrase? What is it? I don't say that because I think I'm a shark. I say it because I just keep moving forward. Doesn't matter what pace. Doesn't matter about what gets put in front of me. The hurdles I've got to overcome. Just keep moving forward. Because if I go back, I'm going to end up like that, Anna. I'm going to end up back there. Let's keep moving forward. Doesn't matter how fast. Keep moving forward.
Daniel Lanigan, people.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. So, guys, we've got about 8 to 10 minutes left, and I think this section is reserved for what could be classed as a Mission Possible. To some people, sitting up on this stage is as hard for them as it is for me doing this Ironman challenge, and I haven't persuaded these to come, but I feel like if these two people didn't come up in here now, it'd be a disservice to what the longest conversation is, and I don't want to sit up here and take any credit for something I've had nothing involved with other than being on this stage today. So for these two people, it's going to be really hard. We're going to try and make it as comfortable as possible, like we're sat in a living room, but I hope you will give a massive round of applause to the two ladies who have architected this whole event, constructed it all, come up with the idea, and made it run like clockwork from start to finish. Can we welcome up Emma and Tanya, please? Come on, bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Has Emma got a mic? Emma? So, ladies, I spoke a lot about behind every good man is a great women, behind every good man club is a great set of women. We're very fortunate to have great women at Andy's Man Club, you two being epitomising that. But tell me, because I'm even in the dark like everyone else, where did this concept come from? I know the press release version, I know what we're telling the world, but where did it come from? Why are we here in London? And how has this all come about?
So at the beginning of this year, as like a marketing team at Andy's Man Club, we decided one of our goals was to make awareness days as big as possible this year. And so this originally started as an idea for Men's Health Week in June, and it kind of spiraled and grew and eventually turned into something that we realised we couldn't achieve in just a few months. And we obviously ended up doing it today in August. And yeah, we just wanted to make sure that we was making the most of these awareness days, and it ended up being something that couldn't happen on Men's Mental Health Week, but we decided the message was strong enough that we could do it on a standalone day like today.
And what's the day been like for you in your, I know what it's like running an event, and some